Desert Fox, The Storied Military Career of Erwin Rommel, by Samuel W. Mitcham Jr. Narrated by Nigel Patterson. Preface. The Desert Fox. The words conjure the image of a sunburned and dust-covered military genius, an incredibly tough soldier, a mentally sharp warrior making snap decisions and hatching brilliant plans on the fly, not only surviving but conquering, directing his battered panzers with extreme courage and daring, winning victory after victory against overwhelming odds. Bold attacks, stubborn defences, and relentless pursuits fill the mind's eye. And murder does not come to mind, as it does in the contemplation of other theatres in Nazi Germany's war. Erwin Rommel fought a war without hate, and he insisted that his men do the same. In the end, the numbers finally caught up with him, and his enemies managed to concentrate overwhelming forces against him, although it is an open question whether he would have ever been defeated had it not been for the genius of the Führer. And even though Rommel ultimately lost, his name still conjures respect and even admiration among his former enemies. When people are asked to identify the best general in World War II, they almost invariably name Rommel or Patton. Adolf Hitler once called Erwin Rommel the most hardened man he ever knew. He was, in a sense. He was hard on his men, harder on his officers, and harder still on himself. But he was never brutal. He served Germany and his own ambition with a single-minded determination. When he realized that the leader he served was an evil man leading Germany to destruction, he turned against him. Being first and foremost a man of action, he prepared to act. The Nazis were fortunate that he was wounded when he was, because there is no doubt, in my mind at least, that he would have carried out his threat to open up the Western Front, order his men to stop fighting and let the Allies pour through, allowing them to win the war without any further fighting, and thus end Hitler's regime. In the end, confronted with the choice of standing trial, attempting to shoot his way out of a house surrounded by the SS and Gestapo, or committing suicide and thereby saving his family, he took cyanide. He didn't even have to think about it. When he got into the car for his death ride, he never looked back. This also was typical of the man. The purpose of this book is to tell the story of Erwin Rommel, the man. He had some magnificent, highly praiseworthy qualities. This will annoy some people who don't believe in heroes who are unable to claim the label politically correct. These people will probably not enjoy this book. That's tough. Maybe they can get a refund. Here is an even more earth-shattering thought. Maybe they should listen to it anyway. Perhaps they'll learn something. I admit that it's not likely, but we live in hope. The Desert Fox also had his share of flaws. There hasn't been a perfect man for 2,000 years, and Rommel was not an exception. The purpose of this book is to portray Erwin Rommel warts and all. But I will give you my conclusion right now. The positives in Rommel's character outweighed the negatives. I hope the listener agrees and enjoys the book. Thanks go to the late Theodor Friedrich von Stauffenberg for leaving me his papers, Colonel Marino for giving me photographs, and all the archivists, librarians, and professors who helped along the way. Special thanks go to my long-suffering wife, Donna, who never dreamed when she accepted that date 30 years ago that she would end up proofreading and assisting in the production of dozens of military history books, not to mention changing a few thousand diapers. But it has been an adventure. Samuel W. Mitcham, Jr., Monroe, Louisiana, September 2017. Chapter 1. The Early Years. Erwin Johannes Eugen Rommel, the future Desert Fox, was born in Heidenheim-Württemberg, in the southwestern region of Imperial Germany known as Swabia, a few miles north of Ulm, on November 15, 1891. He was the third of 5 children born to Erwin Sr., a teacher and headmaster of a secondary school, and his wife Helena. Like many German fathers in that day, Erwin's father was a strict parent, with a walrus moustache and slicked-down hair parted in the middle. The thing Erwin remembered most about him was that he was always asking educational questions, which annoyed his son, who had little enthusiasm for academics. Young Rommel's mother, Helena von Lutz Rommel, was the oldest daughter of the president of the provincial government of Württemberg. However, Herr Rommel did not want a political career, as such a match might imply. Erwin Sr. wanted to settle down with his bride, have a family, and enjoy a stable, comfortable, middle-class German life. And that is exactly what he did. Their first child, Manfred, was born in 1888, but died young. The second child, Helena, became a teacher like her father, and never married. The future field marshal was the third child. He was followed by Karl, who became an airline pilot, flew combat reconnaissance missions during World War I in Egypt and Palestine, and earned several decorations before malaria crippled him. He died on August 22nd, 1918. Rommel's youngest brother, Gerhard, was the black sheep of the family. He aspired to be an opera singer, but never achieved much success, on stage or off. Rommel was weak and sickly as an adolescent. He didn't like to play games with the other children. He preferred to keep to himself, daydreaming. He had no interest in athletics, girls, or hobbies. He was a lethargic child and a mediocre elementary school student at best. A teacher once remarked that if Erwin ever earned 100% on a spelling test, he would declare a school holiday. For once, the future field marshal sat straight up at his desk. Although the instructor was being sarcastic, Rommel took him seriously. Before long, another examination was given, and this time the future desert fox spelled every word correctly. But when the promised holiday did not materialize, he relapsed into his lassitude. Then, as a teenager, Erwin Rommel suddenly woke up. He started a physical fitness program and systematically conditioned his body, much as young Theodore Roosevelt did. He exercised, played tennis, bicycled, and learned how to ski and ice skate. Before long, Erwin was exhibiting the characteristics of a typical Swabian: self-reliance, pragmatism, thrift, a strong work ethic, and a stubbornness bordering on pig-headedness. He was a simple person, and would remain unsophisticated until the day he died. Rommel's childhood was secure, comfortable, and unremarkable. From his teenage years until the end of his life, Rommel focused on the practical, rather than on philosophy, theory, or religion. Rommel was evangelical Lutheran, but not very demonstrative about his faith. Under other circumstances, he would have made a fine engineer. At the age of 14, he and a friend built a full-size glider in a field near Aalen, and it actually flew, although not very far. A remarkable achievement for a pair of teenagers, especially in 1906, only 3 years after the Wright brothers' historic flight. As he neared the time for higher education, Erwin Rommel had to choose a career. He and his father discussed the matter, and 2 choices presented themselves: a military officer or a teacher. Rommel decided to become a soldier. At first, his father was not convinced this was the wisest choice. There was no military tradition in the family, except in the case of Professor Rommel himself, who had been a reserve lieutenant of artillery. But when he saw that his son's mind was made up, he supported him and wrote him a letter of recommendation. The young man had a definite knack for mathematics, so he applied for an appointment as a Fahnenjunker, literally officer cadet, that is, an officer candidate, in the engineer branch, but he was rejected. An application to the artillery branch met with the same fate. Finally, he applied to the infantry, the toughest and least romantic of all the branches. Here he was accepted. Erwin Sr. had to agree to pay for his son's initial upkeep, to pay for a minor operation to correct a hernia, and to buy him a uniform. In those days, junior officers served Kaiser and fatherland pretty much at their own expense. On July the 19th, 1910, the 18-year-old Swabian became an officer cadet in the 124th, 6th Württemberger Infantry Regiment at Weingarten in southwestern Germany. Young Rommel was a handsome, blue-eyed, well-built man of just below average height. Alone and away from home for the first time, he met Walburga Stemmer, an 18-year-old fruit seller. She was not particularly good-looking, but the lonely young Rommel was drawn to her, and they became lovers. In March 1911, after 9 months of regimental duty, Cadet Rommel achieved one of his life's ambitions. He was sent to the War Academy at Danzig to undergo officer training. Here, at Imperial Germany's equivalent to Officers' Candidate School, Rommel did well in rifle and drill work, but was only adequate in gymnastics, riding and fencing. His efficiency report noted that he was rather awkward and delicate, but had immense willpower and was firm of character. It concluded that he would be a useful soldier. At Danzig, Erwin Rommel met another girl, Lucy Maria Mollin. She was slender and very attractive, with a dark complexion, black hair, and a fine figure. Her deceased father had been a West Prussian landowner and the headmaster of a secondary school. Lucy was an excellent dancer and was in town to study languages. She could speak French, Italian, Spanish, English, and Polish. She considered Rommel too serious at first, but she soon fell for the handsome Fähndrich, senior officer cadet, and they were apparently lovers by the time he received his commission in January 1912. She was Catholic and he was Lutheran, but they did not let religion get in their way. They considered themselves informally engaged when 2nd Lieutenant Rommel returned to his regiment at Weingarten. He and Lucy wrote to each other every other day, but this did not stop young Rommel from also resuming his affair with Walburga. Then, in 1913, Rommel received what was probably the greatest shock of his young life. Walburga Stemmer was pregnant. When Erwin learned that Walburga was with child, he wanted to resign from the army and marry her, even though he had no way to support a wife and child. His family talked him out of it. Herr Rommel, who died later that year, wanted young Erwin to stay in the military, and his mother correctly considered Walburga, who was the daughter of a seamstress, unsuitable to be the wife of an officer in class-conscious Wilhelmian Germany. Also, it was evident that war might break out at any time. To resign at this point could well be interpreted as an act of cowardice, something 2nd Lieutenant Rommel could not abide. He broke it off with Walburga. Gertrud Stemmer, Erwin Rommel's first child, was born on December 8, 1913. Although he contributed financially to Gertrud's support for the rest of his life, Rommel's desire for Walburga cooled. He was in love with Lucy. He told her about his indiscretion. The exact details of what Erwin said to Lucy and vice versa have been lost to us, but we do know that Lucy forgave him and even accepted Gertrud as a member of the family after they were married. Lieutenant Rommel and his daughter, whom he affectionately referred to as Little Mouse, remained close for the rest of his life. When World War I broke out in 1914, he instructed his sister Helena Rommel to look after Walburga and his daughter, and he listed Gertrud as the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Walburga remained faithful to Rommel and convinced herself that he would return to her some day. She died in 1928. After her mother's death, Gertrud would spend a great deal of time with the Rommels. She was introduced to people as a cousin. During World War II, she knitted her father a plaid scarf, which he habitually wore during the Desert War. Gertrud kept in touch with Rommel until his death in 1944, and she remained close to Lucy and Manfred, Lucy and Rommel's son, even after the war. It was not until Gertrud's death in 2000 that her relationship to Rommel was discovered. She married and left behind a son, Rommel's grandson, Josef Pann, who was 72 in 2012. Back in Weingarten, Erwin Rommel had rejoined the 124th Infantry Regiment and was given the task of training new recruits for the 7th Company. He naturally did a good job, but his work would have been considered dull by many, training and drilling in a nondescript infantry regiment in an out-of-the-way part of Germany. His private life was equally uninteresting. He did not smoke, drink, or party with his young peers. On the job he was all business. He had a hard streak, exhibiting no tolerance for the inefficient. He also developed a certain class consciousness. This social awareness did not evolve into class hatred or reverse snobbery, for he had a number of aristocratic friends. However, he was somewhat suspicious of the aristocracy, and had no use for officers who thought they should be granted rank and privilege just because of their social status. Rommel was eventually attached to the 49th Field Artillery Regiment at Ulm, 28 miles from Heidenheim, to cross-train in that branch. Ironically, his commander was the very officer who had rejected his application to join the artillery in 1910. Rommel was in Ulm when World War I broke out. He immediately rejoined the 124th Infantry Regiment as a platoon leader. Throughout Germany, and indeed throughout the entire continent, there was joy and singing. Europe entered World War I with a light heart. Both sides were sure that they would win a decisive victory in short order. The 124th was ordered to the Western Front. Rommel had a chance to see his mother, 2 brothers and sisters for a few moments at Kornwestheim, before the locomotive blew its whistle and it was time to say goodbye. That night they crossed the Rhine. The singing and excitement had died away, and Rommel wondered, "Will I ever see my mother and family again?" Chapter 2. The Great War. Rommel fought his first skirmish in the village of Blé, Belgium. He had been on patrol for 24 hours and was suffering from stomach problems, as he often did in the 1914-15 period. Rommel had only 3 of his men with him, a sergeant and 2 privates, as opposed to around 20 Frenchmen in their forward outpost. He nevertheless dashed forward and started shooting. Several Frenchmen went down, and the rest dove for cover. Meanwhile, the rest of Rommel's platoon arrived, and the fighting became house to house. Before it was over, the entire battalion had joined in. The Germans finally overran the village and took more than 50 prisoners. Although this small battle was insignificant in and of itself, it set the pattern for Rommel's career, daring and boldness that would be seen on a much greater scale later, both in World War I and in World War II. Until now, Rommel's career had been fairly average and routine. The battlefield changed him from an ordinary, if overly serious, second lieutenant into a first-class warrior. As Desmond Young, who fought in the Indian Army against Rommel in Africa and went on to write the best-selling Rommel the Desert Fox, would explain, from the moment that he first came under fire, he stood out as the perfect fighting animal, cold, cunning, ruthless, untiring, quick of decision, incredibly brave. One of Rommel's colleagues said he was the body and soul of war. Meanwhile, in the fall of 1914, the Imperial German army was pushing on toward Paris. They crossed the Meuse, and in the confusion came across a huge number of wounded men in the woods. "We helped them regardless of whether friend or foe," Rommel recalled. This theme was to be repeated throughout his career. Erwin Rommel believed in chivalry. He took care of the enemy's wounded, giving them the same attention he gave his own injured. He never abused or mistreated prisoners, and would not tolerate those who did. He was, however, amused that some of the Frenchmen were reluctant to surrender because they had been told that the Germans beheaded their POWs. In September, Rommel was appointed adjutant of the 2nd Battalion, a promotion of sorts. He was still sick, but refused to go to the rear to seek medical help, even after he had fainted several times. He fought in the Battle of Verdun and in the retreat through the Argonne. It was a French bullet, rather than disease, that landed him in a hospital bed. When a German attack stalled near the old Roman road west of Varennes, Rommel grabbed a rifle from a wounded soldier and charged through the bushes, where he came upon 5 Frenchmen 20 paces away. He gunned down 2 of them and pulled the trigger to shoot another, but nothing happened. Looking down, he suddenly realized that he was out of ammunition. It was too late to reload or retreat, so he charged, intent on using his bayonet. But this time the enemy was faster. One of the bullets struck him in the upper left leg and shattered the bone. "I went head over heels," Rommel recalled, and he wound up a few feet from the enemy, who was now trying to defend against the rest of Rommel's platoon. His men rescued him, but he spent the next 3 months in the hospital. Later he would comment with sarcasm, "In a man-to-man fight, the winner is he who has one more round in his magazine." Rommel was transferred to the base hospital at Storied, where he was awarded the Iron Cross, 2nd class. He did not return to his regiment until after the New Year. The conflict was much different when Rommel returned to his regiment. The war of manoeuvring was over, and both sides were now engaged in bitter trench warfare, from the Swiss border to the North Sea. The young lieutenant had proven himself, and was given command of the 124th 9th Company, but without any advance in rank. On January the 29th, 1915, during the First Battle of Argonne, Rommel crawled on his belly through a belt of barbed wire 100 yards deep, followed by 200 men. They surprised the French, overran their front line, and seized 4 important blockhouses. The enemy still outnumbered them, however, and the French were able to launch an immediate counter-attack and retake one of the blockhouses. Rommel struck back quickly and retook it, but the rest of the battalion had not been able to keep up and had taken defensive positions a half-mile back. Rommel realized that the unequal battle could only end one way if he allowed it to continue. He had 2 choices: to fight until he ran out of ammunition and was forced to surrender, or to retreat single file through the barbed wire entanglements, in which case he would lose half of his men. Rommel chose a third alternative. He attacked. The French, who were in their assembly areas preparing an attack of their own, were caught flat-footed, and they scattered. Rommel withdrew, and while the enemy reorganized, abandoned the blockhouses and retreated to German lines before the French could bring up even more reinforcements and finish him off. For this exploit, Rommel was awarded the Iron Cross, 1st class, a high decoration for a young man in 1915. Shortly thereafter, Rommel was given command of the 4th Company, 124th Infantry Regiment, which he led successfully in the trench warfare on the Western Front for several months. In July he was wounded in the shin by shrapnel, but the injury was not serious. In late September he was promoted to Oberleutnant, 1st Lieutenant. He was hoping to be transferred to the Turkish front, where his younger brother Karl was an airplane pilot, but instead he was posted to Münsingen, Germany, 23 miles west of Ulm, on October the 4th. Here the Second Reich was forming an elite mountain unit, the Württembergische Gebirgsbataillon, the Württemberg Mountain Battalion. It was undergoing a training program which would essentially turn its men into mountain shock troops. Rommel was appointed commander of the 2nd Company. The High Command did not intend to commit the Württemberg Mountain Battalion to combat as a unit. Rather, they envisioned deploying the individual companies separately, in more or less independent operations. This suited young Rommel perfectly. One of his platoon leaders, Lieutenant Theodor Werner, recalled that Rommel looked almost like a schoolboy, but was imbued with a holy zeal. Anybody who once came under the spell of his personality turned into a real soldier, he recalled. Before long, in some undefinable way, his spirit transmitted itself to the men and permeated the entire battalion. World War I was not going well for Imperial Germany in 1916. The Western Front was a meat grinder, consuming hundreds of thousands of young men, who were being killed by heavy artillery fire, machine guns, and poisonous gas. Despite the bloodshed, the trench line remained more or less static. At the end of 1915, Erwin Rommel and his battalion were sent to Hilsen Ridge in the high Vosges Mountains in Alsace, on the southern sector of the Western Front. Except for patrolling and an occasional raid, this was not an active sector. There they remained for 10 months. In the autumn of 1916, the Romanian government thought territorial advantages could be gained by joining the Allies. Romania declared war on the Austro-Hungarian Empire on August the 27th and overran Transylvania. Berlin quickly sent its Feldgrau troops to aid its ally and combat the Romanian troops. The Alpenkorps, of which Rommel's battalion was a part, was in the vanguard. On November the 11th, the Alpenkorps captured the important Mount Lejului with surprisingly few casualties. Rommel, however, had an entirely different kind of engagement on his mind. His commander had given him permission to marry Lucy Maria Mollin. The ceremony took place in Danzig on November the 27th. They soon set out on a 2-week honeymoon. Erwin Rommel had learned his lesson from the Walburger Stemmer affair. He was and would remain a devoted, faithful husband and a very domestic family man for the rest of his life. The German army made quick work of the Romanians. The Germans captured Bucharest on December the 16th and overran 2/3 of the country by the end of the year. When Rommel rejoined his company, he and his men infiltrated enemy lines and went to ground outside the village of Gagiești, now Paragiești, waiting for the enemy to go to sleep. Then they attacked. The drowsy Romanians put up little resistance. Rommel captured 400 men. The next day, Rommel, who had acquired a horse, rode out on a reconnaissance, accompanied only by his mess sergeant. Suddenly they ran directly into an enemy patrol of 15 men. They were too close to run, so Rommel calmly informed them that Gagiești had fallen and they were POWs. They should now lay down their arms and join the other captives. Remarkably, the demoralized Romanians did just that. The Württemberg Mountain Battalion was sent back to the Vosges Mountains in February 1917, while Rommel went on furlough and had a second honeymoon trip to the Baltic. The Württemberg Battalion, meanwhile, occupied a quiet part of the Western Front, as the terrain there was terrible and there were no significant military targets nearby on either side of the line. The battalion engaged mostly in training until August, when it was sent back to Romania. Beginning on August the 9th, Rommel was involved in the storming of Mount Kojna. His battalion formed the spearhead. During the assault, a bullet passed through his left arm without hitting a bone or doing any significant damage, but still causing him a great deal of pain. On September the 1st, the Württemberg Battalion was sent to Carinthia, southern Austria, for 6 weeks of rest and relaxation. Romania was on the verge of collapse in the latter part of 1917, but so was Germany's main ally, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which had suffered a string of defeats in the Italian Alps. Vienna cried for help. Berlin responded by dispatching the 14th Army, including the Württemberg Mountain Battalion, which travelled by train through Macedonia to Austrian Carinthia. All totaled, with the 3 Austrian armies, the Central Powers had 350,000 men facing more than 400,000 Italians, most of whom were demoralized, sick of the war, and ready to go home. The German offensive, which the Italians called the 12th Battle of the Isonzo, began at 2 a.m. on October the 24th. The Württemberg Mountain Battalion now included 11 rifle and machine gun companies. The objective for the offensive was Mount Meteoric, a massive and tactically very important position on the Isonzo. Once it was captured, the entire Italian defensive line would be compromised. Mount Cook and the Kolovrat Ridge, which was dominated by Hill 1114, were all part of the Mount Meteoric position and had to be taken first. For this operation, Major Spröser gave Rommel the 3rd Rifle and 1st Machine Gun Companies, in addition to his own 2nd Rifle Company, and made them the vanguard for the attack. Each company had about 200 riflemen. It was pouring rain at 6 a.m. when Rommel began his advance. The Italians had constructed 3 defensive lines featuring barbed wire entanglements and a trench system. Lieutenant Rommel, however, discovered a gully that could serve as a camouflaged path, allowing him to move into the main enemy positions on Kolovrat Ridge before his Kampfgruppe was detected. The mountain troops took several hundred prisoners. Shortly thereafter, an Italian supply convoy pulled up, and Rommel's happy men captured fruit, fresh bread, eggs, and even wine, all of which they rapidly consumed. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Ferdinand Schörner's company of the 3rd Bavarian Life Guards took Hill 1114, and Schörner erroneously reported that he had captured Mount Meteoric. General Karl von Bülow, the commander of the 14th Army, had promised the Pour le Mérite to the officer who took this peak. Rommel would capture it, but Schörner got the decoration, a fact that would lead to a long-standing rivalry between the two officers. Fighting in the Alps, the Italians had every advantage of terrain, as they held the defensive position. Rommel and his men, however, managed to infiltrate through enemy lines undetected. At dawn, he launched a surprise bayonet charge against the supporting Italian artillery, while one of his companies struck the enemy front and enlarged the gap, and also masked the sound of Rommel's attack. The sound of the firefight to his front alarmed the Italian commander, who still did not know Rommel was at his rear. Bayonet charges are relatively quiet. He ordered his reserve battalion to restore the front line by counter-attacking. Rommel was waiting for this moment. As soon as the reserve battalion was decisively engaged, Rommel attacked from the rear and surrounded it. Caught in a deadly crossfire, the Italians soon ran up the white flags. Rommel had captured more than 1,000 prisoners. He pushed deeper into the Italian rear, occupied camouflaged ground near the main road to the key fortified position of Mount Meteoric, and waited to see what target would present itself. The Italian 4th Bersaglieri Brigade marched straight into the trap. Rommel ambushed the Italian troops, and they were forced to surrender. He took another 2,000 prisoners, including 50 officers. Rommel's next objective was indeed Mount Meteoric, a 5,400-foot height to the west, which was the climactic struggle of Lieutenant Rommel's World War I career. Mount Kragonza, also known as Hill 1096, and the secondary summit of Mrsley, had to be captured first, however. By the early morning hours of October the 26th, Rommel had been reinforced to a strength of 3 rifle and 3 machine-gun companies. Dawn had not yet broken when he took the village of Kragonza on the slope of Mount Kragonza. 1,600 Italians, including 37 officers, surrendered without a fight. The peak of Mount Kragonza, however, had to be taken by main assault. This involved hard fighting, but it was captured at 7:15 a.m. Now, all that lay between Rommel and the summit of Mount Meteoric was Mrsley. As Rommel advanced, the Italian forces scattered. Some of them were only too glad to be captured. Most of the Salerno brigade was in the bag. Rommel took another 1,500 prisoners, including 43 officers. At this point, there was confusion behind the German front. Rommel's commanding officer, Major Theodor Sprösser, seeing the huge number of Italian prisoners walking to the German rear, assumed that Rommel had already captured Mount Meteoric, and sent orders for the lieutenant to break off the engagement and return to Mount Kragonza. Rommel disobeyed these orders and pressed on toward the summit, where he demanded that the enemy surrender. Thinking he was badly outnumbered, the commander of the 2nd Salerno Regiment raised his hands. Rommel recalled how the captured colonel fumed with rage when he saw how few men Rommel had. In 52 hours, Rommel had captured 2 brigades and several smaller units, totaling 150 officers, 9,000 men, 81 artillery pieces, and the strategically important Mount Meteoric. His total strength probably never exceeded 800 men. 6 of his men were killed, and 30 were wounded. Rommel knew, as Stonewall Jackson said, that an army in retreat tends to continue retreating if you press it. He pushed on and captured the important town of Longarone and crossed the Piave, effectively cutting off the Italian 12th Corps. But this time the Italians counter-attacked instead of retreating, overran a few German detachments, and almost captured Rommel himself. The next morning, the future Desert Fox was improving his defensive positions outside the town, when, to his surprise, he was approached by one of his own men. Lieutenant Schoffel had been captured the previous evening. Now he showed up riding a mule, followed by dozens of surrendering Italians. He carried a note from the garrison commander, who declared his troops were incapable of offering further resistance. He wanted to surrender. Schoffel had convinced the garrison commander that he was surrounded by an entire German division. Rommel quickly occupied Longarone and captured the entire Italian 1st Infantry Division, 10,000 men, 18 guns, 200 machine guns, 250 wagons, and 10 trucks. For Longarone and his brilliant string of successes, Erwin Rommel was awarded the Pour le Mérite, a medal equivalent to the U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor when granted to such a junior officer. He was personally decorated by Kaiser Wilhelm II. On January the 11th, 1918, Rommel was transferred to the 64th Corps in Württemberg, where, much to his distaste, he occupied a staff officer's slot until July the 29th. Then he was attached to the 4th Battery of the 6th Landwehr Field Artillery Regiment, 6th Bavarian Landwehr Division. Landwehr refers to troops older in age, usually 35 to 45 years old. They were deployed only in the quietest sectors of the front. From August the 20th to September the 8th, Rommel attached to the 1st Landwehr Foot Artillery Battalion of the 20th Corps. He then returned to Württemberg, and he was promoted to captain on October the 18th. Germany capitulated 3 weeks later. Chapter 3. The Reichswehr Years. For some people, the end of World War I was the end of their world. This was especially true in Germany. Survivors such as Corporal Adolf Hitler returned home, but were not quite able to fit into peaceful society. They became part of what was called the Lost Generation. Not so Erwin Rommel. He returned to his wife, rejoined the 124th Infantry Regiment at Weingarten on December the 21st, 1918, and settled down to garrison duty. At home he enjoyed the quiet life. Here Lützi was the centre of his world. Rommel enjoyed spending calm evenings at home with his wife and the family dog. He had no bad habits and was an easy man to live with. He did not smoke, he rarely drank, other than an occasional glass of wine, never drank to excess, and he never abused or cheated on his wife. When he came home, he left his job outside. The tension of the barracks and the strife of the battlefield did not enter his home until World War II, when Germany's impending defeat and the prospect of Nazi retaliation against him loomed over his head like a huge dark cloud. Even then he did not take the stress he felt out on his family and friends. At home he was good-tempered and an excellent fix-it man. He was an avid stamp collector, but practical things interested him even more. He once acquired a motorcycle and disassembled it in the living room just to see what made it run, then put it back together again. Rommel had been married more than 2 years, but because of the war he was essentially a newlywed. He took to marriage enthusiastically. His illegitimate daughter Gertrude was brought into the family as a cousin, and even Walburga was also welcome. In the early and mid-1920s, most Germans could not afford an automobile, and apparently neither could Captain Rommel. But he enjoyed outings in the country, with Lützi hanging on to the back of the motorcycle. He frequently took her to Bodensee, Lake Constance, where he enjoyed swimming and boating. He was good at both, while Lützi later declared that she swam like a lead duck. She was a good water skier, but not so skilled in snow. Rommel was a great athlete and excelled at any physical activity. Eventually he drove his motorcycle to Italy to visit his old battlefields, with his wife still hanging on to his back. When he arrived at Longarone, however, he was indiscreet enough to mention to the locals who he was, and he was asked to leave. The Rommels did everything together, including dancing, skiing, occasionally dining out, canoeing, and horseback riding. The only hobby Rommel had in which he was unsuccessful seems to have been the violin, which he played enthusiastically but without a great deal of skill. In short, the Rommels' life together was so uneventful that it might have been considered dull, but it was a life they enjoyed. They were peaceful, loving, comfortable, and happy. Apparently, they almost never fought. Erwin was prone to conceding minor points and letting his wife have her way most of the time. It was a family joke that Erwin always had the last words on domestic matters, and those words were, "Anything you say, Luzi." The famous desert fox was slightly henpecked. In October 1928, Walburga Stemmer died suddenly at the age of 36. Her grandson, Josef Pan, would say that she had committed suicide by taking poison. According to Pan, Walburga always hoped Rommel would come back to her, but when Luzi became pregnant, she at last realized this was never going to happen and killed herself. This claim cannot be confirmed at this late date, but it cannot be refuted either. The most important event in Rommel's married life occurred on Christmas Eve 1928, when his and Luzi's only child Manfred was born. Erwin's family life, however, changed very little. It remained stable and generally undramatic until his death. Germany, in contrast, was anything but stable between 1919 and 1923. Germany's post-war Weimar Republic experienced a period of civil unrest called the War After the War. In March 1919, Rommel was sent to Friedrichshafen on the Bodensee in southwestern Germany, where he assumed command of the 32nd Internal Security Company. It was made up of undisciplined and rebellious Red sailors who jeered at Rommel and his medals, which they found socially unacceptable, would not obey orders and refused to drill. Rommel told them that when he was fighting at the front, he had often prayed to the Lord God Almighty to spare the men of the German Navy. "My prayers were heard, because here you are," he told them. This response surprised and won over most of the mutinous sailors. As for the most insubordinate, Rommel and his NCOs used force to beat them into shape. After the first few days he had no further trouble out of them, except for the day they were assigned the task of guarding an illegal schnapps factory. Drunken sailors have always been hard for anybody to control. Eventually, the High Command decided that the 32nd was reliable enough to use against communists and anarchists in Münsterland and Westphalia in 1920. When the revolutionaries tried to storm the town hall at Gmünd, Rommel employed fire hoses like machine guns to disperse the crowd, thus sparing himself from having to fire on his fellow Germans. The Treaty of Versailles, which ended World War I, was very hard on Germany. In the long run, it fatally undermined the Weimar Republic and helped pave the way for the Third Reich. In addition to mandating crippling reparations, the treaty denied Germany possession of tanks, submarines, poison gas, and airplanes. It also reduced the size of the German army, now called the Reichsheer or Reichswehr, to 100,000 men, only 4,000 of whom could be officers. Erwin Rommel was one of those selected. He was assigned to command the 7th Company, 124th, 6th Württemberg Infantry Regiment at Weingarten. Initially, the new army was called the Übergangsheer, or Transitional Army. Rommel's parent regiment, the 124th, was among those dissolved, and he was assigned to the 25th Rifle Regiment, Schützenregiment 25, of Reichswehrbrigade 13. On January 1st, 1921, this became the 13th Württemberg Infantry Regiment of the new Reichsheer. Rommel stayed in Württemberg very happily until 1929. He commanded the 4th Machine Gun Company of the 13th Infantry Regiment at Ulm until 1924, when he was transferred to the 1st Battalion Staff, also at Ulm. Later he moved to the 2nd Battalion Staff at Ludwigsburg. In 1925 he again assumed command of the 4th Machine Gun Company, which was now located in Stuttgart, where he remained until 1929. While here, Rommel took his mandatory Wehrkreis exam, required of all officers who had completed 10 years' service. It lasted several days and had 2 goals: 1. Assess an officer's professional ability, and 2. Select men for general staff training. The latter was considered the main path to advancement to the top levels of the army. It was not quite the only path to higher command, but it was pretty close. During the exam, an officer had to write 3 papers on applied tactics, 1 on theoretical tactics, 1 on military engineering, another on map reading and terrain analysis, and another on weapons or equipment. There were also general knowledge questions dealing with history, military history, civics, economic geography, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The exam was not a rehash of the officer candidate exams, but went well beyond them. It included complicated problems in logistics, resupply, motorized warfare, artillery and mortar fire support plans, and more. It was graded by general staff officers in Berlin. If an officer failed the test badly enough, he was required to take it again. A second dismal performance could cost an officer his commission. Only the top 10 to 15% of the successful examinees were selected for general staff training, and only about 1/3 of these survived the general staff course and got to wear the bright red stripe, called the intelligence stripe, on their trousers. Rommel was not in the top 10 or 15%, so he was not selected for the prestigious course, a fact that may partially explain his hostile attitude toward general staff officers in later years. In 1929, Rommel's battalion commander rated him highly, praising his very great abilities, particularly in the area of terrain analysis, as well as his cheerfulness and tact. "There is more to this officer than meets the eye," he concluded, and he ended by recommending that Rommel be made a military instructor. On October 1, 1929, he was transferred to the infantry school at Dresden. The son and grandson of teachers, Rommel was a natural instructor. He used his own combat experience to stimulate thinking and learning. His lectures were described as always a delight to hear, and one evaluator declared that his officer cadets worshipped him. He was described as a towering personality, a genuine leader, and a first-rate infantry instructor. Promotions are normally slow in small peacetime armies, and the Reichsheer was no exception. Rommel spent almost 14 years as a captain, but in April 1932 he was finally promoted to major. He had been in the army more than 21 years. While at Dresden, Rommel renewed his acquaintance with Captain Ferdinand Schörner, the officer who had been awarded the Pour le Mérite that Rommel deserved for the capture of Mount Matajour. Schörner, a Bavarian whom Rommel had first met in Italy when they were both lieutenants, enjoyed playing practical jokes, and the sometimes overly serious Rommel was a natural victim. Once, at a banquet, Schörner stealthily hid some silverware in Rommel's coat while Rommel was not looking. When Rommel picked up his coat to leave, the silver fell to the floor, making it appear that the future desert fox had been trying to steal it. Schörner enjoyed the joke, but Rommel was less than amused. Later, during World War II, Schörner developed the reputation of being one of Hitler's most brutal generals. He arbitrarily demoted officers for the slightest reason, and had enlisted men summarily executed for the smallest infractions. One day, during a visit to Führer headquarters, Rommel pulled Schörner aside and told him he should not use such methods. Schörner ignored him. By then he had been completely brutalized. Promoted to major on October 1, 1933, Rommel was transferred to Goslar, where he assumed command of the 3rd Jäger Battalion of the 17th Infantry Regiment, a mountain unit. He quickly impressed the younger officers and men with his physical endurance. On his first day in command, some of his junior officers invited him to climb a nearby mountain and ski down with them. Rommel accepted the challenge and went up and down the mountain with them 3 times. When Rommel called for a 4th trip, the exhausted captains and lieutenants declined. He was in complete control of his command after that. Rommel insisted that all of his officers learn to hunt, believing that this sport gave them a keener appreciation for terrain analysis, of which he was a master. He also held the 3rd to a higher standard of physical fitness than the other battalions. Rommel himself typically started the day with a 2-mile run. His men knew him as a strict commander, but not a harsh one. He was considered approachable and a man who had their best interests at heart. His men had great confidence in him. He was known throughout the small army for his energy, his determination, his goodwill, his optimism, and his ambition. It was in this posting that Erwin Rommel made his first contact with the Nazis. Adolf Hitler, who had been Chancellor of Germany since January 30th, 1933, was scheduled to attend a parade at Goslar on September 30th, 1934. Rommel's 17th Infantry Regiment was slated to pass in review. A young SS man and government liaison officer told Rommel that a single file of SS would stand between the Führer and his battalion. Rommel immediately grew furious at the affront to the Third's honour. This arrangement implied that Hitler needed security to protect him from Rommel and his men. One day he would, but that day had not yet come. Rommel declared that he would not parade his battalion. Uncertain how to proceed, the young SS man, who was clearly in over his head, asked Rommel to speak with Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler and Dr. Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, at their hotel. Rommel went there at once and tersely explained the situation to Goebbels and Himmler. To his surprise, the top-ranking Nazis apologized. They declared that Major Rommel was perfectly correct in refusing to parade his battalion under those circumstances. There would be no line of SS men. They asked him to please write the entire incident off as a mistake by an overzealous subordinate. Rommel thanked them, the tension subsided, and Goebbels invited him to stay for lunch. Naturally, he accepted. During the meal, Goebbels was charming, as he could be when he desired to be. Apparently the small, club-footed Nazi divined that Rommel would not always be an insignificant major in a backwoods post. For the rest of his life, Goebbels would go out of his way to befriend the future field marshal. During World War II, he even suggested to Hitler that Rommel would make a good commander-in-chief of the army after Germany won the war. For his part, the Swabian was quite impressed with Goebbels, but not at all with Himmler. He never altered his opinion of either man. The parade itself was a success. Rommel's first meeting with Hitler was brief. They were introduced, and the Chancellor complimented the Major on the showing of his battalion. Erwin Rommel's political convictions and ambivalent relationship with the Nazis have been the subject of considerable controversy in recent years. He was somewhat politically naive, and, like most Germans, he did support Adolf Hitler at first, at least to some degree. At the beginning of Hitler's political career, he succeeded in portraying himself as an idealist, with some sound ideas about putting Germany back on its feet, militarily and economically. Lützy was more pro-Hitler than Erwin, who was at heart simply a nationalist. Hitler had become Chancellor on January 30th, 1933, when the Great Depression was at its worst, unemployment in Germany exceeded 24%, and the Weimar Republic was clearly unable to cope with the situation. Like millions of others, Rommel was taken with Hitler's speeches. He considered Hitler's association with some of the cruder Nazis unfortunate, but he was willing to overlook it. Major Rommel, and many others, dismissed the Führer's more extreme rantings as political hyperbole. It would be years before Rommel realized that Hitler had a propensity for breaking sacred vows, and that much of the extreme Nazi rhetoric that he had dismissed as hyperbole was in deadly earnest. Like most Germans, Rommel was sick of the excesses of the Nazi stormtroops, also called Brownshirts or Sturmabteilung SA, by 1934. Hitler was also concerned. President Paul von Hindenburg was clearly dying. Hitler feared that the military would impose an anti-Nazi president on him, or possibly even stage a coup to overthrow his government. On June 30th, he purged the SA in the infamous Night of the Long Knives. Several hundred real and potential political opponents of the regime were also murdered, including 2 generals. There are 2 diametrically opposed reports concerning Rommel's opinion of this event. A Rommel biographer, Desmond Young, stated that Rommel believed Hitler's explanation for the purge, which was that SA leader Ernst Röhm, a notorious homosexual and thug, was planning to overthrow the government and subordinate the army to the SA. On the other hand, Rommel's chief of staff in 1944, Lieutenant General Hans Spiedel, reported that the Desert Fox said to a friend in 1934, "Now would have been a good time to throw out Hitler and his whole gang." Frankly, I tend to believe Young, but it is impossible to say for sure. Meanwhile, Rommel continued his tour of duty at Goslar. On March 1, 1935, he was promoted to lieutenant colonel. Like virtually all Germans, Rommel was delighted when Hitler announced the Treaty of Versailles on March 16, 1935. This delight is no indication of a sympathy for Nazism. Most non-Nazi Germans, and even many anti-Nazis, also praised this move. It gave Germany equal status with the rest of the nations of the world, boosted defence spending, which helped stimulate the economy, and helped eliminate unemployment in both the public and private sectors. Quite apart from helping Germany, renouncing the treaty also had some practical benefits for Erwin Rommel. An expanding military offered him more opportunity for advancement and promotion. Because he had done well as an instructor at Dresden and with the 3rd 17th Infantry Regiment, Rommel was given command of an instructional staff at the Kriegsschule, War School, at Potsdam, which trained Fahnenjunkern. Here he again excelled as a teacher and a leader. The young officers in training were expected to be not only professionally skilled, but socially competent as well. To help them accomplish this task, Rommel recruited an unofficial assistant, Lucy Rommel. The cadets had evenings out where they were taught social graces. Lucy had been a dance student when she met Erwin, so she was well qualified to school the young cadets in manners and dancing. According to Cadet Siegfried Knappe, the cadets thoroughly enjoyed their evenings out and dances with Frau Rommel. Because of his proven ability to educate young men, Rommel was given the additional duty of serving as a liaison officer to the Hitler Youth, Hitlerjugend, or HJ, which the Nazis were turning into something of a paramilitary organization. Rommel forcefully objected to the efforts to militarize the HJ. Baldur von Schirach, the head of the Hitler Youth, objected to Rommel's attitude. Rommel pointed out that the children were already contemptuous of academics and were paying far too much attention to sports and military training. The Hitler Youth should place more focus on education and character development, he declared. One word led to another, and the two men were soon in an argument that ended with Rommel telling Schirach that if he wanted to train boys to be soldiers, then he should first go and become a soldier himself. Naturally, von Schirach arranged for Rommel's immediate return to the War Academy. Meanwhile, Rommel wrote a book based on his lectures and World War I experiences. It was titled Infanterie greift an, Infantry in the Attack. Much to his surprise, the book made him wealthy. Germany was militarizing, and Rommel's best-selling book went from one edition to the next. He made so much money, he declared, that he couldn't possibly use it all. And he felt guilty for making money by writing about how other good men had lost their lives. The book also brought about a tremendous and unexpected boost to his career. Adolf Hitler read it and wanted to meet the author. In September 1936, Rommel was attached to Hitler's escort for the Nuremberg party rally. He was tasked with security. When the rally was ending and it came time for Hitler to leave, the Führer instructed Rommel to allow no more than 6 cars to follow him. This order meant that Rommel would have to stop a herd of cabinet ministers, high-ranking party officials, and army generals. Rommel followed the orders, even blocking the road with a pair of tanks. Some of the VIPs were furious, and one of them must have reported him to the Führer, because Adolf Hitler called Rommel in and thanked him for executing the order. Rommel was promoted to Oberst, colonel, on August 1, 1937, after only 2.5 years as a lieutenant colonel. On March 12, 1938, the Anschluss, Hitler's occupation of Austria, occurred. Shortly afterwards, Rommel, who was on detached duty in Berlin, received a choice assignment. Perhaps because Hitler thought highly of him, Rommel was named commander of the war school at Wiener Neustadt in Lower Austria, at the former Theresian Military Academy, Theresianische Militärakademie, which had been founded in 1751. The academy had been the site of the only armed Austrian resistance to Hitler's takeover. The Austrian commandant, Major General Rudolf Tovarek, had manned the defences of the castle against the German Wehrmacht with his cadets, and they refused to surrender for several days. After he capitulated, he was placed on the retired list, but oddly enough, Tovarek was never punished, and he was even allowed to wear his Austrian uniform, a highly unusual honour in those days. Rommel thoroughly enjoyed teaching and supervising the education of young cadets, and his life at Wiener Neustadt was pleasant, if uneventful. He later declared it to be the happiest period of his military career, and his family continued to live there until late 1943, 4 years after Rommel was posted elsewhere. He finally moved Luzi and Manfred at that time, because the Reich had built a factory for the manufacture of Messerschmitt engines there, and he was afraid that his family might be killed in an Allied saturation bombing attack. Had there been no war, he would likely have retired there. The war, however, was rapidly approaching. In the fall of 1938, Rommel was called to Berlin and named commander of the Führerbegleitbataillon, Führer Escort Battalion, during the Sudetenland crisis. As such, Rommel directed Hitler's personal escort. It was an ad hoc combat team consisting of about 2 companies of hand-picked infantry, armed with rifles, machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, and anti-tank weapons. They were not needed, this time. Germany drove to the edge of war before the Western Allies backed down and handed the Sudeten districts of Czechoslovakia over to the Reich. But Hitler was not finished. In March 1939, he invaded the remainder of the helpless Czechoslovakian state. At the critical moment, there was some confusion. How should Hitler enter the capital city of Prague? General of Cavalry Erich Höppner, the commander of the 16th Motorized Corps, suggested that he enter the Hradschin, castle district, in an open car. Himmler and his SS security staff were shocked and appalled at this suggestion. Hitler asked Rommel what he should do. Get into an open car and drive through the streets of the government quarter without an escort, Rommel advised. Hitler took his advice, and there were no incidents. After the occupation of Czechoslovakia, Rommel again commanded the Führer Guard Battalion in the occupation of the Germanic city of Memel on the Baltic Sea coast of Lithuania. Again, the Allies did nothing to stop him. During his 3 tours of temporary duty at Führer headquarters, Rommel's admiration for the Führer grew. He already looked upon Hitler as the eliminator of unemployment, and he approved of the dictator's renouncing the Treaty of Versailles and his rebuilding of the military. He was never witness to any of Hitler's temper tantrums or unstable behaviour. For his part, Hitler also liked Erwin Rommel and solicited and respected his opinion. This period of Rommel's life was the closest he ever came to joining the Nazi Party, although he never actually did so. Between his duty trips, Rommel and his family enjoyed life at Wiener Neustadt. Living in the Alps southwest of Vienna, they went on many excursions and hiking trips into the mountains. Their home, surrounded by a flower garden, was beautiful. There Rommel devoted himself to a new hobby, photography. But the good times were not to last. A new crisis arose, and Rommel was summoned to Berlin, where he was promoted to Generalmajor, Major General, on August 1, 1939, and named Commandant of Führer headquarters on August 23. 8 days later, the German Wehrmacht crossed the border into Poland. The invasion of Danzig, which had been declared a free state by the Treaty of Versailles and effectively given to Poland, was the trigger that set off World War II. Rommel was no stranger to Danzig. As a young Fahnenjunker, he had fallen in love and been married there. It was a German town, and these were German people, and he wanted it returned to the Reich, as did practically everyone else in Germany. Rommel and virtually the entire German nation supported Hitler on this issue. Poland refused to return the city or surrender the Polish corridor connecting Danzig to Poland, so Hitler took it by force. He invaded Poland on September 1. Rommel's Begleit escort battalion rode on the Führer's train, Amerika, and included 380 hand-picked men, 4 anti-tank guns, 12 anti-aircraft guns, and dozens of machine guns. The train consisted of more than a dozen coaches, Hitler's personal living quarters, extensive guest quarters, dining facilities, staff quarters, and sufficient communications facilities to make it a command post. Rommel never spent the night here. His Sicherungsbataillon, security battalion, totaling more than 600 men, including 25 officers, travelled by motorized vehicles. Rommel saw Hitler every day and went everywhere with him. The mutual admiration between the two men continued to grow. Rommel had still not been subjected to any of Hitler's rages, temper tantrums, or irrational behaviour. Not yet, anyway. What he saw was Adolf Hitler at his best. During the invasion, Rommel's biggest problem was Hitler himself, who had a constant desire to be right up front with the forward combat troops. Hitler even exposed himself to Polish sniper fire in order to observe the storming of a river line by German infantry. He seemed to enjoy being under fire, Rommel complained. The future Desert Fox also clashed with some high-ranking Nazis, including Martin Bormann, who was Hitler's secretary and the future head of the Nazi Party. Bormann was by nature a bully. He once set a dog on fire because it harassed his mistress's poodle, and he roared with laughter as the poor animal ran howling down the street. It was Rommel's job to only give certain people immediate access to Hitler, and he carried out his orders diligently. Bormann, however, thought himself too important for such orders to apply to him. Naturally, this led to a clash with Rommel, in which Bormann came out second best. The tension between them finally culminated in Rommel's personally informing Bormann that he was headquarters commandant, and Bormann would have to do as he was ordered, whether he liked it or not. An enraged Bormann swallowed the insult, but he never forgot it. He was a murderous Nazi thug who, unlike most of them, knew how to wait. In Poland, Rommel witnessed the Blitzkrieg firsthand. He quickly grasped the importance of speed and of pushing forward with armoured, mechanized and motorized forces, bypassing points of resistance and accepting the risk of being cut off. He learned the value of General Heinz Guderian's maxim, not dribbles but masses, when it came to armoured warfare. He also learned the value of leading tank formations from the front, as well as the power of combined arms operations, close air support, and air-to-ground coordination. Although he had been in infantry or mountain units for 29 years, and probably had not seen the inside of a tank before 1936, Rommel decided his future lay in the armoured branch. Always imbued with a healthy ambition and never afraid to bypass the chain of command, Rommel approached the Führer and asked for command of a panzer division. Rommel later admitted that this was an immoderate request on his part. Literally dozens, if not hundreds, of officers had a better claim to such a command. In February 1940, Rommel nevertheless arrived in Bad Godesberg on the Rhine to assume command of the 7th Panzer Division. Chapter 4. Blitzkrieg in France. In 1939, the German army began converting 4 former light divisions into panzer divisions. It was one of these divisions which Rommel was assigned to command. Rommel's 7th Panzer Division had only 218 tanks, or about 75% of the strength of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th Panzer Divisions. Far worse, more than half of Rommel's tanks were Czech tanks, manufactured in facilities that had been captured when the Third Reich took over Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939. They were designated Panzerkampfwagen 38T, or T-38. The T stood for Czechisch, the German word for Czech. These Czech tanks weighed about 10 tons, had a crew of 4, and mounted both a short-barrel 37mm main battle gun and a 7.92mm machine gun. They were slow, 16 miles per hour on the road and 9.3 miles per hour off-road, and thinly armoured. The Germans increased the armour thickness in vital areas from 10 to 25 mm to 50 mm, and they added an extra crewman by reducing the number of shells on the tank from 90 to 72. Although T-38s were of little use against French and British tanks, Germany continued manufacturing them until 1942. They made decent assault guns on the Eastern Front, at least in warm weather. In the Russian winters, their transmissions tended to freeze, so they were discontinued. They were, however, mechanically reliable, which was a big advantage in World War II. Some of the German tanks were hardly better. The Panzer Mark I, Panzerkampfwagen I, for example, was originally designed as a training tank. It had a small two-man crew, weighed only 6 tons, and had no main battle gun. It was armed with 2 7.92mm machine guns. It was faster than the T-38, with an on-road speed of 31 miles per hour and an off-road speed of 23 miles per hour, but that was its only advantage. General Heinz Guderian, the creator of the Blitzkrieg, said, "Nobody in 1932 could have guessed that one day we should have to go into action with this little tank." The Panzer Mark II, Panzerkampfwagen II, was not much of an improvement. It had a crew of 3 men, weighed 8.9 tons, and had a short-barrel 20mm gun and a 7.92mm machine gun. Later versions carried 20mm autocannons, which fired from 10-round magazines and were used as anti-aircraft weapons. It had a road speed of 25 to 33 miles per hour, depending on the model. Its armour was also thin, offering protection only against small arms fire. The best of Rommel's tanks, of which he didn't have many, was the Panzer Mark III, Panzerkampfwagen III, a medium-sized tank. The H model, Panzerkampfwagen 3H, weighed 23 tons, carried a crew of 5, and had a maximum speed of 25 miles per hour, 12 miles per hour off-road. It also had a 103-mile operational range, the distance it could travel without refuelling. Early models, A through F, had a long-barrel 37mm main battle gun. Later models, a 50mm main battle gun. They all had 2 or 3 7.92mm machine guns. The armour of the Panzerkampfwagen 3H, however, was thin, 15mm in early models, 30mm in models D through G, and 50mm in J models. It should perhaps be noted here that it is a German characteristic not only to have many models of every weapon and armoured vehicle, but also to make them as complicated as possible. Rommel's newest tank was the Panzerkampfwagen IV. Its top speed was 26 miles per hour on the road. It had a crew of 5, commander, gunner, loader, driver and radio operator machine gunner, and up to 80mm of armour, but its main battle gun was a short-barreled 75mm weapon that severely limited its range and penetrating power. It was effective against bunkers, but not against enemy tanks. Erwin Rommel arrived in Bad Godesberg on February 10, 1940, succeeding Lieutenant General Georg Stummer, who had moved up to the command of the 40th Motorized, later Panzer, Corps. Ignoring the fact that it was a Sunday, Rommel called an immediate inspection. He found his men to be in no better shape than their tanks. The men were from the province of Thuringia, which was not noted for producing good soldiers, and they did not pass inspection. When he finished, Rommel passed out copies of Infantry in the Attack for everyone, and sent all of his regimental commanders on leave, telling them that he wouldn't need them until he had learned the ropes himself. Rommel was up at 6 a.m. every morning, and ran a mile before breakfast. He had grown overweight and out of shape during the 6 months of soft duty at Führer headquarters. He told Lützi that he didn't expect many of his men would want to follow his example. He wrote, "Most of my officers are very comfortably inclined, and some are downright flabby." Rommel, always impatient with those who did not live up to his standards, immediately set about remedying the situation. Training intensified at once, discipline improved, and the division's combat efficiency increased remarkably. Inefficient or lazy officers were sent packing, including one of the battalion commanders, who was fired by Rommel within 3 weeks of his taking command. This got the attention of the entire division. When the time came to attack, the 7th Panzer Division would be ready. The 7th Panzer had been the 2nd Light Division when the war began. Nicknamed the Ghost Division, Gespensterdivision, it now included the 25th Panzer Regiment, 2 battalions, the 66th Panzer Battalion, the 6th and 7th Rifle Regiments, the 78th Motorized Artillery Regiment, the 37th Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion, the 7th Motorcycle Battalion, the 58th Panzer Engineer Battalion, and the 42nd Anti-Tank Battalion. Contrary to Rommel's first impression, the officers of this command were in general outstanding. A roster of the principal commanders and staff officers of the 7th Panzer Division in 1940, showing what became of them, clearly demonstrates their quality. Principal commanders and staff officers of the 7th Panzer Division. Division Commander, Major General Erwin Rommel, later a Field Marshal. Aide, Lieutenant of Reserve Karl August Hanke, Gauleiter of Breslau and the last head of the SS, killed in action attempting to escape a Czech prison on June 8, 1945. 1A, Chief Operations Officer, Major I.G. im Generalstab on the General Staff, Otto Heidkemper, later a Major General and Chief of Staff of the 3rd Panzer Army, ended the war as commander of the 464th Infantry Division. 1B, Chief Supply Officer, Captain I.G. Joachim von Metsch, later a colonel and commander of the 1060th Grenadier Regiment in Italy. Adjutant, Captain Hans Joachim Schrettler, promoted to Major, killed in action, Africa, December 9, 1941. 1C, Chief Intelligence Officer, Major I.G. Joachim Ziegler, later a Major General of Waffen-SS and Commander 11th SS Volunteer Panzer Grenadier Division Nordland, committed suicide in Berlin on May 2, 1945. Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Wilhelm Baumeister, later a Generalarzt, Major General of Medical Services, and Chief Medical Officer of the 6th Army. 25th Panzer Regiment, Colonel Karl Rothenburg, mortally wounded in action on the Eastern Front on June 27, 1941, and died 2 days later, posthumously promoted to Major General. 1st Battalion, Major Franz von Lindenau, severely wounded in Russia during August 1941 and forced to leave the service. 2nd Battalion, Major Casimir Kentel, fate unknown. 66th Panzer Battalion, Major Rudolf Sikenius, later a Major General and Commander, 16th Panzer Division at Salerno, unjustly demoted to the command of the 391st Security Division, killed in action in Berlin on April 29, 1945. 7th Rifle Brigade, Colonel Friedrich Fürst, later a Lieutenant General and Commander of the 14th Motorized Division, later Commander Division zur besonderen Verwendung 442, 442nd Special Purposes Division, Eastern Front. 6th Rifle Regiment, Colonel Erich von Unger, advanced to the post of Commander, 7th Rifle Brigade, killed in action August 1941. 1st Battalion, Major Paris, fate unknown. 2nd Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Hans Junk, Lieutenant General, commanded 4th Panzer and 25th, 47th and 265th Infantry Divisions. Ended the war as commander of the fortress of Saint-Nazaire, France. 7th Rifle Regiment, Colonel Georg von Bismarck, Major General, killed in action, Egypt, posthumously promoted to Lieutenant General November 16, 1942. 1st Battalion, Major Hans Kramer, Colonel and Commander, 7th Panzer Grenadier Regiment, not to be confused with General of Panzer Troops Hans Kramer, the last commander of the Afrika Corps. 2nd Battalion, Major Helmut Bachmann, promoted to Colonel, commanded the 128th Panzer Grenadier Regiment of the 23rd Panzer Division on the Eastern Front, November 1942. In 1943 he was commander of the Panzer Troops School 3 at Königsbrück, Landshut. 78th Panzer Artillery Regiment, Colonel Gottfried Fröhlich, Lieutenant General and Commander, 8th Panzer Division. Later Higher Artillery Commander, 3rd Panzer Army, Harco 3rd Panzer Army, on the Eastern Front. 1st Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Kessler, fate unknown. 2nd Battalion, Major Eduard Krasemann, Lieutenant General and Commander of the 12th SS Corps. 2nd Battalion, 45th Motorized Artillery Regiment, later 3rd Battalion, 78th Panzer Artillery Regiment. Major Joachim von Kronhelm, Colonel and Acting Commander of the 27th Panzer Division, but never promoted to Major General. Commander of Arco 500 at the end of the war. 7th Motorcycle Battalion, Major Friedrich Karl von Steinkeller, Major General and Commander of the 60th Panzer Grenadier Division Feldherrnhalle, captured by the Soviets, 1944. 37th Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion, Major Erdmann, killed in action in France, May 1940. Captain Hans von Luck, who became commander of the 37th after Major Erdmann was killed. Colonel and Commander, 125th Panzer Grenadier Regiment, briefly commanded the rebuilt 21st Panzer Division. 42nd Anti-Tank Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Johann Mikl, Lieutenant General and Commander, 392nd Infantry Division, mortally wounded on April 9, 1945, and died the next day. 58th Panzer Engineer Battalion, Major Binkau, killed in action May 1940. Major Hermann von Mertens, who replaced Binkau as commander, promoted to Lieutenant Colonel 1941, was commanding the 58th Panzer Engineer Battalion on the Eastern Front in early 1942. 83rd Motorized Signal Battalion, Major Müller, fate unknown. 59th Light Flak Battalion, Major Schrader, fate unknown. The High Command of the Armed Forces, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, or OKW, the High Command of the Army, Oberkommando des Heeres, or OKH, and Hitler had a difficult time agreeing on a plan for the invasion of France in 1940. OKH came up with an unimaginative rehash of the Schlieffen Plan of 1914, which called for a main thrust to follow the North European plain across the Low Countries and into France. Hitler didn't like this plan because it lacked the element of surprise, and it had been tried in 1914 without success. Eventually, Lieutenant General Erich von Manstein, the Chief of Staff of Colonel General Gerd von Rundstedt's Army Group A, came up with a solution. Theodor von Bock's Army Group B would launch a diversionary attack against Holland and northern Belgium. The main Allied armies, Manstein predicted, would rush to meet it. Then the German panzer spearhead would plough through the Ardennes in Luxembourg and southern Belgium, cross the Meuse, and push to the English Channel before the Allies could react, trapping the main enemy armies in a giant pocket with their backs to the sea. The main German attack would involve half of Germany's 10 panzer divisions. It would be directed by Panzer Group von Kleist, which was led by General of Cavalry Ewald von Kleist. It included Guderian's 19th Panzer Corps, 3 panzer divisions, and Georg Hans Reinhardt's 39th Panzer Corps, 2 panzer divisions. Rommel's 7th Panzer Division was part of Colonel General Günther von Klüger's 4th Army and was located north of the main concentration. Together with the 5th Panzer Division, under Lieutenant General Max von Hartlieb-Wallsporn, it was part of General of Panzer Troops Hermann Hoth's 15th Panzer Corps. The 15th Panzer Corps also included General of SS Theodor Eicker's Death's Head SS Motorized Division, the SS Totenkopfverbände, or SSTV. Hoth's major task was to protect Kleist's right flank against a predictable Allied counterattack from the north. In May 1940, 156 French, Dutch, Belgian and British divisions faced 136 German divisions, along a front that extended from the Swiss border to the North Sea. The Germans were outnumbered in manpower and had only 2,800 armoured vehicles, as compared with the Allies' 4,200. Neither were the German tanks vastly superior to those of the enemy. The Germans did, however, have air superiority, and they followed Guderian's maxim of not dribbles but masses. The British and French, in contrast, used tanks as infantry support vehicles and scattered their armour everywhere, with no real strength anywhere. The Germans also had the advantage of better military leaders, an advantage they held for most of the war. The Manstein Plan worked just as its creator said it would. When Theodor von Bock's Army Group B attacked the Netherlands, the Allies took the bait and rushed north to stop them. Meanwhile, Panzer Group von Kleist broke through the Ardennes and drove toward the sea, cutting off the main Anglo-French armies. Trapped on both sides, the Allies were eventually destroyed. As the huge battle developed, everything hinged on the French Ninth Army. It advanced into Belgium and formed a line along the Meuse River from Mézières to Namur. If the Nazi juggernaut could break through the French line, the battle would be won for the Reich. If not, it would be a major defeat for the Axis. Rommel's 7th Panzer Division crossed the border into Belgium at dawn on May the 10th, and soon clashed with armoured elements of the French Ninth Army's 1st and 4th Cavalry Divisions, which were being used as delaying forces. Rommel later wrote that in encounter actions the victory goes to the side that plasters its opponents with fire. This was true, he said, even if the position of the enemy was unknown. Simply spray fire all over the opponent's territory. According to the Allied plan, the German tanks should reach the Meuse on May the 15th or 16th. Rommel reached it at Dinant and Eu on May the 12th. The Allies had not had time to bring up their reserves, but they weren't particularly worried, since they didn't expect Rommel to try to breach the river line for at least 3 days. They were in no way prepared when he struck on May the 13th. Few military operations are more difficult than a contested river crossing. This was especially true on the Meuse, which was relatively wide, 120 yards, and where the defenders were prepared, the element of surprise was absent, and the banks were steep. At dawn, the men of the German 6th Rifle Regiment crawled to the edge of the river, inflated their rubber boats, and plunged into the water. The French machine gunners opened fire immediately and slaughtered the first wave, while heavy enemy artillery blasted the eastern bank. Rommel had no smoke generation units in that area, so he ordered French houses burned to provide at least some concealment. While watching from a small wooded area near the riverbank as the first assault collapsed, Rommel saw a young soldier clinging to a shot-up rubber boat a few yards away. He was badly wounded and obviously near drowning. The sound of the heavy enemy fire drowned out his cries for help. Rommel had to watch helplessly as the man drowned. Meanwhile, 2 miles to the north, the dismounted motorcycle battalion secured a tenuous hold on the west bank. While the 6th Rifle Regiment regrouped, Rommel turned his attention to his southern flank, where elements of the 7th Rifle Regiment had crossed the river, supported by the 78th Motorized Artillery, but had promptly been pinned down and were now desperately holding on. He was driving on the Meuse road toward the regimental headquarters when a French forward observer spotted him and opened fire on his car. The shells came uncomfortably close, peppering the car with shrapnel. His aide, Captain Hans-Joachim Schreppler, was hit and sank to the floor, gripping his mutilated arm. When they arrived at Colonel von Bismarck's 7th Rifles HQ, medical personnel took care of his aide, and Rommel quickly assessed the situation. He decided to reinforce the bridgehead with the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Rifle, 2nd 7th Rifle. In characteristic fashion, Rommel jumped into the first rubber boat and led the attack himself. The Germans would have been sitting ducks 2 hours earlier, but their artillery had done its job well, and the crossing took place with few casualties. On the west bank the Germans pushed forward, but suddenly French tanks appeared. Rommel had no panzers or anti-tank guns on the spot, and the 2nd 7th Rifle could easily have been destroyed. The future Desert Fox defeated the French defenders by bluff. he ordered his men to lay down a vigorous but totally ineffective small arms fire on the tanks. Remarkably, they retreated. When the general returned to headquarters, he found that Colonel Erich von Unger's 6th Rifle Regiment had successfully established a bridgehead, despite heavy casualties, and that Colonel Michel already had 20 anti-tank guns on the west bank. The engineers, meanwhile, were bridging the river so the panzers could cross. As the bridge neared the west bank, French counterattacks became more desperate. The 7th Motorcycle Battalion was mauled, its commander was wounded, and its adjutant was killed. It held on near the riverbank, but just barely. During the night, the French returned to their original positions. Not so Rommel. His engineers completed a bridge, but it was small and only 15 panzers were able to cross to the west bank during the hours of darkness. The bridgehead was still vulnerable, but crossing the bridge was easier in daylight, and by 9 a.m. the 25th Panzer Regiment had gotten another 15 panzers across, bringing the total to 30. On the division's left flank, the 7th Rifle Regiment was making significant headway. Its commander, Georg von Bismarck, signalled that he had arrived, eingetroffen, at the village of Onne, 4 miles west of the river. Unfortunately, a signal corpsman decoded the word eingeschlossen, encircled. A startled General Rommel headed for the village with all available panzers. When he arrived, he was relieved to find the situation well in hand. He gave Colonel von Bismarck 5 of his 30 tanks and headed for a wooded area 1,000 yards north of Onne, where he intended to concentrate and plan his next move. It did not occur to him that a French commander might have had the same idea. As Rommel entered the woods, his tank was jolted by artillery and anti-tank shells. The periscope was blown away, and the upper turret was damaged. Rommel was wounded in the face, and the tank slid down a steep slope and rolled over on its side. His signal vehicle was also knocked out. The 25th Panzer Regiment commander, Colonel Karl Rothenburg, saw the entire incident and immediately rushed to cover Rommel with his own tank as the general and his crew exited through the escape hatches. Bleeding profusely onto his tunic, but not seriously hurt, Rommel watched from the sidelines as Rothenburg and his men systematically cleared the woods of Frenchmen, a process that took all afternoon. By then, the bridgehead was firmly established, partially because Rommel had commandeered the neighbouring 5th Panzer Division's bridging equipment, which they weren't using. Lieutenant General Max von Hartlieb-Wallsporn was upset and reported Rommel's high-handed action to General Hoth, their corps commander, who ignored him. Further south on the same day, May the 14th, Guderian's 19th Motorized Corps struck at the junction of the French 2nd and 9th Armies and pierced the Meuse line at Sedan. That night, General André-Georges Corap, the commander of the French 9th Army, made a fatal mistake when he ordered a general retreat from the Meuse. The panzers were off and running, and Guderian, Rommel, Hoth, and other panzer leaders would allow the Allies no respite. The floodgates broke, and the French army began to disintegrate. By nightfall, Rommel's division was 65 miles west of its starting line. On the morning of May the 15th, Rommel unleashed his pursuit columns on the disorganized French army. Unlike in the Ardennes, off-road travel was good now, so he could outmaneuver the enemy's marching infantry and horse-drawn columns. He was supported by the highly effective Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers, which blasted unprotected supply and troop convoys. The French lost 15 tanks in one engagement with the 7th Panzer Division, and most of the French armour had simply been abandoned before the Germans arrived. The Germans were winning all across the front. To the south, Guderian and Reinhardt ripped a 60-mile hole in the Allied line. General Corap tried desperately to restore his front. His first step was to throw the French 1st Armoured Division and the 4th North African Division against Rommel. The future Desert Fox destroyed both of them west of Serfontaine on the afternoon of May the 15th. The French had allowed their tanks and fuel columns to become separated. They ran out of fuel just as Rommel delivered his attack. The African division collapsed and merged with the stream of humanity flowing west. Rommel was right on their heels. Along the French-German border, the Maginot Line was the most extensive fortification in history. Along the French-Belgian border, however, construction had begun much later and was not nearly as extensive. It was these fortifications, which we shall refer to as the Maginot Line extension, that Rommel struck on the morning of May the 16th. Rommel tried to bounce through the Maginot Line extension at full throttle, but his first attack was not successful. The defenders were protected by pillboxes, hedgehogs, large concrete anti-tank obstacles, and anti-tank ditches, which knocked out a couple of panzers. Rommel pulled back and changed tactics. He ordered his artillery regiment to fire smoke rounds in and around French positions, while German engineers, called pioneers, ran toward the first pillbox and tossed demolition charges into it. Major Erdmann's 37th Reconnaissance Battalion was given the assignment of blowing up the hedgehogs. The French artillery, 1,000 yards away, tried to intervene, but they were promptly silenced by the direct fire of Rothenburg's tanks. The Germans dealt with the next pillbox in the same manner, and then the next. By nightfall the division was through the fortified zone. Surging forward with the vanguard, Rommel seized the Sambre River bridge at Landrecies. Without checking to see if the rest of the division had kept up, he pushed forward until nightfall, finally halting 8 miles away, just east of the village of La Château. Only then did he discover that just one panzer battalion, Major Sicanius's 66th, had managed to keep up with him. He ordered the 66th to hedgehog, form a circular perimeter defence, and await reinforcements, while he doubled back and brought up the rest of his scattered division. By May the 17th, the 7th Panzer Division had advanced 175 miles, and was 60 miles from where it had crossed the Meuse. It had destroyed or captured 130 French tanks and armoured cars, and had taken more than 10,000 prisoners. Rommel had thrown away the reins and was riding with whip and spur alone, as British general and author David Fraser would later write. But his corridor was dangerously narrow. The 5th Panzer Division on his right had simply failed to keep up. Rommel's left flank was covered by the SS Totenkopf, Death's Head or SSTV division, made up largely of former concentration camp guards. The biggest weakness the Waffen-SS, armed SS, had, especially early in the war, was a lack of good general staff officers. This problem was certainly evident in France in 1940. The only general staff officer in the Totenkopf collapsed from stress, overwork and exhaustion. During the drive through Belgium, the SS division suffered such terrible logistical problems that it lagged dangerously behind the 7th Panzer Division as a result of a fuel shortage. It simply could not get its POL, petroleum, oil and lubricants, from the rear to the front. To alleviate this problem, Rommel ordered Division Chief Operations Officer Heidkemper and the Divisional 1B Chief Supply Officer, the incredibly capable Captain Joachim von Metsch, to assist the less than competent staff of his neighbour. Most of the burden fell on von Metsch, who did a marvellous job. Soon the SS combat units were running neck and neck with the Ghost Division. This paid off later in combating the British. In military history and in modern operations, logistics is an underappreciated job, seldom mentioned unless something goes wrong, but it always counts. At one point, when Rommel was riding near the point of the 25th Panzer Regiment, he came across a French colonel. There was fanatical hatred in the colonel's eyes. 3 times he was ordered to get into Rothenburg's tank, but he refused. Finally, the Germans had to shoot him. Even though the French colonel had given them no choice, Rommel was troubled by the incident. Rommel continued to push forward the next day, capturing Cambrai. He also took many French prisoners, most of whom surrendered without firing a shot. A local French counterattack caused Rommel some alarm because his vehicles were running low on gasoline, but the French withdrew before doing any serious damage. It turned out that Major Heidkemper, the chief of operations of the division, had not heard from Rommel or Rothenburg all day, so he assumed that the 25th Panzer Regiment had been destroyed. He hadn't sent them any fuel, and they were in danger of running out. Rommel sent Heidkemper a severe reprimand, a tremendous rocket, as the Germans said in those days, the next time he saw him. He even decided to sack him after the campaign, but later changed his mind. In any case, the division spent the rest of May the 19th performing much-needed maintenance. Although the resistance was surprisingly stiff, they were able to capture the high ground southeast of Arras on May the 20th. Meanwhile, Guderian's tanks reached the English Channel, establishing a panzer corridor to the sea and cutting off the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, and most of the French armour north of it. The worst day of the operation for Rommel was May the 21st, when he was forced to deal with the most serious Allied attack of the campaign. Isolated and desperate to break the German encirclement, the BEF and the French mobile forces knew they had but one chance left to save France: break through the German encirclement, link up with their forces to the south, and trap Guderian on the coast. With great secrecy, the Allies marshalled their last strategic reserves, the British 4th and 7th Royal Tank Regiments, RTRs, and the 3rd French Light Mechanized Division, 144 tanks in all. Most of them were Matilda infantry support, or 1 tanks, which carried large 2-pounder guns and weighed 27 tons. These they hurled against a relatively weak German armoured force, Rommel's depleted 7th Panzer Division, whose right flank was exposed. The Generalmajor was standing 1,000 yards west of the village of Wailly when he saw the first enemy tanks wipe out a detachment of Panzerkampfwagen 3s. Rommel immediately assumed personal command of all forces in the vicinity, but the 25th Panzer Regiment was too far away to react quickly. The Matildas featured thick armour and were invulnerable to the light German anti-tank guns, unless the Germans could manage to knock off a track. Rommel rushed from gun to gun, giving each one its target. Meanwhile, he was joined by a handful of 88mm anti-aircraft gunners, whose weapons had enough power to shred a Matilda. 2 officers next to Rommel were killed, including his signals officer. The Swabian nevertheless managed to stop the main Allied attack within 50 yards of the main German position. 36 British and French tanks were knocked out or destroyed. With the momentum lost, the British awaited Rommel's next move, which was not long in coming. He brought up the 25th Panzer Regiment and ordered Rothenburg to counter-attack. Several more 1 tanks were destroyed, as well as 9 Panzerkampfwagen 3s, 3 Panzerkampfwagen 4s, and several T-38s, but in the end the British retreated. Still, the 7th Panzer Division had suffered nearly 400 casualties, 90 of them fatalities, in a single day. This amounted to about 4 times the casualties they had suffered from May the 10th to the 20th. Lieutenant General Max von Hartlieb-Wallsporn, the commander of the 5th Panzer Division, failed to keep up with Rommel, and as a result the Allies were able to strike his exposed right flank. The next day, May the 22nd, Hartlieb was relieved of his command. He was replaced a few days later by Lieutenant General Joachim Lemelsen. On Rommel's other flank, the SSTV fought with fanatical courage, but showed a definite lack of training, consistently exposing themselves needlessly. Nevertheless, they bore their part of the enemy's attack and held their lines. Arras was Rommel's last major battle during the French campaign, but there was still other work to be done. His next assignment was to help clear the Lille pocket. This battle lasted from May the 26th to the 31st, and OKH committed 7 divisions, 3 of them panzer, to the operation. During the fighting, Major Erdmann, the commander of the reconnaissance battalion, was killed by friendly fire. Although the major was standing right beside Rommel when he was killed, the general himself was unharmed. The 7th Panzer Division was pulled out of the battle shortly thereafter. The main French armies north of the Panzer Corridor surrendered, but most of the BEF escaped via Dunkirk. The last Allied soldiers trapped in the Lille pocket surrendered on June the 1st. Rommel's men needed the rest. To date, 1,500 of his men had been killed or wounded, which amounted to 12% of the division's original strength. Meanwhile, Adolf Hitler ordered Rommel's aide, Lieutenant Karl August Hanke, to decorate Rommel with the Knight's Cross. Rommel was the first division commander in the French campaign to receive this honour. Rommel was summoned to Hitler's headquarters on June the 2nd. Remembering what had happened at Mount Meteoric, where he had not gotten the pour le mérite he deserved, he hurriedly wrote a report about the 7th Panzer Division's operations in France, and personally handed it to the dictator, who was duly impressed. This incident excited jealousy in some, and increased Rommel's reputation for self-promotion among the senior officers of the OKW and OKH. Hitler commented that we, that is, he, had been worried about Rommel's safety during his advance. Rommel was the only division commander invited to attend the Führer conference later that day. After the Allied northern pocket was liquidated, the German army redeployed to the south, with the Ghost Division posted on the far right coastal flank. Attached to it was Motorized Brigade von Zenger, formerly the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, under Colonel Fridolin von Zenger. When the army pushed forward again, Rommel crossed the Somme by seizing a railroad bridge intact, overran a French colonial unit, and smashed the 31st French Motorized Division at Fécamp. He advanced so fast that the French civilians had no idea Germans were in the area. During a pause in the operation, a Frenchwoman who did not recognize their uniforms approached Rommel and his staff and asked if they were English. "Nein," Rommel smiled. Then the truth dawned on her. "Oh, the barbarians!" she screamed, and fled in terror. Rommel and his officers had a good belly laugh. On June the 12th he captured the French port of Saint-Valery, bagging 12,000 prisoners, 8,000 of them British, 58 tanks, 56 guns, 17 anti-aircraft guns, 22 anti-tank guns, 1,133 trucks, and an assortment of machine guns, small arms, and other equipment. A week later he captured Cherbourg and took another 30,000 prisoners, including the commander of the French Atlantic Fleet and 4 of his admirals. Rommel's division pursued the enemy as rapidly as it could and gained an incredible 150 miles in a single day. Less than a week later, the French government surrendered. The 7th Panzer Division was within 200 miles of the Spanish border. During a breathtaking 6 weeks, it had suffered 2,594 casualties, including 682 fatalities, 1,646 wounded, and 266 captured or missing. These numbers were reportedly higher than any other German divisions in the French campaign. The 7th Panzer Division had also lost 3 Panzerkampfwagen 1s, 5 Mark IIs, 26 Panzerkampfwagen 3s, and 8 Panzerkampfwagen 4s, and dozens of other tanks were temporarily put out of action. At the same time, it had done a disproportionately significant amount of damage to the enemy. It had captured 97,468 men, captured or destroyed 458 tanks and armoured cars, 277 field guns, 64 anti-tank guns, 4,000 to 5,000 trucks, 1,500 to 2,000 wagons, and thousands of buses, cars, military motorcycles, and tons of supplies and other equipment. Rommel's men had also captured 5 admirals and about 20 French and British generals. Chapter 5. The Rout of the Romans. Benito Mussolini watched with an increasing sense of dismay as Adolf Hitler captured half of Europe. In a span of 6 years, the Führer had reoccupied the Saar, annexed Austria, the Sudetenland, Bohemia, Moravia, and Memel, dissolved Czechoslovakia, and conquered Poland, Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. With France on the verge of collapse, Mussolini met with Marshal Pietro Badoglio, the former chief of staff of the Italian army, and Air Marshal Italo Balbo, his commander-in-chief, in North Africa on May 26, 1940. Mussolini declared that if Italy wanted to sit at the peace table when the world was divided up, then it had to enter the war quickly. He announced that he would declare war on June 5th. The startled Badoglio tactfully asked the dictator if he knew what he was doing. The Italian armed forces were in no way prepared for war. Among other things, Badoglio pointed out that only 20% of Italy's divisions were at war strength, 70% of its armoured divisions did not have a single tank. After he had mentioned several other areas of shortage, including a lack of uniforms, Mussolini interrupted him. "History cannot be reckoned by the number of shirts," the Duce snapped. Italy declared war on June the 10th. In 1940, the Italian army was one of the most inferior in Europe. It was equipped for a colonial war, not a major European conflict. The Italians lacked artillery, anti-tank guns, and motorized vehicles, and the weapons they did have were obsolete. The soldiers in the ranks called their tanks self-propelled coffins. The officer corps was poorly trained, snobbish, and loyal to the king rather than to the fascist regime, and the morale of virtually the entire army was terrible. The Italians were in no way prepared to meet the British. However, the fall of France fundamentally altered the geopolitical situation in North Africa. The Italians owned Libya, while the French controlled Algeria and Tunisia to the west, and the British possessed Egypt to the east. With the French eliminated, Mussolini's western flank was secure, and he felt he could turn east, where Egypt, the Suez Canal, and possibly even the Middle Eastern oil fields beckoned. Air Marshal Balbo realized that his troops were no match for the British, but while flying in for a landing at the Libyan port of Tobruk, he was shot down and killed by his own trigger-happy anti-aircraft gunners on July 28, 1940. He was succeeded by Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, the first Marquis of Neghelli. Graziani was brutal rather than competent. He had joined the army in 1903 and commanded an infantry regiment in World War I. He was then sent to Africa, where he specialized in suppressing the natives by establishing concentration camps and labor camps. He was known to tie the native chiefs' hands and feet and toss them out of airplanes from several hundred feet in the air, while their followers on the ground watched in horror. He was nicknamed the Butcher of Fezzan, southern Libya, and the Breaker of the Natives. He suppressed unrest in Tripolitania, western Libya, Cyrenaica, eastern Libya, and Italian Somaliland. During the Second Italo-Abyssinian War, 1935-36, he commanded the southern forces, which indiscriminately killed more than 30,000 people. "The Duce will have Ethiopia, with or without the Ethiopians," he declared. He was promoted to Marshal of Italy on May 9, 1936. Graziani was also named Viceroy of East Africa, and in 1939 returned to Rome as Chief of the General Staff of the Regio Esercito, Royal Army. On paper, the odds certainly seemed in favour of the Italians. They initially had two armies in Libya, the 5th in Tripolitania and the 10th in Cyrenaica. For the upcoming offensive, virtually all of the combat troops were transferred to the 10th Army, which included 9 regular divisions of 13,000 men each, 3 blackshirt divisions of more than 10,000 men each, and 2 Libyan divisions of 8,000 men each. Counting support and service units, the 10th Army had nearly 250,000 men. British General Sir Richard O'Connor's Western Desert Force in Egypt had only 31,000 men in 2 understrength divisions, the 7th Armoured and 4th Indian. The British were outnumbered 8-1. The Duce demanded that Graziani crush O'Connor quickly and add Egypt to fascist Italy's list of conquests. Graziani, however, suffered from none of Mussolini's delusions of grandeur. He was intelligent enough to realize that his non-motorized or marching infantry was at a severe disadvantage because they could easily be cut off and bypassed by the fast, highly mobile British. Under such circumstances, the Italians' outnumbering of the British really didn't mean very much. In the 1920s, the Italians had built the Wire, a 12-foot-high barbed wire fence separating Libya from Egypt, to help restrict the movement of nomads across the border. Throughout the summer of 1940, Mussolini demanded that Graziani cross the wire to invade Egypt, but the Marshal resisted. Finally, the dictator sent him a categorical imperative: invade Egypt within 2 days or be relieved of his command. Graziani's strike force, the Italian 10th Army under General Mario Berti, crossed the border on September the 13th. On September the 16th, the Italian 1st Black Shirt Division reached the village of Sidi Barrani, 65 miles inside Egypt. Here the Italians stopped, rested, and did not move again. By stopping, they totally surrendered the initiative to their more mobile opponents. While the British built up their strength and the Italians did nothing, Adolf Hitler was also taking an interest in North Africa. He offered to send his own panzer troops to Libya, but Mussolini turned him down. Privately, the Duce told Marshal Badoglio that if the Germans got a foothold in North Africa, the Italians would never be able to get rid of them. Benito Mussolini wasn't always wrong. Hitler nevertheless received permission to send one of his most promising officers, Major General Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma, to North Africa to conduct a feasibility study. Thoma had successfully commanded the German tank forces during the Spanish Civil War, and he was the chief of Schnellentruppen, mobile troops, at the high command of the army. He had a worldwide reputation as an expert on armoured warfare. Thoma's report annoyed the Führer. The general declared that the supply problem would be the decisive factor in a war in North Africa, and that at least 4 panzer divisions would be needed to conquer the British and reach the Nile. The British Royal Navy's command of the Mediterranean would make it impossible for both Germany and Italy to maintain large forces in Libya. Therefore, significant Italian forces would have to be withdrawn to Europe if a desert war against the British were to be successful. Thoma's report was impressively accurate in every detail. It was nevertheless unanimously rejected by Hitler, Mussolini, Badoglio and Graziani. In a private conference, Thoma further annoyed the Führer by telling him that 1 British soldier was worth more than a dozen Italians. When Hitler told Thoma that he could spare no more than a single panzer division for North Africa, the general told him that he had better forget the whole thing, again aggravating the dictator. Thoma's report was quietly shelved and forgotten. The Italian fleet, meanwhile, was concentrated at the southern naval base of Taranto, on the heel of the Italian peninsula. Early in the morning of November the 11th, a squadron of obsolete British swordfish torpedo planes took off from the aircraft carrier HMS Illustrious and launched a surprise attack. They knocked out 3 of Italy's 6 battleships and gave the Italian Navy an inferiority complex that would stay with it for the rest of the war. The Italian Navy would never challenge the British on the high seas, even when the Royal Navy was at its lowest ebb. A joke started by the British Broadcasting Network made its way around the world. While the US Navy drinks whiskey and the British Navy prefers rum, the Italian Navy sticks to port. Meanwhile, General Archibald Wavell, the British Commander-in-Chief for the Middle East, ordered General O'Connor to launch a surprise offensive against the Italian troops at Sidi Barrani on December the 9th. At 7 a.m., O'Connor struck Camp Nebewa, south of Sidi Barrani. Only an hour later, the garrison commander was dead, and 4,000 Italians had surrendered, along with 23 tanks. Armed with 31,000 men and 275 tanks, O'Connor then turned on Sidi Barrani, while the Royal Air Force caught the Italian airplanes on the ground. Italian General Mario Berti had 81,000 men and 120 inferior tanks. By the end of the day, the British had destroyed the 1st and 4th Black Shirt and 2nd Libyan divisions, along with most of the 64th Infantry Division Catanzaro and part of the 1st Libyan Division. Only the 63rd Infantry Division Cirene made good its escape. O'Connor launched an immediate pursuit. By December the 12th, he had taken 39,000 prisoners, 8,000 more men than the entirety of O'Connor's force. Rommel later said that Wavell was the only British commander he faced who had a touch of genius. Wavell had initially planned a 5-day raid. However, after meeting with such success at Sidi Barrani, he quickly converted this raid into a full-scale invasion of Libya. On December the 16th, the Western Desert Force overran Fort Capuzzo in the desert south of Tobruk. They captured 38,000 men, 400 guns and 50 tanks. they suffered only 500 casualties. One battalion commander estimated that they had captured 5 acres of officers, 200 acres of other ranks. The Italian 10th Army turned into a disorganized rabble and collapsed with unbelievable speed. They streamed into the coastal strongholds of Tobruk and Bardia, which Graziani ordered to be held at all costs. They were given a respite when Prime Minister Winston Churchill ordered the 4th Indian Division to the Sudan. O'Connor besieged Bardia, but had to wait the arrival of the 6th Australian Division from Palestine before attacking. On December the 23rd, Mario Berti was sacked as commander of the 10th Army and replaced with Lieutenant General Giuseppe Tellera, the Chief of Staff of Italian General Headquarters, GHQ, in North Africa, but it did no good. The British attacked Bardia on January the 3rd, 1941. By January the 5th, another 45,000 Italians had capitulated, losing 462 guns, 127 tanks, and 700 trucks in the process. The morale of the Italian army collapsed altogether. If the British could not be stopped at Bardia, they asked, where could they be stopped? Tobruk fell on January the 22nd, and O'Connor captured another 25,000 prisoners. The minor fortresses of Saloum and Derna capitulated on February the 3rd, followed by Benghazi. Finally, in the Battle of Beda Thom, 3,000 British and Australian troops, supported by only 32 tanks, captured 20,000 Italians, 216 guns, and about 100 tanks. Among those captured was a critically wounded General Tellera, whom the British found inside a knocked-out Fiat Ansaldo M13 tank on February the 6th. He died in a field hospital the following day. "The police in Tel Aviv gave us a better fight than this," one Australian noted caustically. The Allied commanders, however, were impressed with the bravery of General Tellera. They buried him in Benghazi with full military honours. The British finally reined it in at El Yaghela, within striking distance of Tripoli, the last seat of Italian resistance in North Africa. Of the 150,000 Italians who had invaded Egypt, they had captured 130,000 men, plus 1,300 guns, 400 tanks, and 150 aircraft, at the cost of less than 2,000 men. They only stopped because Hitler was threatening to overrun the Balkans, and Churchill wanted to reinforce his formations in Greece. General Wavell urged Churchill to finish off the Italian remnants in Libya first, but his advice was ignored. Rommel later observed that the success of Wavell's offensive was key, as the Italians' morale was so damaged by it that they never fully recovered for the remainder of the war. Hitler also had some observations to make. He declared that the loss of North Africa could be withstood from a territorial point of view, but that it would result in the release of a dozen British divisions in the Mediterranean. The Allies could employ these dozen divisions most dangerously. Hitler's solution was to send an Afrika Korps, consisting of 1 panzer and 1 light division, to Tripoli to tie down the British. His choice of a leader for the Afrika Korps was the commander of the 7th Panzer Division, Lieutenant General Erwin Rommel. Chapter 6. The Rise of the Afrika Korps. While Mussolini was losing his colonial empire, Erwin Rommel was performing military occupation duties in France. His responsibilities were not very demanding, and he spent a great deal of time hunting with local landowners, who were sympathetic to the Germans because of their firm opposition to communism. Harsh Nazi policies had not yet alienated these people. He also spent spare time writing a history of the 7th Panzer Division, which he intended to finish in his retirement. Rommel was hindered in his writing efforts by Colonel General Franz Halder, the bureaucratic chief of the General Staff. Halder was apparently jealous of Rommel's success with infantry in the attack, and thought, with some truth, that Rommel's account of the 7th Panzer Division was self-serving, so he decided to block it. Halder noted in his diary that propaganda pieces concerning the campaigns of individual divisions were contrary to regulations governing the reporting of the war. He refused to declassify some of the photographs of the division so that Rommel would not be able to use them. Rommel circumvented Halder by asking his friend Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler's army adjutant, to go over Halder's head. However, by the time Hitler had granted Rommel permission, telling him that there would be no more distortions of historical merit, Rommel was in Africa. His literary efforts would have to wait. Rommel, it should be noted, had an almost American flair for public relations. He befriended Joseph Goebbels, who seems to have genuinely liked him and recognized his potential, even before Hitler did. When Goebbels learned of the general's passion for photography, he gave him an expensive camera. Rommel used it to take all sorts of photos, including of enemy artillery bombardments, and even an Australian bayonet charge. The propaganda ministry's reporters certainly wrote some flattering stories about him. They even used his division in the major film, Victory in the West, in which the Ghost Division reenacted its crossing of the Somme. Rommel greatly enjoyed playing movie director. He only had trouble with the black French troops, who were taken out of prison to act in the movie. They turned out to be quite the theatrical performers. Although they had been brave in the actual battle, in the film they overacted on a massive scale. They screamed, panicked, fled in terror, rolled back their eyes in fear, threw down their rifles, fell on their knees, threw up their hands, begged for mercy, and in general had a wonderful time. Rommel was certainly amused. He wrote to Luzzi about the whale of a time they were having. Now that he was not fighting the enemy, Rommel had time to fight with his 1A, Chief Operations Officer, Major I.G., Major of the General Staff, Otto Heidkemper. Heidkemper was in effect Rommel's Chief of Staff, although units below the corps level usually had no official Chief of Staff. Rommel was suspicious of General Staff officers, especially early in the war, and Heidkemper was a General Staff officer all the way from his monocle to the toes of his polished boots. Rommel and Heidkemper had worked relatively well together in Belgium and France. Rommel led from the front, while Heidkemper handled logistical details back at headquarters. However, Rommel did blame the nervous young officer and poor staff work for the supply difficulties the 25th Panzer Regiment experienced in its drive to Arras and Lille. Heidkemper, meanwhile, wrote a memorandum to Hermann Hoth, their corps commander, about the staff difficulties associated with Rommel's method of command. Hoth, who was a fair and even-tempered man, generally agreed with Heidkemper. Rommel did not keep the young major informed, and Heidkemper could hardly be blamed for not anticipating Rommel's actions and needs. Rommel was furious when he learned of the memo, but because Hoth sided with the staff officer, Rommel had little choice except to meet with Heidkemper and make peace. The incident was not forgotten, however. Friction between the two men developed again after France surrendered. The Rommel-Heidkemper team definitely worked better when they were not in the same place at the same time. They parted by mutual agreement, and Otto Heidkemper transferred to the 4th Panzer Division as its Chief of Operations in November 1940. He was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel on November 1st. Back home, thanks to Goebbels and his people, Rommel was well known and highly popular, but he never forgot who he was. He continued to write Luzzi regularly and planned to be home for Christmas, but the war interfered with his plans. Intelligence sources reported the possibility of a revolt in Bordeaux, so the 7th Panzer had to be ready to respond. The report turned out to be a false alarm, but Rommel still missed Christmas with his family. He was promoted to Generalleutnant effective January 1st, 1941. He tried to go on leave again in February 1941, but during the evening of his second day home he received a telephone call. He was to report to Führer headquarters at Staaken immediately. On February 6th, 1941, as British tanks closed in on Benghazi, Rommel met with Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief of the army. A Prussian general, Brauchitsch had sold out to Hitler so that he could divorce his wife and marry his mistress, but he had now fallen into disfavour. Among other things, he had opposed Hitler's Sudetenland adventure and the Manstein plan, and had been proven wrong. He did not care for Rommel, possibly because Rommel was in favour with Hitler and the Nazis. Brauchitsch informed Rommel that the Führer was sending an Afrika Korps to Tripoli. This Afrika Korps would consist of 2 mobile divisions, the 5th Light and 15th Panzer. The 5th Light was already en route and would disembark from mid-February to mid-April. The 15th Panzer would follow and would be completely offloaded by the end of May. The remnants of the Italian motorized corps in Libya would also be under Rommel's command. He was to remain on the defensive until all of his German forces were disembarked. Then perhaps he would be allowed to try to retake Benghazi. Rommel would be subordinate to Marshal Graziani. Rommel listened to Brauchitsch, but didn't say much. He obviously didn't take his instructions very seriously, especially the part about being subordinate to the Italians. He didn't have much use for Brauchitsch either. General Rommel's moves over the next few days are not recorded. His mission was top secret, and not even Lützi was allowed to know where he was. However, we do know that he met with Hitler at least once during this time. Rommel reappeared in Rome on February the 11th, along with Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler's army adjutant. They conferred with General Alfredo Guzzoni, the Under-Secretary of State for War and the Deputy Chief of the Comando Supremo, the Italian High Command, and other Italian officers. Rommel presented his plan for the defence of Tripolitania, western Libya. He proposed shifting the main Axis concentration from just outside Tripoli to positions 200 miles to the east. This would create space for the panzers to manoeuvre. His plan was met with complete approval by the Italians. Afterwards, Rommel and Schmundt were joined by General Mario Ruata, the Chief of Staff of the Italian army. They flew to Catania, Sicily, where they conferred with General of Flyers Hans Ferdinand Geissler, the commander of the 10th Air Corps. Geissler had bad news. Benghazi had fallen. Only at that moment did Rommel really appreciate the extent of the Italian disaster. He feared that the Afrika Korps would not arrive in time to save the remnants of Mussolini's African empire. He asked Geissler to bomb Benghazi the next day, but the Luftwaffe general refused to cooperate. Then Schmundt put through a call to Berlin. The bombers took off the following morning. Erwin Rommel arrived in Africa on the morning of February the 12th. He immediately reported to General Italo Garibaldi, who had replaced Graziani as Italian commander-in-chief in North Africa, and was acting commander of the 10th Army, or what was left of it. Like most new commanders, Rommel was enthusiastic. He told Garibaldi his plan to move the front line to the Libyan city of Sirte, 200 miles to the east. He would send every available German and Italian soldier there. Garibaldi was unresponsive, unreceptive, and unenthusiastic. Obviously he was depressed after the events of the previous 2 months. Given Garibaldi's attitude, Rommel was determined to take personal command as soon as possible. Rommel's next step was to inspect the intact Italian forces. The inspection confirmed his suspicions. Morale was as low as it could be, he wrote later. The only Axis force left in North Africa was the 10th Italian Corps, which included the weak 27th Semi-Motorized Division Brescia, the 17th Infantry Division Pavia, the 25th Infantry Division Bologna, and elements of the 132nd Armoured Division Arieta, which was still arriving from Europe, and which had only 60 tanks, all of which were obsolete. Pavia and Bologna had been badly damaged in Wavell's offensive, and Pavia had lost its artillery regiment. Rommel nevertheless sent them to the front. The 55th Infantry Division Savona, which had suffered heavy casualties and lost all of its artillery to the British, and the 60th Infantry Division Sabratha were not placed under Rommel's command, but remained in Tripoli under Garibaldi. The 102nd Motorized Division Trento had been ordered to Libya but had not yet arrived. Rommel was under no illusions. He told Schmundt that the situation was precarious, and that the Italians would not put up stiff resistance if the British advanced again. On February the 14th, ships carrying Lieutenant Colonel Baron Ehrenfried von Wechmar and his 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion arrived in Tripoli. They offloaded all night, and at 11 a.m. the next day they formed up in front of the government house. They were an island of military discipline in a sea of rabble, and had an immediate positive effect on the Italians in the vicinity. Colonel von Wechmar gave the order to march, and they reached the front 26 hours later. Meanwhile, on February the 16th, the staff of the German commander in Libya, Befehlshabers der deutschen Truppen in Libyen, was formed. It became the Deutsches Afrikakorps, or DAK, on February the 21st. Although the situation was improving, Rommel knew that a single German recce, reconnaissance battalion, could not check an entire British armoured division. He did not have a single panzer. To encourage the Allies to remain inactive, Rommel established a factory in Tripoli to manufacture dummy tanks. He mounted fake turrets on Volkswagens to fool British reconnaissance, and the ruse worked. By February the 21st, 35 dummy tanks had reached the front, and another 170 were under construction. The first skirmish between the Afrika Korps and the Western Desert Force occurred on February the 24th. Elements of the 3rd Recon destroyed 2 British scout cars and took 2 prisoners. There were no German casualties. Meanwhile, other elements of the 5th Light Division arrived in Tripoli. They were also immediately sent to the front. This unit included the 5th Panzer Regiment, 2 battalions, the 200th Special Purposes Regimental Staff, Regimentsstab zur besonderen Verwendung 200, also called Blocking Unit Libya, Sperrverband Libyen, controlling the 2nd and 8th Machine Gun Battalions, the 1st 75th Motorised Artillery Regiment, the 39th Motorised and 605th Heavy Anti-Tank Battalions, the 606th Flak Battalion, the 1st 33rd Flak Regiment, and the 200th Engineer Battalion as various support and supply troops. There was already bad blood among the German commanders in North Africa. Because Hitler and Goebbels liked Rommel, the leaders of the High Command of the Army, OKH, viewed him with suspicion. They did not care for the way he had used his influence with the Nazi dictator to obtain command of the Ghost Division. Army Commander-in-Chief Brauchitsch and his Deputy General Halder, the Chief of the General Staff, looked down on Rommel as a plebeian because he had not had General Staff training. He was not in the club, so to speak. For his part, Rommel looked upon most of the officers of OKH as snobs, who had an unjustified opinion of their own superiority. Because they did not trust Rommel, Brauchitsch and Halder assigned their own men to subordinate positions under Rommel, so that they could keep an eye on him and guard against his rashness and ambition, which, Halder wrote, amounted to a disease. These officers from the General Staff thought Rommel could be guided by their superior wisdom. For his part, Rommel looked upon them as toadies and spies for OKH. He had already decided to run his own war. The commander of the 5th Light Division was Johannes Streich, an OKH man who had been promoted to Major General and given command of the division on February the 7th. He and Rommel had clashed in France, when Rommel commandeered the bridging equipment of the 5th Panzer Brigade, which Streich commanded. The two men were anything but friends. In Africa they initially got along, but their relationship rapidly deteriorated. Rommel did not consider Streich particularly competent. Nor did Rommel like Lieutenant Colonel Count Gerhard von Schwerin, the commander of the 200th, who had strong connections with OKH in Berlin and was a bit of an aristocratic snob. Colonel Dr. Herbert Olbricht, the commander of the 5th Panzer Regiment, had been a staff officer at OKH since 1929 and had not been given his regiment until November 1940. Rommel did not think highly of him either. In fact, a number of highly qualified, at least on paper, general staff officers arrived in Libya, including Major Wolfhauser, Streich's chief of operations, Captain Günther von Kluge, whose father commanded an army in Poland and France, and Colonel Klaus von den Borne, Rommel's own first chief of staff. None of them lasted very long. Rommel established his headquarters at Surt in order to be near the front. Streich set up further back. Rommel's HQ was described as Spartan. At Streich's headquarters, one could purchase drinks, cigarettes, and even candy. Lieutenant Heinz Schmidt visited both, and much preferred the relative luxury of the latter. He noted that the general staff officers swiftly evolved a suave and civilized routine which required iced lemonade through the heat of the day. One of them even took over the villa of the late Marshal Balbo. To the shock of these officers, Rommel resented their attitude, and soon sent them packing to eastern Tripolitania, where they shared the same accommodations as the ordinary soldier. Meanwhile, Rommel and his men rapidly gained first-hand experience in the desert. He experienced a giant sandstorm, called a ghibli, for the first time. He was in a reconnaissance aircraft when word of the approaching storm arrived via radio. The pilot promptly turned around and headed back to base, despite Rommel's objections. Nothing the general said could convince him. An angry Rommel hopped in a car and headed for the front. Then he ran into the ghibli. He wrote later about how the immense clouds of reddish dust obscured all visibility. The wind was so strong that it was impossible to drive along the Via Balbia, the coastal road, the only major paved highway in all of Libya. Sand streamed down the windscreen like water, he recalled. The Germans breathed through their handkerchiefs, and sweat poured off our bodies in the unbearable heat, as Rommel silently apologized to the pilot who had been wise enough to ignore his protests. The men of the Afrika Korps learned that the desert was much different from the popular misconceptions of it, which persist to this day. They found little of the soft burning sand of Hollywood movies, except in the great sand desert far to the south. Instead, there were vast stretches of hard sand and stony ground, along with slabs of black basalt. There were also rib-like escarpments separated by deep depressions, wadi-fed flats which sprang to life in the spring rains and sprouted coarse grass in other seasons, and endless undulating sand and gravel dunes that resembled waves on the sea. Rommel compared desert warfare to war on the sea on many occasions. Occupying several hundred miles of worthless desert was unimportant. Who cares who occupies a wave? To him, the important thing was destroying the enemy's fleet, that is, his armoured force. Rommel grasped this fact immediately. The British did not understand it until much later. Hitler and Comando Supremo never did understand it. With the British concentrating in Greece and inactive in North Africa, the Germans' strength continued to grow. By March the 11th, Rommel had 105 medium and 51 light panzers, along with 60 inferior Italian tanks. A week later, the Italian Brescia Infantry Division arrived at the front, freeing the 5th Light Division and thus giving Rommel a mobile reserve. On March the 19th, Rommel flew to Führer headquarters, where Hitler decorated him with the oak leaves to the Knight's Cross. Brauchitsch was less friendly. The commander of the OKH refused to allow Rommel to launch an offensive in North Africa until all of his units arrived. Rommel opposed such timidity, arguing that because of the British concentration in Greece, they could be decisively defeated in North Africa. Brauchitsch and General Staff Chief Halder rejected Rommel's pleas. Rommel, who was always independent-minded and trusted in his own judgment absolutely, decided to ignore them. He returned to North Africa more determined than ever to launch the offensive, and to do so in less than 2 weeks, but he didn't tell Brauchitsch and Halder. Ironically, the British discounted the possibility of a German offensive because they had thoroughly infiltrated the Italian High Command, which had learned from Berlin that there would be no offensive. Having no idea that Rommel intended to disobey orders and attack in the near future, they sent their best units to the Balkans, and even sent part of the 7th Armoured Division back to the United Kingdom. The forward blocking unit was the 2nd Armoured Division, which had only one brigade, the 3rd Armoured, under Brigadier Reginald G.W. Rimington. It had 2 regiments, the 5th Royal Tank Regiment, RTR, equipped with light tanks, and the 6th RTR, equipped with captured Italian tanks. The Reconnaissance Regiment, the 1st King's Dragoons Guards, had given up its horses less than 2 months before, and was now equipped with armoured cars. The brigade's other main component, the 2nd Support Group, did have some formidable heavy weapons, but all of the division's units were in horrible mechanical shape, and its men had no experience in desert warfare. In March, the 3rd Indian Motor Brigade was attached to the 2nd Armoured Division, because it was considered unfit for service in Greece. It consisted of 3 Indian cavalry regiments equipped with trucks. It had no artillery, armoured vehicles, or anti-tank guns, and was short on radios and other essential pieces of equipment. The other Allied division in Libya was the 9th Australian Infantry. Wavell and General Sir John Dill, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, had inspected the 9th in mid-March and determined that it was too immobile for frontline service in the desert. So they posted 2 of its 3 brigades to the Jebel al-Akhar hills, northeast of Benghazi. Its 3rd Brigade remained in Tobruk because the Australians did not have the trucks to move it. The Great German Offensive, which has since become known as Rommel's first Cyrenaican campaign, began at dawn on March the 31st. At first, the Allies were winning, but that afternoon the 8th Machine Gun Battalion, Maschinengewehr-Bataillon 8, led by the incredibly brave Lieutenant Colonel Gustav Punat, broke through the British right flank. The Mursa al-Brega position fell at about 5:30 p.m, and the Allies retreated, leaving behind 30 trucks and 50 Bren carriers. The next day the Afrika Korps set out in pursuit of the Allies. On April the 2nd, Rommel decided to attack the small village of Ajdabia, even though his orders specifically forbade this. The 5th Light Division captured it after a brief skirmish. Further to the south, on the right flank of the German offensive, the 2nd 5th Panzer Regiment destroyed 7 British tanks from the 5th Royal Tank Regiment at a cost of 3 panzers. The Allies retreated, but Rommel could not pursue them because he was out of gas. His supply staff estimated that it would take 4 days to bring up the fuel required for a pursuit. Rommel decided to take a chance. He ordered all the light vehicles of the 5th Light Division unloaded and sent to the rear to bring up fuel and ammunition. This meant that the Afrika Korps lay immobile in the desert for 24 hours. It was a very risky move, but it paid off. The pursuit resumed the next day. The British now made a major error. Wavell and Lieutenant General Sir Philip Neame, the general officer commanding Cyrenaica, conferred and decided that Rommel, who was inexperienced in desert warfare, would not commit his forces to an advance across the desert. Overriding the objections of Michael D. Gambier Parry, the commander of the 2nd Armoured Division, they positioned their main forces, the 2nd Support Group and the 3rd Indian Brigade, to defend the coastal road and Benghazi, even though that left the 3rd Armoured Brigade isolated in the desert and the division hopelessly divided. As soon as they did this, against all expectations, Rommel struck out across the desert. The Allied leaders had subjected themselves to defeat in detail, which Rommel immediately exploited. Unable to stand up against most of the Afrika Korps, the mechanically unreliable 3rd Armoured Brigade retreated across some very difficult desert terrain and suffered a breakdown rate of 1 tank every 10 miles. Meanwhile, OKH sent a special staff Libya under Major General Heinrich Kirchheim to North Africa to study the situation and make recommendations. Rommel immediately commandeered it, incorporated it into his own army, and gave Kirchheim command of the weaker forces, including the 3rd Recon and 8th Machine Gun Battalions, the Brescia Infantry Division, and part of the Bologna Division. Their task was to advance up the Via Balbia and take Tobruk. To the south lay the main Axis attack force, led by Colonel Albrecht. It included the 5th Panzer Regiment, part of the Ariete Armoured Division, 40 tanks, the 2nd Machine Gun Battalion, and some artillery and pioneer components. On the far right flank lay Group von Schwerin, with part of the 200th Motorized Regiment. Group Streich, a squadron of tanks from the 5th Panzer and an anti-tank company, brought up the rear behind Albrecht as a reserve. On April the 3rd, Rommel ordered Albrecht, von Schwerin and Streich to converge on and capture Mecheli, an oasis and huge supply dump in the middle of the desert. En route, Albrecht and the 5th Panzer Regiment were to capture Massus, a small but important supply depot. Rommel hoped to destroy the Allies' Western Desert Force, which had been redesignated the 13th Corps, before it could retreat into Tobruk. General Streich objected on the grounds that his vehicles needed maintenance. The desert is rough on vehicles. Tanks operating in desert conditions needed an overhaul after every 1,500 miles, as opposed to every 3,000 miles in Europe. But Rommel's very nature rebelled against any timidity, and he denied Streich's request. Rommel also ordered Colonel von Weckmar to take Benghazi, and selected him to represent Germany at the Victory Parade in Cyrenaica. Such motivation was all the Baron needed. He was off and running. On April the 4th, the British blew up the harbour and ammunition depot at Benghazi. Neame ordered the Australians to fight a delaying action to the Jebel al-Akhdar hills and then retreat to Tobruk. He also ordered the 2nd Support Group and the 3rd Armoured and 3rd Indian Motor Brigades to concentrate at Mekheli. The move was a good idea, but it proved to be too late. That same day, the Free French garrison at Masous saw the tanks of the 5th Panzer Regiment approaching. They blew up the depot, including thousands of gallons of fuel. Only the tanks weren't panzers. It was really the 3rd Armoured Brigade coming to Masous for fuel. Now it did not have enough petrol to reach Mekheli. It retreated across the desert all night, using the diesel from its worst vehicles to fuel the better tanks. By nightfall on April the 5th, the 5th Royal Tank Regiment had about 8 tanks left, while the 6th RTR had only 2. 3rd Armoured Brigade was no longer of any use as a fighting formation, the British official history records. Rommel flew from unit to unit, trying to coordinate the advance from his Storch airplane. Whenever he spotted a halted column, he dropped them a note. "If you do not move on at once, I shall come down. Rommel." Sometimes he would land and give his soldiers the sharp edge of his tongue. Other times he would laugh and cajole. His men were inspired by his enthusiasm, his drive, and his energy. That night Rommel returned briefly to the headquarters of the Afrika Korps and found Marshal Garibaldi waiting for him. The Italian leader was angry because he was being ignored. His orders to halt at the Tripolitania-Cyrenaica border had not been complied with. "I am very displeased," the Marshal began. "I'm one up on you," Rommel interrupted. "I'm furious." Garibaldi instructed Rommel to halt. The Swabian declared that he intended to go even further tomorrow. Garibaldi demanded that he stop where he was and await the orders of Comando Supremo. Rommel grew even more obstinate, and the argument became heated. Then, at the perfect moment, a dispatch arrived from Rome authorizing Rommel to proceed. Garibaldi turned on his heel and stalked out. Later that night, Baron von Wechmar and the 3rd Recon Battalion entered Benghazi. April the 5th, 6th and 7th were not good days for the Afrika Korps. Streich and the Italians lagged far behind, and Colonel Albrecht and his battle group got lost in the desert. Rommel climbed into a Storch and flew out to find him. He spotted a column and swooped down to see if it was Albrecht, only to discover it was the British. The pilot immediately applied power and banked sharply away while the enemy opened fire. The Storch was hit several times, but suffered no significant damage, and no Germans were hit. Rommel's luck had held again. Meanwhile, Colonel Hans-Henning von Holzendorf's 104th Rifle Regiment had landed in Tripoli and joined the Afrika Korps at Mekheli on April the 7th. At dawn on April the 8th, the battle for the town finally began. Rommel intended for Streich to direct the detailed battle from the ground, while he himself exercised overall supervision from the air. But it didn't work out that way. First, Rommel flew over an Italian engineer battalion at an altitude of 150 feet. They apparently had never seen a Storch, thought it was a British airplane, and started firing wildly. Rommel was fortunate not to be killed, but not a single bullet struck the airplane. Later that morning, he spotted an 88mm AA anti-aircraft gun. Thinking it must be part of a larger formation, he ordered the pilot to land. However, the terrain was uneven and the aircraft crashed. Luckily, no one was hurt. To make matters worse, the 88 was both alone and damaged to the point it could not fire, and the British took an interest in the strange airplane. Rommel and the gun crew were chased by the enemy and had to flee across the desert in a truck to escape. Eventually, they found their way back to the Afrika Korps, while Streich captured Mekheli with the fuel dump intact. Rommel's experiment in directing a battle from the air was something of a failure. He never tried it again. When Rommel finally reached Mekheli, he found that the 2nd Armoured Division had ceased to exist as an organized opponent, and 3,000 Allied soldiers had been captured, including Major General Gambier Parry, the division commander, and Brigadier Edward W. D. Vaughan, the commander of the 3rd Indian Brigade. Only 4 of the 2nd Armoured's tanks had escaped the debacle. From the captured supplies, Rommel plucked a pair of goggles. Remarking that taking booty was permissible even for a general, he confiscated them and wore them for the rest of the Desert War. He also impressed into German service 3 huge British armoured command buses. They featured heavy-duty suspension systems and giant tyres, which allowed them to negotiate desert terrain. Rommel named his bus Mammut, Mammoth. Rommel's next objective was Darna, on the coastal road. Lieutenant Hans Otto Behrendt, a young Egyptologist who had been sent out from Berlin because he had a great deal of desert experience, drove into the town and found that the British had abandoned it. He rushed to tell Rommel. General Neame fought Kirchheim's northern Brescia column until it was about to overrun his headquarters. Then he hopped in a staff car and headed east along the coastal road towards Tobruk. But he had waited too long. Acting on Lieutenant Behrendt's report, Rommel had created a second battle group, the southern Brescia column, which included the 3rd Reconnaissance and 8th Machine Gun Battalions. They looped behind Neame's rearguard and ambushed the staff car. General Neame was captured, along with Brigadier John F.B. Coombe, the former commander of the 11th Hussars and an expert on desert warfare. But the most important capture was a man Wavell had sent to Neame's HQ as an adviser, Lieutenant General Sir Richard N. O'Connor, the British general most expert at armoured operations in desert warfare. He was potentially Rommel's most dangerous opponent, as Field Marshal Wavell knew. Wavell offered to exchange 6 Italian generals for O'Connor, but the trade was blocked by the War Office in London. O'Connor did not escape from an Italian prison near Florence until late 1943, too late to influence the war in North Africa. One of the prisoners taken at Mihaly was Brigadier Reginald G.W. Rimington, the commander of the 3rd Armoured Brigade. He was found seriously wounded in an overturned car. Although he was taken to a field hospital, the physicians were unable to save his life, and he died on April the 10th. Of the senior officers of the 13th Corps, the Cyrenaican Command, only Brigadier Alan Francis Harding escaped. He was busy setting up a new command post in Tobruk. Rommel had won. He had also disobeyed direct orders and intentionally deceived his superiors. There is a military axiom: it is easier to obtain forgiveness than permission. Because he had won, Rommel received forgiveness. It would not be the last time he would practice insubordination, and it would not be the last time he got away with it. The greater part of the Cyrenaican command had been smashed by Rommel's surprise offensive. All that now stood between him and the Suez Canal and the complete destruction of the British Empire in North Africa was the fortress of Tobruk. It was defended by Major General Leslie J. Morshead and his tough 9th Australian Infantry Division. Chapter 7. Tobruk. As Rommel hurried toward Tobruk, the Allies were pouring reinforcements into the fortress. These reinforcements included the 18th Australian Infantry Brigade of the 7th Australian Infantry Division. The brigade had been on its way to Greece, but when disaster befell the Cyrenaican Command, the transport ships it was on were diverted to Tobruk. But that was only the beginning. Wavell and Churchill sent everything they could into the fortress, including the remnants of the 13th Corps. By the time Rommel sealed off the fortress, General Morshead had the equivalent of 6 full infantry brigades, 4 regiments of artillery, 2 anti-tank regiments, 75 anti-aircraft guns, 45 tanks, and a total of 36,000 men. The Africa Corps was also receiving reinforcements, including the 104th Artillery Command, Artillerie Commandeur 104, or ARCO 104, under Major General Karl Böttcher. This was a non-divisional artillery unit for an army-level or an independent corps-level command. It was soon built up to a strength of 9 210mm howitzers, 38 150mm howitzers, and a dozen 105mm howitzers. Also arriving was the 605th Anti-Tank Battalion, which reached the front on April the 8th. It was the vanguard of the 15th Panzer Division. At its head rode the division commander, Major General Heinrich von Prittwitz und Gaffron, the son of Admiral Kurt von Prittwitz und Gaffron. Prittwitz, who had been in command of the 2nd Panzer Brigade from autumn of 1939, distinguished himself in Poland and France, and was promoted to Generalmajor on October 1, 1939. He became commander of the 14th Panzer Division on October 1, 1940, and he assumed command of the 15th Panzer Division on March 22, 1941. Prittwitz was considered an energetic officer of great promise. Rommel at once placed him in charge of a pursuit force along the coastal road, consisting of the 3rd Recce, 8th Machine Gun and 605th Anti-Tank AT battalions. By the end of the day they had taken 800 British prisoners. Tobruk was the best port between Tunis and Alexandria. Capturing it would give Rommel both a port within 70 miles of the front and a fine forward base for invading Egypt. Failure to take Tobruk would mean a supply line several hundred miles long for the Axis forces. Also, Rommel knew that he could not invade Egypt with a strong fortress like Tobruk along his rear and so close to his supply line. But the port would be difficult to take. During the Italians' occupation of Libya, they had done a superb job of preparing the fortress for defence. They had built fortifications consisting of 3 concentric lines, complete with trenches, bunkers and machine gun nests, and no fewer than 150 strongpoints. On April 9th, Rommel ordered the Brescia division to attack Tobruk from the west. Later he reinforced it with the Trento motorized division. Meanwhile he sent the 5th Light Division on a wide sweep across the desert to strike the fortress from the southeast. But Streich and Olbricht were slowed by maintenance problems that Rommel thought should have been ignored. There was no attack on Tobruk that day. At dawn on April 10th, the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion was still 30 miles west of Tobruk and had not started its flanking movement to the south. Rommel ordered the battalion to El Adem, Tobruk's southern gateway, while the rest of the 5th Light Division were moved to cut off the city from the east. Again, Streich and Olbricht were slow, so a dissatisfied Rommel decided to attack from the west with the 15th Panzer Division. He burst into Prittwitz's tent while it was still dark outside and told him to get a move on because the British were escaping. Prittwitz left in a rush, jumped in a car and headed for the front. Neither he nor Rommel expected the Australian rear guards to turn and fight, but they did. 25 miles from Tobruk, General von Prittwitz, in his haste, ordered his car too far forward. He ignored the warnings of his own men and attempted to cross a wadi. An Aussie gunner, using a captured Italian 47mm anti-tank gun, scored a direct hit. Both Prittwitz and his driver were killed instantly. Count von Schwerin was furious when he learned that Prittwitz had been killed. He tersely informed the Afrika Corps commander of his death. "That was the first time I saw him crack," Schwerin recalled. Rommel turned pale and left without saying a word. Rommel drove south with several trucks to check on the progress of his troops. On the way, 2 small vehicles approached from behind, one of them definitely British. Rommel ordered one of his men to get the 20mm anti-aircraft gun ready. Before he opened fire, however, they realized it was General Streich, who was raving about the death of General von Prittwitz. Rommel interrupted him. "How dare you drive after me in a British car?" he roared, adding that he had just been about to open fire on him. "In that case, you would have managed to kill both of your Panzer Division commanders in one day, Herr General," Streich replied contemptuously. Group Streich finally completed the envelopment of Tobruk on April the 11th, while Group von Schwerin, formerly Prittwitz, and the 15th Panzer Division closed in from the south, and the Brescia Division dug in to the west. Tobruk could now only be supplied by sea. 65 miles to the east, on April the 11th, Baron von Vechmar took Bardilla on the Egyptian-Libyan frontier. Rommel was unable to get copies of the Tobruk defence plan from Rome. The Italians swore the plans could not be found. The Australian strongpoints and bunkers were so well camouflaged that reconnaissance did no good. Realizing that the defenders would grow stronger every day, Rommel attacked blindly on April the 12th. He did not know that the Italians had built an anti-tank ditch 7 feet deep and 10 feet wide, with straight sides and covered with planks, which were themselves covered with sand. The panzers did not see the ditch until they had fallen into it. The defenders also had a series of heavily concreted dugouts supported by anti-tank and anti-aircraft positions, multiple support trenches, a barbed wire belt, and some of the most obstinate warriors in the world. Rommel's first attack was repulsed. Erwin Rommel knew that maneuver warfare was the key to victory in North Africa, and that he must capture Tobruk to achieve freedom of maneuver. He ordered Streich to attack again on the night of April the 13th to the 14th. The second major assault on Tobruk began at 6 p.m., just before nightfall, and was spearheaded by Lieutenant Colonel Ponat and his machine gun battalion. The 18th Flak Battalion, commanded by Major Hecht, pushed forward with the vanguard and knocked out several Aussie positions with their 88mm anti-aircraft guns. Ponat's men were accompanied by combat engineers, who demolished a section of the anti-tank ditch so that Olbricht could cross with his panzers, while Ponat continued to lead the way to Tobruk. But they had penetrated on too narrow a front, and the Italians assigned to protect their flanks did not do their job. Within a few miles of Tobruk, Olbricht ran into stiff resistance from the Allied fortification at Fort Pilastrino and the 1st Royal Artillery Regiment, which was firing through open sights. Then heavy British Matilda tanks attacked Olbricht's vulnerable flank and destroyed 16 of his 38 tanks. The colonel, who had been wounded twice, retreated precipitously, leaving Ponat in the lurch. Rommel was livid and immediately ordered the attack to be resumed. He tried to rally the Italian Ariete armoured division, but it instead broke into complete disorder and headed for the rear. Rommel was furious and frustrated, but he was helpless to rescue the trapped machine gun battalion. Ponat held out for days. By 11 a.m. on April the 20th, his command post was surrounded, and fewer than 100 of his men were still able to fight. The colonel, who was down to his last 8 rounds in his pistol, tried to break out, but an Australian infantryman, firing at almost point-blank range, shot him in the neck, killing him almost instantly. Seeing that their situation was hopeless, the survivors of the 8th Machine Gun Battalion promptly surrendered. The Australians captured 94 men. Only 116 of the 500 men of the 8th Machine Gun Battalion returned to the Afrika Korps. Most of them had escaped on the night of April the 14th to the 15th. Command of the battalion now devolved to Major Paul Schutter. The battalion was eventually dissolved, and most of its men were assigned to the 1st 104th Rifle Regiment. Rommel was angry. He gave Olbricht and Streich a fierce dressing down, and accused them of leaving Ponat and his men in the lurch. Streich tried to explain, but Rommel would not listen. He ordered the 2 officers to personally lead the next attack. The next attack was at Ras El Madawa, Hill 187, a key position, at 5 p.m. on April the 16th. The advance was led by Ariete and a regiment of the Trento Division, supported by several German rifle companies and artillery from the 1st Battalion, 75th Motorized Artillery Regiment. Ariete was in horrible mechanical shape. It had started the offensive with 100 tanks, but had lost more than 80% of them. They were certainly no match for the Allied tanks or anti-tank guns. In 1941, the Germans had a joke about their equipment. It went, Question: Who are the bravest soldiers in the world? Answer: the Italians. Question: The Italians? Why the Italians? Answer: Because they go into battle with the equipment they have. Rommel was not amused. He said the Italian equipment was so poor that it made his hair stand on end. The Battle of April the 16th went badly for the Axis forces, and ended with the Italians streaming to the rear. Neither Streich nor Olbricht was injured in the fighting. Both the 5th Light and 15th Panzer Divisions were to receive new commanders shortly. Rommel demanded 2 qualities above all others from his officers: loyalty and efficiency. Those who did not possess both were fired. With that in mind, Rommel conducted a bloodless version of the Night of the Long Knives. Both Streich and Olbricht were soon on their way back to Europe, on their camels, as the desert veterans said. On April the 30th, Olbricht was temporarily succeeded by Major Ernst Bollbrinker, who was later sent home in disgrace for losing his nerve at Tobruk, and was permanently replaced by Colonel Friedrich Fritz Stephan, a promising young panzer officer. Streich was temporarily replaced by General Kirchheim, who had just returned from the hospital after being wounded by an RAF fighter. Major General Baron Hans Karl von Esebeck took charge of the 15th Panzer Division. Colonel Klaus von den Borner, the Chief of Staff of the Afrika Korps, was sacked, as were Major Karl Otto Ehlers, the Afrika Korps 1A, Chief of Operations, Hans Henning von Holzendorf, the commander of the 104th Rifle Regiment, Major Wolf Rödiger Hauser, Streich's Chief of Operations, and several others. Colonel Count von Schwerin of the 200th Regimental Staff requested a transfer before Rommel could sack him. Rommel's aide, Lieutenant Heinz Schmidt, felt that Rommel was bullying the easygoing Streich and Major Hauser. "I like the friendly and considerate Streich, whom I regard as an extremely brave man," Schmidt wrote, "and Hauser too, and feel sorry that they are being treated so remorselessly." Rommel may have been remorseless, but he was not going to have OKH spies looking over his shoulder, second-guessing him and reporting his every move to Berlin. The guiding principle in Rommel's house-cleaning was better to fire one too many than one too few. There were howls of protest from OKH in Berlin, because Halder and Brauchitsch did not like Rommel, and Halder in particular viewed him with contempt. This political infighting caused Rommel a great deal of stress, but he was determined to replace Halder's lackeys with more neutral professional officers, or officers loyal to him, and he did so. With the Afrika Korps bogged down at Tobruk, and with Field Marshal von Brauchitsch refusing to send any more German divisions to Africa, Rommel had little choice but to ask Comando Supremo to send over 2 more Italian non-motorized or static divisions. The Italian High Command agreed to do so. When they arrived, Rommel could pull his German units out of the line and form a tactical reserve for another attack on Tobruk. He set the date for the next offensive as April the 30th. With a stalemate setting in on the North African front, Rommel decided to visit the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion, which had pushed on to Saloum and had captured the desert fort of Capuzzo on April the 13th. He presented Wechmar with his Knight's Cross and, like a child with a new toy, inspected every trench, gun position and terrain feature in the sector. At the end of the day, everybody was tired but Rommel, his aide recalled. On the way back, Rommel's small staff contingent was ambushed by a pair of Hurricane fighters from the Royal Air Force. A dispatch rider was shot in the head. Rommel and his driver grabbed for their protective armoured shields and tried to close their windows, but they were too late. A bullet missed the general by inches, while another tore into the driver's stomach. When the fighters disappeared, Rommel and the other survivors wrapped the wounded soldier in blankets and tried to make him comfortable. Rommel personally jumped into the driver's seat and drove all night. He delivered the wounded man to the hospital at dawn. Rommel was strafed again on April the 21st, and his mammoth was hit 25 times. His driver was wounded when a bullet flew through the vision slit. Nearby, his armoured half-track was blasted, and its driver, Corporal Eggert, was killed, along with a dispatch runner. Rommel took over the driver's duties, but because of the unfamiliar terrain, did not reach his command post until after daybreak. When he got there, he found the detailed plans for the Tobruk defences, plans General Garibaldi had told him no one could find. Had they been available earlier, Rommel might have prevented 2,000 casualties. The Swabian general would always believe that Garibaldi withheld these plans on purpose, as revenge for Rommel's not securing Italian permission to advance. Rommel saw at once that his assaults of April the 11th to the 16th had been based on false optimism. The Allied defences were much more extensive and sophisticated than he had assumed. About this same time, a copy of Das Reich appeared at Rommel's headquarters. It was a major propaganda organ of Nazi Germany, and it featured a fictionalized version of Erwin Rommel's life. According to the magazine, he was the son of a master mason and joined the Nazi Party in the late 1920s. He was thus a Nazi man of the people, to use Third Reich jargon. The general wrote nonsense, Unsinn, across the front of the magazine, and called in Lieutenant Alfred Berndt, his aide and a deputy Reich press chief in civilian life, and reprimanded him. Then he wrote to the editor of Das Reich and asked him to retract the article. The editor replied, essentially saying that it didn't matter if the article was false, it was good anyway, and, according to Nazi values, he was right. Rommel nevertheless insisted. The publication did publish a retraction, buried on an inside page, where few people would see it. Meanwhile, Franz Halder was causing trouble again. He called in his deputy chief of the General Staff, Lieutenant General Friedrich Paulus, and spoke derogatorily of Rommel, said he thought things in Libya must be a mess, and ordered Paulus to go to North Africa on a fact-finding mission. In his diary, Halder referred to Rommel as that soldier gone stark mad. Paulus, who already knew what he was wanted to report, arrived on April the 27th. He did not receive a warm reception. He and Rommel had served together in the 13th Infantry Regiment in the 1920s, and had not been particularly friendly then. The courteous and cultivated Paulus nevertheless approved Rommel's plan to launch his April 30th attack. The next day, Garibaldi also approved Rommel's plans. The offensive began at 6:30 p.m., when the Stukas flew in at low level and blasted the Australian positions. General Kirchheim took Ras el Madar at 9 p.m., but he was pinned down in fighting local actions instead of pushing on into Tobruk. The Aussies excelled in this kind of close combat, and the German offensive lost its momentum. Then, early the following morning, the armour of the 5th Light Division got lost in fog and ran into a minefield, which was covered by AT fire. It had to withdraw, and the Australians began to counter-attack all along the line. Slowly the Germans were pushed back. During a sandstorm, Rommel went forward and brought up supplies, but he could not get the attack back on track. In the process, he received a severe dressing down from a sergeant major, who mistook the dirty general for an impetuous private. By May the 1st, the battle had definitely turned against the Germans. Baron von Esebeck reported 50% casualties in most of the engaged units of the 15th Panzer Division. Much of the division still had not yet arrived. The Germans had scored local gains over a 3-mile front, but to a maximum depth of only 2 miles. General Morshead committed his reserves, including the 18th Australian Infantry Brigade, and over the next 3 days he pushed the Afrika Korps back to its starting line. The Afrika Korps lost 35 of the 81 panzers engaged. Once again, the Italians behaved badly. A battalion of Bersaglieri's troops discarded their featured helmets and surrendered en masse to the Australians. Rommel harshly scolded Brigadier General Giorgio Calvi di Bergolo, the Italian liaison officer to the Afrika Korps and the King's son-in-law, over the Italians' disgraceful behaviour. He also demanded that Garibaldi decree, both verbally and in writing, that officers showing cowardice in the face of the enemy be shot. Rommel was nothing if not persistent. He placed Kirchheim in charge of a battle group which included most of the 5th Light Division. It included the 5th Panzer Regiment, the 2nd and 8th Machine Gun Battalions, 2 engineer companies, and AT, AA and artillery units. On May the 16th, Kirchheim again attacked Ras el Madar, but was repulsed, with a loss of almost 1,400 German and Italian casualties. Dissatisfied with Kirchheim's leadership, Rommel relieved him of his command. He temporarily replaced him with Major General Karl Böttcher, the leader of the 104th Artillery Command. Both sides now settled down for a long siege, mercifully unaware that it would last 7 more months. Chapter 8. Operation Battleaxe. While Rommel was busy banging his head against Tobruk, Wavell was creating a new Western Desert Force. The new force was commanded by Lieutenant General Sir Noel Beresford Pearce, a veteran general staff and artillery officer. Meanwhile, Rommel's troops fortified the Halfaya and Saloum passes, between Tobruk and the Allied forces. The passes were of the utmost importance because a large coastal escarpment extended from Tobruk to just west of El Alamein, deep in Egypt. The escarpment could not be negotiated by vehicles except at these two passes. Rommel's troops discarded most of their motorcycles. They had been invaluable in Europe, but were next to useless in Libya because of the desert sand. They were replaced by the scout car. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, in the meantime, made a bold decision. On April the 21st, he ordered the implementation of Operation Tiger. A convoy of 5 merchant ships, loaded with 295 of the most modern tanks and 53 Hurricane fighters, was to sail from England through the Strait of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean to Egypt, a route that would put them within easy range of the Italian Navy and Air Force. Churchill's move caught the Italians flat-footed. As the convoy proceeded, the Royal Air Force flew escort missions from its base in Malta and attacked Benghazi. They also sank an Italian cruiser, 3 destroyers, and several smaller vessels. The Tiger convoy lost only 1 merchant ship, which went down with 57 tanks and 10 Hurricanes aboard. The rest of the ships docked in Alexandria on May the 12th and delivered 238 tanks and 43 fighters to the Western Desert Force. Wavell now had 35 of the heaviest infantry tanks, or 1 tanks, the Matilda II, which weighed 26.5 tons, 82 brand-new Mark II cruiser tanks, which weighed 14 tons, and 21 Mark IV light tanks, which weighed only 5.5 tons and were essentially reconnaissance vehicles. Meanwhile, in May 1941, Rommel's supply situation was deteriorating badly. He needed 50,000 tons of supplies to operate properly, but received only 29,000, which meant only limited-scale operations were possible. The British learned of the supply shortage from messages they intercepted going to Berlin, especially those from Paulus to Halder, which gave details and recommended that more Luftwaffe resources be transferred to the Mediterranean to protect the Italian convoys to Tripoli. Meanwhile, the siege of Tobruk entered its 2nd month. Stuka's and Axis artillery had reduced the city to rubble, and only one building, General Moorehead's operational headquarters, remained standing. The dive bombers' tactical airfields were so close that some mornings the Australian infantry could hear them warming up their engines for the morning attack. Conditions were bad for Rommel's infantry. Their bunkers were merely trenches, dynamited into the rocky soil. They had to lie motionless in their positions all day in the hot Sahara sun, because the Australian snipers were some of the best in the world. Axis food was also bad. The men in the siege lines got 1 meal a day, usually at about midnight. The soup was thin, but it was readily devoured because it was warm, and the desert nights were bitterly cold. The Germans usually received black bread with olive oil instead of butter, which spoiled too rapidly. The Italians were fed hard, dry biscuits. Both Germans and Italians were given onions, dried beans, and oatmeal. This poor diet soon began to cause health problems among the troops. Dysentery and scurvy became common. Those who could supplemented their diet by trading with the Arabs for chickens, tomatoes, or whatever else they could get. Sometimes the troops were issued a processed beef product with AM stamped on the tin. It stood for Amministrazione Militare. The Germans nicknamed it Alter Mann, old man, and Arma Mussolini, poor Mussolini. The Italians said it stood for Asino Morte, dead donkey. The British received bully beef as a standard ration. The Tommies hated it, but when Rommel's troops captured some, they thought it was haute cuisine to be coveted, even sending it home to their families in Germany. It was almost considered a delicacy. The water was also bad. It had to be treated with chemicals to the point where it became a chemical soup. The Africans made it drinkable by adding reconstituted lemon juice or using it to brew coffee, which they called nigger sweat. There were other problems. Flies in the desert are often horrible, and this was certainly the case in the western desert of the Sahara. They spread disease, and they were everywhere. It was impossible to eat toast and jam, for example, without eating at least 3 or 4 flies. Sand fleas were also prevalent. They bit men, bore into their flesh until only their tails were visible, and sucked blood until they were huge or burst. There were extreme cases in which they literally drove men insane. The heat was also a problem. It reached 107 degrees Fahrenheit daily in June, and temperatures inside the panzers reached 160 degrees. After some time inside an armoured vehicle, a crewman would open the hatch and gulp air, like a man dying of thirst might gulp water. The German propaganda ministry declared that one could cook an egg on the surface of a tank. Some doubted this claim, but Lieutenant Colonel Baron Hans von Luck, the commander of the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion, swore it was true. He had seen it himself. In June, the new German liaison staff to the Italian command arrived. Set up by Halder in another effort to control Rommel, it was headed by newly promoted Major General Alfred Gauser, an East Prussian and a veteran general staff officer. Halder decreed that Gauser was not to place himself under Rommel's command, but Rommel would have none of it. He forcefully stated that he alone commanded every German soldier in North Africa. Gauser had little choice except to subordinate himself to the Swabian. Although Rommel remained suspicious of the new arrivals, they proved themselves to be loyal and efficient, and he rarely had a harsh word for them, although he was hard on them and everyone else, including himself. One of them, Major F. W. von Mellenthin, wrote later, "An iron constitution and nerves of steel were needed to work with Rommel." The Desert Fox shared the hardships of his men and visited them almost daily, encouraging and cajoling. His constant presence caused a strong bond to develop between the general and his men. Once he visited a dressing station and found the wounded officers in the beds or on boards, while wounded enlisted men lay on the sand. Rommel reversed this immediately, severely castigating the medical staff for giving the officers preference. Stories like this, most of which were true, further cemented the bond that he had with his men. An us-against-the-world mentality developed within the Afrika Korps. After Hitler invaded the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, with 145 divisions, 3 million men, the armies in Russia received absolute priority in every area of supply. Rommel's Africans knew they were the red-headed stepchildren of the German Wehrmacht, isolated, neglected, outgunned and undersupplied, and fighting everyone, including the British, Scots, Irish, Free French, Jews, Indians, Australians, South Africans, Rhodesians, and New Zealanders. The enemy suffered from none of their supply difficulties. But because the men of the Afrika Korps looked upon their commander as almost superhuman, and certainly far superior to his opponents, they considered the odds about even. While the British were running in their new Tiger Cubs, slang for their newly arrived tanks, and training their crews, their leaders planned Operation Battleaxe, which was intended to defeat the Afrika Korps and liberate Tobruk. To improve the British position before Battleaxe, Wavell launched Operation Brevity to take the Halfaya Pass and Fort Capuzzo. It began on May the 15th, and the British promptly captured the fort and half of the pass. Rommel, however, reacted quickly and concentrated both the 5th Light and 15th Panzer Divisions against the British centre the next day. Major General W.H.E. Straffer Gott, the commander of the British 7th Armour Division, realised that he was about to be struck by the entire Afrika Korps, so he abandoned Capuzzo and retreated during the night. He did not realise that half of the DAK had run out of gas. The British still controlled the northern lower end of the Halfaya Pass. Over the next several days, Rommel concentrated about 160 tanks in the Halfaya Pass Saloum sector. On May the 26th, he directed a feint on Saloum. The British took the bait and concentrated against the feint, leaving only the 3rd Coldstream Guards at Halfaya Pass, which was soon almost surrounded by the Afrika Korps. The Guards escaped that night after losing 173 men, 4 guns, 8 anti-tank guns, and 5 Matilda I tanks, and it was only through the skill of their commander that they escaped at all. Meanwhile, both sides continued to build up their forces. The Allies had a major advantage here. They had more than 300 tanks on June the 15th, when the British offensive began. Rommel had only 95 Panzerkampfwagen 3s and Panzerkampfwagen 4 tanks, which were the only tanks of real value in his arsenal. The Allies also had superior artillery and air forces. The RAF had 116 fighters against the 60 supporting Rommel. Overall, the odds against Rommel were about 2.5 to 1. Rommel made his final preparations for his defence on June the 8th, when he pulled the 5th Light Division out of the front lines on the Egypt-Libya frontier and replaced it with the 15th Panzer Division. The 15th occupied 4 major strongpoints: Al-Faya Pass, Kalala, Point 206 and Point 208, Hafid Ridge. The 15th Panzer Division was now commanded by Major General Walter Neumann-Silkow, who assumed command on May the 26th because Major General Hans Karl von Esebeck had been wounded by a shell splinter on May the 13th. Esebeck, who had been medically evacuated to Germany, wanted to return to North Africa, but OKH apparently thought he was too chummy with Rommel. They gave him command of the 11th Panzer Division in Russia instead. Neumann-Silkow, however, turned out to be a fine divisional commander and was well liked by his men. The 5th Light also had a new commander, Major General Baron Johann von Ravenstein. Like Neumann-Silkow, he was very good at his job. He also got along well with Erwin Rommel. General Buttier resumed command of Arco 104. The British offensive in Operation Battle Axe began at 4 a.m. on June the 15th. The Germans called the ensuing battle the Saloum Campaign, Salumschlacht. The British discovered that Rommel had stocked the main strongpoints with 88mm anti-aircraft guns, which had a range of 11,000 yards, more than 6 miles. A good crew could fire 20 rounds a minute, and they could rip British tanks apart long before they could get close enough to fire on the Germans. South of the Halfaya Pass, for example, the 88s destroyed 11 of the 12 Mark IIs sent to attack it. North of the pass, 4 of the 6 advancing Mark IIs were brewed up, knocked out, by mines and 88s. Rommel's strategy was essentially to hold his tanks in reserve while the Allied attackers exhausted themselves against his strongpoints. He would then wait until just the right moment, counter-attack and rout them. The plan required nerves of steel. Rommel was badly outnumbered, so if he committed his armoured reserves too early or too late, he would likely lose the battle. And Rommel proved he had them. The only success the British had was in the German centre, where 90 Matilda tanks from the British 4th Armoured Brigade overran Capuzzo and broke through Rommel's line. The Swabian general threw the 8th Panzer Regiment from his reserve into a head-on collision. The 8th pushed the British back to Capuzzo, but could not break them. Soon the battlefield was littered with burning tanks. 50 of the 8th Panzer's 80 tanks were out of commission. As the 4th Indian Division and its supporting armour forces exhausted themselves against Halfaya Pass, British Lieutenant General Sir Noel Monson de la Poer Beresford Pierce thrust the 7th Armoured Division against Point 208, Hafid Ridge, to the south. Here they faced a specially formed 1st Oasis Company, which included infantry, a section of machine guns, a battery of 37mm anti-tank guns, and a battery of 88mm guns. The 7th British Armoured Brigade attacked with at least 70 tanks, but were met with a concentrated volley of anti-tank fire. They lost 11 Mark IIs in minutes and retreated precipitously. They made another attempt late that afternoon and lost 17 more. Rommel decided that the decisive moment had come. Here he once again demonstrated that he had what the Germans called Fingerspitzgefühl, a fingertip-like feeling for the battle. That night, under the cover of darkness, he sent General Ravenstein south with the bulk of his 5th Light Division. It is often possible to decide the issue of a battle merely by making an unexpected shift of one's main weight, Rommel would later write. At dawn on June the 17th, the 5th Light thrust into the British rear, as did all that was left of the 8th Panzer Regiment. The British were crushed. At 4 p.m. Rommel reached Halfaya Pass and relieved the battered garrison. The British were gone. They had lost more than 100 tanks. 12 of Rommel's panzers were totally destroyed, and about 50 were disabled but repairable. Because of this defeat, Churchill would fire General Wavell and replace him with Sir Claude Auchinleck. About this time, Rommel was in the Bardia area when he noticed dozens of guns of various calibers, together with stacks of ammunition, abandoned northeast of the town. Upon further investigation, he discovered that they had been abandoned by Marshal Graziani's army when it was routed 6 months before. Rommel immediately incorporated them into his fixed defences and artillery regiments. Some of the guns were sent to Rommel's rear area workshops, where they were mounted on the chassis of lower-grade tanks, making them mobile and deadly. Comando Supremo objected. General Garibaldi declared that these were Italian guns and could only be assigned to Italian units. He was ignored, of course. Now the legend of the Desert Fox, Wüstenfuchs, took hold in earnest on both sides of the line. Rommel's very name and legend are in the process of becoming a psychological danger to the British Army, British intelligence reported. Soon after Battle Axe, the British made 2 attempts to kill or capture Rommel. The first time, a group of commandos was captured a few hundred yards from his command truck. The second attempt was made after Rommel moved his headquarters to near Bardia. There was a nice Mediterranean beach nearby, and Rommel and some of his men liked to swim there, usually in the nude. One day, British snipers opened up on him and narrowly missed. Rommel dove behind a stone wall, and the snipers escaped into the nearby hills. The Desert Fox was unperturbed. "I must be worth quite a lot to the Englishman," he said laughingly to an aide. In the summer of 1941, Hitler ordered the reorganization of the Axis forces in Africa. Rommel was promoted to General of Panzer Troops on July 1st. A new headquarters, Panzergruppe Afrika, Panzer Group Africa, was activated on September 1st, 1941, with Rommel as commander and Gauser as chief of staff. Lieutenant General Ferdinand Schall was named commander of the Deutsches Afrikakorps, DAK, that same day, but he was in poor health and turned command over to Lieutenant General Philipp Müller-Gebhardt on September 15th. Müller contracted dysentery almost as soon as he arrived in Africa and was replaced by Lieutenant General Ludwig Kruvel, who would be promoted to General of Panzer Troops on December 1st. Colonel Fritz Bayerlein was appointed Chief of Staff of the Corps. The Afrika Corps now consisted of the 15th Panzer Division and the 5th Light Division, which was upgraded and redesignated the 21st Panzer Division. Each tank division included a panzer brigade of 2 panzer regiments. Each regiment had 2 battalions. Each division also had a rifle regiment, later called a panzer grenadier regiment, of 2, later 3 battalions each, a reconnaissance battalion, which included scout cars and armoured cars, an anti-tank battalion, an engineer battalion, a signal battalion, and an artillery regiment, 3 and later 4 battalions, as well as supply and support units. A new formation, the Afrika Division, later called the 90th Light, was also created on September 1st. Led by Major General Max Zimmermann, it initially consisted of 4 infantry battalions and lacked enough trucks and armoured cars to make it truly mobile. Over time, however, it became a full-strength division. Units formed from miscellaneous parts seldom become elite formations, but for some inexplicable reason the Afrika Division did. It would eventually include the 155th, 200th, and 361st Infantry Regiments, as well as the 190th Panzer, 580th Reconnaissance, 900th Engineer, 605th Anti-Tank, and 190th Signal Battalions, plus the usual supply and support units. Panzergruppe Afrika also included 2 Italian corps, the 20th Motorized, commanded by Lieutenant General Gastone Gambara, and the 21st Infantry, Major General Enea Navarini. The 20th Motorized included the Ariete Armoured, Trieste Motorized, and Trento Motorized divisions. Trento was not yet fully formed. The 21st Infantry was besieging Tobruk with the Pavia, Bologna, and Brescia infantry divisions, and Major General Umberto di Giorgi's Savona infantry division was dispersed in the frontier garrisons and at Halfaya Pass. Chapter 9. The Lull. After Rommel's battle-axe victories in June, a lull descended on the North African front until the British winter offensive began in late November. The Desert Fox, of course, was far from idle. He kept busy preparing for the next Allied onslaught and dealing with his supply difficulties, which were enormous. In many ways, Rommel was a go-see-for-yourself kind of commander. He believed in constantly inspecting his formations and visiting with his young desert soldiers, which both kept them on their toes and boosted their morale. He had a smile and a joke for everyone who seemed to be doing his job, General von Esebeck would recall. He liked nothing better than to run into a soldier from his own part of the country, so he could speak with him in the Swabian dialect. According to Esebeck, he had a very warm heart. Fame and success had changed Rommel's personal habits very little. Life was harder in the desert, to be sure, but Rommel seemed to enjoy it, even though the strain began to take a toll on his health. A typical day with Rommel would have tested the stamina and endurance of a much younger man. He still did not care what he ate, and frequently forgot to eat at all. When he set out in the mornings, he usually carried a few sandwiches or a can of sardines and a piece or two of bread, along with a small flask of cold tea with lemon. He usually brought the tea back untouched. The food was frequently uneaten as well. One day he invited an Italian general to eat with him in the field, but was mildly embarrassed to find he had only 3 stale slices of bread. He dismissed the entire incident by remarking that Italian generals ate too much anyway. His evening meal was the longest of the day, and it never lasted more than 20 minutes. Again, the food was simple. Afterwards, he would order the radio turned on, but only for the news, never for music. Then he would write to Luzzi. If a major campaign or battle was in progress, he might have Corporal Herbert Gunther, his batman, write to her. He would then answer any correspondence from his World War I comrades. These letters he normally wrote in his own hand. Very seldom were they dictated or typed. Rommel was definitely stricter and less friendly with his staff and his senior officers than with his Soldaten. With the officers who worked with him he was strictly professional, impersonal, and almost reticent. Even so, he gradually drew around himself a staff of friends and professionals who became the nerve centre of his command. They included General Gauser, Colonel, later Lieutenant General Siegfried Westphal, Colonel, later Lieutenant General Fritz Bayerlein, Lieutenant, later Captain Albert Berndt, Major, later Major General Friedrich Wilhelm von Mellenthin, Georg von Bismarck, and General von Ravenstein. Competence was the criterion for joining the inner circle, although being a Swabian didn't hurt. Rommel once said that men are either intelligent or unintelligent, ambitious or lazy. Those who are unintelligent and ambitious are dangerous. He got rid of them. To the unintelligent and lazy he assigned mundane duties. The intelligent and ambitious he put on his staff, and the intelligent and lazy men he made his commanders. The men he assembled around him were smart and ambitious, but extremely diverse. Major Friedrich Wilhelm von Mellenthin was a soldier from a long line of soldiers. His great-great-grandfather was Prince August of Prussia, a nephew of Frederick the Great, and his father, Lieutenant Colonel von Mellenthin, had been killed in action in Belgium in 1918, when Frederick was 13. Mellenthin was born in Breslau, Silesia, in 1904, and entered the army as a Fahnenjunker in 1924. Because of the restrictions imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, he was not commissioned lieutenant until 1928. He was with the 7th Cavalry Regiment in Breslau from 1924 until 1935, when he was selected for the General Staff training. In the process, Mellenthin became a skilled horseman and a master of dressage, which is considered by many to be the most difficult equestrian event. From 1937 to 1939, he worked for General of Infantry, later Field Marshal Erwin von Witzleben, the commander of Wehrkreis III, and a leader in the plot to depose Adolf Hitler. Mellenthin, however, was strictly a professional soldier, and did not involve himself in politics. Eventually he became 1C, Chief Intelligence Officer, of Wehrkreis III and the Third Corps. In January 1940, Mellenthin became 1A, Chief of Operations, of the 197th Infantry Division, which played a minor role in the German victory in the West. He had a flair for military intelligence work, however, and was named 1C, Chief of Intelligence of the First Army in occupied France, working for Witzleben and later Colonel General Johannes Blaskowitz. He then served as 1C of the Second Army in the Balkans campaign of 1941, when Germany conquered Yugoslavia and Greece, before being sent to Africa. He was promoted to First Lieutenant in 1931, Rittmeister, Captain of Cavalry in 1935, and Major in late 1940. His brother Horst became a General of Artillery and a Corps Commander on the Eastern Front later in the war. Insofar as the staff officers were concerned, one of Rommel's worst eccentricities was his insistence that they go with him on his visits to the front or on reconnaissance flights over enemy territory. Gauser, Westphal and Bayerlein would at various times end up in hospitals because they got too close to the action, and Mellenthin once ended up with a machine gun in his hands, fighting like a private against Australian infantry. But Rommel's attitude was that if his chief of staff or other general staff officers became a casualty, they could always be replaced. Johann von Ravenstein was in many ways the opposite of Mellenthin. Although one of his ancestors had served as an aide to Blücher at Waterloo, and his father was a Lower Silesian Junker and reserve officer, Johann was a civilian at heart. He was born on New Year's Day, 1889, in Strelin, Silesia, now Szczecin, Czech Republic, to well-off parents, but a riding accident mentally unhinged his father, who gave away all of his lands before his death in 1905. Johann was thus denied a university education. The almost destitute Frau von Ravenstein could not afford to pay for his schooling, but Prussia could. He therefore attended cadet schools at Wallstadt and Groß-Lichterfelde, which was Imperial Germany's equivalent of West Point. He served as a member of the Corps of Pages at the court of Kaiser Wilhelm II, before being commissioned second lieutenant in the 7th Grenadier, 2nd West Prussian Regiment, Kaiser Wilhelm I, at Liegnitz. He later transferred to the 155th Infantry, 7th West Prussian Regiment at Ostrowo, and the 37th Fusilier, 1st West Prussian Regiment. Ravenstein saw considerable action on the Western Front in World War I, where he was a battalion adjutant and a battalion commander. He fought at Verdun, the Somme, and in the Champagne offensive, and was wounded 3 times. He took command of the 1st Battalion, 37th Fusilier, on March the 30th. On May the 27th he broke through the Allied line at Soissons and captured the Chemin des Dames with 7 men. The French launched heavy counterattacks, but Ravenstein and his comrades held them off with hand grenades. Pushing on with 6 men mounted on bicycles, the lieutenant seized a vital bridge over the Aisne at Bourg intact. During this operation, his battalion took 1,500 prisoners and captured 32 guns. Ravenstein was promoted to captain and awarded the Pour le Mérite. Johann von Ravenstein had no desire to remain in the army after the war. Discharged in the spring of 1920 with the honorary rank of major, he could now afford to attend the university at Essen, where he studied political science. Afterwards he moved to Duisburg, where he worked for an electrical company and the city administration. He became press secretary for Dr. Karl Jares, who ran against Adolf Hitler for president of the Republic. Ravenstein was also a strong evangelical Christian, which offended many brownshirts and National Socialists. After Hitler achieved power, Ravenstein thought it best to rejoin the army, where the Nazis could not follow him to exact revenge on him and his family for his anti-Nazi behavior. On May 1, 1934, he joined the Reichswehr as a major and commander of the 2nd Battalion, 60th Infantry Regiment at Iserlohn in the Sauerland, near the Ruhr River. He became a lieutenant colonel in 1936, was named commander of the 4th Rifle Regiment, 6th Panzer Division in 1938, and was promoted to colonel on April 1, 1939. Ravenstein fought in Poland, Belgium and Greece, where he led the 16th Rifle Brigade of the 16th Panzer Division. He was promoted to Major General on May 20, 1941, and named commander of the 5th Light Division of the Afrika Corps. This command was redesignated the 21st Panzer Division on October 1, 1941. Although a civilian at heart, Ravenstein had natural abilities as a soldier, and he soon became the most feared German commander in North Africa after Rommel. Another staff officer of some importance was Captain Alfred Berndt, a fanatical Nazi, and in his civilian life a member of Goebbels' propaganda ministry. Berndt was a product of his times. His family, who lived in a part of Prussia given to the Poles by the Treaty of Versailles, was forcibly evicted from their home and had to immigrate to Germany with virtually nothing but the clothes on their backs. Berndt neither forgot nor forgave. He joined the Nazi Party in 1923 and made many contacts within it, and he even had access to Adolf Hitler. Berndt was tall and well-built, with a strong face, and he was as outspoken and tough as Rommel, who liked him. Berndt, in effect, became Rommel's publicist. He wrote a war book early in the conflict, and did much to promote Rommel's image with the Nazi elite and the German public, something Rommel did not mind at all. Unlike most German generals, Rommel understood public relations. His attitude ran contrary to that of Hans von Seeckt, the general-in-chief of the Reichsheer in the 1920s, whose axiom was, "Great achievement, small display, more reality than appearance." Rommel believed in reality and appearance. Seeckt, who in many ways was the intellectual founder of the Wehrmacht, went so far as to declare, "General staff officers have no faces." The Desert Fox did not believe that this adage applied to him at all. Physically, Erwin Rommel was of slightly below average height, stocky, with sloping shoulders and thinning brown hair. He had blue-grey eyes and unusual humour wrinkles slanting down from his eyes to his upper cheekbones. He had a strong chin and mouth, and enjoyed a good laugh, although he did not appreciate off-colour jokes. Overall, there was nothing remarkable in his appearance. He was a little overweight, and despite his Spartan habits and unrelenting physical activity, he never lost the excess pounds. But appearances are often deceiving, and Rommel had an iron constitution. One young Nazi paratrooper and skiing champion recalled, "He had the strength of a horse. No need for food, no need for drink, no need for sleep." Rommel, he noted, could wear out men 30 years younger than himself, and, if anything, he was too hard on himself and everybody else. Like Jeb Stuart or Napoleon, whom he admired, Rommel could sleep with his head on a table for a few minutes and wake up refreshed and ready to go again for hours. He was always up, shaved and dressed by 6 a.m. and usually wore a standard German uniform, breeches, boots and jacket. On the hottest days he would wear shorts. He took one liberty with the dress code. During the winter he wore a checkered scarf his daughter had knitted for him. On a typical gruelling day, Rommel would leave on his inspections at 7 a.m. and return after dark. He would be friendly if a particular unit or outpost pleased him, but he was harsh when displeased. Sometimes, during a battle or other operation, he would come across a panzer sitting still. He carried a crowbar, the modern answer to the old Prussian king's cane, in his Kübelwagen, the German equivalent of a jeep, which his aide used to alert tank crews that Rommel wished to speak with them. When a tank commander opened the hatch, Rommel stood up in the car and yelled at him, "Get cracking! On your way! Attacks don't succeed by standing still." Once this practice almost got him killed. His aide, Lieutenant Baron von Schlippenbach, had just hopped out with the crowbar when the enemy fired on the stationary panzer. The driver put the tank into reverse and backed over Rommel's car. The general only barely managed to jump out in time. Rommel wore out many aides, some of whom were fired and some of whom were transferred elsewhere at their own request. His old friend from World War I, Captain Hermann Aldinger, could not stand the rigours of the desert and was sent back to Europe. Lieutenant Heinz Schmidt transferred to a combat unit. Lieutenant Count von Schweppenburg only lasted a few weeks before he lost an arm. Captain Schreppler, Rommel's adjutant in France, recovered from his wound and returned to his old job, but in the confusion of battle was backed over by the mammoth and crushed to death in late 1941. And so it went. Rommel's last aide, Captain Helmut Lang, rode with him in Normandy and was lucky to survive that ordeal, as we shall hear. In addition to a highly competent and diverse collection of staff officers and commanders, Rommel assembled a personal bodyguard, at least in theory. In reality, it was actually a personal battle group of battalion size that Rommel could throw into battle at a moment's notice, wherever he saw fit. It was called the Kampfstaffel, battle staff, and included a tank company, a mixed flak AT company, a reconnaissance unit, and a signals detachment. Like the rest of the Afrika Korps, it had a hard time keeping up with the Desert Fox on the battlefield. By now, Rommel's tactics were set. He believed that the fighting on the North African front was the most modern and sophisticated form of battle to be experienced in World War II. He could not have foreseen the atomic bomb. Rommel frequently compared desert warfare to war at sea. The desert resembled the sea, with its huge areas of open space, its unpredictable storms, and its shifting waves of sand. The tank took the place of the battleship, cruiser, and destroyer, but many naval principles applied. Speed, manoeuvre, and quick decision were trumps. Rommel often declared, "No admiral ever won a naval battle from a shore base." Applying this axiom gave Rommel a tremendous advantage over his opponents, who were often headquartered 30 to 50 miles to the rear. In rapidity of decision and velocity of movement, the Germans completely outclassed their enemy, and mainly because Rommel normally took personal command of his armour. Major General J.F.C. Fuller, one of the fathers of the theory of the Blitzkrieg, would write. Rommel once asked why he should worry about the fact that the British had greater numbers of tanks when their commanders used them in driblets. Against them he was always stronger with his concentrated army. Although he stressed mobility, the Desert Fox was not blind to the importance of the key position. He created strongpoints, such as at Halfaya and Saloum, in order to deny vital terrain features to the enemy. Rommel insisted that every defended point must have a complete defensive system, sufficient for an all-round defence, complete with enough water, ammunition, and supplies to last 3 weeks. He told the men at the strongpoints that the decisive battle would probably be fought by the panzer forces. Where it was fought was immaterial, but the strongpoints must hold, no matter what the overall situation appeared to be. Our panzer and motorized formations will not leave you in the lurch, even if you should not see them for weeks. Rommel was very strict when it came to the rules of warfare. He looked upon the enemy with what Brigadier Desmond Young would call friendly, if suspicious, hostility. He initially considered the Australians to be the best of his opponents, but he later revised this appreciation because they tended to get out of hand. They acted on their own to the point where their officers did not know what they were up to, and sometimes couldn't even locate them. He still considered them excellent soldiers, and he liked them as people better than any of his other enemies, because they were amusing and had good hearts. The South Africans he put in the same general category, but slightly below the Aussies. They were good material, he concluded, but too raw and insufficiently trained. The New Zealanders, Rommel told his son Manfred, were the best fighters in the Allied camp. He once said, "If I had to take hell, I would use the Australians to take it and the New Zealanders to hold it." Rommel did not consider it proper that the British were using colonials, such as the Indians, who were not white. They were non-Aryan in Nazi parlance. He did, however, consider them well-disciplined and correct, and he treated them well when he captured them. His own allies, the Italians, Rommel considered not quite useless, but close enough. They were no good at war, he declared, but not everyone in the world should be judged on their military propensities. Otherwise, he said, we should have no civilization. The British, his main opponent until 1944, he admired for their courage and tenacity, but not for their rigidity of mind, inadequate training, and tactical inflexibility. Rommel did appreciate the fact that they followed the principles of humane warfare. There were occasional violations on both sides. When a British order instructed the Tommies to withhold water from German prisoners, Rommel instantly became furious. He immediately issued the same order vis-à-vis British prisoners, and sent a message to the Allied Commander-in-Chief, demanding that the offending order be revoked at once. It was. When he learned this, Rommel cancelled his order as well. Rommel's indignation over violations in the rules of warfare was perhaps even greater when the offenders were his own allies, the Italians. Hospital boats were a hot button for him. The RAF's draft won, perhaps accidentally, provoking his fury, and he became upset when he learned that the Royal Navy was pulling hospital boats into Malta for inspection. He became even more annoyed when the British nabbed an unwounded Italian general in one of them. When Marshal Ugo Cavallero, the chief of Comando Supremo since December 6, 1940, told Rommel that he had a plan for alleviating the Panzer Group's petrol shortage, he would smuggle petrol over in false-bottom hospital boats, the Desert Fox exploded and jumped straight down Cavallero's throat. Rommel insisted that enemy soldiers be treated properly. He had strong views on the subject of morality and the rules of warfare, and the Afrika Korps followed them. Rommel's first friction with Hitler occurred over this issue. On October 18, 1942, Hitler ordered that all captured British commandos be executed, whether they were in uniform or not, and any officer who neglected to pass this order on to the troops would be punished under military law. The men of the DAK never saw this order. Rommel and Colonel Westphal took it behind Rommel's command post and burned. Chapter 10. Crusader. Rommel's situation in late 1941 was not pretty. The Wehrmacht had invaded the Soviet Union on June the 22nd, and most of the German armed forces were tied down there for the rest of the war. The Russian front deprived Rommel of any hope of significant reinforcements. The failure to capture Tobruk left Rommel without a port close to the front of the battle he was fighting. Benghazi, which had never been in particularly good shape and was now badly damaged, was 300 miles away, and Tripoli was 1,000 miles away. An enemy offensive, coupled with a simultaneous attack from Tobruk, would place Panzer Group Africa in a dangerous position. However, Rommel did not expect a major offensive as long as the German forces in southern Russia posed the threat of an invasion of the Middle East. He was correct, but that threat receded as winter approached. The British could now shift their reserves from Palestine to Egypt, and the Desert Fox expected the enemy to launch an offensive sometime during the second half of November. The Russian front drained resources that might otherwise have been available for the Mediterranean sector, especially air resources. The British air and naval base at Malta had not been able to be much more than a nuisance in the spring of 1941, when it was being routinely pounded by the Luftwaffe. Then the German 10th Air Corps was sent away to the Balkans. The RAF became active again, as did the Royal Navy, and they effectively cut Rommel's supply line. He lost 17% of his assigned supplies in July, 35% in August, 38% in September, 63% in October, and a whopping 77% in November. The 1,000-mile-long trip from Tripoli to the front was also a huge drain on his resources, especially fuel. By November, 35% of his trucks had broken down, and the rest were rapidly wearing out from constant use. Meanwhile, as the Japanese armed forces pushed south in the Pacific, Australian Prime Minister Arthur Patton insisted that his troops in Tobruk be returned for the defence of their homeland. In a brilliant manoeuvre, the Royal Navy inserted the British 70th Infantry Division, the 32nd Army Tank Brigade, and the Polish 1st Carpathian Infantry Brigade, and withdrew the 9th Australian Division. But the legend of the Desert Fox had enormous power on both sides of the line. Rommel seemed to be everywhere at once, constantly showing up at the front lines and personally going behind enemy lines to lead raids into Egypt. He had a dynamic personality and a riveting look which gripped you, journalist Wolf Heckmann would note. One of his great war comrades recalled that anyone who came under Rommel's spell, and a great many did, at once became a real soldier. He was absolutely fearless, and he never hesitated to expose himself to enemy fire. He acted as if he could not be killed. On one occasion he hit the dirt as the RAF strafed his patrol. He picked himself up, and, to the horror of his men, began to limp. Very concerned, they asked him if he was wounded. "I don't feel anything," he replied, patting himself down. The investigation revealed that a British bomb splinter had ripped the heel off of his left boot. Another bomb splinter struck one of the Mammoth's tires, but nobody noticed it in the excitement. The tire went flat that night. Unprotected, behind enemy lines, and while British patrols were searching for Rommel's raiding party, the Germans changed the tire in the darkness. This took hours, but Rommel's luck held again. He eluded his pursuers and escaped to his own lines about dawn. The success of this raid and many other incidents added fuel to the growing legend of the Desert Fox. Somehow Rommel's aura transmitted itself to his men. Most of them had been drafted in the usual way, but now that they were part of the Afrika Korps, they walked with a new swagger, assuming the attitudes of elite, specially trained warriors. And they loved their commander, who gave them this feeling of responsibility and importance. His men were of the firm belief that Erwin Rommel was one of the greatest commanders in military history. He had not only survived against overwhelming odds, but he had won incredible victories. His men's attitude towards him crossed the lines and infected the British, whose soldiers believed that they were facing elite troops directed by pure genius, and that their own generals could not measure up to him. This led Auchinleck to issue his famous Rommel Order. To all senior officers and department heads at GHQ and with the Middle East troops. There is a real danger that our friend Rommel will become a bogeyman for our troops, in view of the fact that he is so much discussed. However energetic and capable he may be, he is no superhuman. Even were he a superman, it would be undesirable that our troops should endow him with supernatural attributes. I must beg you to make every effort to destroy the concept that Rommel is anything more than an ordinary German general. Firstly, we must stop speaking of Rommel when referring to the enemy in Libya. We must speak of the Germans, the Axis troops or the enemy, but never, in this particular context, of Rommel. I must ask you to see that this order is carried out, and that all our junior commanders be instructed that the matter is of great psychological significance. Signed, C.I. Auchinleck, C&C Middle East Forces. P.S. I do not envy Rommel. Indeed, Rommel found the legend of the Desert Fox to be a mixed blessing. In late 1942, when he desperately needed reinforcements and was unable to obtain them, he talked about the disadvantage of having a great military reputation. Others always expect miracles and attribute any defeat to pure malicious intent. Rommel's victories, his popularity with his men and the general public, and his influence with the Führer all caused hatred for him to grow and fester among several high-ranking officers at Führer headquarters. Colonel General Franz Halder, the chief of the General Staff, had hated the Desert Fox for some time, not least because Rommel had called Halder a bloody fool to his face. Rommel lacked diplomacy. Behind his back, Halder referred to Rommel as this soldier gone stark mad. Walter von Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief of the army, also disliked him intensely, and the feeling was mutual. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, the chief of the Armed Forces High Command, OKW, and Colonel General Alfred Jodl, the chief of operations at OKW, both harboured deep dislike for Rommel, and again the emotion was reciprocated. In addition, Hitler's secretary, Martin Bormann, had hated Rommel fiercely ever since the Polish campaign. All of these men lobbied against the Desert Fox, tried to turn Hitler against him, advocated keeping North Africa a minor secondary front, and tried to prevent German reinforcements from reaching him. Rommel's only friend at Führer HQ was Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler's army adjutant. On July the 28th, 1941, Erwin Rommel flew to Germany to spend a couple of days, July the 29th and 30th, at Wiener Neustadt with his family. His wife was horrified at his physical condition, and especially at his yellowish skin. Although he never let it show in the desert, Rommel was no longer a young man, and the Sahara had been tough on him. He already had vision problems. He was nearsighted in one eye and farsighted in the other, and although he had glasses, he never wore them in public. But the desert made everything worse. Lucy tried to persuade him to see a physician, but he refused. He said he didn't trust doctors because they had wanted to amputate his leg in 1915. He flew to Führer headquarters, the Wolf's Lair, Wolfschanze, near Rastenburg, East Prussia, on July the 31st. The next day he presented his strategic plans for the rest of 1941 to the dictator and his top generals. He wanted to first capture Tobruk and then seize Cairo, Alexandria and the Suez Canal. Then Rommel wanted to go even further. He wanted the Afrika Korps to drive on to the Persian Gulf via Syria. Naturally, his ideas were rejected out of hand by Brauchitsch and Halder. Hitler, who was preoccupied with the Eastern Front, rejected the plans as well. No one at the conference had any idea that these were the very plans General Auchinleck feared most. After leaving Rastenburg, Rommel spent 3 more days with his family in Austria. Then he went to Italy, where he conferred with Mussolini and Italian General Ugo Cavallero, the chief of Comando Supremo, in Rome on August the 6th. He left for Libya on August the 7th. Not only did Rommel return to Africa empty-handed, but he was almost killed in the process. The airplane in which he was flying had engine trouble and had to land in Athens. He spent the night there, but he didn't get any sleep because of an enemy air raid. The Luftwaffe transport was still not working properly when it landed in Bardia, Rommel's forward headquarters. Later that day, the airplane crashed shortly after takeoff, killing everyone on board. Just goes to show how quickly it can come to you, Rommel philosophized. Perhaps on account of this brush with death, or possibly because of Luzzi's urging, Rommel visited the army doctors in August. He learned he had jaundice, and they prescribed a bland diet and bed rest. He went on the diet, but ignored the other advice. In September, he contracted a virus that put him out of commission for 3 days. When his troops learned he was sick, they brought him fruit, eggs, and even live chickens and other luxuries that they had purchased with their own money. This was proof that, no matter what the generals of the High Command thought of him, his men were devoted to him. Rommel, meanwhile, had another of his periodic battles with Berlin. Hitler, Jodl, Halder, von Brauchitsch, and Italian Marshal Bastico all opposed making another attack on Tobruk before January 1942. Nearly everyone was against it except Rommel and Mussolini. When the Luftwaffe sent the Panzergroup Africa commander aerial photographs of the railroad which the British were constructing west of Mersa Matruh in Egypt, a frustrated Desert Fox threw the photos on the floor. "I will not look at them," he shouted at 21st Panzer Division Commander General von Ravenstein. He simply refused to accept Hitler's order as final, and flew with Ravenstein to Rome to get it revoked. His first step was to accost General Enno von Rintelen. Rommel called the military attaché a coward and a friend of the Italians. Apparently he considered these accusations synonymous. Next he met with Mussolini, who urged him to attack Tobruk as soon as possible. Then he telephoned OKW Chief of Operations General Alfred Jodl in Berlin. Jodl equivocated. He wanted Rommel's guarantee that there was no danger of the British striking his rear while he struck the garrison. "I will give you my personal guarantee," the Desert Fox snapped. With that, Jodl relented. Rommel set the date for the offensive on November the 23rd. Frau Rommel and Countess von Ravenstein joined their husbands in Rome for Rommel's birthday, November the 15th. The ladies went sightseeing together while their husbands attended to business. Later they met for lunch at Hotel Eden. The women talked for some time about the historic places and wonders of the Eternal City. Rommel listened without commenting. When they finished, he turned to von Ravenstein and explained his ideas concerning the placement of some infantry battalions. When the Ravensteins kissed goodbye at the airport, they were mercifully unaware that they would not see each other again for almost 6 years. There were now 3 possibilities. 1. The British would attack first. 2. The Axis forces would attack before the British were ready. Or 3. The British would wait until Rommel attacked, and then strike while Rommel was decisively engaged at Tobruk. The third possibility was the most dangerous, and it was exactly what General Auchinleck decided to do. Fortunately for Germany, Churchill was overeager again. He set the starting date for the British offensive as November the 18th, and insisted his commander-in-chief stick to it. He did, however, ensure that the British Eighth Army, which was now directing Allied forces in North Africa, was well supplied. From July until the end of October, it received 300 cruiser main battle tanks, 300 American Stuart light tanks, 170 one-tanks, 34,000 trucks, 600 field guns, 900 mortars, 80 heavy anti-aircraft guns, and tens of thousands of tons of other equipment. Allied Operation Crusader, which the Germans called the Battle of Sidi Rezegh, began as scheduled. Commanded by General Sir Alan Cunningham, it consisted of the 30th Corps, led by Lieutenant General C. Willoughby M. Norrie, and the 13th Corps, led by Lieutenant General A. R. Godwin Austen. The 30th Corps included the 7th Armoured Division, 7th Armoured, 22nd Armoured, and 4th Armoured Brigades, and the 7th Support Group, the 1st South African Infantry Division, and the 22nd Guards Brigade. The 13th Corps included the tough 2nd New Zealand Infantry and 4th Indian Infantry Divisions, and the 1st Army Tank Brigade. The 2nd South African Infantry Division and the 29th Indian Brigade were held in reserve, and the British 10th Corps, commanded by Lieutenant General Sir William G. Holmes, was at El Alamein, back in Egypt, also in reserve. By all accounts, Panzer Group Africa was outnumbered at least 2-1, even if Italian tanks were included. Friedrich Wilhelm von Mellenthin, then Rommel's chief intelligence officer, later declared that the British had 748 tanks, including 213 Matildas and Valentines, 220 Crusaders, 150 other heavy models, and 165 lightweight American Stuarts. Rommel had only 249 German and 146 Italian tanks. Neither British Mark 6B nor Italian L3 light tanks are included in these figures. Afrika Korps Chief of Staff Fritz Bayerlein later gave similar totals. The historical account written by Major General Ian S.O. Playfair gives slightly different figures. He places the total number of German panzers at 244, 133 in the 15th Panzer Division, 111 in the 5th Light Division, and the total number of M13 40 tanks at 146, all in the Ariete Armoured Division, for a total of 390 tanks. The M13 40 weighed only 13.5 tons and had a small 47mm main battle gun. Playfair's figures exclude 162 light Italian tanks, 52 in Ariete and 110 with other Italian divisions. He places the British tank strength at 1,233, but this figure includes 259 in reserve in Egypt and 236 brand-new Crusaders, Stuarts and One tanks, en route to Egypt by sea, but not yet arrived. Contrary to the generally accepted view, the German tanks did not have any advantage in quality over their opponents, and in numbers they were always inferior, Rommel's chief of intelligence wrote after the war. Both sides were armed with tanks nowhere near the qualitative standard that would be reached by late 1943. The panzers of 1941 were generally inferior or equal to the British tanks in most categories, but were more mechanically reliable than the Crusader, one of the primary British battle tanks. On the other hand, the American M3 Stuart or Honey tank soon became famous for its wonderful mechanical reliability. The M3 was not really a main battle tank, however, even though it was occasionally used as one in Operation Crusader. It was originally designed as a light or reconnaissance tank, for it weighed only 12.5 tons and had small 37mm main battle guns. The British also had a tremendous advantage in numbers over the Luftwaffe's Air Command Africa. Germany had only 120 airplanes against the RAF's 650. The Italian Air Force had 200 aircraft, but they were of no great value. On November the 9th, a major Italian convoy was headed for North Africa. 10 freighters, which displaced almost 40,000 tons, escorted by several cruisers and destroyers. They never made it. Every cargo ship was sunk by British ships operating out of Malta. Of the 60,000 tons of supplies and equipment Italy sent to Libya in October, only 8,093 tons successfully docked in Tripoli or Benghazi. Allied naval and aerial supremacy, coupled with the fact that the British bombers and dive bombers had essentially cut Rommel's supply lines and were starving Panzer Group Africa, finally compelled Hitler to act. In late November, he ordered that Field Marshal Albert Kesselring's 2nd Air Fleet be transferred from the Eastern Front to Italy. It was too late for Operation Crusader, however. Rommel went into the battle with only 15% of the supplies he needed. The British tanks rolled forward on November the 18th, as ordered. The weather was highly unusual that day. The heavens opened, and deposited the worst cloudburst the area had seen in 60 years on the combatants. The Sahara's drainage was in no way able to handle this much water, and there were several flash floods. The 15th Panzer Division was especially hard hit. Trucks, tents, and their occupants were swept away, and several men drowned in the middle of the desert. The rain slowed the British advance, and there were no major engagements that day, although their vanguards did skirmish with Rommel's reconnaissance battalions and the Italian Savona Division. The British still lost tanks, however. The 7th Armoured Brigade lost 22 of its 141 tanks, and the 22nd Armoured Brigade lost 19 of its 155, all due to mechanical breakdowns. Only the 4th Armoured Brigade, which was equipped with M3 Stuarts, did not have equipment problems. Meanwhile, the British Secret Service was trying to assassinate Erwin Rommel. The British had long been obsessed with a desire to eliminate their opponent. They had discovered the location of Rommel's headquarters at Beda Litoria, a beautiful villa miles behind the lines but not far from the coast. The British staged a raid directed by Colonel, later Major General Sir Robert E. Laycock of the Scottish Commandos. Leading the assault force tasked with actually seizing the villa and killing the Desert Fox was Lieutenant Colonel Geoffrey Keyes. Keyes's highly trained men were the pick of the crop. The storm provided a perfect cover for the commandos, but it also dispersed the men. When Keyes assembled his group, he found he had only 28 men instead of the 50 he had planned on using. The colonel quickly improvised, dividing the men into security elements and 2 assault groups. The latter were supposed to enter the villa via 2 different routes, but one of the assault groups ran into a problem. They were supposed to enter by way of the rear door, but they could not open it. German soldiers had blocked the way with a heavy water barrel. This assault group was unable to gain access to the villa. Colonel Keyes entered the front door with 8 men, all he would have for the mission. Beda Litoria was so far behind German lines that the headquarters staff had seen no need to post sentries. The only German still awake in the downstairs area was a military policeman, who was there to assist any late visitors and assign them rooms for the night. He was unarmed, but he was quick, strong, and brave. The commandos tried to silence him with their knives, but only succeeded in wounding him. The MP cried out, grabbed one of his would-be killers, and fought him hand to hand, knocking over furniture in the process. The noise woke up the NCOs in the munitions office, and one of them started shooting. Colonel Keyes was shot in the thigh. He coolly tossed a hand grenade into the munitions office, neutralizing the non-commissioned officers. The struggle alarmed a staff officer, Lieutenant Kaufholz, who had not yet gone to sleep. He grabbed his Luger and rushed to the head of the stairs, just as Keyes threw his grenade. The explosion illuminated the room and gave the lieutenant a target. Kaufholz shot Keyes right in the chest. The assault group's second-in-command, Captain Robin Campbell, immediately fired on Kaufholz with his machine gun and hit him in several vital places. As the dying lieutenant fell, he fired again, probably by reflex. The wild shot shattered Campbell's shin bone and left the commandos without an able leader. They fled into the night, but only 3 of them succeeded in reaching Allied lines. The Germans offered the Arabs 80 pounds of corn and 20 pounds of flour for each Allied soldier they turned in, and the Arabs bagged almost all of them. Colonel Keyes was dead. Keyes, Lieutenant Kaufholz, and 3 other dead Germans were buried with full military honours. At first it appeared that Captain Campbell's leg would have to be amputated, but it was saved by a German surgeon. Campbell had a fine pair of boots the doctor admired. In appreciation for saving his leg, the commando gave them to the physician before he left for the POW camps. The irony of the raid was that the British had attacked the wrong target. Rommel had left Beda Litoria in August and moved twice since then. He had headquartered there, but only briefly. It was too far from the front to suit him, and too luxurious. The facility that the British commandos had attacked was now the headquarters of Major Schleusener, Rommel's chief supply officer. And even if Beda Litoria had been Rommel's HQ, he wouldn't have been there. He was on his way back from Rome. During World War II, British intelligence was better than anyone else's, often by a wide margin. It wasn't perfect, though. Rommel biographer Brigadier Desmond Young described Operation Crusader as a proper dogfight, like the great aerial battles over the trenches in 1918. Even today, he wrote, it is hard to follow. The last comment is an understatement. In my view, Sidi Rezegh, as the Germans called it, is the most complicated battle in all of World War II. Any understandable description of less than a book-length manuscript is necessarily an oversimplification. At first, Rommel refused to believe the battle had started, simply because he did not want to believe it had begun. He could be pig-headed at times. A British offensive to lift the German siege of Tobruk would mean that his assault on the city had been spoiled, so Rommel averred that the British move was a reconnaissance in force. However, General Cruvel showed up at Rommel's HQ on the morning of November the 19th and made him see sense. Rommel cancelled his Tobruk assault and ordered the 15th Panzer Division to Gambut, where it could assist the 21st Panzer Division, which was already heavily engaged. The battle now began in earnest. The British attack plan was flawed. It divided the 8th Army into an infantry heavy corps, the 13th, operating against Halfaya Pass, Saloum and Fort Capuzzo, and an armoured heavy corps, the 30th, advancing on Tobruk. The British armour was divided into 3 brigades, the 4th, the 7th, and the 22nd Armoured. Rommel correctly predicted that the British would not mass their armour, but would scatter it all over the desert as usual. He was right. They sent their tanks off into 3 different directions. Rommel defeated the left and right-hand columns, but the central column pushed on, and at 1 p.m. overran the Sidi Rezegh airfield, only 13 miles from the Tobruk perimeter, and captured 19 airplanes. All that stood between the British central column and the fortress was a thin screen from the 90th Light Division, a few anti-tank guns, and some rear area units of the 21st Italian Infantry Corps. The British could have reached the perimeter, but the commander of the 7th Armoured Brigade, Brigadier G.M.O. Davy, did not want to attack unsupported, so he waited for reinforcements. But the other 2 British armoured brigades had been checked by the 21st Panzer and Ariete armoured divisions. The Italian Ariete was, incidentally, exceeding all German expectations. The 21st Panzer Division was largely immobilised on November the 20th by a lack of fuel, but the British still did not attack Tobruk. They did, however, decide that the British 70th Infantry Division would break out of Tobruk the following day and link up with the 7th Armoured Brigade at El Douda. Rommel, meanwhile, concentrated more elements of the 90th Light Division, along with the Panzer Group's artillery, Arco 104, against Sidi Rezegh, and ordered Cruvel to attack it from the southwest the following morning with the entire Afrika Korps. In Germany, the Sunday before Advent is known as Totensonntag, the Day of the Dead, a religious holiday in which people silently commemorate the dead, especially Germany's fallen soldiers. The holiday fell, fittingly, during the Battle of Sidi Rezegh. The Tobruk breakout attempt gained 3.5 miles, and the Allies took 1,100 prisoners, half from the Bologna Division, half from the 90th Light. The attempt only failed because the Desert Fox committed his last reserves, the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion, backed by a few 88mm anti-aircraft guns, and launched a violent counterattack, personally led by him. Brigadier Davy of the 7th Armoured Brigade was finally about to attack to the north to link up with the Tobruk garrison when he received word that the entire Afrika Korps was advancing on his position from the southwest. He allowed the attack to go forward with half of his brigade, but withdrew the reserves, which he used against the Afrika Korps. Without the reserves, Davy's northern attack came to nothing. The British expected to meet only Italian infantry, but Rommel had brought up the entire 155th Infantry Regiment of the 90th Light Division, plus part of Böttcher's artillery and several anti-tank guns. The 6th Royal Tank Regiment tried to force its way across the Trig Capuzzo, a trig is an unimproved road, but was slaughtered. It left 3/4 of its remaining tanks burning north of the airfield. The 7th Support Group also suffered heavy casualties. Davy met the Afrika Korps with 2 regiments, the 2nd Royal Tank Regiment and the 7th Hussars. They were also cut to pieces. The Hussars lost its commander and all but 10 of its tanks. The 2nd Royal Tank Regiment was also pulverised. Creuvel broke through and crossed the airfield. The British 7th Armoured Brigade was only saved from total annihilation because of a determined stand by the 7th Support Group and the remnants of the 6th Royal Tank Regiment. The British Brigade was clearly crushed, but with the bulldog tenacity so characteristic of the English, its heroic soldiers refused to admit defeat. Tens of thousands of vehicles, perhaps 35,000 in all, were moving all over the place, grinding the dirt around Tobruk into a fine sand, which the wind picked up. Dust flew everywhere. It mixed with smoke from artillery fire, anti-tank guns, and burning vehicles. Visibility dropped to almost nothing, commanders could not be found, men were disoriented and lost, and confusion ran rampant. The poor visibility largely neutralized Allied air power. The RAF had no idea where the friendlies were, or if the dust-covered men below them were Germans, British, Italians, or South Africans. On November the 22nd, Rommel made a characteristically bold move. He turned up at the headquarters of the 21st Panzer Division and ordered Ravenstein to send the bulk of its infantry, mainly the 104th Rifle Regiment, to attack Sidi Rezegh from the north, while the 5th Panzer Regiment, backed by the division's 88s, would make a wide sweep to the north of the village of Belhamed and attack the airfield from the west. The 104th was joined by a battalion from the 90th Light Division. The British reinforced Davy with the 22nd Armoured Brigade and the 5th South African Infantry Brigade, but for some reason the 4th Armoured Brigade did not join them. Ravenstein's attack took the Allies totally by surprise. It tore the 2 British armoured brigades limb from limb. The British were not yet well versed in combined arms operations. By the end of the day, the 22nd Armoured Brigade had only 34 tanks, while the 7th Support Group was down to 10. The 4th had 100, giving the British a total of 144 tanks left, but most of them were light M3 Stuarts. Rommel had 173 panzers. He had gained the advantage in numbers. Meanwhile, one of the New Zealand brigades ran into the headquarters of the DAK. Almost everyone was killed or captured. Only Creuvel, Bayerlein, and a few others escaped. Late that afternoon, in response to a call for help from the 21st Panzer Division, Lieutenant Colonel Hans Kramer and his 8th Panzer Regiment approached Sidi Rezegh from the southeast. Although this move was not part of Rommel's plan, it was brilliant. Kramer took the Black Rats of the 4th Armoured Brigade by surprise from the rear. Kramer's men overran the brigade headquarters, captured the brigade commander, dispersed the brigade, overran the 8th Hussars Regiment, destroyed or captured 50 Stuarts, and took more than 200 prisoners. When darkness fell shortly thereafter, the 7th Armoured Division had only 44 tanks left, excluding the 4th Armoured Brigade, and it was so badly mauled that no one knew how many of its tanks had survived. That night the desert was lit up by hundreds of burning vehicles. Death and destruction were everywhere. The next day, November the 23rd, was Totensonntag. Before dawn, Rommel took the unusual step of signalling Mussolini personally and asking that all Axis forces, including the 20th Italian Motorized Corps, Ariete, and the Trieste Motorized Division, be placed under his command. Surprisingly, the Italian dictator complied at once. Rommel ordered a converging attack on Sidi Rezegh. It was another day of total confusion. Perhaps the best division in the 8th Army, the 2nd New Zealand Division, tried to rescue the 7th Armoured Division, which was nearly surrounded. Rommel was attempting to reach General Creuvel and Afrika Korps headquarters when the storm broke. The New Zealanders gave chase to the Desert Fox, who narrowly escaped to the 90th Light Division's 361st Infantry, a tough regiment that included a number of Germans who had served in the French Foreign Legion. They were soon practically surrounded, and Rommel was trapped there for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, Creuvel and the DAK slowly crushed the 5th South African Brigade. The remnants of the 22nd Armoured Brigade rushed to the support of the South Africans and converged around a British command vehicle. During a lull, one of the British soldiers decided to see who was in it. He knocked on the hatch. It was not really a British vehicle, but one of the mammoths captured from the Western Desert Force at Mecheli that spring. Suddenly, the shocked Tommy found himself staring face to face with the commander of the Afrika Korps. A moment later, a German 20mm anti-aircraft gun opened up on the Englishman, who quickly fled for the safety of his own tank. The mammoth also took off. Fortunately for Cruvel, the British tank was out of ammunition. There were no casualties on either side during this incident. The Tobruk garrison did its best to take the pressure off the Sidi Rezegh pocket by attacking the Italian Pavia division. They hoped to break through and force Ravenstein to deal with them, diverting his attention from the pocket. But the Italians again demonstrated their unpredictability. Pavia rose to the challenge and dealt the British a stinging defeat. Not one German soldier was needed. The Afrika Korps and the 90th Light Division relentlessly crushed the South Africans and the 7th Armoured Division. Cruvel delivered the main attack at 3 p.m. The fighting was extremely hard. The South African artillery fought particularly well, accounting for most of the 60 German tanks knocked out that day, but the odds against it were just too great. The 5th South African Brigade was overwhelmed and destroyed. It lost 3,394 of its 5,700 men, most of whom were captured. More than 300 British tanks lay burning or burned out on the battlefield, and another 150 were heavily damaged. Straffer Gott and the remnants of his 7th Armoured Division escaped to the east. The Germans had won the battle, or so it appeared. One of the dangers of leading from the front is that one is sometimes overly impressed by local victories. When Rommel finally reached his headquarters at El Adam during the night of November the 23rd to the 24th, he was in a state of elation. He believed that a raid into the rear of the 8th Army would result in a rout. Colonel von Mellenthin, General Gauser, and Colonel Westphal all disagreed. True, the British had been thrashed, but the Afrika Korps had also suffered heavy casualties and was down to 90 runners, operational tanks. Also, instead of the raid on the 8th Army, the General Staff officers wanted to overrun and destroy the 2nd New Zealand Infantry Division. It had been left in an exposed position by the British retreat from Sidi Rezegh, and the General Staff officers knew they might never have such an opportunity again. In fact, they never did. Even Ludwig Cruvel opposed the raid. He wanted to salvage the booty lying on the Sidi Rezegh battlefield, but Rommel could not be swayed. He was carried away with adrenaline and excitement. It was the turning point of the battle. Meanwhile, General Auchinleck arrived at 8th Army headquarters and demanded that the offensive be continued. The 30th Corps was smashed. He ordered that it be allowed to rest and reorganize. But 13th Corps was still intact, he told General Cunningham. Use that. Cunningham, though, thought his losses were too high, especially at Sidi Rezegh, where half of the South African division had been annihilated and 2/3 of his armour had been knocked out. He asked permission to retreat. Auchinleck rejected his appeal. The next day he took matters a step further and fired General Cunningham, putting his own Chief of Staff, Major General Sir Neil Ritchie, in command of the battle. His orders to Ritchie were blunt: continue the offensive, no matter what. Rommel carried out his raid on the rear of the 8th Army, advancing to the frontier wire near Gasser el Abid on the Egyptian border and looking for British supply dumps. He never knew it, but in the dash to the wire he passed within 4 miles of the main depot. Unaware, he continued rolling eastward. The Afrika Korps and the Italian 20th Armoured were scattered over 40 miles of desert. The 8th Army did not retreat or disintegrate as anticipated, and the New Zealanders, along with the fresh 22nd Guards Brigade from the 13th Corps, attacked again and mauled Group Böttcher. Siegfried Westphal, the chief of operations of Panzergruppe Afrika, saw a disaster in the making. He was unable to contact Rommel or Gauser. Should Westphal, a mere colonel, overrule his commander-in-chief and order the panzers to return? As the situation became increasingly desperate, he did just that. Rommel was initially furious when he found out what his chief of staff had done, and stormed out of the command post without saying a word. Later, however, in a calmer and more objective mood, he admitted that Westphal had done the right thing. Rommel's raid into Egypt had changed everything. The British had had time to recover. They were reinforced. Many of their damaged tanks were repaired. Additional RAF fighters and bombers had arrived, and the Desert Fox no longer called the tune. But he had not yet lost his teeth. On the morning of November the 27th, he took personal charge of the 15th Panzer Division, annihilated the 5th New Zealand Infantry Brigade, and captured its commander, 800 of its men, and all of its artillery. German tank strength, however, was now dangerously low. The DAK had 40 operational Panzerkampfwagen 3s and 4s, in addition to 20 nearly useless Panzer Mark IIs. That evening, Kruvel and Bayerlein drove to the airfield at Gambut to meet with Rommel. They found him and Gauser in the back of a captured British truck, both unshaven, caked in dust, and suffering from a lack of sleep. There were heaps of straw in the truck, which the generals were using as beds. There were also a few cans of food and a can of stale drinking water. Nearby were a few dispatch riders with a couple of radios. Later that night, Rommel drove to El Adam, where he met with Colonel Westphal. The colonel reported that the Tobruk front was on the verge of collapse, and that the Italians wanted to retreat. Rommel decided to wipe out the 2nd New Zealand Division instead. The fighting over the next 4 days was complicated and intense. Major General Johannes von Ravenstein was one of the casualties. He drove into the middle of a New Zealand battalion and was taken prisoner. He was the first German general captured in World War II. At one point, as dusk was falling, Rommel's staff car broke down in the middle of the desert. There was no one else around, and the Desert Fox was at the mercy of whoever showed up next. Fortunately for him, it was General Kruvel in his Mammoth. Later, Rommel hopped in another car and accidentally drove into New Zealand lines. Fortunately, he came upon a field hospital and not a combat unit. The German general strutted in like he owned the place. He told the New Zealander doctors that they had been captured, but that they were to carry on as if nothing had happened. Rommel even asked the chief surgeon if he needed anything, assured him that he would continue to receive medical supplies, and then calmly rode away. On December the 1st, the Desert Fox finally overran the hardened 4th New Zealand Brigade near Belhamed. Major General Freiberg, the tough New Zealander commander, realized that things were coming apart. He broke out that night, along with the 1st Army Tank Brigade, which was down to its 10 last 1 tanks. It would take months to rebuild the 2nd New Zealand Division. More significantly, the German siege of Tobruk had been restored. Now there was a lull on the North African front. Rommel reported the destruction of 814 enemy tanks and scout cars, along with the capture of 9,000 prisoners. He had lost 142 panzers and 25 armoured cars. Counting hastily repaired vehicles, the Afrika Korps had only 80 tanks left. For all practical purposes, Panzer Group Afrika was operationally bankrupt. But the British Eighth Army was also near the end of its tether. The two sides resembled two battered fighters. They had each beaten the other almost senseless, but neither was prepared to admit defeat. Auchinleck, who had by far the most resources, had won the bout. He gathered his remaining mobile forces and approached Tobruk from the southwest, forcing Rommel to fight him there with his remaining panzers. This allowed the 4th Indian Division to relieve the siege from the east. By the night of December the 4th, only 2 miles separated the Indians from the garrison. Along with a Kampfgruppe from the 21st Panzer Division, Rommel extracted the Italian Bologna Infantry Division through this last narrow escape route. The siege of Tobruk was over. It had lasted 242 days. Rommel was always the last to give up. On December the 6th and 7th, he concentrated the last of his German mobile forces near Bir el Gubi and counterattacked, but General Gambara's 20th Italian Motorized Corps did not advance as instructed. The battle was indecisive, and Major General Walter Neumann-Silkow, the commander of the 15th Panzer Division, was mortally wounded by a shell splinter on December the 6th. He was temporarily replaced by Colonel Erwin Rommel. Neumann-Silkow died in the hospital in Darna on December the 9th. Unable to crush the British mobile forces or restore the siege, Rommel came to a painful conclusion. He must retreat. During the night of December the 7th to the 8th, what was left of Panzer Group Afrika began moving west. Rommel's delaying tactics on December the 8th were so successful that General Gott actually believed Rommel had been reinforced. On December the 9th, Gambara was replaced as commander of the 20th Motorized Corps by Major General Alessandro Piazzoni, the commander of the Trieste Motorized Division. That same day, Lieutenant General Benvenuto Gioda's 10th Corps was placed under Rommel's command. The 10th Corps was too immobile to be of any immediate use, so Rommel left it in Tripolitania, but it might come in handy later. That same day, Major General Gustav von Verst arrived to take command of the 15th Panzer Division. Like Rommel, Verst was a latecomer to the Panzerwaffe, but he was very talented. Verst had led the 2nd Rifle Regiment with great success in Poland, France, and Russia, where his commander wrote that he was a splendid man of high personal standards, practical, clear, calm, and determined. He would prove to be a great asset to Rommel, and would eventually rise to the command of a panzer army. He was also one of the best shots in the world with a carbine, for which he won several international competitions. The retreat continued on December the 10th, hounded by the RAF. That day, the British killed Major General Max Zimmermann, the commander of the 90th Light Division. He was replaced by Major General Richard Veit. Veit's record was not as distinguished as Verst's, nor would he distinguish himself in Africa. Rommel relieved him of his command on April the 10th, 1942, and he was sent to the Eastern Front as a for special purposes officer. He never received another important assignment. Rommel was always present in victory, but his leadership skills were even more in evidence in retreat. He held the panzer group together and cheered up the young men. Unlike the Italians, the Germans' morale did not sag. The Desert Fox would not allow the Italian High Command to tie his army down to a particular line or position. Marshal Ettore Bastico, the commander-in-chief of Axis forces in North Africa, and Marshal Ugo Cavallero, the commander of the Italian army and a favourite of Mussolini, wanted Rommel to end the retreat at Gazella, but he refused, although he did fight a 3-day delaying action there, December the 13th to the 16th. The Desert Fox realized that if he stopped at Gazella, the 8th Army would be able to trap him in the Libyan Bulge. There were some stormy scenes, but the retreat continued. On December the 24th, Rommel opened his Christmas parcel from home. It included a bottle of champagne. He went at once to the intelligence truck and drank it with Gauser, Westphal, and von Mellenthin. Meanwhile, Kruvel received a dispatch from Berlin announcing his promotion to General of Panzer Troops. He really deserves it, Rommel wrote to Luzzi. Everyone in the Panzer Group wondered why the retreat was proceeding so slowly. Nobody can see any escape, General Veit told his staff. The British outnumber us enormously. Veit wondered aloud why the British were allowing them to avoid encirclement again and again. There is only one explanation, their awe of General Rommel and his capacity to surprise. That's why they are following so hesitantly. Rommel evacuated Benghazi on December the 24th. Meanwhile, the German Second Air Fleet was making itself felt, and Italian supply ships were at last arriving in Tripoli. When one of them brought 40 new tanks, complete with crews, the Afrika Korps was at last able to turn on its tormentors. The Germans destroyed 65 British tanks in a 3-day battle beginning on December the 27th. Now the army could not be cut off. Rommel continued his retreat to the Mursa El Brega line, which he reached on January the 12th, 1942. When he retreated from Tobruk, Rommel had been forced to abandon his frontier garrisons at the Halfaya Pass, Bardia, and Saloum, which were now 400 miles behind enemy lines. The Bardia garrison was commanded by Major General Arthur Schmidt, who had joined the Bavarian army as a Fahnenjunker in 1907 and been commissioned in the 18th Bavarian Infantry Regiment in 1909. He fought in World War I, but was not selected for the Reichswehr, so he joined the Bavarian State Police. He returned to active duty as a colonel in 1935. Schmidt commanded the 11th Field Ordnance Command, 1937-40, and the 626th Infantry Regiment, a static, non-motorized or positional unit made up of Landesschützen, men from the older age groups. He was briefly acting commander of the 555th Infantry Division, which Hitler had already ordered disbanded. He later commanded the 2nd Higher Ordnance Staff and was promoted to Major General effective February 1, 1941. On September 9, 1941, he assumed command of Koruk 556, the 556th Rear Area Command in North Africa. Given British command of the sea, his difficulties were insurmountable. He concentrated his forward ordnance depots and shops at Bardia, where he headquartered. On November 10, 1941, Rommel named Schmidt commander of the ad hoc Sector East, which included all of the frontier garrisons. After the 21st Panzer Division retreated on November 26th, they were cut off and besieged by the 2nd South African Division, the 1st Army Tank Brigade, the Polish Brigade, a Free French Brigade, and artillery from the 2nd New Zealand Division, as well as powerful RAF forces. Schmidt created Division Bardia, which included 4,400 Italians and 2,200 Germans, mostly from the administrative or rear area services, and despite his shortage of combat troops, he held out for more than a month. He was promoted to Lieutenant General on January 1, 1942, about the time he lost his last waterhole. Lacking the strength to take it back, he surrendered on January 2. Schmidt caused an international incident after he was captured, when he declared that his Italian forces had been of very little use. The best part of the Savona division had been cut off in the desert with General de Giorgis. The Italian leaders were highly offended, but Rommel backed his general and saw to it that General Schmidt was awarded the Knight's Cross on February 5, even though he was a prisoner of war. The small port of Saloum was garrisoned by the 300th Oasis Reserve Battalion, a two-company unit under Captain of Reserves Eneseros. The men fought like lions, even though they were subjected to multiple attacks and massive artillery bombardments. There were only 70 men left on January 12th, when the South Africans advanced again. The 300th fought until its ammunition was completely exhausted. Then it surrendered. Not a single building in Saloum was still standing. Halfaya Pass was defended by the 1st 104th Rifle Regiment under Major Reverend William Papa Bach. In civilian life he was a Lutheran pastor, or devil dodger, as the German troops called their pastors. He was beloved by his men. He held the pass against Major General Isaac P. de Villiers' 2nd South African Infantry Division with a little more than a battalion of infantry and a few 88mm guns. The Italian 55th Savona Division, under the personable Major General Fedele di Giorgis, was also cut off by the Allied advance. Giorgis fought his way into the pass and was welcomed by the Germans, who generally liked their Italian counterparts. They held out until their provisions were exhausted. Then they destroyed their weapons and surrendered on January 17th, 1942. Chapter 11. Rommel Strikes Back. If Rommel had an outstanding quality, it was resilience, his biographer Brigadier Desmond Young recalled. Like one of those weighted toy figures, no sooner was he knocked down than he was on his feet again. The Allies had thought Panzergruppe Afrika was essentially destroyed. It was true that Panzergruppe Afrika had taken heavy losses in Operation Crusader and been reduced to a handful of tanks. However, now that Kesselring's 2nd Air Fleet had arrived from Russia and was pounding Malta, a major convoy carrying 55 panzers, 20 armoured cars, and a large quantity of fuel and other supplies was able to reach Tripoli. The DAK Chief of Staff declared that its arrival was the equivalent of a victory in battle. Rommel immediately began to plan another offensive. By mid-January 1942, in spite of his losses in the previous 2 months, Rommel's position in North Africa was not terrible. The Axis frontier garrisons at Bardia, Saloum and Halfaya Pass were still holding out and tying down a reinforced South African division. The rest of the 8th Army was scattered all over the map. General Ritchie had only 2 formations in the forward area, the inexperienced 1st Armoured Division and the 201st Guards Brigade, both near Ajidabia. The 4th Indian Division was posted at Benghazi. These were all the forces the British would have if the Desert Fox attacked. Panzer Group intelligence estimated that the Axis would have superiority at the front until around January the 25th. After that, they expected that Ritchie would bring up more troops and tilt the balance of power in favour of the British. In his headquarters van, Rommel stayed up all night on January the 12th to the 13th. "It's in the small hours that my best new plans are hatched," he wrote his wife a few days later. He took a nap at 5:30 a.m., but was up at 6:30. He then called in a select group of officers and, to their shock, announced that he was going to attack on January the 21st. As they stared silently at him, he declared that if they gave the British a respite until February, nothing could prevent the Tommies from chasing the Axis forces out of North Africa. Rommel's plan was similar to that of his first Cyrenaican campaign. His forces would be weighted to the right flank, with the bulk of the Afrika Korps driving across the desert. Combat Group Marx, which was composed of elements of the 90th Light and 21st Panzer Divisions, would drive up the coastal road. The 20th Italian Motorized Corps would fill the gap between them. General Veit and the elements of the 90th Light that had not yet been motorized would bring up the rear, marching up the coastal road along with the Italian infantry. The Germans kept the fact that they were planning an offensive secret from their ally, which made this operation unique. The British Secret Service had thoroughly infiltrated Comando Supremo and had many spies in Rome. Rommel believed, quite correctly, that if the Italians knew about the offensive, the British would also. Conversely, if the Italians told them that Rommel was not planning anything unusual, the British would believe that. He would be able to take them by surprise. To keep the planned offensive secret, Rommel intentionally withheld his plans from Hitler and OKW as well. Although he never knew it, this methodology also enabled Rommel to bypass the ultra-interceptors in England, who for once did not have any idea what the Germans were up to. Ultra was the highly secret and highly successful code-breaking operation by which the British broke the German wartime codes. Meanwhile, Rommel managed to embarrass himself. One of his main weapons was the 88mm anti-aircraft gun, but he did not have enough of them. The Italians had a few, and he had ordered them to build dummies so that the British would not attack the real guns. Later, he became furious when he saw the precious 88s out in the open, sitting ducks for Allied artillery. He went to chew out the local Italian commander, only to discover that the guns were dummies made out of telephone poles. The fake guns looked so real they had fooled even him. A red-faced Rommel apologized and complimented the Italians on their handiwork. On January the 22nd, Panzer Group Afrika was redesignated Panzer Army Afrika. Germany had 5 panzer groups in October 1941. Rommel's was the last to be upgraded to army status. The order came from Hitler. By now the Afrika Korps had 139 tanks. Now it was the British who were having supply problems. They had a long supply line, and available trucking was insufficient. The forward unit's supply shipments were 250 tons short of the amount they required per day. Rommel brought up his armour. First, he pretended that he was planning to abandon the Mersa El Brega positions. The Italians immediately reported this to Rome, and the ultra-interceptors and the British Secret Service knew about it within hours. General Auchinleck, who was not easily fooled, was sceptical. But when reconnaissance reports indicated that the Germans were retreating, he began to believe. Then RAF scouting reports informed him that Mersa El Brega was on fire, and that Rommel was burning his coastal supply vessels. Soon even Auchinleck was convinced. None of it was true. Rommel had been sending vehicles to the rear in daylight so the RAF could see them, but moving more vehicles and his panzers up at night. They parked underneath camouflaged netting, which made them invisible to the RAF. The ships that Rommel burned were old hulks. The houses that burned were uninhabited and empty. It was an elaborate deception, and it worked. I firmly believe that God is keeping a protective hand over me, and will grant me victory, Erwin wrote to Lutzy shortly after dawn on January the 21st. At 8:30 a.m. the panzers struck the British front. The surprise was total. Within a few minutes they had penetrated the British line and were racing toward Ajdabiya. Even now the Desert Fox continued to play his game of deception. He told General Gastone Gambara, who was now Chief of Staff to Marshal Bastico, that his offensive was just a small foray, a minor raid. He hoped Gambara would consider it so minor that he would not pass the information on to his superiors in Rome. Rommel was right. Gambara didn't. As of yet, Gambara had no idea that the raiding party included an entire panzer corps and a light division. The Allied reaction was slow. General Ritchie could not bring himself to believe that Rommel had launched a major offensive, and he overrode the pleas of desert veteran Lieutenant General Sir Alfred R. Godwin Austen, the commander of the 13th Corps, who wanted to withdraw. As a result, the 1st British Armoured Division was slaughtered. The confused running tank battle lasted 3 days. When it was over, the 1st Armoured had lost 100 of its 150 tanks, 33 pieces of field artillery, dozens of armoured cars, and hundreds of men. The whole divisional staff was taken prisoner, a supply depot was taken intact, and 30 battle-worthy Valentine tanks were captured and incorporated into the DAK. Major General John Strawson would later write, "Stubborn optimism might be all very well during a crisis of position warfare, when nerve above all else was required. It was dangerous miscalculation when the initiative had been wholly surrendered." During this operation, Rommel again narrowly missed being killed. As he and Westphal flew over the battlefield in a reconnaissance plane to check on the progress of the Afrika Korps, a flight of a dozen Hurricane fighters flew directly over them but did not see them. Twice they were fired on by British anti-aircraft guns, and twice they were hit. When they landed, their aircraft looked like Swiss cheese, but none of the Germans received so much as a flesh wound. By January the 25th, as the Afrika Korps headed for Masous, the 8th Army was in a state of panic. The 15th Panzer Division advanced 50 miles in 4 hours, an incredible pace for an armoured unit. At 11 a.m. it burst on Masous and captured the vital supply depot totally intact. That day alone, the 8th Army lost 96 tanks and armoured cars to von Werst's division, along with 38 guns and 190 trucks. Major F.W. von Mellenthin of Rommel's staff would call it one of the most extraordinary routs of the war. During the first 5 days of the counter-offensive, Rommel had destroyed or captured 299 tanks and armoured vehicles, 147 guns, and 935 prisoners. He reported his own losses as 14 men and 3 panzers. The Italian generals were shocked when they learned of the magnitude of the battle taking place, and realized that they had been deceived. On January the 26th, General Cavallero, the head of Comando Supremo, flew to Rommel's command post, which was now at Masous, and demanded that he withdraw immediately. Naturally, Rommel refused, declaring that nobody but the Führer could change his decision, since he was primarily using German troops in the attack. The argument became heated, and it ended with Rommel declaring that he intended to go on attacking as long as he could. Because of the Desert Fox's refusal to obey orders, Cavallero would not allow the Italian contingent of the Panzer Army to take any further part in the campaign. Rommel went on without them. He wrote his son Manfred and told him that he had the British by the short hairs, and he intended to tear them out by the roots. When Lieutenant General Enno von Rintelen, the German military attaché to Italy, visited Rommel's command post, Rommel took him to the battlefield. He felt the attaché spent too much time behind a desk in Rome and needed to visit the combat zone to gain a better appreciation of the Panzer Army's needs. Rommel feinted toward Mehili on January the 26th. General Ritchie took the bait and rushed the bulk of his reduced command to the town. Meanwhile, Rommel looped back on Benghazi. It was spring in the desert, and for once everything was green. The Panzertruppen advanced through the beautiful landscape, and morale was sky-high. The lovely weather did not last long, though. The very next day, January the 27th, saw a heavy downpour and a sandstorm that halted the advance. Men went to bed cold, wet, tired, and hungry. The Desert Fox closed in on the capital of Cyrenaica on January the 28th. He captured several depots that had been established to supply the British advance on Tripoli in February, and also retook an Axis supply depot he had abandoned during the retreat from Tobruk. The depot had not even been touched. As Rommel entered Benghazi, he received a dispatch from Mussolini suggesting that he take Benghazi. He signalled back that he already had. The Arabs lined the streets and greeted the Germans as liberators, just as they had done for the British a few weeks earlier. 1,000 men from the 4th Indian Division who were still in Benghazi were taken prisoner. For this absolutely brilliant campaign, Hitler promoted Rommel to Generaloberst, Colonel General, on January the 30th, 1942. He had attained the second highest rank in the German army. The British Eighth Army continued its retreat to the Gazela line, which stretched from the coastal village of Gazela, 40 miles inland, to Bir Hakeim, and reached it on February the 6th, ending the short operation. The second Cyrenaican campaign was one of Rommel's masterpieces. Outnumbered 2.5 and 3 to 1, the Desert Fox again proved what a brilliant leader could accomplish against soldiers who are merely regimented. The Allies, who had thought they were on the verge of ending Germany's stay in North Africa, were now busy building a defensive line hundreds of miles farther back, and they also had 2 scattered divisions to rebuild. Although the campaign was not decisive, Rommel had clearly seized the initiative in Libya. The British would not take it back for months. Chapter 12. The Gazela Line. Rommel, as always, wanted to resume the offensive as soon as possible. With that in mind, he flew to Hitler's headquarters, the Wolf's Lair, near Rastenburg, East Prussia. Meanwhile, Colonel Westphal met twice with General of Artillery Jodl, the Chief of Operations of the High Command of the Armed Forces. Neither had any success. The Führer and his senior generals were understandably preoccupied with the Eastern Front, where the bulk of the Wehrmacht was trying to escape annihilation. They would not send significant reinforcements to North Africa, and would not give permission for Rommel to launch an offensive against the Eighth Army, which was rapidly digging in behind the Gazela line. Rommel, who was in a depressed state of mind, went on a 3-week leave to Wiener Neustadt. When he landed, he was surprised to see his face on the cover of the Illustrierter Beobachter, Illustrated Observer, Nazi Germany's equivalent of Time magazine. He was getting up to 100 letters of fan mail per day, especially from young women, some of whom were not modest at all. Rommel reported to Hitler in Berlin on February the 19th, and attended a private dinner with the Führer and a few guests, including Keitel, Jodl, Himmler, and Schmundt. To Rommel's discomfort, Hitler did not seem interested in capturing the Suez, but rather told him to focus on tying down as many British divisions as possible. Rommel returned to Wiener Neustadt on February the 20th, and was back in Mihaly on March the 19th. His leave had not been particularly satisfactory. Besides his concerns about Africa, Rommel was concerned that his only son Manfred might soon be drafted. Despite Rommel's lack of success at Führer HQ, his mood improved in March and April after he returned to North Africa and supplies began pouring in to Benghazi and Tripoli. In March he received 93% of the supplies shipped to him, and 99% of the supplies sent to him in April actually arrived. Messerschmitt fighters attacked and sank British cargo vessels, and British submarines departed Malta. The German Second Air Fleet dropped 7,000 tons of bombs on the island in April alone, and Malta starved. Of the 26,000 tons dispatched to the island, only 5,000 arrived. Meanwhile, OKW planned Operation Hercules, an airborne attack on Malta. It involved 6 Italian divisions and a German parachute brigade, 30,000 men under the command of Prince Umberto of Piedmont. Major General Hermann Bernhard Ramke, the commander of the German 1st Parachute Brigade, doubled as airborne advisor to the Italian Folgore Parachute Division, and Luftwaffe Major General Gerhard Konrad assembled 500 aircraft, mostly Ju-52s, in 10 air transport groups to drop the paratroopers, and this figure does not include the fighters, dive bombers, and bombers in Kesselring's 2nd Air Fleet. Counting the follow-up troops, Prince Umberto had 100,000 men. The British had 30,000 men, with only a handful of aircraft and virtually no chance of receiving significant reinforcements until Kesselring's blockade of the island could be broken. In the meantime, the British in North Africa were preparing to fight the kind of battle in which they excelled. They much preferred a static battle of position, for which they had been specially trained, to Rommel's swift war of manoeuvre. To accomplish this, they constructed the Gazella line, which featured a huge series of thick minefields that extended from the Mediterranean to Bir Hakeim, 40 miles inland. A bir, theoretically at least, is a watering hole. They laid over 1 million mines, and to cover the minefield they constructed strong points called boxes. The boxes were usually about 2 miles in diameter and were garrisoned by a reinforced infantry brigade. The Allied command called them brigade groups, but they will be referred to as brigades in this book to keep the terminology standard. Each box was well stocked with food, water, and ammunition, and had the capability to hold out on its own for days. To the rear of the boxes lay the operational reserves, armoured and motorised infantry units. Their job was to hold critical terrain features in the rear, such as Tobruk, Knightsbridge, and El Adam, and to launch counterattacks as required. On the Gazella line, the Allies deployed the 1st South African Division in the north and the 50th Northumbrian Infantry Division in the centre. The 1st Free French Brigade held the anchor at Bir Hakeim in the south. The 32nd Army Tank Brigade lay close behind the South Africans, and the 1st Army Tank Brigade camped right behind the Northumbrians. They were all under the command of 13th Corps Commander Struffer Gott. Behind the Gazella line lay the Armoured Reserve. The 1st Armoured Division, the 2nd Armoured, 22nd Armoured, and 201st Guards Motor Brigades lay astride the Trig Capuzzo, an unimproved road that passed through the centre of the Allied line. The 3rd Indian Motor Brigade lay southeast of Bir Hakeim, covering the deep southern flank. Even further to the left rear, at Bir el Gubi, was the 29th Indian Brigade, to guard against the unlikely possibility of Rommel surfacing 30 miles behind the Allied front. The 2nd South African and the 5th Indian Infantry Divisions bivouacked in the Tobruk area, about 60 miles away. According to Colonel von Mellenthin of Rommel's staff, Panzer Army Africa was badly outnumbered. It had 333 German and 228 Italian tanks, as opposed to 900 British tanks. Even these figures are somewhat misleading, because Panzer Army Africa lost whatever technical equality it might have had when the American M3 Grant tanks arrived in the desert. The Grant weighed 30 tons, considerably more than the heaviest Panzer, and it had 2 main battle guns, a 75mm gun and a small 37mm cannon. It did have vulnerabilities. The Germans called it a skyscraper with guns, because it stood 10 feet tall and presented a huge silhouette. Also, its 75mm gun was located on the side of the hull, which meant that it could not be rotated full circle. To engage a panzer to its left with its 75mm main battle gun, the entire tank would have to be pointed at it. But it did have thicker armour than the panzers, and could travel faster than they could, up to 30 miles per hour. Rommel had only a handful of tanks that could compete with the Grant. 19 Panzerkampfwagen III specials, with high-velocity 50mm guns, and 4 Panzer Mark IV specials. However, no ammunition for the Panzerkampfwagen IVs had arrived when the battle began. Rommel was also outnumbered 10-1 in armoured cars, 8-5 in artillery, and 604-542 in aircraft, and the poor quality of the Italian airplanes distorts even this figure. The Panzer Army was outnumbered 90,000 to 100,000 in men, but 6 of Rommel's 9 divisions were Italian, and they had long since lost faith in their cause and their government. To add to their advantages, the British had implemented truly marvellous security measures. Their fighter aircraft kept the German reconnaissance planes away, their camouflage techniques were excellent, their armoured car units were the best in the world and performed at the highest level, and their radio security was commendable. As a result, German intelligence vastly underestimated British strength. They thought the minefields ended near Trig el Abd, in the centre of the Allied line, when in fact they extended far to the south. German intelligence also missed or failed to identify 2 armoured and 3 infantry brigades, and they did not know of the existence of the Grant tanks. Colonel von Mellenthin would write that it was perhaps fortunate that they so greatly underestimated British strength, for had we known the full facts, even Rommel might have balked at attacking such a vastly superior enemy. In May 1942, the Germans had only one major advantage: the quality and training of their commanders. The British leaders were stuck in 1918, prepared to fight a World War I type of battle of position and attrition. The Germans, and especially Rommel, were planning a modern blitzkrieg-style attack. As is so often the case, leadership was the decisive factor in the Battle of the Gazelle Line. The British Eighth Army opposing Rommel presented a huge and formidable opponent, but the Gazelle Line had one critical flaw: it could be flanked. Planning for an offensive that he knew Hitler and his top commanders would not authorize, Rommel divided his army into 2 parts: Group Cruvel in the north and the strike force to the south. Cruvel had been promoted to deputy commander of Panzer Army Afrika and replaced as commander of the Afrika Korps by General of Panzer Troops Walter Nering, a veteran tank officer and a tactical genius of the First Order. Group Cruvel consisted of the 21st Italian Infantry Corps, Sabratha and Trento infantry divisions, the 10th Italian Infantry Corps, Brescia and Pavia infantry divisions, and the German 15th Rifle Brigade, 361st Infantry Regiment, and other elements of the 90th Light Division. Its job was to feint against the Gazelle line and convince the British commanders that the main attack was going to fall on the Allied right and centre. Meanwhile, Rommel would personally lead the strike force on a sweep to the south. Once he was past the minefields, he would turn north behind the Gazelle line, drive to the coastal road, and cut off and effectively surround the South African and Northumbrian divisions, as well as their supporting units. The strike force consisted of Lieutenant General Ettore Baldassare's Italian 20th Armoured Corps, Ariete Armoured and Trieste motorized divisions, on the northern flank, the Afrika Korps in the centre, and the 90th Light Division, with all 3 German reconnaissance battalions, on the southern flank. The plan was very ambitious and a bit of a gamble, because if Bir Hakeim held out longer than expected, the strike force would be in trouble. Rommel understood this, but declared that the chance had to be taken. The Desert Fox and his men spent most of April rehearsing the plan. Morale was high. Rommel's own morale got a boost when General Gambara, who had stated that he looked forward to the day when he could lead Italian forces in battle against the Germans — Rommel had called him an idiot — was finally recalled. Rommel himself was almost killed in April. He went out on a reconnaissance foray, as he often did, and a British artillery piece fired on his patrol. Shrapnel burst through the windshield and hit the general in the stomach. Fortunately for Rommel, it was spent before it hit him, although it did leave a large bruise. In another incident, Rommel temporarily headquartered in a stone house because he thought it would provide protection from sandstorms. Rommel was amused by the message he found on the door, written in chalk by a British soldier. "Please keep tidy," it said. "Back soon." Meanwhile, thanks to the propaganda ministry and his own talent for public relations, Rommel's popularity back home continued to grow. So many young women were infatuated with the Desert Fox, and they wrote him so many love letters, that it took more than one secretary to handle them all. Some of them were quite steamy. Rommel complained, but his complaints were perfunctory. He enjoyed playing the hero. But the time for playing had come to an end. Hitler was willing for the attack to go ahead. The Great Offensive began at 2 a.m. on May the 26th, 1942. The first part of the attack involved Group Cruvel, and it succeeded brilliantly. Supported by dive bombers and heavy artillery, the 15th Rifle Brigade and the 2 Italian Infantry Corps feinted against the South Africans and Northumbrians. To the rear, Trucks with airplane engines attached drove about in circles, throwing up huge clouds of dust, to give the Allies the impression that panzer and motorized columns were deploying. By nightfall, the British command had been fooled into thinking the main attack would be launched to the north. At 10:30 p.m., an impatient Rommel turned south with his armour. During the night, the South African scouts in their armoured cars had reported the movement and correctly guessed Rommel's plan, but the British generals Sir Willoughby Norrie and Sir Frank Messervy, commanding the 30th Corps and 7th Armoured Division respectively, did not believe the scouts. They were content to wait until dawn, when the reports would be confirmed by the RAF. By then, however, it would be too late. By daybreak on May the 27th, Rommel had already wheeled north with his 4 divisions toward Bir Hakeim and points north and east, and claimed his first victims. One of the original 5 divisions of the strike force, Trieste, had turned east too soon and was now bogged down in the minefields north of Bir Hakeim. The Ariete Division attacked the 3rd Indian Motor Brigade south of Bir Hakeim, the southern anchor of the Gazela line, while Rommel led the Afrika Korps into the rear of the 8th Army. His right flank was covered by the 90th Light Division. The 90th Light, now under Major General Ulrich Kleemann, overran the Retma Box and the 7th Motor Brigade and pursued the survivors towards the El Adam Box. Meanwhile, most of the Afrika Korps caught the 4th Armoured Brigade before it could completely deploy. Now Rommel received a nasty shock. The 4th was equipped with Grants. The German spearhead, the 8th Panzer Regiment under Lieutenant Colonel Willy Teger, was soon in serious trouble, especially since the 33rd Panzer Artillery Regiment had not been able to keep up. Fortunately, Colonel Gerhard Müller, the commander of the 5th Panzer Regiment, saw what was happening and did not hesitate. He plunged right into the fray. Fighting was fierce all along the line. Rommel rushed forward, along with General Nering and von Verst, and assumed personal command of the battle. The powerful 75mm gun of the Grant wiped out entire German tank crews, but leadership eventually proved to be the decisive factor in the battle. The 8th Hussars, one of the 2 regiments of the 4th Armoured Brigade, was practically wiped out. The other, the 3rd Royal Tank Regiment, suffered heavy casualties, including the loss of 16 Grants. Rommel's counterattack was so rapid that the Afrika Korps broke into the British rear, shot up Allied supply columns, and overran the command post of the 7th Armoured Division. General Messervy barely had time to dispose of his badges of rank before the Germans burst in and captured him. Later he escaped, but his division, a mainstay of the 8th Army, temporarily ceased to exist as an organized fighting force. Now Rommel made a serious mistake. As the remnants of the British armour fell back, the Desert Fox resumed his advance to the north at full speed in pursuit. He hoped to force General Ritchie to defend the area south of the coastal road. Ritchie, however, let Rommel's spearheads pass west of the Knightsbridge Box. Then he struck the German supporting columns on both flanks with the 2nd Armoured and 1st Army tank brigades. Rommel's column was 10,000 vehicles long. The Grants and Matildas charged with reckless abandon and broke through in several places. One German battalion suffered such heavy losses that it had to be disbanded, and the Afrika Korps was cut off from the rest of the army. Now the DAK was in danger of being wiped out. "A flak front!" General Nering roared at Air Force Colonel Alvin Volz, the commander of the 135th Motorized Flak Regiment. Rommel apparently had the same idea and arrived in a cloud of dust. A high-explosive HE shell exploded just in front of his car. Meanwhile, Colonel Volz moved with lightning speed and quickly got his 88mm anti-aircraft guns into position. Not even a Grant could withstand the jolt of an 88. The British fell back and blasted the area with their heavy artillery, destroying or damaging several guns. Then a Ghibli sprang up and covered everything with sand, ending the battle for the day. Among those wounded in this battle were Major General von Verst, the Hessian commander of the 15th Panzer Division. He would be out of action for 3 months. He was replaced by Colonel Eduard Krasemann, the commander of the 33rd Panzer Artillery Regiment. As uncoordinated as they were, the British counterattacks broke Rommel's control of the battle and forced him to turn around to meet them, just when it had appeared that he was about to cut off the entire British 13th Corps. The forward German elements were actually within sight of the coastal road when the order to return reached them. Casualties on both sides had been heavy. The DAK had lost more than one-third of its tank strength, and was now behind enemy lines and low in fuel and ammunition. To make matters much worse, the Italians had failed to take Bir Hakeim. Allied raiding parties from the Gazelle line completely severed Rommel's supply lines. The Afrika Korps now learned of the existence of the 150th Brigade Box, a few miles southwest of Bir el Harmat, where Rommel camped for the night. The 150th prevented the Italian Trieste and Pavia divisions from reaching the Afrika Korps with supplies. It was largely accidental, but the 8th Army had Rommel in the pocket. On May the 28th, the 15th Panzer Division dug in on Rigel Ridge, but could not move on account of a lack of fuel. The British armour watched it, but did not attack. Had they attacked, they probably would have been able to wipe out half of the Afrika Korps. Rommel, meanwhile, spent the day desperately trying to get a supply column to the encircled DAK. His vehicle, a Sonderkraftfahrzeug 250 command vehicle he named Greif, was hit by British shrapnel early in the morning, and he was fired upon by both sides as he worked his way through the minefield. He tried to find Panzer Army Afrika headquarters, but it had been dispersed by British tanks. He then organized a small supply convoy, which he led through the minefield. The supply convoy eased the situation somewhat, but it did not solve the Germans' problems. Meanwhile, the Italian Trieste and Pavia divisions cut a few small gaps into the minefields and returned with about 2 days' worth of supplies and ammunition. The gaps were dangerous to use because they were under British artillery fire, but they helped to alleviate the supply shortages. The next day, May the 29th, General Kruvel planned an attack to break through the Gazelle line using the Sabratha division, supported by the German artillery, Arco 104. He met with Colonel Fritz Krauser, the Arco 104 commander, and then headed back to the front in a Storch reconnaissance plane. But the flares that were supposed to mark friendly lines were never fired. The officer who was supposed to fire them was called to the telephone a few seconds before the airplane appeared. Kruvel found himself over British lines at an altitude of 500 feet. The British riddled the Storch with machine gun bullets, killing the pilot and knocking out the engine. Kruvel was in the back seat and could not reach the controls. Incredibly, the airplane landed itself, but escape was impossible. The second in command of Panzer Army Afrika was captured by members of the British 150th Brigade. They treated him like a hero and even fried a huge steak for the depressed general. But without Kruvel, the attack of the Sabratha division amounted to nothing. With Kruvel captured, Colonel Westphal was worried that an Italian general would take charge of Group Kruvel and order a retreat, leaving Rommel and the strike force in the lurch. Fortunately, Field Marshal Kesselring happened to be visiting Panzer Army HQ. Westphal asked him to take Kruvel's place as deputy commander. This would mean subordinating himself to Rommel, and Kesselring was reluctant at first, but the chief of staff talked him into it. It was an act almost unprecedented in German military history. Of General Rommel, Siegfried Westphal would later recall, "The man grew immensely in stature in proportion with his task." Journalist Wolf Heckmann would observe, "Events chip away at every man. What remains depends on the material he is made of. Rommel's personal record shows that he was by no means made of the worst stuff." Gauser and Bayerlein suggested to Rommel that they fight their way back to the west, then announced to the world that the entire operation had been a reconnaissance in force and had accomplished its mission. Rommel reacted angrily. He chewed them out for suggesting that he resort to subterfuge, and he told them in no uncertain terms that for them there was no road back. They were going to win this battle. The fighting on May the 29th was indecisive. Rommel checked a British attempt to cut the Afrika Korps off from Ariete, but it started another major tank battle, further depleting German supplies. The Desert Fox decided to crush the 150th Brigade box the following day. During the night, Rommel established a defensive position which became known as the Cauldron. The 21st Panzer Division held the northern face on Sidra Ridge. The Ariete Division faced east on Aslag Ridge, and the 90th Light Division faced west, directly opposite the British 150th Brigade at Got el Walib, a desert fort. The 15th Panzer Division made camp just to the southwest of the 90th Light. The British launched another series of uncoordinated attacks on May the 30th, with the 1st Armoured Division going against the Ariete, which was well supported by 88s and anti-tank guns. 57 British tanks were brewed up. Meanwhile, Rommel delivered his first attack on Got el Walib. Here he received another nasty surprise, the new British 57mm anti-tank gun, also called the 6-pounder. It weighed 1.22 tons, was served by a 5-man crew, and could fire 15 rounds of armour-piercing shells per minute. Rommel's attack was beaten back, but he was far from finished. The British 150th Brigade had more than 3,000 men, 124 guns, 80 heavy Matilda tanks, and plenty of food, water and ammunition in the Sidi Muftar box. Its men were strong and brave, but they could hardly be expected to hold out forever. And unfortunately for them, they were neglected by their own high command. The senior British generals were preoccupied with planning Operation Limerick, an attack against Group Cruvel and the Italians. However, they were never ready to deliver the actual blow, which they kept postponing from day to day. Rommel had no such problems. The Desert Fox struck again on May the 31st. The Trieste Division had at last freed itself from the minefield and joined the fighting. But a single British brigade had checked the entire 20th Italian Motorized Corps, the 90th Light Division, and much of the Afrika Corps. Rommel went forward with Siegfried Westphal in an armoured car. The men of the 150th Brigade started lobbing artillery and mortar rounds near it, so Rommel withdrew to the armoured portion in the interior of the car and ordered that the lieutenant colonel do the same. The two officers, however, had quarrelled earlier, and Westphal was still sulking. He acted as if he did not hear Rommel. Suddenly he was hit in the leg and tossed out of the moving armoured car, which continued onward. Rommel thought he was dead and did not order a halt. Fortunately for Westphal, 2 officers in a Kübelwagen saw what had happened, picked him up and carried him to an aid station. He was evacuated to the hospital at Darna. He was in such bad shape by then that he was initially taken to the mortuary. Rommel was sorry to lose this talented subordinate, but like all of the others, he was replaced. Both sides were now on their last legs. The 150th Brigade had suffered serious losses and had committed its last reserves, but the Afrika Corps was nearly out of supplies, fuel and ammunition. It had enough strength for one more day's battle. If it was unsuccessful on June the 1st, the Afrika Corps would be forced to surrender. Major Archer Shee of the 10th Hussars had been captured when the 3rd Motor Brigade was overrun. He lay in a prisoners' camp on the edge of minefields, not far from Rommel's command post. Summoning his courage, Archer Shee demanded to speak to the Desert Fox. To his surprise, he was taken to the Generaloberst. In broken German, he told Rommel that if he could not feed and water his prisoners, he had no right to keep them. They should be returned to the Allied lines immediately. To the Hussars' surprise, Rommel agreed. He told the major that he and his men were receiving the exact same water ration as the DAK, a half a cup per day. But if a convoy did not reach the Cauldron tonight, Rommel said, he would ask General Ritchie for terms. Archer Shee could carry the letter for him. The fighting on June the 1st was desperate. The first 2 German attacks were repulsed. Then General von Bismarck committed the 104th Rifle Regiment, and it made surprising progress. Rommel, as usual, was right up front with the combat troops. "The enemy is weakening," he cried. "Wave a white flag and he'll surrender." Captain Reismann, the assault commander, did not believe it, but naturally he obeyed orders. To his astonishment, the British raised their hands. The DAK was saved. The 150th Brigade and the 44th Royal Tank Regiment were destroyed, with a loss of 3,000 men, 101 tanks and armoured cars, and 124 guns, and there was now a 5-mile hole in the Gazelle line. The battle was not without cost. Among those wounded was Major General Alfred Gauser, the Chief of Staff of the Panzer Army, who got too close to the front. A British tank shell nearly hit him, and the force of the blast hurled him through the air. He landed against the side of a tank and suffered a concussion. Rommel named Fritz Bayerlein Chief of Staff. F.W. von Mellenthin succeeded Westphal as Chief Operations Officer. It had been a near-run thing, but the encirclement was broken. Many commanders would have been content with that. Rommel, however, now turned toward Bir Hakeim. The entire Gazelle line would be untenable if Bir Hakeim fell. It was defended by General Marie-Pierre Koenig's 1st Free French Brigade and a battalion of Jews, 4,000 men who put up the most determined defence imaginable. It had already been under siege since May the 26th, but now Rommel sent in the 90th Light Division as well. On June the 2nd, General Kleemann attacked from the north, and the Italian Pavia Division advanced from the south. Thanks to help from the RAF, they were checked. Rommel sent in flights of Stuka dive bombers, but they were slow and were slaughtered by the Royal Air Force. Next, Trieste went in and tightened the investment, while Rommel and the Afrika Korps awaited a relief attack from the 8th Army. It was long in coming, so the men of the DAK began to recover and repair their damaged panzers. On June the 2nd, they had only 130 runners left of the 320 they had when the battle began. The British had 400 operational tanks remaining. Although there was some minor fighting, June the 3rd and 4th could basically be called a lull. Rommel's men salvaged and repaired tanks, opened up a few gaps in the minefields, and prepared for the British counter-offensive. On June the 5th, the British finally attacked, igniting the Battle of the Cauldron. General Ritchie intended to restore the Gazelle line and destroy the Afrika Korps via a series of frontal assaults. Rommel intended to encircle and destroy the main attack force by counter-attacking through the gaps in the minefields. Rommel prevailed. The most lopsided slaughter occurred on the northern flank. The British were late converts to the concept of combined arms tactics and had not yet mastered them. Their 32nd Army Tank Brigade advanced against Georg von Bismarck's 21st Panzer Division on Sidra Ridge, an attack Colonel von Mellenthin would later call most ridiculous. The British struck with virtually no infantry and no air support, and were supported by only a dozen guns. They were cut to pieces by the panzers and the German anti-tank gunners. Finally they retreated, into a minefield. The veteran brigade lost 50 of its 70 tanks and was practically erased from existence. The survivors were transported back to Tobruk. With the 32nd Army Tank Brigade eliminated, Bismarck used the gaps in the minefield to double the British right northern flank back on its centre. Simultaneously, elements of Krasemann's 15th Panzer Division, personally led by the Desert Fox himself, emerged from the minefields to the south. The British had not taken this contingency into account, and were taken completely by surprise. It was a classic double envelopment. Rommel's warriors overran the combined headquarters of the 7th Armoured and 5th Indian Divisions and encircled the 9th and 10th Indian Brigades, as well as much of the 22nd Armoured Brigade, which lost 60 of its 156 tanks. 4 British artillery regiments were also surrounded. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe launched a heavy raid on the Knightsbridge Box and temporarily neutralised the 201st Guards Brigade. The next day, June the 6th, the Afrika Korps and Ariete Division crushed the pocket and compelled the extant Allied units to surrender. Rommel captured 3,100 men, 96 guns and 37 anti-tank weapons. Brigadier Desmond Young, the commander of the 10th Indian Brigade, and later Rommel's foremost biographer, was among the prisoners. Elsewhere, the British 2nd and 4th Armoured Brigades attacked the 15th Panzer Division, which smashed them. The Africans pushed the 2 brigades back 6 miles. The British had to abandon dozens of destroyed or damaged tanks. Brigadier W.G.F. Jackson would write, There has to be a unifying force to steer all the many strong-willed men in an agreed direction. That force is the commander's will, but it cannot make any impact without a policy and plan which all can understand. This sense of direction had been totally lacking in the higher echelons of the Allied Desert Army from the beginning. Exactly the opposite was true in Panzer Army Afrika, and it was now beginning to pay off. Despite the fact that he was badly outnumbered, the odds had shifted in Rommel's favour. He was determined to take advantage of this shift. According to Captain, later Lieutenant General Sir William G. F. Jackson, only 132 of the 8th Army's original 424 medium tanks were still operational on June the 7th. But the Desert Fox realized that the Afrika Korps would not be completely out of danger until Bir Hakeim was taken. He first had to take Bir Hakeim in order to gain the freedom of manoeuvre he needed to take Tobruk. On June the 6th, Rommel sent the 90th Light Division to start the process. They cleared several lanes in the minefield that night. Meanwhile, Rommel formed a temporary battle group under Colonel Volz. On June the 7th, Battle Group Volz launched an all-out attack on Bir Hakeim, but was turned back with losses. The next day, Rommel regrouped and tried a new tactic. He assembled all 3 divisional German engineer battalions, the 33rd, 200th and 900th, and placed them under the command of Colonel Hans Hecker, the chief engineer officer of the Panzer Army. Hecker's engineers, as well as 2 Kampfgruppen from the 90th Light Division, launched a night attack on June the 8th to the 9th. They pushed within 5 yards of the Allied perimeter and captured most of the Jewish battalion in the process. The next day, OKW, that is Hitler, sent Rommel an order: liquidate the Jewish prisoners immediately with extreme prejudice. Passing this order on in writing was forbidden. It was only to be communicated verbally. No one in Panzer Army Afrika ever remembered seeing this order, and it was not in Rommel's files after the war. Like other orders which the Desert Fox did not intend to follow, it simply disappeared. The Jews were treated humanely by the Africans, and then were turned over to the Italians, who treated them as regular prisoners of war. They thus escaped the fate that befell so many of their fellow Jews during World War II. These men had already done much to explode the myth that Jews cannot fight. Later, some of them would serve in the Israeli army. Rommel himself did not have anti-Jewish feelings. Like most German soldiers, he knew very few Jews. They made up just under 1% of Germany's population, and an even smaller percentage of the Reichswehr, which was something of a closed society. Rommel was tolerant by nature, and when he thought of Jews at all, he thought of them as fellow human beings. He did wish they were Christians, and that they would accept Jesus Christ, as he had, but he certainly wasn't prepared to kill them because they had not. Yet after years of propaganda, even Rommel was infected with the anti-Semitic virus, at least to a minor degree. When he visited Switzerland in 1938 to lecture Swiss officers on tactics, he reported back to Berlin that they expressed sympathy for Nazi Germany and spoke with remarkable understanding of the Jewish problem. Rommel did not approve of Jewish clannishness, and he was suspicious of Jews for the wealth they had acquired and the financial power they had accumulated in parts of Germany. But it is fairly obvious that Rommel spent almost no time thinking about the Jewish problem. He was more interested in his family and in his own career. Of course, he knew less than most Germans about how the Jews were being treated, because he was in the Sahara Desert from 1941 to 1943. In 1943, while sitting at Hitler's table, he offered a suggestion. Germany's attitude toward the Jews was causing bad press overseas. It would be a wise move, Rommel suggested, to appoint a Jewish Gauleiter. This would mute the criticism of the foreign press. As one might imagine, this incredibly naive idea was met with a stunned silence from the Nazi diners. Some of them knew that the Holocaust had been in progress in a systematic manner for more than a year, and all of them realized the suggestion was incredibly unrealistic. Finally, when Hitler had gotten his breath back, he snapped, "You've understood nothing of what I want." After Rommel left the room, Hitler asked, Doesn't he realize the Jews are the cause of the war? No, Rommel did not realize this, nor did he believe it, and even if he had, he would never have abused his Jewish prisoners, much less murdered them. On June the 9th, Hecker tried again and took several strong points, but then the Axis attack was bogged down once more. The colonel himself was wounded when his command vehicle ran over a mine. Rommel was furious. He cursed Bir Hakeim and declared that it had taken too much of a toll. He intended to bypass it and drive on to Tobruk. Colonel Hecker did not think much of this idea. Realizing that Rommel was speaking out of anger, Hecker said that if he were given another battalion of German infantry, he believed he could take the place. Rommel calmed down, and after speaking with Bayerlein, told Hecker that he was right. He gave him Lieutenant Colonel Ernst Bader and most of his 115th Rifle Regiment. Hecker's determination paid off. The Germans attacked Bir Hakeim again on June the 9th, and the fortress began to crack. The fighting continued on June the 10th. That evening, the Free French commander Pierre Koenig radioed 8th Army that the enemy was outside his headquarters. General Ritchie knew what that meant. He ordered Koenig to break out that night. The Free French had fought very well, and their breakout only added to their reputation. About 2,700 men escaped, including 200 wounded, out of an original garrison of 4,000, and they eventually rejoined the main body of the 8th Army. They had to abandon their heavy weapons, though. The German 90th Light Division occupied the fortress on June the 11th and captured 500 Frenchmen, most of them seriously wounded. Now only two obstacles lay in between Rommel and Tobruk: the Allied forces in and around the Knightsbridge Box and the El Adam Box. Rommel pushed the 15th Panzer, Trieste and 90th Light Divisions towards El Adam on June the 11th. Even now, the British had not lost the battle. They had repaired many lightly damaged tanks and now had 330 runners, including 250 cruisers and 81 tanks. Rommel had 230 tanks, of which 160 were German panzers. The Allies also had superiority in infantry, but they no longer had the positional advantage. On the night of June the 12th to the 13th, General Norrie issued his orders for the following day, and the British violated radio security. Lieutenant Alfred Seeborn of Rommel's communication staff had set up a wireless intercept service, which promptly handed Norrie's plan over to Rommel. The Desert Fox immediately set up a trap for the British armour. June the 13th was subsequently known as the Black Saturday of the British Army. Their 7th Armoured Division walked right into an ambush. The 15th Panzer Division and elements of the 90th Light Division under General Neering had pinned the British 7th Armoured Division in the front, facing west, when suddenly Rommel and the 21st Panzer Division burst into its rear. The day was hazy, perfect for the German anti-tank gunners, who were able to get close to the British without being identified. They knocked out tank after tank. The Afrika Korps preferred to use their AT guns against British tanks, employing their panzers against soft-skin vehicles. The British 4th Armoured Brigade was completely routed, and the 2nd Armoured Brigade was mauled. Major General Herbert Lumsden, the commander of the other British Armoured Division, the 1st, realised too late what was happening. He arrived with the 22nd only in time to form a rearguard for the remnants of the 7th Armoured Division. Allied tank strength was reduced from 330 to 95, most of which retreated into the Knightsbridge Box. Even though the entire southern part of the Gazela line had been overrun and the Afrika Korps was well behind it, the senior Allied commanders were typically slow in recognizing that the line was doomed. The exception was General Gott, the commander of the 13th Corps, who recognized the signs of an impending double envelopment at Knightsbridge when he saw them. He ordered the tanks to retreat to the north and to cover Tobruk and the coastal road, thus keeping open the only escape route for the 1st South African Division. The 201st Guards evacuated the Knightsbridge Box that night, leaving behind only the 2nd Scots Guard Battalion, the Natal South African Field Artillery Regiment, and a battery from the 11th Royal Horse Artillery, as well as the wounded. They were overrun by the 21st Panzer Division the following day. Bismarck took another 3,000 prisoners. Chapter 13. The Second Battle of Tobruk. The Battle of Gazela Line and the Second Battle of Tobruk merged imperceptibly into each other. Auchinleck authorized General Ritchie to evacuate the Gazela Line on June the 14th, but Churchill demanded that Tobruk be held, even though the Royal Navy declared that it could not supply the garrison for a second siege. Rommel, meanwhile, wasted no time ordering a pursuit. On June the 14th, the evacuation of the Gazela Line began. The 1st South African Division blew up its ammunition depots and retreated full speed down the coastal road, harassed by Stukas. It was too late for the Northumbrian Division to follow. Its commander decided that he did not want to retreat to the east, where there was a good chance he would run into Rommel and have to face the entire Afrika Korps in the open desert with only rifles. Instead, he attacked to the west and broke through the surprised Italian Brescia and Pavia divisions. Then he headed south, bypassing Bir Hakeim and making a wide sweep across the desert, eventually linking up with the 8th Army in Egypt several days later. The division had to abandon all of its heavy weapons and most of its equipment in the process. Meanwhile, Auchinleck ordered Ritchie to hold a line from Ekromah, west of Tobruk, through El Adam to Bir el Gubi, while Rommel clashed with the British rearguards and destroyed 25 more British tanks. Rommel planned to cut the coastal road early in the morning on June the 15th, but for once the men of the DAK could not respond. They had been in continuous action for 19 days. During this time they had been surrounded, suffered heavy casualties, and lost 2/3 of their panzers. It is a fact of desert warfare that men in combat, without cover and therefore under constant enemy observation, feel more stress and so tire more quickly than men who face conflict under more conventional circumstances. Such exhaustion can only be remedied by rest and sleep. This morning, the worn and filthy men of the Afrika Korps lay sprawled out on the ground. They simply could not keep going. Rommel's efforts to arouse them were futile. They could not get up. The Desert Fox finally had to accept the fact that there were limits to physical endurance that not even his Africans could exceed. He was forced to let them sleep. They finally got moving later that morning, but by then most of the South African division had escaped. When the 15th Panzer Division reached the Via Balbia on the coast, only the rearguard was cut off and captured. The next day, June the 16th, the Afrika Korps attacked the strongpoints of El Adam and Sidi Rezeg in the Tobruk sector, while the Italian 10th and 21st Infantry Corps mopped up the Gazela line. Here they took 6,000 more prisoners, many undamaged vehicles and guns, and huge amounts of supplies. El Adam and Sidi Rezeg both held, but only barely. The next day, Ritchie evacuated both of them and retreated to Mersa Matruh, a fortified city 135 miles to the east of the Egyptian frontier. Gott also fell back into Egypt. On the way, he named Major General Hendrik Klopper of the 2nd South African Division commander of the Tobruk garrison. Klopper had his 2 South African infantry brigades, plus the 201st Guards Motorized Brigade, the 11th Indian Infantry, the 32nd Army Tank Brigade, and the 4th Anti-Aircraft Brigades. Rommel isolated Tobruk on June the 17th. He attacked the 4th Armoured Brigade with the Ariete Division and the entire Afrika Korps. Half of the brigade escaped and disappeared in the direction of Egypt. He then overran the major RAF airfield at Gamboot and at about 10 p.m. captured 15 operational airplanes, as well as a huge amount of supplies. Some time before dawn, he cut the Via Balbia, the coastal road. Tobruk was surrounded once again. The 20th Indian Brigade was not as fortunate as the 4th Armoured. When the brigade tried to break out in the darkness, it ran directly into the Afrika Korps near Gamboot. It was totally destroyed. The second siege of Tobruk began on June the 18th, as the Italian infantry closed in on the fortress's perimeter. Rommel was driving up the road south of Tobruk when he ran into a convoy of several empty German trucks. The trucks had run into a hastily laid Allied minefield, and their occupants had been captured, but there were no enemy soldiers around at the moment. The Desert Fox calmly got out of his vehicle and began digging up the mines with his bare hands. His escort Kampfgruppe joined him, and the road was cleared in 5 minutes. Then he was off and running again. The Eighth Army was in a bad way as it retreated into Egypt. 3 of its 5 infantry divisions had been badly pummeled. Its 2 armoured divisions and various independent brigades had been nearly wiped out insofar as tanks were concerned, and it had lost most of its artillery, but it did have the hope of early relief. The fresh 8th Armoured Division had sailed from the United Kingdom and would reach the Suez by late June. The 44th Infantry Division was en route as well, and would be in place by early July. 11 new artillery regiments, also in transport, would more than replace those lost since May the 26th, and the 2nd New Zealand Division had completed its rebuilding in Syria. It was already on its way to Egypt and could be in action within a week. In addition, the 1st and 7th Armoured Divisions had started the process of rebuilding. In essence, the British Empire was creating a new 8th Army. This was at the heart of Rommel's problems. Churchill and most of his allies were fighting on only one major front, North Africa, and they were straining every muscle to hold it. The Third Reich had one major front also, Russia. It had around 160 divisions in the Soviet Union, and most of them had suffered heavy casualties in Stalin's winter offensive of 1941–42. North Africa, with its 3 divisions, was strictly a secondary sideshow for the Germans. As if to demonstrate this fact, Hitler ordered the Second Air Fleet to return to Russia in the spring of 1942. Field Marshal Kesselring, however, remained behind as Commander-in-Chief South, Oberbefehlshaber Süd, or OB South, a term that applied to both the commander and his headquarters. Initially, OB South's function was to direct a handful of remaining Air Force wings and some flak units, and to coordinate with Comando Supremo. Rommel was subordinate to OB South, but both he and Kesselring knew that this ranking was somewhat nominal. Rommel set out his plan for the capture of Tobruk on June the 18th. He would feint toward Egypt with his 3 German divisions on June the 19th during the day, so that RAF reconnaissance aircraft would be sure to spot the movement. Then, after nightfall, they would return to the Tobruk area at full speed, join up with the 20th Italian Motorized Corps before dawn, and strike the perimeter of the fortress. Rommel believed the defence would crumble quickly. He was right. The fortress was in poor repair. Most of its landmines had been dug up for use in the Gazela line. No one had maintained the barbed wire entanglements, the trenches, or the anti-tank ditch, and following the defeats in the Gazela line, tank strength was low and troop morale was poor. General Klopper had only a week to make good the months of neglect, and he simply could not do it. No one could have. The German Second Air Fleet launched a massive air bombardment on the southeastern zone of the perimeter. The previous year, Rommel had launched a hasty attack in the southwestern sector without adequate information. In 1942, however, he knew that the southeast sector was the weakest part of the perimeter. The intensity of the aerial attack stunned the 11th Indian Brigade. Fierce fighting erupted in a few spots, but most of the surviving Indians quickly gave way. By 8 a.m. on June the 20th, the German combat engineers had completed a bridge over the anti-tank ditch, and the 15th Panzer Division was rushing across it toward the city. The British 32nd Army Tank Brigade had now been partially rebuilt and had 50 Matilda and Valentine tanks, but the brigade did not launch its counterattack until 10 a.m., which was too late. Both panzer divisions were crossing the ditch, and Ariete had established a foothold further west. General Nering took personal charge of the 15th Panzer Division, and von Bismarck directed his division from the sidecar of a motorcycle. They fell on the 32nd and destroyed all of its tanks within an hour. By 11 a.m., all that remained between Rommel and the vital King's Cross, a major crossroads 5 miles from the point of the breakthrough and 6 miles from the city, was a few artillery units. Rommel took King's Cross at 2 p.m. Then he sent the 15th Panzer Division to take Fort Pilastrino in the rear, while he continued to the port with the 21st Panzer Division. Now the fortress crumbled with incredible speed. Nering overwhelmed the 201st Guards at Fort Pilestrino, and Bismarck burst into Tobruk and sank several ships with his divisional artillery. By nightfall on June 20th, 1942, more than half of the fortress was in Axis hands. General Klopper considered a breakout attempt, but decided it would only result in further loss of life. Every Allied armoured unit had been destroyed, and most of his transportation was lost. After dinner that evening, Rommel visited with Colonel Bayerlein and sang the praises of his troops. To win a victory like this, he said, one needed more than leadership. One needed men who would accept every demand, even death if necessary. Despite being dog-tired, the Desert Fox was too keyed up to sleep much. He finally drifted off in the corner of his car, with his head propped up against the window. His staff slept outside, wrapped in blankets. They were all up again before dawn. Erwin Rommel entered Tobruk at 5 a.m. on June 21st, 1942. He recalled that the town was little more than a heap of rubble. A few minutes later, he accepted the surrender of the 32nd Army Tank Brigade, which was now a headquarters without a command. All of its tanks had been destroyed, except for a few in repair facilities. Rommel set up headquarters in the Albergo Tobruk hotel, where his staff took care of the details of the surrender. Klopper and Rommel met at 9:40 a.m. The South African general surrendered 19,000 British troops, 10,500 South Africans and 2,500 Indians, along with a huge quantity of supplies and equipment. Some of the white South Africans demanded that they be sent to separate POW compounds from the black and coloured South Africans. Rommel rejected this request. They had worn the same uniforms and fought side by side, and now as prisoners they would be treated the same. Rommel's attack of June 20th was a true masterpiece. On June 22nd, a grateful Hitler rewarded him by promoting him to Field Marshal. At age 50, he was the youngest man to attain this, Germany's highest military rank. He later remarked that it was a dream come true. The new Generalfeldmarschall celebrated in a typically restrained manner. He ate a can of pineapples and drank a small glass of well-watered whiskey. The bottle had recently been liberated from the British. After dinner he became reflective. "Hitler has made me a field marshal," he wrote to Lutzy. "I would much rather he had given me one more division." Chapter 14. The First Battle of El Alamein. The day Tobruk fell, Field Marshal Kesselring turned up at Rommel's command vehicle to discuss strategy. Their views were in diametric opposition. The Desert Fox wanted to invade Egypt immediately. Kesselring believed that Malta must be captured first. Rommel, who before had said that without Malta the Axis would lose North Africa, had changed his mind. Now he wanted to drive on to the Suez Canal immediately, before the Eighth Army had time to recover. Kesselring disagreed, saying that the Luftwaffe would not be able to support Rommel's invasion unless Malta was taken first. But Rommel insisted that now was the time to conquer Egypt, when the Eighth Army had only 2 infantry divisions more or less intact. In any case, the Italians had delayed the attack on Malta several times. Could Kesselring guarantee that it would not happen again? Could he guarantee that they would ever be ready? The discussion became acrimonious. No agreement could be reached. As he left, Kesselring said he intended to withdraw all his aviation units to Sicily, but not even this swayed Rommel from the course he had determined to take. With the 2 marshals at loggerheads, the decision fell to Hitler. The opposition to Rommel's plan was formidable, and included Mussolini, Comando Supremo, the Italian Naval Staff, Kesselring, and Lieutenant General Enno von Rintelen, the German military attaché to Rome. The Führer, however, had little faith in the Malta operation and the Italians earmarked to conduct it. He preferred the aggressive solution. On June the 22nd, he called for uninterrupted pursuit. Mussolini and the others fell into line immediately. The Desert Fox only waited 1 day after Tobruk fell. As soon as he received the green light to advance, he called upon the Afrika Korps to set out once again. On the other side of the wire, the Allies were stunned by the sudden fall of Tobruk. To meet the German onslaught, they deployed Gott's 13th Corps, 4 divisions, on the Egyptian frontier, and, well to the east at Mersa Matruh, Lieutenant General Sir William Holmes's 10th Corps, with several veteran divisions and brigades. In case a last-ditch effort was necessary, Norrie's 30th Corps dug in at El Alamein, a railroad station 60 miles from Alexandria and the Nile River. They would be all that stood between Rommel and the Nile if he got past Gott and Holmes. General Gott's job was to delay Rommel, but not to become decisively engaged. Rommel reached the frontier on June the 23rd, and Gott forced him to deploy, but the Desert Fox moved too quickly for the British. Gott was in retreat by nightfall, and Auchinleck sent him all the way back to join Norrie at El Alamein. Panzer Army Afrika drove east as fast as it could go, but it was under air attack much of the time. The RAF had more than 500 aircraft, and with most of the Luftwaffe withdrawn to Sicily, a German fighter was a rare sight over the skies of Egypt. It would become rarer still in the days ahead. Even so, the vanguards of the Afrika Corps covered more than 100 miles in 24 hours. By June the 25th, they had reached a point 30 miles east of Mersa Matruh. The morale of the Africans was very high. Their tank strength was not. Rommel crossed the wire on the border between Libya and Egypt with only 44 panzers. The Ariete and Trieste divisions combined had only 14 tanks and 30 guns. The Littorio armoured division was just now arriving from Italy, but only a small part of it had reached the front. In the veteran units, the fighting and constant manoeuvring had taken its toll, and a great many Axis tanks simply broke down. To make matters worse, General Baldassare, the commander of the 20th Motorized Corps, was killed in a skirmish with the British rearguard. He was one of the best of the Italian generals, and Rommel genuinely mourned his death. That same day, Auchinleck reviewed General Ritchie's plans and relieved him of his command. He assumed temporary command of the 8th Army himself. Rommel, meanwhile, took a short break. He had been living in his staff car and command vehicle since May the 26th, and had not bathed in all that time. On June the 25th and 26th, he went skinny-dipping in the Mediterranean, but he wrote Luzzi that the water was too hot to be refreshing. On June the 26th, Rommel met with Kesselring, Cavallero, and Rintelen. Predictably, they wanted to halt. This time, Rommel was both diplomatic and convincing. He told them that if he succeeded in breaking through the enemy's line today, they would be in Cairo or Alexandria on June the 30th. Kesselring and Cavallero were converted, although the Luftwaffe Field Marshal did say that Rommel's air support would be drastically reduced, since the 10th Air Corps was being diverted for the bombardment and invasion of Malta. During the afternoon of June the 26th, Rommel attacked the fortified Egyptian city of Mersa Matruh. He was very low on fuel and ammunition. Because the RAF blasted his truck convoys and tankers, the huge stockpiles of petroleum he had captured at Tobruk did him little good. He had no way of getting it to his forward panzers. General Holmes placed his infantry on the northern flank and his armour on the southern flank. Only his centre was weak, screened just by the Durham Light Infantry Battalion. As luck would have it, this is exactly where Rommel launched his main attack, with the 90th Light, 21st Panzer, and part of the Littorio Division. The 90th Light quickly destroyed the Durham Battalion. Had the British communicated properly, Rommel's strike force could have been trapped between two strong Allied jaws. Instead, Gott ordered the 13th to head for El Alamein as rapidly as it could, and failed to inform General Holmes. By the morning of June the 28th, Sir William Holmes was surrounded in Matruh. Gambling that Rommel would not attack the fortified city, he decided to hold it until nightfall. Then he would break out in the direction of El Alamein. It was a wise decision. The 10th and 21st Italian Corps and the 90th Light stormed into the fortress city of Mersa Matruh at dusk on June the 28th. The fighting lasted all night. General Holmes broke out in the darkness and escaped with about 60% of his corps. The Panzer Army simply did not have the forces to stop them all. On June the 29th, various columns of the 10th Corps and the Afrika Corps streamed across the desert on the coastal road, trying to avoid each other. They were all travelling west. Rommel's spearhead was now only 125 miles from Alexandria. He called upon his happy but exhausted veterans to make one more effort. By now, more than half of them were travelling in captured British vehicles, propelled by British gasoline. That morning, June the 29th, the Germans took Fuka, 68 miles from El Alamein, and another 1,600 prisoners. At 11 a.m., Rommel turned to Captain Georg Briel and suggested that they go into Cairo the next day for a cup of coffee. The Tommies, he said, will have gone. But the British didn't go. They made their last stand at a place called El Alamein. Rommel advanced rapidly on the morning of June the 30th, and Krasemann's 15th Panzer Division overran a battery of British 150mm guns a few miles from the Alamein train station, thus adding to its incredible collection of equipment. The 15th had multiple varieties of field and anti-tank guns, including American, British, Russian, and some weapons of German manufacture. More than half of Panzer Army Afrika's trucks had been produced in Detroit, Cleveland, and other Allied cities. At this point, the Alamein line was mostly Allied propaganda. It was highly strategic, nevertheless, because it was the only position in North Africa that could not be outflanked. The Alamein line extended 40 miles from the Mediterranean Sea to the Qattara Depression, an uninhabited mass of impassable cliffs, escarpments, salt marshes, dry lake beds, and quicksand. Meanwhile, Rommel's victories were causing repercussions all over the world. On July the 1st, British Member of Parliament Aneurin Bevan pointed out that Churchill had won debate after debate and lost battle after battle. Backed by several other MPs, he demanded a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister. The motion was seconded by Admiral Keyes, whose son had been killed at Beda Litoria the year before, trying to assassinate the Desert Fox. One MP quoted a taunt that he claimed was on many people's lips. If Rommel were in the British Army, he would be a sergeant. Churchill only managed to stay in power via his brilliant oratory. He admitted that the disasters in North Africa could be attributed to Rommel's skills as a general, but also to the ineptness of his own commanders. Rommel's name dominated the headlines all over the world. Even Hitler was amused that the British were boosting Rommel's reputation and seemed to be looking upon him as some sort of Superman. Meanwhile, Rommel's advance was causing panic in the part of Egypt still in Allied hands. Military men, diplomats, and civilians had all lost faith in the Eighth Army's ability to stop Panzer Army Afrika. The Royal Navy evacuated Alexandria, which was now only 60 miles from the front. Demolition squads wired key installations for destruction. Cairo was suffering massive traffic jams as civilians rushed to leave for safer places. Telltale smoke rose from the British Embassy. The staff was burning its secret files. Long columns of military vehicles, loaded with the office equipment of the British General Staff and the General Headquarters, sped off in the direction of Palestine. The American liaison staff also disappeared, and the families of British officers were warned to prepare for a hasty departure. The British 10th Corps, or what was left of it, dug in on the Nile, while Auchinleck seriously considered abandoning Egypt and sending the Eighth Army to Palestine, Iraq, and Sudan. Rommel's very name was causing panic in Allied capitals. Unfortunately for him, his name was about all he had left. He arrived at El Alamein with 55 worn-out tanks, 15 armoured cars, 77 guns of various calibers, 65 anti-tank guns, and a few thousand weary infantrymen and panzer grenadiers. To make matters worse, new RAF units arrived in the Mediterranean, and many of them attacked Rommel's cargo ships and supply convoys, as did Royal Navy submarines. Of the 60,000 tons of supplies Rommel needed each month, the Axis logistical staffs could only deliver 3,000. Ultra-intercepts were instrumental in identifying times and convoy routes, and corrupt Italian officials passed along information to British spies. Rommel now had to subsist on captured provisions, and he knew they were not going to last forever. Churchill and US President Roosevelt strained every resource of their two great democracies to ensure that the Eighth Army was lavishly supplied. Giant convoys of up to 100,000 tons left the United States, loaded with huge quantities of tanks, guns, trucks, airplanes, armoured cars, and every other conceivable war material. But because of German U-boats and air forces in the Mediterranean, the Allies' convoys could not take the direct route to Egypt. They had to go around the Cape of Good Hope and up to the Suez Canal. This delay gave Rommel several weeks to destroy the Eighth Army before the tide turned forever against him. The First Battle of El Alamein took place on July 1, 1942. Just as he had at Mersa Matruh, Rommel went into battle with only the vaguest idea of the Allied dispositions. This time he was not as lucky. The attack, which was supposed to start at 3:20 a.m., did not begin until 6:30 a.m., after daybreak, because the exhausted Germans could not get their units in place in time. As a result, the Afrika Korps was pummeled by the RAF. The 90th Light Division lost its way, ran straight into the Alamein box instead of bypassing it, and was cut to pieces by Allied artillery. It fell back and was on the verge of being routed when Rommel arrived with his Kampfstaffel and rallied it, but he could not get it moving forward again. The Desert Fox himself was pinned down for 2 hours by Allied guns. Meanwhile, to the south, Nering overran the 18th Indian Brigade and captured 2,000 prisoners, but he lost 18 of his 55 tanks. It was not a good day for the Germans. July the 2nd was no better. The South Africans checked the 90th Light Division again, and the DAK could not defeat the rebuilt 1st Armoured Division, which was defending Ruisat Ridge, south of El Alamein. 37 panzers were simply not enough to get the job done. The next day, Auchinleck began counter-attacking, using a whole new strategy. Instead of striking at the German forces, he focused on the Italians. He began by sending the 2nd New Zealand Division into a bayonet charge against Ariete. The best of the Italian divisions was routed and lost several tanks and 28 of its 30 field guns. Rommel was forced to commit the 15th Panzer Division to halt the attack. It went on like this for the next month. Auchinleck attacked the Italians, and Rommel was compelled to use his German units as a fire brigade. Each time he became weaker. Now that it was too late, Rommel finally received some reinforcements from Europe. A few battalions were flown in from the Balkans, where they joined some miscellaneous units already in North Africa to form the 164th Light Afrika Division, under the very capable Colonel Karl-Heinz Lungershausen. The reinforcements would arrive at El Alamein in stages. A few weeks later, with the invasion of Malta cancelled, new units were transported to Africa. The best of these was the Ramke Parachute Brigade, under Luftwaffe Major General Hermann Bernhard Ramke, a tough, competent and brave man, but also an arrogant and demanding one. Mussolini dispatched the Folgore Parachute Division and the Pistoia and Friuli Infantry Divisions, but they were non-motorized and thus of negligible value. Rommel nevertheless summoned the paratroopers to the front. Thanks to the superhuman efforts of his maintenance personnel, General Nering was able to summon about 50 runners on July the 8th. They were almost all worn out and in need of serious repair, overhaul, and in some cases complete rebuilding. Tanks are simply not designed to endure the kind of punishment and wear and tear the Desert War had inflicted on them. The infantry and rifle units, which were redesignated Panzer Grenadier regiments on July the 5th, were also seriously depleted. The 2 Panzer Grenadier regiments in the Afrika Korps had 300 men each, along with 10 anti-tank guns, and the 90th Light Division had 400 men per regiment. Rommel's artillery, Arco 104, had 11 heavy batteries and 26 88mm guns. This artillery was now the main strength of the Panzer Army, even though its ammunition supply was low. Some of the batteries had abandoned their German guns and were using captured British weapons because they were the only guns for which they had ammo. To bolster his depleted forces, Rommel employed what was for him a new weapon, the landmine. He dug up a great many from the defunct Gazelle line and requested thousands more from Rome and Berlin. His natural grasp of this mode of warfare was incredible. The minefield soon became the bulkhead of Panzer Army Afrika's defensive line. Auchinleck launched 10 major offences between July the 3rd and the 27th, and there were some bad moments for the Desert Fox. On July the 9th, the fresh 9th Australian Division, supported by British tanks, routed the Sabratha Division, which Rommel called the Sabratha Shits, and pushed to within 3,000 yards of Panzer Army headquarters. The general staff officers had to engage in hand-to-hand fighting to check the first attack. Then, at the most opportune moment, the 382nd Grenadier Regiment of the 164th Light Africa Division appeared. They did not have any vehicles, but they were still able to break the Australian attack. Alfred Seebohm, now a captain, and most of his wireless intercept service were killed in the fighting. And so it went for days. On July the 11th, the Trieste motorized division was the target of dozens of British guns, firing at close range. On July the 15th, the Allies routed the Pavia and Brescia divisions on Ruisat Ridge, which was only recaptured when General Neering personally led a counterattack and overran a New Zealand brigade, taking 1,200 prisoners in the process. But Auchinleck continued his piecemeal attacks against the demoralized Italian infantry, winning local victory after local victory. The Allies were winning the war of attrition against the Panzer Army. "It's enough to make one weep," Rommel moaned. There were, though, Axis victories. The Second Battle of Ruisat Ridge, for example, fought on July the 21st and 22nd. Auchinleck attacked with a reinforced infantry division and the recently arrived 23rd Armoured Brigade of the 8th Armoured Division. Despite heavy casualties, a mixed German-Italian battle group held them off until Rommel could arrive with the Afrika Korps, thus proving that not all Italians had lost the will to resist. The DAK then crushed the 23rd Armoured and destroyed at least 87 British tanks, probably more. Meanwhile, on July the 15th, Major General Heinz von Randow had arrived from Europe and had taken command of the 15th Panzer Division. It is not known why an officer with minimal armoured experience, von Randow's service had been largely with cavalry units, was given command of half of the Afrika Korps. Possibly OKW felt a first-class panzer officer was not needed for a secondary theatre. Randow's performance, however, proved he was a competent tank division commander. Allied casualties during the month of July were also high. The British leadership was growing unhappy with their high losses and apparent lack of substantive gains, and the Auk attacked again on the night of July the 26th to the 27th. He hit the Axis centre, only to find Rommel waiting for him with much of the Afrika Korps, his Kampfstaffel, the 3rd Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion, and the fresh 200th Infantry Regiment of the 164th Light Africa Division. The British lost 32 tanks and 1,000 men. From May the 26th to July the 30th, Rommel's men had captured 60,000 soldiers, knocked out 2,000 Allied tanks and armoured cars, and captured tons of supplies and equipment. On the Third Reich's side, 2,300 men had been killed, 7,500 wounded, and 2,700 were captured or missing. Only 34,000 Germans were now fit for combat. Panzer Army Afrika existed only on the dividends of its earlier victories. But the losses in the month of July specifically, and especially of July the 15th, the 22nd and the 27th, were heavily in favour of the Axis powers. The Allies had lost 13,000 men during the month, as opposed to the 7,000 which Rommel had lost, and only just over 1,000 of the Axis casualties were German. After 10 major attacks had failed, the British Eighth Army had finally had enough. They went on the defensive, and a lull descended on the North African front. The British had only narrowly failed to break through several times, and Rommel was now out of ammunition for his heavy artillery. He had decided to withdraw to the Libyan frontier if the attacks resumed, but in the nick of time the Allies called a halt to their offensive. Chapter 15. Alam Halfa Ridge. Erwin Rommel was frustrated. He needed German panzer or motorized divisions, ones with German equipment. He did not need inexperienced, non-motorized Italian divisions with their poor equipment and demoralized soldiers. He needed air cover. The RAF completely dominated North African skies and was now routinely attacking convoys as far away as Tobruk, 370 miles west of the front. The RAF was also severely restricting Rommel's Mediterranean convoy routes. He had 120 panzers, 100 field guns, and 2,000 vehicles in Italy that he could not get to Africa. Even when the Italian Navy did succeed in getting a convoy across the sea to Tripoli, the supplies and equipment had to be transported 1,400 miles to the front. If a convoy landed at the more dangerous port of Benghazi, it was still 750 miles to El Alamein. Breakdowns were common on the 750-mile haul, and they were a bigger challenge than normal, because 85% of the Panzer Army's trucks were of British or American manufacture, so acquiring spare parts was a huge problem. There was little fighting at this time, but behind the lines mechanics on both sides were working feverishly to repair and overhaul worn-out and disabled tanks and vehicles. Soon the British had 6 divisions at the front and 6 in reserve, including 3 armoured divisions. Rommel's hard-working mechanics performed miracles, and his panzer strength rose to 200 runners. 300 Italian tanks were also pronounced serviceable. Rommel's health was finally failing him. Even his iron constitution could not take the strain of month after month of desert warfare, and Rommel, who was no longer a young man, had fought in the harsh environment of the Sahara for more than 18 months. On August the 23rd, he was so sick that he could not leave his cot. When Hitler learned of this, he sent Professor Horster of Würzburg University to treat the desert fox. The distinguished medical professor found Rommel had a bad cold, chronic stomach and intestinal catarrh, circulation problems, and symptoms of exhaustion. He concluded that Rommel was physically unfit to command the upcoming offensive. Rommel agreed to give up leadership of the Panzer Army, but only if Colonel General Heinz Guderian replaced him. However, Guderian was currently in Führer Reserve. He had been retired in disgrace for disobeying Hitler's hold-at-all-costs order during the Battle of Moscow in January 1942. OKW replied that Guderian was an unacceptable choice. Rommel stubbornly announced that in that case he would command the coming attack after all. Dr. Horster supported his decision, saying that his condition had improved. It was essential, however, to have a replacement on the spot, just in case. Rommel's aide, Captain Alfred Berndt, a Nazi with important contacts, saw to it that the Führer was informed of Rommel's condition. He also had a small kitchen installed, acquired the services of a good cook, and arranged for fresh fruit and vegetables to be delivered daily by air. His contacts provided fresh eggs and fish from the Mediterranean. Insofar as he could, Berndt kept from Rommel the knowledge that he was receiving special treatment. The Desert Fox was not the kind of officer who would accept special rations. In August, the Panzer Army's intelligence staff estimated that the 8th Army would be too strong for them to attack by mid-September. Accordingly, Rommel decided to launch a major offensive before then. About this time, Lieutenant General Walter Warlimont, the Deputy Chief of Operations at OKW, visited Rommel's headquarters, which was about 10 miles west of El Alamein. He received a lasting impression of the intensity of the fighting on land and in the air, fighting which in the exposed desert now showed all signs of developing into a battle of materiel. Rommel was no fool. He realized that he was on the verge of failing. The battlefield was static, and it would soon be World War I all over again. If he couldn't break the stalemate, the Afrika Korps would ultimately be defeated, because there was no way it could defeat the British in a battle of attrition. He set the attack date for August the 30th. Meanwhile, Churchill visited Egypt in late July and inspected the 8th Army. He did not like what he saw. He sacked General Auchinleck on July the 25th and appointed General, later Field Marshal, Sir Harold Alexander as the new Commander-in-Chief of the Middle East. On August the 5th, he named Lieutenant General William H. E. Straffer Gott commander of the 8th Army. Gott's tenure was extremely short. On August the 7th, he visited the front and decided to fly back to Cairo in a Bristol-Bombay transport. Because the flight was so short, he did not require an escort. It was a fatal mistake. Oberfeldwebel Staff Sergeant Emil Klader and his wingman Unteroffizier Sergeant Bernd Schneider of the 27th Fighter Wing were flying their Messerschmitt Me-109s just behind the front. Klader shot up the Bristol and knocked out both engines. The transport pilot made a successful crash landing, but Schneider, who was following, strafed and completely destroyed the airplane. General Gott, who could not get out in time, was among those killed. He is buried in the El Alamein Cemetery. He was replaced by Lieutenant General Bernard Law Montgomery. When Rommel heard the news of the change in leadership, he ordered all intelligence files on Montgomery sent to him at once. As he read them, he muttered to himself, "This is a dangerous man." As if to confirm Rommel's words, Montgomery sent a list of his requirements to the cabinet in London, along with a terse note declaring that he would not attack until all of his demands had been met, but he would hold El Alamein until then. Churchill naturally tried to pressure Monty into an attack before he was ready, as he had done with Auchinleck and so many others. Montgomery would have none of it. It seems that standing fast against the Prime Minister was the first prerequisite to victory in the Desert War. Another prerequisite had already been achieved. Britain had won the supply war. In the last half of August 1942, the Allies unloaded 500,000 tons of supplies in North African harbours, as opposed to 13,000 for the Axis, making the supply imbalance 38-1. The actual imbalance was even higher, because Rommel had to transport his supplies up to 1,400 miles, which consumed a great deal of POL, petroleum, oil and lubricants, and his supplies were frequently destroyed by RAF attacks on his convoys. On the eve of the offensive, Rommel had enough petrol for each panzer in the Afrika Korps to advance 80 miles. On August the 27th, he met Kesselring and Caballero at Panzer Army HQ and demanded a fuel reserve of at least 6,000 tons before launching his offensive. Caballero confidently told him that the fuel was already on its way. Kesselring promised that he could fly over 90,000 gallons a day if Caballero failed. They both failed. Rommel attacked on August the 30th because he had no other choice. The full moon which the panzer engineers needed to breach the minefield was already on the wane, and he dared not wait another month. The odds were very much against the Germans from the beginning. Rommel had 259 panzers and 243 nearly useless Italian tanks, against more than 800 British tanks. This meant Montgomery would have a 3-1 armoured superiority over the Germans. The British had a definite superiority in infantry as well, even though Rommel had scoured the Libyan countryside for any men who could serve at the front, and German support and service units were operating on a bare minimum of personnel. Montgomery anticipated that Rommel would strike his southern flank, so he stacked his armour, including the 13th Corps, 1st, 7th and 10th Armoured Divisions, there, in the Alam Halfa Ridge sector, which Monty judged to be the most important terrain feature. He had 713 tanks at Alam Halfa Ridge alone, including 164 Grants. Rommel's plan, however, called for a sweep far to the east. He would miss the ridge altogether. He struck early on the morning of August the 30th. Before he advanced, Rommel told Dr. Horster that the decision to attack on that day was the hardest he had ever made. Either the armies in Russia broke through and Panzer Army Afrika reached the Suez Canal, he said, or... Then he abruptly closed his mouth and made a gesture of defeat. The Afrika Korps breached the first minefield easily enough, but then it ran into another minefield where they were not expecting one. The British had laid an incredible total of 150,000 mines, and they were covered by the rebuilt 7th Armoured Division. As the attack was bogged down in open terrain, the Allies lit up the battlefield with a new device, a type of magnesium flare called the Christmas tree. The entire sector was soon as bright as day, making the panzers sitting ducks for the RAF. Hundreds of veterans died that night, including one of the best of the panzer generals, Georg von Bismarck. Some sources say his command tank hit a mine. Others say that a British tank destroyed it, or a British anti-tank gun. Whatever the truth, one thing is certain. The commander of the 21st Panzer Division and one of Rommel's most important subordinates was incinerated. He was temporarily replaced by 164th Light Africa Division commander Colonel Lungershausen. Colonel Hecker took charge of the 164th Light Africa Division. Rommel's second-in-command, General Walter Nering, the commander of the DAK, was also in serious trouble. A Christmas tree lit up his command vehicle, and an RAF pilot dived in and dropped a bomb right beside its left front wheel. Colonel Bayerlein and the radio operator reacted quickly. They dove behind the big heavy radio sets, which shielded them from the blast. Nering was knocked off his feet. He picked himself up, covered in blood. "Herr General, I am mortally wounded," his supply officer, Lieutenant Colonel Walter Schmidt, declared. "I am about to die." The general, momentarily dazed, had shrapnel fragments in his head and upper arms. He replied that he too had been hit. At that point, Schmidt dropped dead. Several staff officers had been killed or hurt, and Nering was so badly wounded that he had to be evacuated to Europe. Colonel Bayerlein, his chief of staff, took temporary command of the Afrika Korps until General von Verst, who had recently returned to North Africa, could be located. As senior surviving officer, Verst took command of the corps the next day. Randau remained in command of the 15th Panzer Division. The battle for the minefield and the soft sand cost the Desert Fox dearly in terms of fuel. No new stocks of petrol had arrived, despite the personal guarantees of Cavallero and Kesselring. The Italian commander-in-chief had done his best. He had sent 4 large tankers to North Africa. Rommel would have had the necessary fuel if only one of them had made it through, but again alerted by Ultra, the British were waiting and sank all 4 tankers. Rommel could not get his few remaining fuel trucks through the gaps in the minefield until 1 p.m. on August the 31st. Then a sandstorm sprang up. The dust and heat made life miserable, but at least the RAF was grounded. Now, because of the fuel shortage, Rommel was forced to alter his plan. The sweep east of Alam Halfa was no longer possible. He had to capture the ridge itself. As a result, he ran into Montgomery's strongest defensive positions. On the evening of August the 31st, Rommel struck his first blow at Alam Halfa Ridge. He met with an entire infantry division, an armoured brigade, and heavy artillery fire. The attack failed. Montgomery reinforced the Alam Halfa sector that night. The 15th Panzer Division attacked again on the morning of September the 1st, although Rommel himself was so ill that he spent most of the day lying on his cot and directing the battle from the back of his truck. He had lost so many commanders that this was necessary. The 21st Panzer Division remained static. It was too low on fuel to be used against the British. Once again, the 15th Panzer was blasted by the RAF, artillery, tanks, and anti-tank guns. Rommel himself went forward and was forced to dive into a slit trench a split second before a bomb exploded. 7 staff officers and men were too slow and were shredded. An 8-inch shell splinter knocked a shovel into a trench next to the dirty field marshal. By late afternoon, the entire battlefield was littered with burning vehicles, most of them German. The attack was again a failure. Reluctantly, Rommel ordered a halt and a retreat. Panzer Army Afrika had reached its high water mark. Rommel's retreat on September the 1st could be measured in yards. He simply did not have the fuel to conduct a proper withdrawal. The Panzer Army had one issue of fuel left. An issue was enough fuel to carry one panzer 100 kilometres, or 62.5 miles, over reasonably good terrain, which this wasn't. Meanwhile, the RAF continued to pound the panzers and Rommel's rear areas day and night. They almost killed the Desert Fox on September the 2nd, when they blew apart a vehicle within 10 yards of him. He only just managed to dive into a foxhole and emerge unhurt. At 5:30 p.m. on September the 2nd, Kesselring turned up at Rommel's command vehicle and reprimanded him for wrecking the Führer's grand strategy. This led to a heated argument, during which Rommel demanded a fundamental improvement in the supply situation. The meeting produced no positive results. To date, Rommel had lost 49 panzers, 55 guns, and 4 vehicles in the battle. In the desert, when a German or an Allied tank was brewed up, a certain procedure was followed. The hatches would be thrown open. All enemy firing at that particular tank ceased immediately. The crew hopped out, and with their hands raised, followed the track marks behind their own tank to friendly lines and safety. No one fired on them. This was totally unique behaviour for the Second World War. The reconnaissance battalions on both sides observed an informal truce during the hours of nighttime darkness. Rommel was fully aware of these gentlemen's agreements and supported them. During the night of September the 2nd to the 3rd, the RAF appeared in strength again for the 4th straight night. This time they concentrated on the 88mm anti-aircraft guns, which had inflicted fairly heavy losses on their bombers. Meanwhile, to the north, the 10th Italian Infantry Corps launched a rare surprise night attack and caught the 2nd New Zealand Division flat-footed. Among those taken prisoner was Brigadier George H. Clifton, the commander of the 6th New Zealand Brigade. But Clifton was a bold and resourceful officer. He told the Italians that heavy British armoured formations were on their way and convinced them it was true. The Italians were in the process of bolting their rifles to surrender when a German officer arrived and quickly put an end to this nonsense. A few hours later, Clifton was hauled in front of Rommel, who harangued him about the gangster methods of the New Zealanders. Some of the NZ troops had bayoneted wounded Germans at Matruh, and the Desert Fox was very angry about it. He declared that if the New Zealanders wanted to play rough, then he could too, and any more such incidents would result in immediate reprisals. Being the nearest Allied soldier available for such a reprisal, Clifton quickly explained that some of the Germans who had been overrun in the first attack played dead, and after the first wave had passed, rejoined the battle and fired into its rear. To avoid a repeat of this, subsequent waves had simply bayoneted every German who did not stand up and surrender. Rommel considered this explanation and decided it was believable. Something like that could easily happen in the confusion of a night attack. Rommel then changed the subject and asked Clifton why the New Zealanders were fighting in the war. It was, after all, a European war, and New Zealand had no business being there. It took a moment for Clifton to realise Rommel was serious. He explained to the Desert Fox that if one attacks Britain, one attacks Australia and New Zealand also. Rommel did not respond to this, but he wished the brigadier luck and went back to the front. But that was not the final chapter between the Field Marshal and the gallant New Zealand engineer. Clifton escaped, headed for the open desert, and was at large for 5 days. Rommel was worried that he had told Clifton more than he should have, and he was afraid the brigadier would carry the information back to 8th Army HQ. But Clifton was spotted by a couple of young German officers who were out hunting gazelles. He was again hauled in front of the Desert Fox. Rommel told Clifton that he did not blame him for trying to escape. He would have done the same thing in his position. Yes, Clifton remarked, but, looking at Rommel's waistline and tight breeches, he did not think Rommel could have walked as far as Clifton had, 100 miles in 5 days. No, Rommel snapped. He would have had enough sense to steal a car. The conversation ended with the Desert Fox declaring Clifton a nuisance, and saying that any further attempt to get away would result in his being shot while attempting to escape. He saw to it, however, that Clifton was placed on an airplane early the next morning and flown directly to Rome. The New Zealander would eventually escape to Switzerland near the end of the war. Panzer Army Afrika's assault forces withdrew by stages from September the 4th to the 6th, with little interference from enemy ground forces. On September the 6th, Rommel took off his boots for the first time in a week. He took a bath and immediately started preparing for Montgomery's counter-offensive. The losses during the Battle of Alam Halfa were a prelude of things to come. Rommel lost 2,940 men, two-thirds of them German, 49 tanks, 41 aircraft, 35 anti-tank guns, 15 field guns, and 400 trucks. Montgomery lost 1,750 men, 67 tanks, 68 aircraft, 18 anti-tank guns, 10 field guns, and fewer than 50 trucks. The Allies dropped an estimated 1,300 tons of bombs on Axis positions from August the 30th to September the 4th. Significantly, 10% of these bombs were dropped by the U.S. Army Air Corps, which was arriving in North Africa in force. The importance of Alam Halfa did not lie in these statistics, however, but in the fact that it marked the turning point in the Desert War. Chapter 16. Disaster. After Alam Halfa, little of importance happened at the front for some time. However, General Kleemann, an excellent division commander, was wounded when his command vehicle ran over a mine. He would not recover for months. Kleemann was temporarily replaced as leader of the 90th Light Division by Luftwaffe Major General Hermann Bernhard Ramke, the paratrooper commander. He was succeeded on September the 17th by Colonel Hermann Schulte-Heuthaus, who would lead it only a few days. Montgomery systematically built up his forces and supplies to an overwhelming level, but, true to his word, refused to advance until his requirements were met. He ignored the growling and veiled threats from London. At 8 p.m. on September the 13th, waves of more than 200 Wellington bombers blasted Tobruk with tons of high explosives. They were opposed by the German 46th Flak and 114th Heavy Flak regiments, who shot down at least 23 airplanes. The German Air Force was nowhere in sight. Then Tobruk was attacked by British destroyers and the commandos of the Long-Range Desert Group, led by Colonel John E. Hazelden and Major Jock Campbell. The raid was a disaster for the British. Even after their spotlights were broken and they were unable to get their reinforcements from the sea, the commandos pressed their attack. Their objective was to destroy the 548th Panzer Recovery Regiment, which had rescued and rebuilt so many German tanks. The leader of Koruk 556, Rommel's rear area command, Major General Otto Deindl, reacted quickly. In the end, Hazelden was dead, Campbell was dying, and only 7 members of the assault force were still at liberty. Rommel flew into Tobruk that morning, but he found the battle over. He congratulated Deindl on his victory and returned to the front. Back at El Alamein, Rommel's first step after Alam Halfa Ridge was to incorporate the captured Allied minefields into the defence. He placed his 6 Italian infantry divisions on the front lines, along with the 164th Light Africa Division, which anchored his northern flank. He backed the front with his 3 best German divisions, the 90th Light Division to the north, the 21st Panzer Division to the south, and the 15th Panzer Division behind the centre. The Italian 20th Motorized Corps placed the 101st Trieste Motorized Division in reserve behind the northern flank, the 133rd Littorio Armoured Division behind the centre, and the 132nd Ariete Armoured Division in the desert, far to the south. There were also major changes in the upper command positions. General of Panzer Troops Ritter Wilhelm von Thoma assumed command of the Afrika Korps. Gustav von Werst, now recovered from his wounds, resumed command of the 15th Panzer Division. General von Randau made a parallel transfer to assume command of the 21st Panzer Division. Karl-Heinz von Lungershausen took charge of the 164th Light Africa Division, and Lieutenant General Count Theodor von Sponeck succeeded Acting Commander Colonel Hermann Schulte-Heuthaus as commander of the 90th Light Division. Fritz Krause, now a Major General, retained command of Arco 104. It was a strong lineup, and that was good, because Rommel would need top-notch subordinates in the days ahead. But there were also losses. General Gauser, who had never completely recovered from his wound on the Gazela line, left for a cure in Europe. Colonel Westphal, who had jaundice, did the same. Mellentine was evacuated to Austria with a potentially fatal case of amoebic dysentery, and although he later recovered, he did not return to North Africa. Rommel's own health was shaky at best, so it was decided to have a replacement on hand for him. On September the 16th, General of Panzer Troops Georg Stumme arrived in Egypt to become Deputy Commander of Panzer Army Africa. Stumme had commanded the 2nd Light, later 7th Panzer Division, in 1936, and held the position until Erwin Rommel arrived in February 1940. There seems to have been no friendship between Stumme and the Desert Fox, probably related to this change in command. In addition, Stumme and Rommel had very different lifestyles. Stumme thoroughly enjoyed the luxuries of life, whereas Rommel was relatively straight-laced. Stumme moved on to direct the 40th Panzer Corps in the Balkans campaign and on the Eastern Front until July the 20th, 1942, when he was relieved and court-martialed for a security violation. He and his Chief of Staff, Colonel Gerhard Franz, pled guilty and were sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment. Fortunately for them, Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, the presiding officer of the court, was impressed by the unflinching toughness with which they accepted responsibility for their mistake. He and Field Marshal Theodor von Bock made a personal appeal to Hitler, asking that both men's sentences be commuted. The two of them were soon out of prison and on their way to Africa. When Gauser returned to Europe, Bayerlein moved up to Chief of Staff of the Panzer Army, and Franz became Chief of Staff of the Afrika Corps. Rommel was under no illusions. He recognized that the British Eighth Army now had huge advantages, so he decided to rely on a new primary weapon, the landmine. His engineers dug up thousands of them from the Gazela Line, Tobruk, and Mersa Matruh, and they incorporated the British-laid Alam Halfa minefields into their defensive front. The minefields were huge, often more than a mile in depth, and they were covered by anti-tank guns and machine guns. Before they finished, the Axis soldiers had laid more than 500,000 mines. The troops called each large cluster of mines a Devil's Garden. There were several of these, and if the Axis could prevent Montgomery from penetrating them, they could at least impose a stalemate on the North African front. The minefields were not only covered by guns, but also protected by outposts and patrols with German shepherd dogs. Rommel hoped he could hold them indefinitely, unless the Panzer Army was starved into submission. This possibility did not seem far-fetched in the fall of 1942. British submarines had practically cut Rommel's supply line to Europe, and the RAF was mauling his rear with even greater regularity. The Africans barely had enough to eat, and their food was universally bad. Rommel could stand no more. He had a liver infection, a duodenal ulcer, low blood pressure, and several desert sores. He worked in tandem with Stumme for a week, and then, sick and exhausted from months of a harsh climate and hard fighting, he left for Italy. Before boarding the airplane, he told Stumme to signal for his return if the Allied offensive began. Naturally, his deputy resented this order. The Desert Fox landed in Rome on September the 24th and visited Mussolini at his summer residence of Forbi. The interview centered on supplies. As Rommel was leaving, Marshal Cavallero stopped him and asked, "Can Italy count on your immediate return if Montgomery attacks?" The German replied that it could. Cavallero thanked him and shook Rommel's hand with both of his own. Rommel arrived at Führer headquarters in East Prussia the next day, where Hitler awarded him his marshal's baton. Then the private high-level discussions began. The Swabian and Hermann Göring clashed early and often. Göring minimized the Panzer Army's supply problems and practically called Rommel a liar when he complained that the British were shooting up his tanks with 40mm shells. Rommel turned on him and criticized the Luftwaffe, and the argument became so heated that Hitler had to intervene. The Führer made a whole series of unrealistic promises, including increased supply deliveries, more anti-aircraft guns, a Nebelwerfer multiple-tube rocket launcher brigade, self-propelled guns, and 40 Panzerkampfwagen 6 Tiger tanks. Rommel, who had yet to undergo his political awakening, took the dictator at his word. He had no idea that the Führer was lying to him. After this, Hitler shook his hand and sent him off to Berlin, where Rommel spent several days with the propaganda minister Dr. Goebbels and his family. The couple could be charming when they wanted to be. They melted Rommel's reserve and soon had him talking late into the night. Goebbels was horrified by Rommel's tales of Italian incompetence. The master propagandist showed the Desert Fox films of his victories, including the Gazelle line, the fall of Tobruk, and the pursuit into Egypt. These excited the Desert Fox, who seemed to take a new lease on life. But Rommel remained Rommel. His friend General Schmundt threw a party for him, and many Nazi celebrities were present. When Rommel arrived, Schmundt's young son opened the door. The Desert Fox loved children, and remembered that the youngster had just had a birthday, so he asked him what presents he had been given. "A train set," the child replied. The boy and the field marshal went upstairs and spent the evening playing trains. He never did come down to meet the guests. On September the 30th, Rommel was publicly awarded his marshal's baton by the Führer in a reception at the Sportspalast in Berlin. He did commit one blunder. He posed at an auditorium door. With his hand on the knob, he faced the camera and told the world that the door to Egypt was in Panzer Army Afrika's hands, and they intended to use it. They had not come all this way to be thrown back again, he declared. He would have to eat those words later. In the private discussions afterward, Hitler mildly reprimanded Rommel for Alam Halfa. He said that the Afrika Korps would have won the battle if he had continued to attack. How Hitler received this divine revelation he did not divulge. The Desert Fox did not say anything. He was probably too astonished to speak. It was a stark reminder of how out of touch the people in Berlin were with the true situation in Africa. Hermann Göring quickly picked up the Führer's line. Rommel turned on him and declared that his panzers were being shot up by Allied fighter bombers using US-manufactured 40mm shells. Göring declared that was completely impossible. The Americans, he said, only knew how to make razor blades. "We could use some of those razor blades," Rommel snapped. That same day he departed for Semmering, a mountain resort near Vienna, to be treated for his liver and blood pressure problems. Adolf Hitler planned to let Rommel recover, and then, instead of sending him back to Africa, to give him command of an army group on the Eastern Front, probably in southern Russia, which was now the most active sector. Rommel still received top-secret intelligence reports, however, and was so alarmed over American industrial production figures that he was unable to rest. He was too concerned about his country in general and his army in particular. He became an avid follower of the Battle of the Atlantic because he was one of the few German leaders who understood that if the U-boat blockade was broken, there would be little hope for us. Back in North Africa, the RAF systematically bombed the harbours, supply bases, depots and airfields in southern Italy and Cyrenaica. Most of the enemy airplanes flew out of Malta. Kesselring made an all-out attempt to neutralise the base, but was defeated outright. There was no longer anything the Axis could do to restrain the British forces based in Malta. By mid-October, Montgomery outnumbered Stummer 195,000 to 104,000 in men, 1,029 to 489 in tanks, 908 to 475 in artillery, 1,403 to 744 in anti-tank guns, 750 to 675 in aircraft, and 530 to 350 in serviceable aircraft. If only German troops are considered, however, the odds become even more lopsided. Stummer was outnumbered 4-1 in men, 5-1 in tanks, 4.5-1 in artillery, 3-1 in anti-tank guns, and 3.6-1 in serviceable aircraft. The odds against the Panzer Army were even worse when one takes into account how dangerously low were its fuel supplies. By the middle of October, it had only 3 issues of fuel per panzer. As we have heard, one issue could carry a tank 62.5 miles under normal conditions. Rommel considered 10 times that amount necessary to fight a major battle. The Axis forces also had ammunition supplies sufficient for 9 days' fighting. The upcoming campaign would be what Brigadier Strawson called the antithesis of the Blitzkrieg. The Desert Fox called it a battle without hope. The offensive began at the unconventional hour of 9:30 p.m. on October the 23rd. The preliminary artillery bombardment was massive. More than 1,200 guns pounded Axis positions on a 5-mile sector. More than 500 of these guns were of a caliber of more than 105 millimeters. The density of the guns averaged 240 guns per mile, or 1 gun for every 7.3 yards of frontage. The main concentration was against Lungershausen's relatively inexperienced 164th Light Africa Division. Bombardments of this intensity had not been seen since 1918, and this one went on for 5 hours. Communications were severed, vehicles were destroyed, command posts disappeared, and entire platoons were wiped out. At 1 a.m. on October the 24th, the Allies shifted their fire to Stummer's rear areas while their infantry advanced. Their main attack was in the zone of the 164th. The Allies did not expect to find a single German soldier still alive, but they were met by the remnants of the 125th Panzer Grenadier Regiment, who fought like lions and, almost unbelievably, were able to turn back 2 full Allied divisions. South of the 125th, the Italians broke and ran, allowing the 9th Australian and 51st Highlander Divisions to push forward, but the Allies were slowed by the 382nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment, and stopped when Lungershausen committed his reserves, the 433rd Panzer Grenadier Regiment. Also, the 164th Light Division's Artillery Regiment, the 220th, had held its fire, so it had not been located and destroyed by the initial British bombardment. It now opened up on the Tommies, checking Montgomery's main advance. General Lungershausen did a magnificent job on tactics on October the 23rd to the 24th. Monty countered by committing 2 armoured divisions, more than 700 tanks. To the south, the Italians fought better. Together with the Ramke Parachute Regiment and the Kampfstaffel, they turned back several attacks from the British 13th Corps, which included the 7th Armoured Division. The fighting lasted all night. When the sun finally rose, the battered Axis front was still intact, if only barely. All during the day, Montgomery rained attacks like sledgehammers on the German line. General Stummer drove too close to the action. While observing an enemy infantry attack with Colonel Andreas Büchting, commander of the 580th Higher Signal Command and chief signal officer of Panzer Army Africa, Stummer came under machine gun fire. Büchting was hit in the head and fell back into their car, dying. Stummer jumped onto the running board just as the driver rapidly sped off. In the flight, the general suffered a fatal heart attack and fell off unnoticed. For several hours he was missing in action. General of Panzer Troops Ritter von Thoma assumed command of the Panzer Army, and von Werst again became temporary commander of the Afrika Corps. Thoma reported to Berlin that Stummer was missing. Meanwhile, the RAF continued to bomb and dive-bomb German positions, as Montgomery fed more tank and infantry formations into the battle. Thoma was forced to commit most of his reserves. By later that evening, Colonel Westphal finally decided that he had seen enough. He signalled Berlin. Rommel's return essential. Rommel was still recovering in Austria when the telephone rang. It was Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, the commander-in-chief of OKW, who asked if he felt able to return to Egypt. The Desert Fox replied that he did. Keitel thanked him and told him that he would call again if Hitler decided to send him back to the battle. That evening the Führer personally called Rommel and asked him if he could leave for Egypt immediately if an emergency situation developed. Rommel naturally said that he could. Hitler called back again about midnight and ordered him back to the front. The Field Marshal departed for Wiener Neustadt. He took off from the airport there at 7 a.m. the following day and landed 4 hours later in Rome, where he was met by General von Rintelen, the German military attaché to Italy. Rintelen informed him that part of the line south of Hill 31 had been broken, and that several battalions of the 164th Light Africa Division had been wiped out. Furthermore, Stummer was still missing, and only 3 issues of fuel were available for the entire theatre of operations. Rommel blew a gasket. He knew from experience that 1 issue of fuel was needed for each day of combat. He considered 30 issues the minimum requirement for this major battle, and he had built up a reserve of 8 issues before he left for Europe, and now he had only 3. He demanded to know what had happened to the other 5. Rintelen explained that insufficient attention had been paid to fuel conservation in Rommel's absence. Erwin Rommel thought this a lame excuse and chewed the attaché out. He demanded that the Italians use every means to transport fuel to Africa, including their submarines and warships. Rommel then hopped on an airplane and headed for Crete, where he landed at Heraklion airfield at 2:45 p.m. He was met by General of Flyers Otto Hoffmann von Waldau, the commander of the 10th Air Corps. The airman handed him a dispatch stating that Stummer's body had been found, and the British were attacking in strength on both the northern and southern sectors. Rommel arrived at El Daba at 5:20 p.m. on October the 25th, and immediately jumped into a Storch reconnaissance airplane. He landed near the Panzer Army's command post and found Ritter von Thoma desperately trying to hold his lines against overwhelming odds. The 164th Light Africa Division had been crushed. The Trento Motorized Division, just to the south of the 164th, was also smashed, and Montgomery's artillery had blasted the Devil's Gardens and caused the mines to explode. Other units were also in bad shape. The 15th Panzer Division, for example, had only 31 runners left. Because of casualties and sickness caused by a prolonged inadequate diet, there were only 3,294 men left, less than a third of the 15th's authorized strength. There were only 29,000 combat-effective Germans in the entire army. The Desert Fox listened in silence to these gloomy reports. Rommel could do nothing, Colonel Bayerlein recalled. All of the reserves had already been committed. No major decisions that could fundamentally change the battle were possible. All he could try to do was to hold his line. He immediately sent out a dispatch to every unit announcing that he was in command of the army again. Perhaps he thought his presence would improve troop morale at a time when it sorely needed a boost. He was probably right. All day on October the 26th, the British Desert Air Force sent bomber formations to pulverize the coastal sector, where Rommel had concentrated half of his divisions, including the entire Afrika Korps. He correctly intuited that Monty would try to use Kidney Ridge, which he had already captured, as a springboard to dominate the minefields and launch the decisive breakthrough to the coastal road. To place a period at the end of a perfectly horrible day, Rommel received a dispatch stating that the Italians had sent 2 more fuel tankers to Africa, but both had been sunk. The battle entered its 5th day on October the 27th, with no end in sight. Rommel took a few minutes to write Lutzi, telling her that nobody could ever know the burden that lay on him. "All the cards are stacked against us," he wrote, but he still hoped to pull off a successful defence. Despite his tremendous handicaps, he managed to counter-attack. He was going to try to retake Kidney Ridge with the 21st Panzer and 90th Light Divisions, plus parts of the 21st Panzer Artillery and Arco 104. The Africans charged forth bravely, but were no longer a match for the overwhelming numbers of British troops, tanks, artillery, anti-tank guns, fighters and bombers. After this failed attack, Rommel admitted to himself that the battle would eventually end in defeat. "Even the bravest soldier can be killed by a bomb," he declared, with a note of resignation in his voice. He wrote his wife and told her his survival was in God's hands. Monty struck again on the night of October the 28th to the 29th, and was again barely stopped. Rommel seriously discussed retreating with Bayerlein and Westphal, but he decided not to, because that would inevitably lead to mobile warfare, which he no longer had the fuel to wage. He nevertheless ordered officers to reconnoitre the Fouca position, 60 miles west of El Alamein. Much to Rommel's relief, there were no major attacks on October the 29th, but he did receive word that the Louisiana, a tanker upon which he had been counting, had been sunk by an aerial torpedo. At that moment, Lieutenant General Curio Barbasetti di Prun, the Italian Chief of Staff for North Africa, visited the command post and promptly got a harsh tongue-lashing from the Desert Fox. Rommel was especially angry that the armed Italian auxiliary cruisers and other vessels carrying fuel and cargo were landing in Benghazi and not Tobruk in order to avoid the risk of British aerial torpedoes. Meanwhile, perhaps because of Rommel's tense meeting with the unhappy General Barbasetti, the rose-coloured glasses finally came off in Rome and Berlin. Until then, OKW had believed the El Alamein position would be held. Even Kesselring, who should have known better, thought the Allied offensive had been launched for political rather than military reasons and had little chance of success. All of a sudden, however, on October the 30th, the truth dawned on them. Suddenly, all the disadvantages of taking up a position too far forward became alarmingly clear, General Varlimont recorded. Rommel reported that all of his reserves were committed, and that if Montgomery broke through, there was nothing to stop him from driving as far west as he wanted to. Cavallero echoed this opinion and agreed with Rommel that the only option available was to hang on, despite all the risks involved. Only the habitually overly optimistic Kesselring remained upbeat. On November the 1st, he visited the front and signalled that the danger had passed. Meanwhile, in Rome, the fascist government and Comando Supremo were in full panic mode. They decided to immediately press every vessel available into service to carry fuel to North Africa, including submarines, warships, and even civilian aircraft. Rommel later commented bitterly that had this been done just after the fall of Tobruk, it might have made a difference, but now it was too late. Rommel was right. It was indeed too late. Montgomery had stopped and was regrouping for one massive assault. He dubbed it Supercharge. October the 30th was a deceptively quiet day on the North African front. Rommel used it to thin out his front and create a small mobile reserve. He inserted the Trieste motorized division, which was no longer motorized or at anything like divisional strength, into the line and pulled out the 21st Panzer Division. The Australians began a diversionary attack during the night of October the 30th to the 31st. They broke through to the coast and surrounded the 125th Panzer Grenadier Regiment of the 164th Light Division. General von Thoma launched an immediate counterattack but failed. The next day, the Desert Fox took a personal hand in the rescue of the surrounded regiment. He led an attack with the 21st Panzer and 90th Light Divisions, pinning down the Allies on the front while von Thoma led the main assault south of the road. Rommel reached the trapped men and rescued the 125th. This battle, however, drew the bulk of Rommel's reserves to the northern sector, away from Montgomery's intended point of attack in the centre, just as the British general had planned. The crumbling operations continued on November the 1st, when German positions around Kidney Ridge were blasted 30 times by British bomber formations of 18 or 20 aircraft. They also bombed the HQ of the Afrika Korps, knocked out its communications, and wounded General von Thoma, although not badly. Nazi Germany had lost the production war. From 1936, Germany had produced 5,774 Panzerkampfwagen 3s, 8,553 Panzerkampfwagen 4s, 1,839 Panzerkampfwagen 5 Tigers, and 6,334 Panzerkampfwagen 6 Panthers, a total of 22,500 tanks. The United States, on the other hand, manufactured 49,234 M4 Sherman tanks, as well as tens of thousands of Grants, Lees, and Stuarts. Russia alone had manufactured 84,070 T-34 tanks, and the British manufactured 27,896 tanks and self-propelled guns from 1939 to 1945. This industrial superiority was now making itself felt on the desert front. The Germans' ammunition was nearly exhausted. They had expended 450 tons of ammunition in the battle to date. They had received only 40 tons. Rommel now had 90 more or less operational tanks and 140 nearly useless Italian tanks. Montgomery had lost twice as many tanks as Rommel, and yet he still had more than 800 runners. During the night of November the 1st to the 2nd, Montgomery attacked on both sides of Kidney Ridge. The northern prong of the attack was stopped, but to the south 400 to 500 tanks from Lumsden's 10th Corps overran a Trieste regiment and a German Panzer Grenadier regiment, and Colonel Teger's 8th Panzer Regiment lost 35 panzers. Allied losses were also heavy. The 9th Armoured Brigade, for example, lost 70 of its 94 tanks, but Monty's persistence paid off. British tanks and armoured cars broke through the minefields, ripped a 4,000-yard hole in Rommel's line, and started shooting up the Panzer Army's rear. Rommel would have to seal this hole, or the battle was lost. As November the 2nd dawned, the battle entered its 11th day like an enraged bull. Rommel grabbed a quick breakfast of chicken fricassee with rice, most likely the remains of supper, wrote a brief letter to Luzzi, and rushed off to join the fighting. He transferred his remaining panzers to the central sector to block Montgomery's supercharge breakthrough, setting up the climactic Battle of Tel el-Akakir. It was one of the most bitter, hard-fought battles of World War II. The enemy fought with all the certain knowledge that all was at stake, and with all the skill of his long experience in armoured warfare, Montgomery would later comment with admiration. Thoma counterattacked with the 15th Panzer Division, but was not successful, and the British surged forward again into the gap with more than 400 tanks. They had 400 more in reserve. Colonel Teger met them with 35 battered panzers. The battle was the death ride of the 8th Panzer Regiment. The Panzertruppen fought with reckless abandon and with absolutely no regard for their own lives. Their courage was worthy of a better cause. The battlefield was soon littered with burning British tanks, but they kept coming and coming and coming. Except for a few rear-area support units, the 8th Panzer Regiment was completely wiped out. Colonel Teger died with his men. The 33rd Panzer Artillery Regiment fought in direct support of the 8th Panzer, and with equal courage and skill. It barely avoided the same fate. Only enough men escaped to bring off 7 guns. The elite 15th Panzer Division, a full half of the Afrika Korps, was reduced to a strength of 7 guns and 0 tanks. Disaster overwhelmed Panzer Army Afrika all along the line. By the end of the morning, the Littorio and Trieste divisions broke and streamed to the rear. Rommel responded by bringing up the Ariete armoured division from the south, thus completely denuding that flank of armour. He knew that the Italians, in their self-propelled coffins, had little chance against Montgomery's Grants, Stuarts, and Shermans, but it was all he had left. By the close of November the 2nd, General Randau's 21st Panzer Division was down to 35 tanks, when it should have had more than 200. Meanwhile, dense formations of British and American bombers concentrated against the German 88mm anti-aircraft batteries, which were very effective in an anti-tank role and were a mainstay of the Panzer Army's defence. By the end of the day, only 24 of them were still operational, and as Rommel wrote, final destruction was upon us. The Desert Fox ordered his aide Captain Berndt to go to Führer headquarters to obtain freedom of manoeuvre, permission to retreat, for the Panzer Army. Colonel Westphal volunteered for this mission, but Rommel curtly dismissed the idea. Hitler would not listen to the arguments of Westphal, a professional soldier. But Berndt was a Nazi, a political officer, and a former high-ranking official in the propaganda ministry. Rommel thought Hitler might listen to him. In the meantime, the remnants of the Afrika Korps continued to put up a spirited resistance. By some miracle, the Desert Fox had re-established a thin line, and the British noticed no slackening of the resistance. But appearances are often deceptive. On the morning of November the 3rd, Erwin Rommel ordered a general retreat. This time it was absolute. He knew he would not be able to turn things around as he had done in the past. "The dead are lucky," he wrote to his wife. It appeared that the retreat would be successful. Rommel would have time to get at least his motorized formations back to Tripolitania, where they could be evacuated back to Italy and form the core of a new army for the defence of southern Europe. But this was not to be. At 1:30 p.m., Captain von Helldorf of the Panzer Army's operations staff arrived with an order from Adolf Hitler. He handed it to his boss, Siegfried Westphal. "What does it say, von Helldorf?" the colonel asked. "It is the death warrant of the army, Herr Oberst," the captain replied calmly. "What?" the chief of operations growled. He read the order and tossed it on the desk. He made a remark, more to himself than to Helldorf, about how they'd gone completely mad at Führer headquarters. He was utterly disgusted. A moment later, Rommel returned to HQ. "An order from the Führer," Westphal snapped. The field marshal raised an eyebrow. He was not accustomed to being addressed in this matter by his subordinates. He nevertheless picked up the dispatch without saying anything. It read, "It is with trusting confidence in your leadership and the courage of the German-Italian troops under your command that the German people and I are following the heroic struggle in Egypt. In the situation which you find yourself, there can be no other thought but to stand fast, yield not a yard of ground, and throw every gun and every man into the battle. Considerable Air Force reinforcements are being sent to Commander-in-Chief South. The Duce and the Comando Supremo are also making the utmost efforts to send you the means to continue the fight. Your enemy, despite his superiority, must also be at the end of his strength. It would not be the first time in history that a strong will has triumphed over the bigger battalions. As to your troops, you can show them no other road than that to victory or death." After he read the message, Rommel sat down and stared out the window. The sound of artillery fire was distinctly audible. Westphal broke the silence by declaring that this order meant the end of the army. "I am a soldier," Rommel answered flatly. In accordance with the principle of unquestioning obedience, he ordered the retreat halted at once. He commanded that the army fight to the last shot, and that machine guns and hand grenades be issued to the army's staff. Not knowing the true Hitler, the soldiers of Panzer Army Africa were prepared to fight to the last man. But it was too late to do much about the southern flank. The British had spent all morning shelling the positions of Lieutenant General Enea Navarini's Italian 21st Corps and Lieutenant General Eduardo Nebbia's Italian 10th Corps. Then the British realized that Nebbia had silently abandoned his positions and was retreating to the west. The British, Greeks, and Free French occupied these fortifications, leaving the 10th and 21st Corps isolated in the desert. It was unthinkable for Rommel to order the Italian foot soldiers to retake them. Meanwhile, the Royal Dragoons Armoured Car Battalion and the 4th South African Armoured Car Regiment attacked Rommel's rear. They destroyed transports, supply columns, and maintenance facilities, and captured or shot up everything they could. They also severed the supply lines to everything south of them. Without food or water, and in the middle of the western desert, the 102nd Motorized Division Trento, the 25th Infantry Division Bologna, the 27th Infantry Division Brescia, the 17th Infantry Pavia, and the 185th Parachute Division Folgore were all doomed. That night Rommel sought out Major Elmar Warning of Westphal's operation staff. Warning was an impressively big man with a bald, bullet-shaped head, and he was a good listener. He sat there as the field marshal poured out his heart. Rommel declared that the army would not last 3 days if it did not retreat, but did he as a soldier have the right to disobey the direct orders of his commander-in-chief? After some struggle with this moral dilemma, Rommel suddenly made his decision. "My men's lives come first," he snapped. "The Führer is crazy." Still, habits of 33 years are hard to break. Rommel decided to try to hold on a little while longer until he could talk with Kesselring. Perhaps he could get the order reversed. Field Marshal Albert Kesselring arrived at Rommel's headquarters around 8 a.m. on November the 4th. He received an extremely cold reception. The Desert Fox suspected he was behind Hitler's hold-at-all-costs order. The Swabian immediately launched into a heated diatribe, lambasting the OB South, and denounced the Führer's order as crazy. To his surprise, Kesselring agreed with his sentiments. He asserted that Hitler's order could not be obeyed and must be revoked. He suggested that Rommel consider it an appeal rather than a binding order. Rommel replied that he considered it absolutely binding. He was very depressed. He remarked that the order had come out of the blue. He had always thought Hitler trusted him. Kesselring told the Desert Fox to radio Hitler and tell him that the only chance Germany had of holding North Africa was to conduct a fighting retreat. He agreed to add his name to the appeal. Both field marshals sent messages to Führer headquarters at Rastenburg, demanding that the order be withdrawn. The first Allied attack of November the 4th was against the central sector, and it was spearheaded by 200 tanks. General von Thoma met it with 20 battered panzers. Despite being outnumbered 10-1, he made a good fight of it. In the end, however, with the Kampfstaffel, part of the 90th Light Division, and the remnants of the Afrika Korps, Thoma made his last stand at a spot on the map called Tel el Mamsra. Ritter Wilhelm von Thoma was every bit the soldier Erwin Rommel was. He had been wounded 20 times in his legendary career. Today he wore all of his many decorations, which no one in Africa ever did. He sent Fritz Bayerlein, his chief of staff, to the rear to establish a new headquarters. At 11 a.m. he also sent his aide back on some pretext. This alarmed Bayerlein, who decided to return to Tel el Mamsra in a small recce vehicle. Heavy British fire forced him to abandon his vehicle, but he reached a sand dune from which he could see Thoma's command. It had practically been wiped out. There was nothing left but a few badly wounded men and Thoma standing erect beside a burning panzer, like a ghost in a hail of machine-gun fire. But not a bullet touched him. Suddenly the firing stopped. A jeep and several Shermans drove up, and the general got in without saying a word. The Battle of Tel el Mamsra was over. Colonel Bayerlein had seen enough. He ran west through the sand and dust until he reached temporary safety. When he told Rommel and Westphal what he had seen, Westphal told him to keep the story to himself, otherwise Thoma's entire family would pay for his surrender. Thoma was taken to Monty's headquarters, where he was met with sympathy, respect, and even admiration. That night Thoma dined with General Montgomery. They became friends, and Thoma even invited the 8th Army commander to have dinner at his home with him after the war. This meeting was the subject of considerable criticism in both England and the United States, but not in North Africa. The fighting men understood. Certain members of the press decided to try to drive a wedge between Churchill and Montgomery, or at least force Monty to apologize. The Prime Minister would have none of it. "Poor von Thoma," he declared. "I, too, have dined with Montgomery." To the south, the 20th Italian Motorized Corps was cut off. Only the 132nd Ariete Armoured Division was still in good shape. The 133rd Littorio Armoured Division had only 17 tanks left, and the 101st Trieste Motorized Division was a complete write-off. Major von Luck, commanding a German reconnaissance battalion supporting the 20th, signalled that the Germans were fighting with exemplary courage, but they never had a chance. Rommel, in the meantime, left Kesselring and drove to the new Afrika Korps headquarters at El Daba. He named Bayerlein temporary commander of the DAK. The Desert Fox had made a momentous decision. He would disobey the Führer's order. The colonel he commanded would issue all orders in his name. In case they faced a court-martial later, Rommel wanted to bear all of the responsibility himself. It was too late for the 20th Italian Armoured Corps. The men of the Ariete Division especially fought like lions, but at 3:30 p.m. on November the 4th, the inevitable message from them arrived at headquarters. Ariete was encircled. That evening the radio went silent. So Panzer Army Afrika began its last long retreat. On October the 23rd, it reported 293 tanks. After blowing up 40 panzers in the repair shops that they could not take with them, Rommel's legendary army now had only a dozen tanks left. It was a far cry from the proud legions that had overrun Tobruk and so confidently invaded Egypt fewer than 5 months before. Chapter 17. The Retreat and the Battle of the Tunisian Bridgehead. During the night of November the 4th, the remnants of Panzer Army Africa retreated toward the town of Fouka, about 68 miles from El Alamein. The RAF dominated the sky over the coastal road, so most of the army fell back across the desert. The retreat was a race for the Fouka position. Montgomery was trying to trap Rommel via a pincers movement. The 7th Armoured Division would head straight up the coastal Via Balbia, while the 1st and 10th Armoured Divisions rolled across the desert and then swung northwest behind the Germans, cutting the road and trapping them. But the Allies were wary. The Desert Fox was out there somewhere, and he had sprung unpleasant surprises on them before. They moved too cautiously and too slowly, and by the time they closed the trap, Rommel was gone. The Field Marshal desperately wanted to get the survivors of his army back to Tripolitania. The key position was Mersa el Brega, southwest of Benghazi. If he could reach it, he would have successfully escaped. If Monty reached it first, the Panzer army would be cut off in the Cyrenaican Bulge and would have no choice but to surrender. But even if Rommel reached Mersa el Brega first, he saw little hope of rebuilding an army in Africa. He planned to evacuate North Africa, rebuild his army in Sicily and southern Italy, and then use it to defend the Axis's southern Mediterranean flank. Rommel made a brief stand at Fouka on November the 5th. If he could hold his position, the 10th Italian Infantry Corps might yet reach the coastal road and escape, but it was not to be. Montgomery advanced in a blinding sandstorm with 200 tanks. Covered by the blowing sand, he was around Rommel's southern flank before the Desert Fox could stop him. The retreat resumed until the 21st Panzer Division ran out of gas. It was isolated and nearly helpless. Fortunately for Rommel, the British did not attack. November the 6th and 7th saw torrential rains. The weather slowed down both sides, but benefited Rommel more, since the RAF was grounded, and a good part of the British armour, which was in the deep desert trying to get around Rommel's flank, was marooned. The tanks were tracked vehicles, of course, and could still move, but their fuel trucks had wheels and could not negotiate the mud. Most importantly, a small fuel convoy at last reached Rommel. He sent the Italian remnants of the army to Capuzzo, on the Libyan side of the wire, and ordered Major General Giuseppe Stefanis, the former commander of the defunct 20th Italian Motorized Corps, to reorganize them into a new battle group. Stefanis was one of the best Italian generals. He soon had a battalion-sized combat force, which included 10 tanks. During the afternoon of November the 6th, Major General Antonio Gandin, the Chief of Operations of Comando Supremo, visited North Africa to assess the situation. He was totally unprepared for what he found. The Desert Fox did not mince words. With brutal clarity, he told Gandin that the Axis forces had no chance of winning a major battle and would do well if they were able to escape at all. There was nothing to stop Montgomery from driving all the way to Tripoli. Gandin was visibly shaken when he left. However, there was also some good news that day for a change. The Ramke parachute brigade suddenly reached Axis lines, long after it had been written off as lost. It had been isolated in the desert with the 10th Corps, but the resourceful Ramke had hidden out for 3 days. He then managed to hijack a British truck convoy and drive 185 miles across the desert, reaching German lines near Mersa Matruh on November the 7th. Although Rommel did not personally like Ramke, he was relieved to gain the additional 600 rifles. There was little time for celebrating, though. Shortly thereafter, the enemy was attacking again. The 2nd New Zealand and 7th Armoured Divisions struck the 90th Light Division, which now formed the rearguard of Rommel's army. The 90th beat off 3 attacks, but meanwhile the Allies outflanked the Matruh position. On November the 8th they cut the coastal road, but once again they were too late. Rommel had already escaped. Elsewhere, events slipped further out of Rommel's control. On November the 8th, an entire new Allied army, the British First, landed in French North Africa. Commanded by British Lieutenant General Kenneth A. N. Anderson and under the general supervision of U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, it landed in widely separated task forces near Casablanca, Oran, and Algiers. Hitler expected the French to fight fiercely against the landings, but resistance was token at best, and it was all over by November the 11th. Now seeing clearly on which side France's sympathies really lay, Hitler ordered the occupation of Vichy France, which began on November the 11th and was unopposed. By November the 12th, Eisenhower had 105,000 men ashore, 80,000 of them Americans, and was only 150 miles from Tunis. Rommel called upon Hitler to stage a German Dunkirk, an escape from Africa. The Führer decided to reinforce a lost cause instead. He sent over infantry, artillery, tough paratroopers, the veteran 10th Panzer Division, and a battalion of the newly manufactured Panzerkampfwagen 6 Tiger tanks. In all, he dispatched 3 German divisions and several miscellaneous formations, including the elite 5th Parachute Regiment, as well as strong fighter and dive bomber units. Mussolini also sent 2 divisions to Tunisia. Hitler placed the ground forces under the Provisional 90th Corps, led by General Nering, who performed brilliantly and stopped the Americans just short of Tunis. Like Hitler, Mussolini could not resist reinforcing a lost cause. He assigned to Rommel the 16th Motorized Division Pistoia and the 136th Armoured Division Young Fascists. Rommel, who was still angry and depressed, refused to take command of them on the grounds that he could neither transport nor supply them. He might have added that Pistoia was not really motorized, and the young fascists had no tanks. On November the 9th, Rommel reported his strength at 11 panzers, 10 Italian tanks, sardine cans, 35 anti-tank guns, 24 flak guns, and 65 field guns. He did not have enough firepower to do more than delay the Eighth Army, but he did have some top-notch combat engineer units. The wounded Colonel Hecker had been replaced on October the 25th by Major General Karl Bülowius, an East Prussian who was a natural and innovative combat engineer. Bülowius had joined the army in 1907 and spent virtually his entire career in the engineers. Despite a drinking problem and a touch of paranoia, Bülowius was a genius at constructing booby traps and using demolitions and landmines. Rommel was also a natural combat engineer, and the two of them and their men made life miserable for the British. Bülowius blew up the coastal road in every place where it crossed difficult terrain, and there were booby traps and landmines everywhere, requiring the Allies to advance with a great deal of caution. Major General Count Theodor von Sponeck, the commander of the 90th Light Division, also did a magnificent job commanding the rearguard. He and Rommel became good friends, despite their different backgrounds. Von Sponeck had had an elite military education in cadet schools and at Gross Lichterfeld, the German West Point. The agony of the retreat continued for weeks. Although the Desert Fox did not show it in front of his men, he was in despair and still quite sick. He fainted several times and did not write to Luzzi for an entire week, an unprecedented length of time for him. Finally, on November the 9th, he sent her a 4-word letter. "I am all right," was all it said. The frustration of defeat was compounded by the fact that he was being ignored by Rome and Berlin. He called upon both Kesselring and Cavallero to visit him to discuss the evacuation of North Africa, but neither would come. It was clear that the decision had been made. Hitler intended to keep North Africa no matter what. Rommel knew that he would lose it sooner or later, but he could not convince the powers that be. On November the 12th, Captain Berndt returned with an order from Führer headquarters. Rommel was to hold North Africa despite his personal opinions on the subject. Berndt let Rommel know that Hitler now considered him a terrible pessimist who was unable to withstand the slightest bump in the road. Rommel was commanded to hold Mersa el Brega at all costs. It was to be the starting point for a new offensive. He was to leave Tunis out of his calculations altogether. Rommel, who wasn't even sure he could reach Mersa el Brega, much less hold it, was completely disgusted. the stress continued to wear on him. He wished aloud that he was a newspaper vendor in Berlin. At least then he would be able to sleep at night. Meanwhile, Rommel's army continued to fall back, always back. Places with familiar names were abandoned to the Allies. On November the 10th, the 90th Light Division pulled out of Sidi Barrani as the British neared the Halfaya Pass, and the last German soldier left Egypt. Bardia, Libya, was abandoned the next day. Rommel ordered Sponeck to evacuate Tobruk during the night of November the 12th to the 13th, and the British entered the fortress the next day. Meanwhile, the Desert Fox reconnaissance reported that a column of more than 1,000 British vehicles had been spotted in the desert south of Tobruk. He knew in a heartbeat what that meant. Monty intended to trap him in the Cyrenaican bulge. Rommel ordered that all of western Libya be evacuated immediately. However, the evacuation could not be carried out because on the next day, November the 14th, the Panzer Army ran out of fuel. Rommel had received only 60 tons of fuel during the previous month, instead of the 250 tons he demanded, and now he was out of gas. November the 15th was the worst day. Only the 90th Light Division had gasoline. Overzealous men had blown up the supply depot at Barca prematurely. The regiments were in danger of running out of ammunition as well. To add insult to injury, an Italian naval convoy loaded with fuel had almost reached Benghazi, but then turned back because they thought it was too dangerous to enter the harbour. Later that day, Luftwaffe General of Flyers Ritter Maximilian von Pohl showed up at Panzer Army headquarters. Pohl was a smart man. He knew it was Rommel's 51st birthday, and he brought a large cake from Kesselring and a box of chocolate and almond macaroons from Lutzi, Rommel's favourite candies. The Air Force General no doubt hoped they would sweeten Rommel's mood, but they did not. The Field Marshal said he needed 400 tons of supplies per day, but some days he got none at all. He demanded that the Luftwaffe keep its word in the future and deliver the promised fuel. This, of course, they could not do. The meeting ended unsatisfactorily. The Panzer Army remained immobile all of November the 16th. Only Rommel's reputation prevented it from being destroyed. His power was gone, but the legend of the Desert Fox was not. The British had been thoroughly beaten by him before, and now they were intimidated. Had they attacked, they would have destroyed the entire Axis field army in Africa. On November the 17th, the British armoured force to the south reached Msous, effectively outflanking Benghazi. They were driving on Mirsa el Brega and Ajidabia, south of the Cyrenaican bulge. If they reached these places on the Gulf of Sirte first, Rommel would be cut off. Fortunately for him, the torrential rains of November the 6th and 7th had caused flooding in the Msous area, and the ground was still wet, slowing the British drive to a crawl. Also, Montgomery was advancing with considerable timidity. Rommel finally received a fuel delivery on November the 17th. He at once sent the 33rd Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion under Captain Detlef Linau to cover his left flank west of Msous. The next day the British advanced again, but were checked by the Recce troops. Rommel began a hasty evacuation of Benghazi, but he lost several barges to heavy seas. General Bulovius, meanwhile, blew up the harbour and dock installations, along with everything else of importance. This operation was completed on November the 19th. Sponeck's men fell back through the city, and the British occupied it on November the 20th. Once again, Rommel ran out of gas. Although 500 tons of fuel had been accumulated at Tripoli, and a tanker with 1,200 tons had just docked, Comando Supremo could not deliver it to the front. Even the 10 tons at Buerat, 250 miles away, could not be delivered. Rommel now took a serious calculated risk. He ordered every available supply vehicle to Buerat, a village about 56 miles west of Sirte, where they were to pick up gasoline in whatever container was available and bring it back to the front. Once again, Panzer Army Africa was left immobilized for 24 hours, but the gamble paid off because the enemy remained inactive. On the morning of November the 21st, Rommel sat in his staff car, listening to the rain, apparently lost in thought. Suddenly, Luftwaffe Major General Hans Zeidemann, the Air Commander Africa, ran up. He was very excited. The entire coastline from Mursa el Brega to Ageel was littered with thousands of oil drums. They were the cargo of the Italian tanker sunk on November the 17th. Rommel quickly organized a salvage effort. As if by a miracle, the Panzer army was saved. By November the 23rd, it was dug in along the Mursa el Brega line, south of Ajedabia, behind a 10-mile-long salt marsh. The race had been won. For the first time since October the 23rd, Panzer Army Africa was safe, at least for the moment. Later that day, Marshal Ettore Bastico, the Italian commander-in-chief for North Africa, visited Rommel's HQ. He wanted Rommel to commit to holding the Mursa el Brega line at all costs, but this the Desert Fox refused to do. Instead, the Swabian tried to convince Bastico that Africa should be abandoned. It was obvious that the two marshals were at loggerheads. Another conference was scheduled for November the 24th. It took place in a small village on the Cyrenaica-Tripolitania border. This time Cavallero and Kesselring agreed to attend, something for which Rommel had been advocating for some time. As usual, the Desert Fox did not mince words. The entire Panzer army, he said, had a combat strength equal to one weak division. With such reduced forces, the Mursa el Brega line could not be held for long. He pointed out that the newly reconstituted 21st Italian Corps, 16th Motorized Division Pistoia, 80th Air Landing Division Spezia, and the 136th Armoured Division Young Fascists, which was assigned to the Panzer Army in late November, was inexperienced and would not be a match for veteran British, New Zealander, South African and Australian troops. The Young Fascists' Armoured Division had only 2 infantry battalions and no tanks. It was in fact an infantry division. It never did receive any tanks. Pistoia lacked trucks. He proposed Tripolitania be evacuated as soon as practicable. Kesselring was, as usual, overly optimistic, and he was echoed by Cavallero, who, according to Rommel, lived in a world of make-believe. They opposed retreat. Kesselring tried to flatter Rommel by praising his retreat from El Alamein, but this tactic did not work. Rommel asked the air marshal what he was supposed to do if the British tied down his front, and then outflanked him with vastly superior forces. Kesselring responded that if Tripolitania were abandoned, the Luftwaffe's position in North Africa would be severely compromised. Rommel responded that if they really wanted to hold the Mursa el Brega line, he must be supplied with at least 4,000 tons of gasoline, 4,000 tons of ammunition, 50 Panzer Mark IVs, 50 75mm anti-tank guns, and 78 field guns greater than 100mm in caliber. The 3 other marshals remained silent. Everyone present knew these requirements could not be met. At that time, Rommel was receiving less than 13% of his daily supply needs. No agreement could be reached. The matter was referred to Mussolini for a decision. The next day, November the 25th, Rommel decided to take a break and go to a movie. The newsreel came on, and Rommel saw himself at the Berlin press reception. "We have the door to Egypt in our hands," he had said. The soldiers roared with laughter. It was probably the most embarrassing moment in Erwin Rommel's life. Was he now a laughingstock in Germany? His depression deepened. The next day it got worse. Mussolini signalled that Rommel did not have the right to order a retreat from Mursa el Brega. Only Bastico could do that. Furthermore, the Duce expected Rommel to launch limited counterattacks. The Desert Fox was furious. He decided to go over Mussolini's head and appeal directly to Hitler. On November the 13th, a new officer arrived in Africa, newly promoted General of Panzer Troops Gustav Fehn. He was a veteran of the Eastern Front, where he had commanded the 5th Panzer Division and 40th Panzer Corps. Despite Fehn's lack of experience in desert warfare, Rommel named him acting commander of Panzer Army Africa and boarded a plane for Europe. Surely, he thought, he could make the Führer see sense. Erwin Rommel did not realize his status had changed. He had been defeated. Now he was just another professional soldier who had let the Führer down. Rommel arrived at Führer headquarters in Rastenburg, East Prussia, at 4 p.m. on November the 28th, and immediately went to see Jodl, Keitel, and Rudolf Schmundt, the head of the Army Personnel Office. He found Jodl and Keitel wary and reserved. Field Marshal Rommel was not a man who always understood the political subtleties of a situation, and he did not grasp the full significance of their attitudes immediately. He was ushered into Hitler's presence at 5 p.m. There was a noticeable chill in the atmosphere, Rommel would later recall. "How dare you leave your area of operations without my permission?" the dictator snapped when Rommel entered the room. If Hitler intended to put Rommel on the defensive, it did not work. The Desert Fox ignored the reprimand and said exactly what was on his mind. He declared the situation in North Africa to be hopeless, and said that the abandonment of the entire region should be accepted as a matter of long-term policy. The Führer exploded. For the first time, Erwin Rommel was subjected to one of Hitler's famous temper tantrums. He was totally unprepared for this. The dictator screamed at Rommel, called him a defeatist, and accused his men of being cowards. He warned Rommel that generals of the Russian front who had made the same sorts of suggestions had been shot. This would not happen to Rommel, but he had better be careful. The Field Marshal ignored the threat and began to explain the certainty of defeat in North Africa in a rational manner. He was continually interrupted by Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, who played the role of Hitler's alter ego. Göring finally accused the men of the Afrika Korps of throwing away their weapons in their flight. Rommel jumped to his feet, purple with rage, but he was not allowed to get a word in edgewise. Hitler declared that any soldier who threw his weapons away deserved to rot. "Withdraw from Africa? Never!" he screamed. Despite Hitler's closed-minded and violent attitude, Rommel tried to continue. He again asked permission to withdraw the Panzer Army to Italy, so it could defend the continent against Eisenhower's invasion. But Hitler was out of control. He demanded that his orders be obeyed without question. North Africa would be defended, not evacuated, he said. He raved on and on about how his decision to hold at all costs had saved the Eastern Front in the winter of 1941-42, and how he expected to be obeyed now as well. Rommel cut in and asked if it was better to lose Tripoli or the Afrika Korps. "The Corps did not matter," Hitler snapped. "It would have to fight to the end." At this point, most people would have been cowed, but Rommel was not intimidated, he was angry. He sarcastically suggested that Hitler or some of his entourage come to Africa to show them how to do it. The Führer came completely unglued at this remark. "Go!" he screamed at the Field Marshal. "I have other things to do than to talk to you." Erwin Rommel saluted, turned on his heel, and walked out, slamming the door behind him. This action had a sobering effect on Hitler. He chased after the Swabian marshal, put his arm around Rommel's shoulder, and apologized. The dictator asked Rommel to return the next day, and promised they would discuss the matter more calmly. He then ordered that the minutes of their meeting be destroyed. Rommel reported to Hitler on November the 29th, as ordered. The Chancellor was indeed in a calm mood. He ordered Göring to see to it that the Afrika Korps was supplied with all of its needs. Göring promised to see to it himself. Rommel soon discovered that he was in another part of the circus. Lucy joined her husband and Göring, and they boarded Göring's private train, which carried them from Berlin to Rome. Göring could talk about nothing but jewels, diamonds, and artwork. He discussed the statue of Aphrodite that Marshal Balbo had sent him from Cyrene, but otherwise North Africa was not mentioned. The persuasive Captain Berndt intervened and temporarily brought Göring back to reality. He even convinced the Reichsmarschall to adopt Rommel's view of the situation, but this only lasted until they got to Rome and met with Kesselring, who again infected Göring with false optimism. He announced that further retreats were out of the question. Once in Rome, Göring went on an art-hunting expedition. He was going to fill up his train with art. To Frau Rommel he seemed on the edge of megalomania. He certainly didn't intend to pay for anything, and he had no intention of doing any serious business that he did not have to. After their meeting with Mussolini, to Rommel's horror, Goering declared that Rommel had left the Italians in the lurch at El Alamein. Before the outraged general could respond, the Duce replied, "That's news to me. Your retreat was a masterpiece, Marshal Rommel." Goering, Rommel, and Luftwaffe Field Marshal Erhard Milch, the second in command of the Air Force, had lunch later at the luxurious Hotel Excelsior, during which Goering insulted Rommel savagely. Afterwards, Rommel invited Milch to accompany him to his room. The two of them had become friends some time before, and when they were alone, Rommel finally broke down. All of the pressure, stress, and disappointment finally came to the surface, and Rommel ended up laying his head on Milch's shoulder and crying for some time. The Desert Fox was a nervous wreck. Not only had his army been crushed, but he had decided that Goering was insane. His faith in Adolf Hitler, which had been rock-solid prior to El Alamein, was now completely shattered. Rommel took off from the airport in Rome on December the 3rd. He was glad to get back to the front. December 1942 and January 1943 were the low points of Rommel's military career. Sick in mind and body, he was temporarily robbed of his initiative and vitality. He continued to suffer from insomnia, headaches, low blood pressure, the lingering effects of jaundice, and depression. On December the 11th, he wrote Luzi and asked her to send him a German-English dictionary, which he thought might come in handy in the near future. Upon his return to Africa, he found that he had 60 operational panzers, while the British had several times as many. He wanted to retreat to the Maret line, which was not far away and was reportedly one of the most difficult positions in North Africa to outflank. This he was not allowed to do. The results were predictable. Monty outflanked the Mursa el Brega position to the south, and Rommel was forced to retreat, abandoning it on December the 13th. Rommel fell back to Buerat, and his forces were safely installed there on December the 18th, except for the 21st Panzer Division, which screened the front near Sirte. Buerat was a good position, vastly improved by Bulovius and his engineers, but it could be outflanked to the south. Rommel nevertheless received hold-at-all-costs orders from Mussolini and Goering. There were dangers for the 21st from bombing, occasional artillery fire, and skirmishing. On December the 21st, its commander, General Randau, was killed by a mine. He was succeeded by Colonel Hans-Georg Hildebrandt. Despite his pedigree, Hildebrandt had served in both the 14th Motorized, later Panzer Corps, in Poland, Belgium and France, and the 39th Panzer Corps in Russia. He would not be a particularly good Panzer Division commander. Somewhat to Rommel's surprise, he was allowed to remain at Buerat for a month. He got a clue as to why when 8 US medium bombers got lost and landed at a Luftwaffe base. They were carrying gasoline, not bombs. For once, it was Montgomery who was at the end of a 1,000-mile-long supply line and suffering serious shortages. The Christmas season was one of joy for the Panzertruppen. Rommel spent Christmas Eve with his officers and Christmas Day visiting the troops. Someone gave him 2 pounds of ground coffee, a rare treat for the Germans at this stage of the war. Rommel was delighted. He and his translator, Lieutenant Wilfred Armbruster, went hunting and each killed a gazelle, which the officers of the staff ate for Christmas dinner. The lull gave him time to familiarize himself with the terrain between Buerat and Tripoli, where he believed he would soon have to fight. He took one day off to visit the ancient Roman ruins at Leptis Magna, where Second Lieutenant von Hartdegen fell asleep between statues of 2 nude women. Colonel Bayerlein took a photograph. All of this recreation improved Rommel's morale somewhat, but the war was always there. Rommel ordered Bulovius to prepare Tripoli for demolition. In Tunisia, the 90th Corps was upgraded to 5th Panzer Army. General Nering, however, agreed with Rommel that North Africa should be abandoned. Dr. Goebbels denounced Nering as a defeatist, and he was packed off to the Eastern Front and replaced with Colonel General Hans-Jürgen von Arnim. The Maret line was in von Armin's zone of operations, but to keep it secure and to give Rommel an escape route once Tripoli fell, Arnim needed another division. He asked Rommel for one, and the Desert Fox sent in the 21st Panzer Division. Kesselring thought Rommel did this to justify to Führer headquarters his own retreat. He may have been right. The British offensive began on January the 15th, 1943. Mussolini sent an order demanding that Rommel hold Tripoli for at least 3 more weeks. Rommel nevertheless immediately sent the Italian marching infantry back to Homs, 40 miles west of Buerat and 40 miles east of Tripoli. The mobile formations, mainly the 90th Light and 15th Panzer Divisions, covered their retreat and checked the 8th Army east of Homs. On January the 20th, Cavallero sent the Desert Fox a dispatch stating that the Duce's direct orders were being disobeyed. He and Kesselring were on their way to meet with Rommel personally. They were joined by the autocratic and bad-tempered Marshal Bastico, whom the Desert Fox called Bombastico, at Rommel's HQ outside the village of Azizia. The exchange was heated. Cavallero, who was determined to rid himself of the fractious German, insisted that Rommel make a stand at Homs. Rommel gave him a choice. He could hold Tripoli a few days more and lose the army, or save the army and lose Tripoli a few days earlier. Cavallero refused to make the choice and insisted that Mussolini's order be obeyed. By now, Kesselring, Cavallero, and the senior Italian generals in Rome were conspiring to create a German-Italian army group once Rommel reached the Maret line. According to their plan, Rommel would be replaced by the Italian general. But they were thwarted, at least initially. Captain Berndt returned from Führer headquarters, where he had met with the dictator. The articulate young Nazi had convinced Hitler to send Rommel a message expressing his full confidence in the field marshal. He had also promised to create a new army group, Heeresgruppe Afrika, Army Group Africa, with Rommel as commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, it was not activated until March the 2nd, too late to have any effect on the struggle for Tunisia. The British resumed their offensive on January the 21st, and Rommel ordered that Tripoli be demolished. The Germans left the city on January the 23rd, and the British entered it the following day. Rommel had already evacuated all of the supplies from Tripoli to the Maret line. His army had escaped, and the port was useless to the British. By January the 26th, Panzer Army Africa, which was now designated the 1st German-Italian Panzer Army, and alternatively the 1st Italian-German Army, was across the Tunisian border and marching for Maret. By January the 26th, Panzer Army Africa, which was now designated the 1st German-Italian Panzer Army, and alternatively the 1st Italian-German Army, was across the Tunisian border and marching for Maret. Later that day, Rommel received a dispatch from Comando Supremo stating that he would be relieved of his command when he reached the Maret line on account of his poor health. He would be replaced by General Giovanni Messe, who had commanded the Italian forces on the Russian front. The exact date that he gave up his command was left to Rommel's discretion. The field marshal immediately asked the Italians to send Messe at once. He did not wish to be the scapegoat for a herd of incompetents. But it was the plotters who fell into their own trap. Cavallero was called to Rome, where he was sacked on January the 31st and replaced by Vittorio Ambrosio. Meanwhile, despite severe headaches and overstressed nerves, Rommel had changed his mind by February the 12th. He would not give up command of his army until ordered to do so by the Führer. In making this decision, he was going against the wishes of Dr. Horster, who visited him in Tunisia, treated him, and wanted him to return to Europe for an extended treatment as soon as possible. "My whole being cries out against leaving the battlefield so long as I can stand on my feet," the field marshal wrote to Luzzi. To Rommel's northwest, Eisenhower brought up the Free French 19th Corps south of Arnhim's southern flank. If left there, the Free French could advance due east and capture Sfarkas, or southeast to take Gabes. Either event would cut off Rommel's army. This, Rommel suspected, was exactly what Eisenhower was planning, and we know now he was correct. The Desert Fox instructed Arnhem to strike first. Using the 21st Panzer Division and 3 Italian divisions, Arnhem attacked the Free French at Faid Pass, their forward position and the main pass from the eastern Atlas Mountains to the coastal plain. The badly equipped French cried for American assistance, but the nearby U.S. 1st Armoured Division reacted slowly, was caught up in the defeat, and had to retreat 30 miles to the southwest, to the city of Svetla. To Rommel's delight, General von Arnim launched several local attacks and won several victories. In the meantime, Rommel reached the Maret line and was disappointed in what he found. He had assumed that the French had constructed something of an African Maginot line here. All that he found were a few badly sited and antiquated blockhouses. Although Rommel denounced the line as worthless, this was not strictly true. It would certainly not hold off the British indefinitely, but perhaps it would not have to. Despite his health challenges, Rommel's old aggressive spirit was reviving. He saw the chance to concentrate 2 of his 3 panzer divisions against the Americans. He could, he believed, decisively defeat them, drive to Tebessa in French Algeria, capture Eisenhower's main supply base, and force the Allies out of Tunisia altogether. Kesselring and Comando Supremo, however, modified Rommel's plan and gave him 2 separate objectives: Kasserine Pass to the south and Zbiba Pass to the north. Rommel was quite put out by their meddling. Meanwhile, General Messer took charge of the 1st German-Italian Panzer Army in the Mednin sector. Rommel retained control of the forces in the northwest. The dispersed offensive began on February the 19th. The 15th Panzer Division remained at the Maret line to guard against Montgomery, while the 21st Panzer Division in Arnim's zone struck at Zbiba Pass. Rommel took personal charge of the Kasserine Pass sector, where Major General Baron Friedrich von Broich's 10th Panzer Division attacked the U.S. Second Corps. Here the Americans lost more than 150 tanks and 1,500 men. But to Rommel's surprise, the Americans checked the 21st at Zbiba on February the 19th. Rommel's goals for this attack were more than tactical. He wanted to inflict an inferiority complex of no mean order on the inexperienced Americans. It briefly appeared that he might succeed, but the U.S. troops rallied on February the 20th, and German progress was minor. During the night, however, Rommel was reinforced with the Italian 131st Armoured Division Centauro, which was an excellent division. General von Arnim, however, refused to release the 501st Heavy Panzer Battalion, which was equipped with 56-ton Tiger tanks, despite Rommel's request that he do so. Meanwhile, the Americans were joined by the light tanks of the British 26th Armoured Brigade. Part of the problem on February the 20th, surprisingly enough, was German inexperience. The Afrika Korps had no experience fighting in mountains. The next day was characterized by heavy fighting. Rommel was impressed by the defensive skill of the Americans, and especially by the accuracy of their artillery. On February the 22nd, the U.S. forces counterattacked and pushed back the German and Italian forces. The days of Nering, Kruvel, von Thoma, and von Bismarck were gone. The current crop of German generals in North Africa in no way measured up to them. Rommel was furious at his own generals. Bulovius was now the battle group of the DAK, Kampfgruppe Afrika Korps, and he proved to be a better combat engineer than a battle group commander. Broich at the 10th Panzer Division also proved to be a disappointment. Rommel cursed them for their lack of initiative and ordered them both to the front so that they could get a better grasp of the situation. At Mednin, General Messer ordered an attack, but it was poorly planned, characterized by poor staff work, and soon deteriorated into a shambles. It gained nothing. On February the 23rd, Rommel struck again. His objective was the town of Tala. If he could capture it, he would cut the supply line of the U.S. 9th Infantry Division and effectively surround Combat Command B of the U.S. 1st Armoured Division. Rommel personally led the 10th Panzer Division to the edge of the town, but on account of the American artillery and anti-tank guns could go no further. Had he had the Tiger tanks that General von Arnim had refused to give him, Rommel likely would have taken Tala, though we shall never know for sure. In any case, the Desert Fox retreated that night. He had learned a great deal about the Americans. They were flexible, they reacted quickly, and they were superbly equipped. The standardization of their equipment and spare parts was also impressive. Once again, Rommel and Kesselring disagreed. The Luftwaffe Marshal was elated by Kasserine Pass. He looked upon the U.S. Army as about equal to the Italian army, and he declared that there would be many more chances to win impressive victories against these inferior soldiers. Most of the British army agreed, referring to the Americans as our Italians. But Rommel did not agree at all. He believed that the Germans had had their chance to crush the American spirit and had failed, and he expected the Amis to perform even better in the future. On the other side of the line, U.S. Lieutenant General Lloyd R. Fredendall, the commander of the U.S. Second Corps, was replaced by Lieutenant General George S. Patton, Jr., who would prove Rommel right. On February the 23rd, a signal arrived from Rome naming Rommel Commander-in-Chief of Army Group Africa, which was yet to be activated. It had come too late. Had it arrived a month earlier, Rommel might have been able to crush Eisenhower's forces and capture Tebessa. But by this point Eisenhower had brought up too many reinforcements, and the Axis forces in North Africa had expended too many of their limited resources. The opportunity was now forever lost. Now that it had proven impossible to smash Eisenhower and Anderson, Rommel decided to return to the Maret line and launch a spoiling attack against Montgomery, who had concentrated in the Metnin area. Rommel did not want to give Montgomery time to launch an offensive of his own, but the attack turned out to be a bad idea that led to the worst battle in Rommel's legendary career. Warned by ultra-intercepts, Monty knew the attack was coming, and he knew where and when. Because of supply difficulties, Rommel could not attack until March the 6th, which gave Montgomery time to complete his dispositions and amass more than 500 anti-tank guns in the Metnin sector. The battle was brief and bloody. Nearly half of the German tanks were knocked out, and the British did not even have to commit their armour. A great depression settled over the German officers. Everyone in North Africa knew that to remain in Tunisia was plain suicide, as Rommel wrote at the time. Such was not the case in Rome and Führer headquarters. Rommel decided to return to Europe to make Comando Supremo, Mussolini and Hitler see sense. He turned command of the army group over to von Arnim and promised to return if he could. He flew to Rome on March the 9th. He met with Mussolini and Ambrosio, but made no headway. Discouraged, he flew to Führer Hauptquartier, now located in Vinnytsia, Ukraine, to meet with Adolf Hitler. The Führer listened to Rommel as he emphasized that the 1st German-Italian Panzer Army and the 5th Panzer Army would be needed for the defense of southern Europe, but he did not really hear him. Hitler told the Desert Fox to go on sick leave. He would be needed later to direct the Axis capture of Casablanca. Rommel was flabbergasted. He might just as easily be ordered to capture Mars. He realized that the Führer was becoming delusional. Rommel flew to Wiener Neustadt in a Heinkel 111 bomber and was met by his wife and son. He spent the next 9 weeks in professional exile. He occupied himself by beginning another book, which he entitled Krieg ohne Hass, War Without Hate. It was a real family effort. Erwin did the writing, Luzi did the typing, and Manfred worked on the maps. His frustration was still there, however. Rommel wrote to OKW begging that the senior officers and top general staff officers be evacuated from Tunisia before it was too late, but no one bothered to answer him. Kesselring no longer hid his dislike for Rommel. He ordered von Arnim to stop forwarding situation reports to him, and no word came from Führer headquarters. The silence continued until May the 8th, when Rommel received a call from Berlin. He was to report to the Führer the following day. In Tunisia, the supply lines of Army Group Africa had been completely severed. The Afrika Korps went into its last battle propelled by Tunisian wine because there was no gasoline. Surrender was only a matter of days away. By May the 13th, it was all over. Arnim surrendered, along with around 130,000 German soldiers. "I should have listened to you," Hitler moaned. Chapter 18. Italian Interlude. Erwin Rommel spent most of the next 2 months at Führer headquarters, where Hitler frequently asked for his military advice. He was, however, without a specific assignment. Associating with a rational Hitler made him more optimistic, although he no longer believed victory was possible. He told Hitler so in a private conversation. The Führer listened while looking at the ground, and then he looked up and agreed. Hitler admitted that there was very little chance that Germany would win the war, but since the West would not negotiate with him, they must pursue the conflict to the end. Only later did the meaning of these words sink in. Then Rommel realized that Hitler was willing to keep fighting and sacrifice each and every last German soldier, just so he and his cronies could stay in power for a few more months. Meanwhile, Rommel made a nuisance of himself at Führer headquarters, as far as the senior Nazis and high-ranking generals of OKW were concerned. He was much like the Rommel of old, cantankerous and opinionated. He expressed his views openly and fearlessly, with little concern for being diplomatic. He never forgave Hermann Göring for his slights, and he also had enemies in Keitel, Jodl, Bormann, and others. He also made a nuisance of himself in more humorous ways, to, for example, Erich von Lewinsky genannt von Manstein, arguably the greatest general in World War II. Von Manstein was noted for his genius and his imperturbability. Even German generals, a class not noted for lack of ego, considered him the best of their lot. Manstein had a healthy dose of arrogance. Once Hitler confronted him. "I can't get my orders obeyed," the dictator snapped. He asked Manstein if he thought he could do any better. "Certainly," Manstein declared, looking down his aristocratic nose at the commoner. "My orders are always obeyed." The Führer quickly brought the conversation to an end. Manstein's father was General of Artillery Eduard von Lewinsky. His grandfather was General Oskar von Sperling. His stepfather was General of Infantry Georg von Manstein. One of his brothers, Alfred von Lewinsky, was a major general when he was killed in action in 1914. Another brother, August von Lewinsky, retired as a major general in 1921. His uncle was Field Marshal von Hindenburg. Clearly, Manstein's Prussian royal military heritage was impeccable. So was his performance in many assignments of tremendous responsibility, including Deputy Chief of the General Staff, Chief of Staff of Army Group South in Poland, Corps Commander in France, Panzer Corps Commander in Russia, Commander of the 11th Army, Conqueror of the Crimea and Sevastopol, and Commander of Army Group Don on the Eastern Front, where he slaughtered a Soviet offensive despite being outnumbered 7-1. Manstein visited Führer headquarters one day, but since he had arrived early, he and his aide, Lieutenant Alexander Stahlberg, decided to go swimming in one of the many East Prussian lakes near Rastenburg. When they finished, they realized that there was a solitary figure on the dock, and their uniforms were missing. The premier Prussian field marshal, a blue-blood aristocrat, was forced to report to the commoner Erwin Rommel, the son of a schoolteacher, in the nude. It was a great icebreaker. That evening, after the Desert Fox had given Manstein back his clothes, they were joined by Field Marshal Günther von Kluge. Over drinks, Rommel suggested that something had to be done about Hitler, or Germany would lose the war. He wanted Manstein named Supreme Commander, a post currently held by Hitler. Kluge excused himself immediately. In the spirit of friendship common among men drinking together, Manstein stayed and helped Rommel drain the bottle, which was very unusual for him, but refused to commit himself on the Hitler matter. Rommel would continue to be less than discreet, as we shall hear. On July the 10th, 180,000 Allied soldiers, supported by 600 tanks, landed on the southern coast of Sicily. As a result, Rommel was ordered to create a new army group staff in Munich. This staff was still top secret for the time being. Certainly information about it was not given to the Italians. The staff began to assemble on July the 19th, 1943. The personnel came primarily from Wehrkreis 7, the 7th Military District, and the now defunct Army Group B, which under Field Marshal Baron Maximilian von Weichs had been deeply involved in the Stalingrad disaster and had been crushed on the Eastern Front. Weichs had been dismissed, although he would re-emerge as the OB Southeast and Commander-in-Chief of Army Group F in the Balkans. Rommel chose Lieutenant General Albert Gauser as Chief of Staff of Army Group B. The German commander in Sicily, General of Panzer Troops Hans Huber, the commander of the 14th Panzer Corps, fought a brilliant delaying action and eventually escaped with his entire command. Meanwhile, the atmospheres in Rome, Berlin and Rastenburg were thick with intrigue. Goering and Kesselring won out, and Hitler decided not to appoint Rommel commander in Italy because he was adversely disposed to the Italians. On July the 23rd, Hitler ordered the Desert Fox to the Balkans. Rommel left Wiener Neustadt at 8 a.m. and arrived at Salonika, Greece, his new headquarters, at 11 a.m. His task was to prepare Crete or Greece, or both, for defence against a potential Allied invasion. He had the 11th Italian Army, 3 German infantry divisions, and the excellent 1st Panzer Division. OKW had suggested that the 3 German divisions be placed under the Italians, but Rommel at once decided to create a German Corps HQ to command them. His assignment lasted less than 48 hours. On July the 24th, 1943, Benito Mussolini was forced to summon the Grand Council of Fascism. It was the first time that body had met since the war began. They, in effect, voted no confidence in him, 19-8. Mussolini, who viewed the Grand Council as an advisory board with no substantive power whatsoever, turned up for work as usual. That afternoon, however, King Victor Emmanuel II summoned him to the palace and told him he was being replaced by Marshal Pietro Badoglio. As he was leaving the palace, Mussolini was arrested by the Carabinieri. No one knew where they took him. In the streets of Rome, all fascist symbols were ripped down, party headquarters were looted, party leaders were assaulted on the sidewalks, and some of them were forced to take off their uniforms and go home in their underwear. Within a day, the fascist party and fascist government virtually vanished, as if it had never existed. General Jodl commented that the entire fascist movement in Italy had gone pop, like a soap bubble. Rommel learned that Mussolini's government had been overthrown and the Duce had been arrested when OKW telephoned him in Greece at 11:15 p.m. on July the 25th. The situation was confusing and totally unclear. Hitler wanted Rommel in southern Italy to protect the rear of Huber's divisions in Sicily. Badoglio was a master of intrigue. He loudly proclaimed his allegiance to the Axis powers while secretly opening negotiations with the Allies. Kesselring believed him, but Adolf Hitler, who knew something about intrigue and shady double-dealing himself, did not. Hitler wanted the Desert Fox in Italy. The Führer ordered Rommel to execute Operation Alaric, the German occupation of the Italian peninsula. The Desert Fox would have to act quickly, before the Italians realized what was happening. And Rommel did. First, he seized the tunnels and railroads through the Brenner Pass connecting Italy and Austria. Then he brought in German formations, 1 unit at a time, including the 1st, 2nd and 3rd SS Panzer Divisions, SS Brigade Reichsführer SS, and the 343rd and 346th Infantry Divisions. At the same time, Rommel prepared Case Axis, Fall Achse, the disarming of the Italian armed forces. The Waffen-SS formations consisted of top-notch recruits and veteran warriors from the Eastern Front, but they tended to look down on anyone who was not SS. They did not consider the Italians subhuman, as they did Jews and Slavs, but they didn't consider them equals either. This attitude resulted in a great deal of looting, as the SS took pretty much anything it wanted. This naturally caused friction with the Italians, and with Rommel. Although he could never get along with their senior officers or fascist political leaders, the Desert Fox genuinely liked the Italian people, even if they were no good at war, his words. But he asked, if everyone was judged solely by their capacity for war, what kind of civilization would we have? Rommel did not like it when the SS abused civilians. He clashed with the senior Waffen-SS officer, General of SS Sepp Dietrich, over the issue. When it was not resolved to his satisfaction, he moved the SS out of the major cities, especially Milan. Dietrich knew that Rommel was an enthusiastic amateur stamp collector. When he and his men left Italy, he gave Rommel a stamp collection. Later, the Desert Fox found out that it was stolen. Rommel believed that, because of Allied air and naval power, Italy south of the Po River could not be held. Kesselring thought it could be. As a result, a territorial division between the two naturally evolved. Rommel assumed control of northern Italy with 6 divisions. Kesselring and his OB South took charge in southern Italy. Huber successfully completed his brilliant evacuation of Sicily on August the 19th. This gave Kesselring 4 more divisions in southern Italy. Rather than land north of Rome, as he easily could have done, Montgomery landed on the toe of the Italian boot, well south of the city. The Allies would now have to slug their way up the peninsula, suffering heavy casualties in the process. They would not capture Rome until June the 4th, 1944. Rommel only had time to prepare Case Axis because the British and Americans were in no hurry to make peace with the Italian leadership, which they correctly viewed as untrustworthy. In the House of Commons, Churchill went so far as to suggest the Italians be made to stew in their own juice for a while. It was a serious mistake. At 7 p.m. on September the 8th, the Allies broadcast over the radio that Italy had formally surrendered to them. Within an hour, Case Axis was initiated. It went very well. Rommel's troops disarmed the Italian army with only sporadic resistance. The Communists staged uprisings in Milan and Turin, but Army Group B put them down quickly. Kesselring's troops, meanwhile, seized Rome. The King and Badoglio escaped to Allied lines. Field Marshal Rommel was temporarily out of commission beginning the night of September the 9th. Early in the evening he was fine. An hour later he was in severe pain. He was suffering from acute appendicitis, and the doctors performed emergency surgery that night. He was not declared fit for duty again until September the 27th. From his headquarters at La Garda, where he lay in bed recovering, Rommel could hear the drone of the Allied heavy bombers. They actually frightened the Desert Fox, not for himself, but for his family. He knew about the firebombing of Hamburg and the repeated bombing of Berlin and other American cities. He was well aware that Messerschmitt had built a huge airplane manufacturing plant at Wiener Neustadt, and he was very concerned for his wife and son. He instructed Luzzi to move their most valuable possessions out of the house and store them with friends and relatives who lived in rural areas, and told her to look for a new house, preferably near Ulm, Württemberg. She had a stubborn streak and did not want to move. Normally he was prone to let her have her way, but not this time. This time he insisted. Within a few weeks, Luzzi and her son moved into a summer villa in Herrlingen, near Ulm, owned by a brewer's widow who no longer used it. A few months later, a massive Allied air raid smashed the Messerschmitt plant and Wiener Neustadt. Rommel's former home was destroyed in an instant when it was struck by a bomb. Luzzi and Manfred were lucky. Erwin's insistence that they move had saved their lives. Meanwhile, Kesselring did a fine piece of work defending southern Italy. He was vastly aided by the Allies, who did a terrible job because they had failed to use the priceless asset of sea power to land far behind OB South's front while they had the chance. In any case, Hitler decided that Kesselring's strategy was the correct one and that Rommel was wrong. Kesselring, Rommel and Hitler met at Rastenburg on the afternoon of September the 30th. They reported that 750,000 Italian soldiers had been interned. 250,000 of these had been shipped to Germany as labourers. The Germans had captured 1,000,000 rifles, 2,000 guns, 400 tanks, and vast amounts of other materiel, supplies and ammunition. Rommel was particularly annoyed when he captured the naval base at La Spezia and bagged Italy's petroleum reserves, 1,650,000 gallons of fuel. It had been there all the time the Afrika Korps was suffering in Egypt and Libya, and the Italians had insisted that they had no fuel to send. After this report, Hitler asked each field marshal to present a case for their respective strategies. For the moment, no decision was made, but Hitler and OKW, that is, Keitel and Jodl, wanted to hold as far south as possible. On October the 17th, Hitler and Rommel met again. The Führer suggested that he was planning to send Kesselring to Norway and to give Rommel sole command in Italy. He did, however, want Rommel to agree to hold the line that Kesselring was now defending in southern Italy. This condition Rommel refused to accept. He wanted to inspect the line first. He also insisted that if he commanded in Italy, he must have clear orders allowing him to defend the country as he saw fit. On the evening of October the 19th, Jodl telephoned Rommel at his HQ near Lake Garda and told him that the order giving him sole command in Italy had been set aside. Rommel demanded clarification, but Jodl would not elaborate. Hitler liked to practice the principle of divide and conquer in military as well as political affairs, but it became clear that this would not work in Italy. Both Kesselring and Rommel argued against it when they were not arguing with each other. Finally, on November the 21st, the Führer named Kesselring commander-in-chief in Italy. Chapter 19. The Atlantic Wall. After he was fired in Italy, Field Marshal Rommel went to his new home in Herrlingen, where he and his wife Luzi celebrated their 28th wedding anniversary on November the 27th. Back in Berlin, Hitler had decided to re-employ his former favourite, and was looking for something for him to do. Despite their disagreements and the friction that had developed between them, the Führer still recognized Rommel to be a great military commander, whose ability to motivate his troops was unparalleled. The Nazi dictator intended to eventually give him a posting on the Eastern Front, but in the meantime he asked Rommel to conduct an inspection of the Atlantic Wall. The reason Hitler gave the Field Marshal this new task was obvious. Everyone knew that the Anglo-Americans would mount their cross-channel invasion sometime in 1944, and it would be the greatest amphibious attack in history. It represented both the greatest threat and the greatest opportunity for the Third Reich. If the Allies' invasion failed, Hitler estimated that 45 divisions, including several elite Panzer and SS Panzer units, would be released for use on the Eastern Front. With these men, the Soviets could perhaps be defeated. At the very least, they could be stopped short of the German border. If the Reich could not regain military superiority in Europe, it could at least re-establish the balance of power on the continent, and perhaps force the Allies to accept a negotiated peace. Stalin had already indicated a willingness to talk. If the Allies' invasion succeeded, on the other hand, Nazi Germany's chances for survival fell markedly. So Adolf Hitler sent one of his best marshals to evaluate the strength of this critical sector. The Atlantic Wall was an all-inclusive term for the German defences of Western Europe. Rommel was ordered to examine the dispositions, mobility and combat readiness of all units within the region, especially the mobile reserves. He was authorized to prepare defensive and counter-attack studies, and to make recommendations concerning the employment of the armoured reserves. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, the supreme commander of the Western Front, was not happy. He was a 69-year-old Prussian aristocrat who had entered the Kaiser's army in 1892, when Rommel was only a 1-year-old. In many ways, Rundstedt was just the opposite of the Desert Fox. A patrician of the old school, he was the symbol of a better, bygone era, when an officer could serve Germany without running the risk of becoming a criminal. Rundstedt commanded his armies from a comfortable chateau in the rear, like a chess master. Rommel was just the opposite. Perceived to be the ideal propaganda version of a National Socialist officer, he was tough, hard, blunt, demanding, extremely energetic, and apparently fanatically loyal to the Führer. Rundstedt, who had been a general when Rommel was a captain, was both jealous and fearful. He referred to his new rival bitterly as Marschall Bubi, Marshal Laddie. He even asked Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, the commander-in-chief of OKW, if Hitler intended for Rommel to replace him. Meanwhile, Rommel rode down the North Sea coast in a regular car and was not impressed by what he saw. He told his chief engineer officer, Lieutenant General Dr. Wilhelm Meiser, that when the invasion began, enemy aerial superiority would make it impossible for the Germans to bring up tanks, guns, men, and supplies. Their only possible road to victory, he said, was to stop the enemy on the beaches. Meiser listened in fascination as Rommel described his ideas. He would turn the Atlantic Wall into an El Alamein line, much like the one he had used to hold up the British Eighth Army for 2 terrifying weeks in November 1943. He wanted tens of thousands of mines of many types, including anti-personnel mines, anti-tank mines, anti-paratrooper mines, anti-landing craft mines, and non-ferrous mines, which would not register on enemy mine detectors. He wanted mines activated by remote control and tripwires, and some that would explode if a beam of light was interrupted. Quite aside from his greatness as a general, Meiser would later say Rommel was the greatest engineer of World War II. There was nothing I could teach him. He was my master. When the Allies were checked on the beaches, Rommel declared, he would counterattack with his panzer reserves and throw them back into the sea. He knew that the Reich could no longer win the war militarily, but he believed a victory on the beaches would bring Germany the respite it so desperately needed. If the Anglo-Americans were defeated on D-Day, they would not be able to try again for an entire year. German scientists would be given another year to develop their miracle weapons, including jet fighters, V-1 and V-2 rockets, improved U-boats, and perhaps even an atomic bomb. If he could defeat the invasion, the Desert Fox decided, Germany still had a chance. If he couldn't, he declared, there is little chance for us. There was much to do, and a great deal of time had already been wasted. France had surrendered to Hitler in July 1940, and that October the Führer established Oberbefehlshaber West, OB West, a term referring to the Commander-in-Chief West or his headquarters. Initially, it was an occupation force only. When the first OB West, Field Marshal Erwin von Witzleben, wanted to start setting up permanent defensive positions, Berlin refused to give him a single construction battalion. On March 15, 1942, Hitler replaced the anti-Nazi Witzleben with von Rundstedt. The old marshal was not an advocate of strong fortifications and did little to improve the coastal defences, and they were Hitler's last priority, although he did occasionally pay lip service to their importance, and he issued a few totally unrealistic orders. The propaganda ministry, however, declared the Atlantic Wall the greatest line of fortifications in history. In fact, in many places it didn't exist at all. Hitler himself had never laid eyes on it. The prevalent attitude of Rundstedt's staff, one general recalled that his headquarters was a place of tremendous lethargy, did nothing to improve the situation. Even Rundstedt's friend, General of Panzer Troops Baron Leo Geyer von Schweppenburg, commented after the war that Rundstedt and his staff were armchair strategists who didn't like dirt, noise, or tanks in general. Geyer did not believe Rundstedt had ever been inside a tank. He remarked that Rundstedt was too old for this war. Rundstedt viewed his role in the West as a behind-the-scenes chief executive officer, a grey eminence who was seldom, if ever, seen by the men under his command. He resided in the luxurious Hôtel Georges V in Paris, listened to classical music, smoked cigarettes, and drank the finest wine and champagne. He also enjoyed detective novels, but was embarrassed by that fact. He would sit at his desk with a whodunit in an open drawer. When a visitor entered, he would shut the drawer so no one would know what he had been doing, or so he thought. As a commander, Rundstedt depended very heavily on his chief of staff. He was very fortunate early in the war when his chief of staff was the brilliant Erich von Manstein. Manstein was succeeded by General of Infantry Georg von Sodenstern, who was also good at his job. In 1944, however, Rundstedt's chief of staff was Lieutenant General Günther von Blumentritt, whom General von Geyer called unsuitable in ability or character. Blumentritt thought that the entire invasion could be a colossal bluff that might well not take place at all. Rommel began his inspection at Copenhagen, Denmark, on December the 11th, 1943, and, moving with characteristic speed, covered the entire coast from the North Sea to the Pyrenees Mountains on the Franco-Spanish border. Before he had seen it for himself, he believed the propaganda ministry's reports about the great strength of the invincible Atlantic Wall, but now he immediately saw through the curtain of deception. Within 24 hours he was denouncing it as a figment of Hitler's Wolkenkuckucksheim, cloud cuckoo land, whose primary purpose was to deceive the German people. On December the 14th, Rommel arrived at his new headquarters, the luxurious Fontainebleau Palace, which had been allocated to him by O.B. West. His bedroom had previously belonged to Madame de Pompadour, the chief mistress of Louis XV. Erwin Rommel was a man of simple, almost Spartan tastes, and he was not particularly enamoured with Fontainebleau, but decided to make do for the time being. O.B. West Rundstedt and Rommel had lunch together on December the 15th. Keitel had warned von Rundstedt that Rommel was a tiresome man who didn't like taking orders from anybody. Contrary to the expectations of Hitler and his cronies, however, the two field marshals quickly developed an understanding and even a mild liking for each other. Neither man cared for the terms of Rommel's present assignment. Rundstedt felt that he had a spy he could not control, roaming freely about his territory. Rommel, always the man of action, had no command and no real power. He would not be able to influence what was shaping up to be the decisive battle of World War II. One of the marshals, probably Rundstedt, had a proposal that would satisfy both men. They agreed to present it to the Führer and OKW at the appropriate time. But first, Rommel had a report to write. He predicted that the enemy would launch his invasion with massive aerial bombings, naval bombardments, and parachute and glider assaults, followed by the actual seaborne landings. He did not believe the coastal defences would hold. Once the coast was penetrated, only rapid counterattacks by the panzer divisions and the mobile infantry could defeat the Allies and throw them back into the sea. He believed those units must be moved close to the coast, or they would not be in a position to deliver the decisive blow. Rundstedt disagreed with Rommel on this vital point. The older man believed that the Germans should concede the coast to the Allies and let them advance inland, out of the range of the heavy guns of the US and Royal Navies. Then the panzer divisions would counterattack, and the two sides would fight the decisive battle somewhere in the interior of France. Rommel knew from experience that the Anglo-Saxon air forces would make winning such a battle impossible, but Rundstedt and his advisers, all veterans of the Eastern Front, could not be convinced. Despite their strategic differences, on December the 30th, Rundstedt officially recommended that Rommel's Army Group B headquarters be subordinated to O.B. West. No doubt what the old marshal had in mind was that this would effectively scotch any plans Hitler might have for replacing Rundstedt with Rommel. Rommel was to be given control of the 7th and 15th Armies and made the Armed Forces Commander of the Netherlands, leaving Rundstedt with direct control of 1st Army and Panzer Group West. Hitler was taken aback and grumbled, feeling he had been outmanoeuvred somehow, but he eventually enacted the appointment. Rommel immediately set about the task of converting his skeleton staff into a true Army Group headquarters. He initially kept Lieutenant General Alfred Gauser, his Chief of Staff from Africa and Italy, in the same position in France, but they had a personal falling out in mid-April 1944. The Gausers' home in Berlin was destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in February, so the Rommels took them in while they tried to find a new abode, which was very difficult in Germany in 1944. Frau Gauser and Lützi could not get along, so Frau Rommel not only evicted the Gausers, but demanded Erwin replace General Gauser. Rommel, who rarely opposed Lützi on anything, sacked Gauser. He privately asked General Schmundt, the head of the powerful Army Personnel Office, to give Gauser the command of a panzer division. Gauser was replaced by Lieutenant General Dr. Hans Speidel as Chief of Staff of Army Group B. Dr. Speidel was 6 years younger than his commander. Like Rommel, he was from the Swabian district of Württemberg in southwestern Germany. He had joined the army as a Fahnenjunker in the 123rd Infantry Regiment in late 1914. He and Rommel had first met during the Argonne forest battles of 1915, and after World War I served together in the 13th Württemberger Infantry Regiment. Both men were the sons of teachers. There the similarities ended. Hans Speidel was better educated, he had a PhD in history, and was a career staff officer. Before the war he had been head of Section West of the General Staff's Foreign Armies Department. Speidel had been Chief of Staff to the Military Governor of France from July 1940 until March 1942, and then served 2 years on the Russian front, successively as Chief of Staff, V Corps, Chief of Staff, Army Detachment Lanz, and Chief of Staff, 8th Army. Hans Speidel had a secret. He was a member of the anti-Hitler conspiracy, which was unofficially led by Colonel Count Klaus von Stauffenberg. Stauffenberg had briefly served in Rommel's 10th Panzer Division in North Africa, where he lost an arm and an eye when his car was strafed by an Allied fighter-bomber. When he survived, he was convinced God had spared him so that he could rid the world of Adolf Hitler, whom Stauffenberg considered to be the Antichrist. Men are not guaranteed a civilized existence by a state without a religious background, he correctly observed. With grim determination, the iron-willed colonel rehabilitated himself, returned to active duty, and became Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief of the Replacement Army in Berlin. Here he spun a web of intrigue. Among the men who joined his conspiracy was Dr. Speidel, who used his influence to bring Rommel into it, but this is getting ahead of our story. Rommel selected Vice Admiral Friedrich Ruger as his naval adviser. He and the Field Marshal instantly became close friends, and were to have many long walks and conversations together. Ruger accompanied Rommel on his many inspections of the Atlantic Wall and of field units. In selecting staff officers, Erwin Rommel concentrated on hiring talented, capable professionals. With a few exceptions, such as Ruger, he did not make friends easily or quickly. The handsome Colonel Hans-Georg von Tempelhoff was the Chief of Operations, 1A, and he was fluent in English, so he sometimes doubled as a translator. Colonel Anton Staubwasser was the Intelligence Chief, 1C, and Colonel Freiberg was adjutant. Colonel Hans Lattmann, whose brother Martin commanded a panzer division at Stalingrad, was the artillery officer. Lieutenant Colonel Wolfgang Weisner was Rommel's Luftwaffe liaison officer, and there were dozens of other technical and special advisers and clerks and a few war reporters. Rommel was not a micromanager. He let his staff work in their own areas of expertise and use their own initiative. But he expected results, and he generally got them. Regulations required that Rommel appoint a National Socialist Guidance Officer, who was supposed to form a staff to help indoctrinate the army group with the Nazi worldview. Rommel declined to make an appointment, and the position remained vacant throughout his tenure as Army Group Commander. 2 more members joined the staff on January 21, 1944, when the Organisation Tod, OT, Hitler's construction organization, presented Rommel with 2 dachshunds, a 1-year-old and a 3-month-old puppy. The puppy was very affectionate, and the desert fox fell in love with it immediately. He had always loved dogs, but he became particularly attached to this one. He named it Elbow, and it was soon sleeping in his room underneath his luggage stand. Rommel sent the older, less affectionate dog home, where it was run over by a car. When the Tod people learned of its death, they replaced it with a big brown hunting dog. The task before Rommel was formidable, and he knew it. He was shocked at the lethargy he found in Rundstedt's HQ and throughout the Western Front. Everyone was comfortable, and not much was getting done. "To me, things look black," Rommel commented. The energetic Field Marshal threw himself into his work. First, the confidence of the frontline soldiers had to be restored, but Rommel had always had an intangible gift for instilling fighting spirit into his men. The U.S. Army's official history records, Rommel's reputation in combat was a stimulant and a dramatization of the new importance assigned to the West. Morale soared because the men were eager to serve under a leader of Rommel's caliber and reputation. The total Atlantic coastal frontage of OB West was 2,500 miles, and it only had 58 divisions to man this huge area. Most of them were semi-mobile or practically immobile, bodenständig, or static units, made up of men from the older age groups who were unfit for service in the East. They were poorly equipped with obsolete or foreign weapons and lacked all forms of transportation, including horses, mules, and donkeys. In some divisions, the only units fully equipped with motorized vehicles were the ambulance companies. Contrary to the propaganda version of reality, German industry was only able to provide the army with a fraction of its needs, and even this ability was declining on account of Allied bombing attacks. Even if the soldiers had the trucks, the German fuel industry could not provide them with the essential POL, petroleum, oil, and lubricants, and that was before the Allied air forces made the oil refineries a priority target. As it entered the 5th year of the war, the Third Reich was at the end of its manpower reserves, and the Eastern Front still had priority for first-rate combat troops. In December 1943, the German army had 4,270,000 men, but more than 1,500,000 were over 34 years of age. Many of those younger than 34 were convalescents recovering from wounds, third-degree frostbite victims, or ethnic Germans, Volksdeutsche, from the occupied countries, whose enthusiasm for the Third Reich was questionable at best. Worse still, many were Osttruppen, Eastern troops, who weren't even German. Most of the Osttruppen were Russians who had preferred enlisting in the German army to dying of starvation in a Nazi prison camp. 2/3 of the Soviet prisoners captured by the Wehrmacht died in captivity. In 1943, with the Red Army advancing on all fronts, these men were reconsidering their decisions. To prevent them from deserting, the High Command transferred most of them to France, where they replaced German regiments which were sent to the Russian front. Naturally, this weakened Army Group B's defences. In the 84th Corps, for example, 8 of the 42 infantry battalions were made up of Osttruppen. The 84th defended Normandy, where the Allied invasion would eventually land. In war, one front always affects all the others, and this was particularly true in the case of Nazi Germany. In 1943, German losses in Russia reached 2,086,000, of which 677,000 were permanent, killed, missing, captured, or permanently incapacitated. Of the 151 German divisions fighting in the East, 50 infantry and 10 panzer divisions were classified as fought out. In German manpower reports, the abbreviation KG now appeared with alarming frequency. It stood for Kampfgruppe, battle group. It indicated that a division had been so reduced by casualties and weapons losses that it had the combat value of only a regimental battle group. And still the Soviets advanced. To try to stem the tide, Hitler partially stripped the Western Front. By October 1943, 36 marching infantry and 17 mobile divisions had been transferred from OB West to other fronts, almost all to Russia. The Eastern Front also had priority in tank and artillery production. The Western armies often had to make do with captured or obsolete material, if they could get even that. But as the season for the invasion grew near, more armoured units were transferred to the West. At its approximate peak strength, OB West had 1,608 tanks and assault guns, which was roughly equal to the strength found on the Eastern Front. Unfortunately, 674 of the 1,608 tanks were obsolete Panzerkampfwagen 4s, and most of those had short barrels, making them inferior to many Allied tanks. On the other hand, 514 were Panzerkampfwagen 5 Panthers, which were much better than the American Shermans. Rommel's artillery was also mostly obsolete, and most of it was drawn by horses. Erwin Rommel always liked to be near the front, and he felt Fontainebleau was too far from the coast. In any case, he never did like Paris, with its cabarets, brothels, black markets and fine restaurants, especially when the Germans were suffering hunger and being bombed every night. Cosmopolitan Paris, Rommel saw, produced soft garrison troops and corrupt officials at every level, civil and military. To the straight-laced Rommel it was Sin City, and he wanted to have as little to do with it as possible. On March the 9th, he moved his HQ to Château-la-Roche-Guyon on the north bank of the Seine, near the town of Nantes, 40 miles downstream from Paris and 30 miles northwest of the city. The beautiful chateau had been the seat of the Dukes de la Rochefoucauld for centuries. The site was not selected by Rommel, who had a reputation for indifference to his own physical comfort, but probably by his headquarters company commander. The Desert Fox allowed the ducal family to remain. They lived on the second floor. The field marshal and the duke became friends, and even went hunting together. Rommel was always a good and enthusiastic hunter, and the area around the Seine offered wild boar, deer, and rabbits. He went hunting whenever duty permitted, and he always thoroughly enjoyed it. Rommel took a small apartment on the ground floor, adjacent to the Rose Terrace, for his bedroom. His office had a high ceiling with a faded Gobelin tapestry on one wall and an ancient portrait of Duke François de la Rochefoucauld on the other. His desk had once belonged to Louis XIV's war minister, who had signed the Edict of Nantes on it. Nothing in the room belonged to Rommel. There were no photographs of his wife or son, no mementos from the Afrika Korps, no souvenirs of any kind, nothing. He could have walked out at any moment, and there would have been no evidence that he had ever been there. Rommel verbalized his strategy to his aide and close personal friend Captain Helmut Lang on a cold February afternoon. He was standing on a bluff overlooking Calais, gazing over the English Channel. England was only 19 miles away. He turned to the captain and said, "The first 24 hours of the invasion will be decisive. The fate of Germany depends on the outcome. For the Allies, as well as Germany, it will be the longest day." The Atlantic Wall was little more than a joke when the Desert Fox took over. Rommel himself derisively called it the propaganda wall. It was not a continuous line of fortifications, but consisted mainly of a few strong points. Much of the coast was covered only by outposts and patrols, or not at all. Erwin Rommel changed all of that. His first step was to convert his subordinates to his strategic plan, that the invasion must be stopped on the beaches. Army Group B had three principal subordinate commands: the 15th Army, the 7th Army, and the Armed Forces Netherlands. The 15th Army was by far the strongest. It held the centre of Rommel's line, was closest to Great Britain, covered the vital Ruhr industrial district, and was considered the most likely target of the invasion. The 15th Army was commanded by Colonel General Hans von Salmuth. He was a tough veteran of the Eastern Front, where he had assisted the SS Einsatzgruppen in the mass murder of Jews in Russia. Salmuth was a competent field commander, but he was also hard-headed and opinionated. The Nazis had unjustly relieved him of the command of the Second Army in early 1943. They eventually realized their mistake and returned Salmuth to active duty, but they had nevertheless earned his undying hatred. Hans von Salmuth had very little respect for Erwin Rommel. He thought the Desert Fox had been promoted over his head on account of luck, politics, and favoritism. When they first met in December 1943, Rommel told Salmuth that he wanted hundreds of thousands of mines laid on the French and Belgian coasts. The following month, Rommel returned to von Salmuth's headquarters, a luxurious chateau near Tourcoing, and was not satisfied with his progress. He ordered work on the mine-laying and coastal fortifications to be intensified. The Colonel-General replied loftily that he wanted to go into battle with well-trained and well-rested men, not physical wrecks. Rommel accepted the challenge. "Evidently you don't intend to carry out my orders," he snapped. Salmuth scoffed, and basically told Rommel that his plans were not feasible, and that anyone who told him differently either was trying to flatter him or was a pig idiot. The Field Marshal said nothing until it was time for him to depart, but when the staff officers had gotten in their cars and shut the doors, Rommel pulled the Generaloberst aside and screamed at him until he was hoarse. He gave him the dressing down of his life, making it clear that either Salmuth would obey his orders or his replacement would. Salmuth was red-faced when they got back to the cars, but everything had changed. He now knew who was the boss. soon everyone had the message. Mine-laying, obstacle construction, and the building of fortifications in Zalmut's zone picked up immediately. Work on anti-invasion preparations progressed with a vengeance. Rommel's 7th Army commander, Colonel General Friedrich Dollmann, was a more pliable character. A career artillery officer, he had been a newly promoted Major General when Hitler became Chancellor. Dollmann was a political animal, and immediately saw a path to higher rank. He became fervently pro-Nazi. This led to his promotion to command of Wehrkreis 9, the 9th Military District, in 1934. This was a corps-level post, and indeed became the 9th Corps when Germany mobilized. He skipped the divisional level altogether. Dollmann's corps did not fight in Poland in 1939. He was nevertheless promoted to the command of the 7th Army on October the 25th. After playing a secondary role in the French campaign, he was advanced to Colonel General on July the 19th, 1940. He had been promoted well above his competence. He remained in France on occupation duty for the next 3.5 years, during which he did practically nothing to improve the coastal defences. When Rommel arrived, however, Friedrich Dollmann saw that the political winds had shifted. He correctly reasoned that if he did what Rommel wanted, the Desert Fox would retain him. If not, he was gone. He immediately adopted Rommel's strategic and tactical ideas as if they were his own, and thus ensured his own shaky position. General Dollmann had grown soft after 4 years in France. He was out of shape and greatly stressed. To his credit, he now realized what Hitlerism was, and felt guilty about his earlier support of National Socialism. He knew he had been duped, but he was duped no longer. Pro-Nazi directives no longer flowed from his headquarters. But he had not kept up with developments in his field, and was in no way prepared to command an army in a major campaign. Rommel's 3rd Major Command, the Armed Forces Netherlands, was commanded by General of Flyers Friedrich Christian Christiansen, a tough ex-sailor. He was a World War I ace and had distinguished himself in the field of naval aviation, but he had neither the education nor the mental horsepower necessary for higher command. He owed his position solely to his friendship with Hermann Göring, who assured his continued tenure. Rommel was fortunate that the coast in Christiansen's zone was ill-suited for an invasion. In 1944, the Allies had a huge margin of superiority in every material category, and had absolute supremacy on the sea and in the air. A lesser man might have shrunk from the odds facing Rommel, but the Desert Fox was not the sort of man who conceded easily. His reaction was the opposite. The greater the odds against him, the more determined, energetic, and ingenious he became. Rather than shirk his responsibilities, he assumed more and insisted that everyone else do the same. His job was to defeat the enemy, and that is exactly what he intended to do. In 3 years, only 1,700,000 mines had been laid in the West. Rommel intended to lay 2 million per month. Berlin could not provide that many. He nevertheless had laid more than 4 million by May the 20th, 1944. Rommel believed that the Allies would land at high tide, to minimize the distance of open beach over which their soldiers would have to run before they reached cover. He therefore constructed 517,000 foreshore obstacles by May the 13th, of which 31,000 were armed with mines. He also emphasized the construction of anti-aircraft obstacles. These consisted of stakes approximately 10 feet high, spaced about 100 feet apart. They were designed to break up or flip gliders, destroying equipment and inflicting heavy casualties in the process. Rommel intended to attach shells to them, but the Nazi bureaucracy did not deliver them until it was too late. The Poles, which became known as Rommelspargel, Rommel asparagus, inflicted severe casualties even without the shells. The Field Marshal also built dozens of dummy positions. He ordered that 1 dummy battery be constructed for every real battery that was built. Dummy batteries, Scheinbatterien, attracted a great many Allied air attacks and helped the real guns to survive, Admiral Ruger would recall. By nightfall on June the 6th, the Royal and US Air Forces would have destroyed only 16 real stationary heavy guns, 8 in the Pas-de-Calais area, 5 in the Seine-Somme region, and 3 in Normandy. About all that was missing from Rommel's medieval arsenal of weapons were crucibles of molten lead to pour down on the attackers, and in a way he had the modern equivalent, automatic flamethrowers, Cornelius Ryan would later write. The Marshal even concealed kerosene tanks along the approaches leading off the beaches. The push of a button would engulf advancing Allied soldiers in flame. In all these ways, Rommel sought to make the expected invasion physically impossible, the U.S. Army's official history records. The Allied force, entangled in the spiderweb of obstacles, would be given the paralyzing sting by the German army waiting at the water's edge. Under Rommel, the 7th and 15th armies laid 3 times as many mines in France in 6 months as all of the German armies had buried in 4 years. Still, he was not satisfied. He spent his days conducting inspections, visiting coastal units and batteries, and monitoring the progress of his programs. "I have only one real enemy now, and that is time," he said to Captain Lang. Rommel seemed to be everywhere. He was usually on the road at 5 a.m., often driving through snow or rain. He got up early, travelled fast, and moved quickly from point to point. He frequently skipped breakfast and lunch. Conferences began immediately upon his return to headquarters in the evening. Afterwards he would eat. As in Africa, Rommel ate a simple supper, usually from the field kitchen. He preferred to eat the same rations as his men. Sometimes his staff officers travelled with him on inspections, and they preferred better rations. If they knew where he was going, they would telephone ahead and make additions to the menu. General Speidel would recall that he was unsure whether Rommel knew about this or not. He was a sharp observer, but did not always remark on what he had seen. He did not waste time on trifles. Instead of eating alone, as he had in the desert, he would dine with 10 or 12 officers who worked closely with him. He would listen to or discuss any subject brought up during the meal. Rommel was not the kind of person who felt the need to dominate every conversation. He had a sense of humour even when the joke was at his expense, but he would not tolerate dirty or off-colour jokes. He would not allow them to be told in his presence. He remained a modest man who never bragged about his victories, but he did have a fierce temper when he was not satisfied with an officer's efforts or doubted his loyalty. At 52, Rommel was no longer young, and most of the physical ailments he had acquired in the harsh environment of the Sahara Desert still plagued him. In January 1944, his lumbago attacks were especially painful. He continued his inspection of the Normandy coast as if there was nothing wrong. At least the desert sores, which had caused him such pain, were now gone. The Field Marshal's schedule was back-breaking. He spent December the 20th to the 24th inspecting units and positions in the 15th Army's zone. Christmas Day was devoted to catching up on paperwork. The last week of 1943 was devoted to planning sessions and more inspections, except for December the 27th, when he met with von Rundstedt. New Year's Day he celebrated in his typical restrained fashion, although he did allow himself 2 small glasses of claret. He inspected the coastal defences of the Netherlands and Belgium from January the 2nd through January the 5th. He did not expect Eisenhower to land here because of the marshy terrain and the innumerable rivers, streams and canals that crossed the countryside, but one never knew. Back home, the war grew closer. Manfred was called up in January, even though he was only 14 years old. He was drafted into the Luftwaffe as an auxiliary at an anti-aircraft battery. That is, he became a flak helper, but at least he was stationed close to home. Rommel wrote his son a letter advising him to obey orders without question, even if he disagreed with them or did not understand them. There were no major inspection tours from January the 6th to the 15th, as final command arrangements were being made. Setting up an army group headquarters is not easy, and Rommel's command was not officially activated until January the 15th. Rommel's sector of command was limited to a coastal strip approximately 12 miles wide, from the Zuiderzee in the north to the mouth of the Loire in the south. Behind it was the domain of General of Infantry Karl Heinrich von Stülpnagel, the military governor of France, with whom Rommel had good relations. On January the 8th, Rommel met with General of Panzer Troops Baron Leo Geyer von Schweppenburg, who would shortly be named the commander of Panzer Group West. Panzer Group West controlled OB West's mobile reserves, 9 panzer divisions, and the highly mobile 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Götz von Berlichingen. Geyer did not agree with Rommel's ideas, and their feud would continue after D-Day. Geyer did not think that the decisive battle should be fought on the beaches. He believed that once the Allies landed, the German armies should retreat into the interior of France, where a decisive armoured battle could be fought out of range of the Allies' heavy naval guns. When Panzer Group West was activated on January the 24th, 1944, Rundstedt picked Geyer to command it, in large part because Rundstedt and Geyer saw eye to eye and disagreed with Rommel on the issue of how the invasion should be countered. Rommel began another series of inspections on January the 16th. Significantly, his first stop was the 711th Infantry Division in Normandy. Its commander, Major General Josef Reichert, agreed with Rommel on the issue of beach and offshore obstacles, and had already done work in this area, but his artillery was positioned to fire on the enemy after he landed, not while he was in the water. Rommel ordered that to be changed. Reichert's guns were to be positioned so that they could fire on both. The next 2 days he inspected positions at and around Fécamp, Bolbec, Saint-Valery and Dieppe, along with the 17th Luftwaffe Field Division. Confusion as to the theory of defence was evident everywhere. Some bunkers had been sealed and abandoned on the assumption that the defensive battle would be fought inland. At one point, the local commander had actually blown up the bunkers and moved the main defensive line several miles back. At Dieppe, the conference was held in the officers' mess, and Rommel was given a special treat, a cup of real coffee. In Germany, ersatz coffee, usually made from rye, had long since replaced authentic coffee. But Rommel, who was expounding his ideas with fervour, forgot about the coffee. Admiral Ruger noticed General Meiser staring lustfully at the slowly cooling coffee. When Rommel was not looking, Ruger reached over and poured half of it into Meiser's cup. When Rommel finally paused and reached for his coffee, he was visibly surprised that half of it was gone. On January the 18th, the inspection tour started at Tréport, moved on to Cailleux-sur-Mer, south of the mouth of the Somme, visited General von Zalmuth at Montreuil-sur-Mer, and ended at Ardelot-Plage, where the SS engineers had installed some good minefields. And so it went, day after day. Rommel spent January the 23rd and 24th in Brittany, inspecting the 71st Corps, including Saint-Malo and Dinard. He spent January the 25th with the 179th Reserve Panzer Division, which could only deploy a single tank company. Only one battalion was combat-ready, and it was a marching infantry unit. The 179th lacked everything, including radios, anti-tank weapons, and transport for the artillery. To Hitler and the officers of OKW, however, it was counted as a regular panzer division. On January the 26th, Rommel had a distinguished visitor, a man he thoroughly enjoyed and respected. General of Infantry Hermann Geyer, considered one of the best brains in the army. Geyer was now retired and visited as a civilian. A fellow Swabian, Geyer had been born in Stuttgart in 1882 and had a distinguished career, which had included working for the legendary General Ludendorff in World War I. Gauser had been one of his subordinates when he commanded the 5th Infantry Division in the 1930s. Geyer retired in 1939, but was recalled to active duty when World War II began. He led the 9th Corps in the Saar and the Netherlands, at Antwerp and Dunkirk, and in France. In the winter of 1941, he led his corps to the gates of Moscow, but when Stalin launched his winter offensive, Geyer wanted to retreat, even though it violated Hitler's "not one step back" order. Geyer retreated anyway, saving his men but killing his career. He was sacked on December the 31st, 1941, and never re-employed. General Geyer held a round-table discussion with several Army Group B officers and asked why soldiers of the highest command, the OKW, collaborated with the Nazi-type leadership. Some of the officers replied that, with one exception, the officers of OKW lacked combat experience in this war. No, Geyer answered, it was a question of character. Geyer was asked how he would handle the invasion. Without knowing Rommel's plans, Geyer advocated laying thick minefields on and near the beaches and moving the reserves up to just behind the coast so they could launch immediate counterattacks. Rommel could not have been more delighted. From February the 7th to the 11th, Rommel drove 1,400 miles, surveying the coast from the Bay of Biscay to the Mediterranean Sea, and inspecting O.B. West's other two armies, the 1st and 19th. He hoped to confuse the Allies as to what his area of responsibility really was. A few days later, he attended a war game in Paris, conducted by Geyer von Schweppenburg, the commander of Panzer Group West, which controlled O.B. West's panzer reserves. All of his travels and inspections took their toll, and on February the 22nd, the exhausted field marshal took a 10-day furlough. This break seemed to have recharged his batteries, because when he returned, he began another grueling round of inspections. He focused on Normandy, beginning with General of Artillery Erich Mark's 84th Corps, where the invasion would eventually come. Then he inspected the 25th Corps in Brittany, followed by a trip to the 155th Reserve Panzer Division. The set-up of his new headquarters at La Roche-Guyon occupied him on March the 9th and 10th, but he was off again on March the 11th, inspecting the area from the mouth of the Somme to Calais in France. He attended a commanders' conference at his HQ on March the 13th, but was on the road again the next day, inspecting the 81st Corps around Le Havre. He was with the 346th and 84th Infantry Divisions on March the 15th, before returning to La Roche-Guyon on March the 16th. Here he had another unsatisfactory conference with General von Geyer. On March the 17th he journeyed to Paris, where he took a special train to Berchtesgaden for 2 days of conferences with the Führer and his top lieutenants on March the 19th and 20th. He returned to his own headquarters the following day. The most contentious problem that Rundstedt, Rommel, Geyer and the other Axis generals had to face was the issue of the strategic reserves. Geyer's Panzer Group West controlled 10 panzer divisions. Rundstedt and Geyer wanted to hold their mobile reserves southeast of Paris. They intended to concede the beaches to Eisenhower and let him build up his forces and advance east. Once he was so far inland that the big guns of the US and Royal Navies could not help him, Rundstedt and Geyer would unleash their panzers and destroy the Anglo-American armies in a battle of encirclement, just as they had destroyed so many Soviet armies in Belorussia, the Ukraine, Russia and the Crimea. What they did not realize was how the Anglo-Saxon aerial superiority made this type of victory impossible. Erwin Rommel, on the other hand, had seen the devastating impact of the Allied fighter bombers in North Africa. He knew that any major armoured concentrations would be pulverized long before they could launch their planned counterattack. Rommel's plans were diametrically opposed to the Rundstedt-Geyer school of thought. If we are not able to repulse the enemy at sea or throw him off the mainland in the first 48 hours, the Desert Fox declared, then the invasion will have succeeded and the war will be lost. But very few of the generals believed him. Part of the problem was arrogance and aristocratic snobbery, especially from von Geyer, an old-school aristocrat and general staff officer who had spent most of his career in the cavalry. He had spent 2 years on the Eastern Front and believed he knew everything there was to know about armoured warfare. He looked down his nose at Rommel, who was a commoner and the son and grandson of school teachers. He considered Rommel innately inferior to himself, both as an officer and as a human being. "Our friends from the East cannot imagine what they're in for here," Rommel lamented. Unlike the war with Russia, which featured attacks by hordes of partially or poorly trained masses, with little tactical sophistication, here we are facing an enemy who applies all his native intelligence to the use of his many technical resources, and whose every operation goes its course as though it had been the subject of repeated rehearsal. Rommel added that Allied air power made normal calculations and movements on the battlefield impossible. With his top commanders at loggerheads, it was Adolf Hitler's job to set the strategy. On March the 20th, he addressed the commanders of the three services in the West, Rundstedt, Admiral Theodor Kranke, and Luftwaffe Field Marshal Hugo Sperler, and declared that the defeat of the Allied landing was not a matter of local interest. It would decide the outcome of the entire war. He was clearly leaning Rommel's way. As usual, the Desert Fox pressed his advantage. As a field marshal, he had the right to appeal directly to Hitler. They met on March the 21st, and the Führer endorsed Rommel's strategic views. The panzer divisions would be posted near the coast, ready to attack the Allies on the beaches as soon as they landed. Rommel had won the great strategic argument of 1944. Unfortunately for Nazi Germany, his victory lasted only 24 hours. Rundstedt filed a written objection, and he was backed by OKW Chief of Operations Colonel General Alfred Jodl and other members of Hitler's entourage. The policy reverted back to what it had been before, which was no policy at all. "The last person out of his door is always right," Rommel snapped bitterly. This time, however, since he could not decide what to do, the dictator at least felt the need to compromise. He gave Rommel 3 panzer divisions, the 2nd, the 21st, and the 116th. 3 others, the 9th, the 11th, and the 2nd SS, were transferred to Johannes Blaskowitz's soon-to-be-activated Army Group G in southern France. Geier retained only 4 mobile divisions: the 1st SS Panzer, the 12th SS Panzer, the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier, and the Panzer Lehr. In other words, Hitler did not give Rommel enough armour to throw the Allies back into the sea, but he simultaneously deprived Rundstedt and Geier of the tanks they needed to fight a great armoured battle in the interior of France. The compromise satisfied nobody. To make matters worse, OKW dictated where Rommel could deploy his tank divisions. Only the 21st Panzer was sent to Normandy. Finally, on March the 29th, Rommel and von Geier had their inevitable personal confrontation. The outraged aristocrat listened in stunned silence as the field marshal gave him a fierce dressing down. He could hardly believe that this Swabian commoner would raise his voice when addressing him, and dare speak to him in such a manner. Rommel made it clear that he did not think highly of Geier as a general, and would fire him on the spot if he had the authority. When Rommel finished, Geier simply saluted and walked out. He resolved never to speak to Rommel again unless he had to. Not even a first-rate military power could be expected to be strong everywhere along a coast extending from Norway to the Spanish border. Conventional wisdom among the officers of the High Command was that the Allies would land on the English Channel near Cape Grisnez. Rommel initially agreed with the consensus and concentrated his efforts on the left flank of the 15th Army. Adolf Hitler at various times picked the Gironde, Brittany, Pas-de-Calais, and Norway as the site of the invasion. On March the 20th, for some unexplained reason, he chose Normandy. Rommel, meanwhile, was also revising his views, deciding that the Allies would not, after all, attack the strongest point on the German line just to have a shorter supply line. The Führer sent his generals repeated warnings about the possibilities of a landing between Caen and Cherbourg, British historian B. H. Liddell Hart would write. Rommel came round to the same view as Hitler. In the last few months, he made feverish efforts to hasten the construction of underwater obstacles, bomb-proof bunkers and minefields in Normandy. OKW, and especially its Chief of Operations, General Jodl, saw the invasion as little more than an extended river crossing, and believed that would have to come in the Calais sector of the 15th Army. Jodl opposed Rommel's efforts to reinforce Normandy, and generally prevailed, although Rommel did succeed in strengthening the defence. Throughout his tenure as Commander-in-Chief of Army Group B, Rommel pressed for more reinforcements, especially for Normandy, which he felt was far too weak. Rommel decided that the Allies were trying to make the region a strategic island. It did not escape his attention that the Allied navies were not mining the Bay of the Seine area off the Normandy coast. the sea lanes to the Cotentin Peninsula, but were heavily mining the English Channel waters off the Calais coast. Rommel also discounted the Scheldt sector as an invasion site. At first it had seemed a likely target, but the Allies were heavily mining the coast off the potential invasion beaches there and ignoring the hinterland behind them. Clearly they did not plan to invade there. In his efforts to defend Normandy, Rommel got almost no cooperation from the other two branches of the Wehrmacht. Admiral Kranke did come round to Rommel's view that the Cotentin would be the target of the invasion, but he refused to lay mines in the Bay of the Seine. The Allied invasion would sail unmolested through it to the Cotentin Peninsula, just as Rommel had predicted. In early May, Rommel urged that the entire 3rd Flak Corps concentrate in Normandy. Its commander, Luftwaffe Lieutenant General Wolfgang Pickert, refused to cooperate. Hermann Göring agreed with Pickert, and the corps remained scattered throughout France. Rommel also begged Hitler to station a panzer division at Saint-Lô. He refused. Rommel attempted to get the 12th SS Panzer Division, the Panzer Lehr Division, and a Nebelwerfer rocket launcher brigade sent to Normandy. His request was rejected by OKW. In May, he again tried to get the remaining divisions of Panzer Group West moved closer to Normandy. He wanted the Panzer Lehr and the 3rd Flak Corps stationed between the Orne and Vire rivers, the 12th SS Panzer to straddle the Vire, and a rocket launcher brigade posted west of the Orne. Once again he was turned down. They would have been exactly in the right places to counter the invasion, Admiral Ruger would moan. All of this was very frustrating to a professional of Rommel's calibre, but there was little he could do about it. On May the 11th, Rommel took a step that would have terrible repercussions for the U.S. Army. He was in a foul mood that day, as he inspected one particular stretch of beaches in Normandy defended by the 77th Infantry Division. Not only was it an understrength, static division, most of its men weren't even German. Some were Volksdeutsche, racial Germans from the occupied territories, and many were Polish. They couldn't even speak German. The Desert Fox didn't like what he saw. If the Allies landed here, resistance would be weak to non-existent. He ordered the 84th Corps commander Erich Marx to replace the 77th with the 352nd Infantry Division. It was an entirely different animal. Its men were young, tough veterans in excellent physical shape. By and large, they were young men, but most of them had already spent 2 years on the Eastern Front. They were true believers in the Führer and their cause, and they were prepared to die for their country. They would not give up without a fight. The French resistance naturally spotted a move of this size. They notified London of the change via the usual method, carrier pigeon. Rommel knew this would happen, so he took the appropriate countermeasures. When they did not have other duties to perform, German enlisted men were given an additional duty: patrol the coast with shotguns. It was their job to shoot carrier pigeons. The resistance knew this too, of course, so they would send the same message twice, on different days, reasoning that it was unlikely that the Germans would shoot both birds. But this time they did. As a result, the Allied planners assumed it would be safe to land on this part of the coast, and based on the information they had, they were correct. The terrain was unfavourable, but resistance would be weak and quickly overrun. They did not know that the situation had fundamentally changed. Had they known, they would not have landed here. The name of this stretch of shoreline has gone down in history as Omaha Beach. The Americans would not know that the 352nd Infantry Division was manning its defence until D-Day had been in progress for some hours. The news came as a nasty shock to their generals. To make matters worse, Rommel had decided that a single battalion was insufficient to defend this sector. Omaha Beach would be defended by an entire German regiment. As the Allied pre-invasion aerial offensive heightened and the season propitious for the invasion grew near, Rommel redoubled his efforts. He looked forward to the invasion with profound confidence. Perhaps of greater importance, the German people and the soldiers of the Western Front felt the same way. People see it as our last chance to turn the tide, a secret Gestapo report stated. There is virtually no fear of invasion discernible. No fear of invasion discernible. What a tremendous tribute to Erwin Rommel, who had achieved all that mortal man could be expected to achieve, given his lack of resources, lack of cooperation from his superiors, and the fantastic material superiority enjoyed by the enemy. On June the 4th, however, he threw away much of what he had accomplished and made the greatest mistake of his military career. He decided to return to Germany and personally ask Adolf Hitler for more reinforcements. When the invasion finally came, the one man who might have stopped it was away from his post. Chapter 20. D-Day. On the eve of D-Day, Rundstedt had 58 combat divisions, 33 of which were static, non-mobile, or suitable only for defensive missions. Of the 24 divisions classified as fit for duty on the Russian front, 13 were mobile infantry, 2 were parachute, 4 were panzer, 4 were SS Panzer, and 1 was an SS Panzer Grenadier division. Only one panzer division, the 21st, was classified as unfit for duty in the east, mainly because it was equipped with inferior foreign equipment, including Czech tanks and French vehicles. All of the German panzer divisions, however, were short of tanks except the Panzer Lehr, which had 183. The 2nd Panzer, with 161 tanks, had close to its TO&E, Table of Organization and Equipment, strength, but many of the others were quite deficient. The 2nd SS Panzer, for example, was authorized 163 tanks and assault guns, but had only 69, or 42.3% of its authorized strength. The Anglo-Saxons, on the other hand, had 45 full-strength divisions, all of which were fully armoured, mechanized, motorized, or airborne. If they had major advantages over Germany on the ground, Allied strength in the air was simply overwhelming. The invasion was supported by 17,000 aircraft of all kinds, as opposed to 160 in the Luftwaffe's 3rd Air Fleet. On the sea, the Allies were virtually unopposed. Rommel's construction program had improved the Reich's defences, but it was nowhere near completion. Overall, Rommel had lain 6 million mines. His goal was 20 million. In the zone of the 84th Corps, for example, strongpoints and machine gun nests were still an average of 875 yards apart. The Desert Fox wanted to create 4 belts of anti-seaborne obstacles, but only 2 were finished. They were designed to blow up Allied landing craft if they came at high tide. They would be useless at low tide. Montgomery decided to come at low tide. This did give Rommel's men one significant advantage, though. Allied infantry would have to cross a greatly enlarged strip of beach, about 300 yards, which would appreciably enhance the opportunities of any German machine gunners who survived the initial aerial and naval bombardments. One of the major improvements Rommel made was in the generally immeasurable factor of morale. Before his arrival, the Western Front was considered a backwater, and France a giant hospital for men wounded on the Eastern Front. In that intangible way he demonstrated throughout his career, Rommel had a huge impact on the attitudes of his soldiers. Field Marshal Rommel planned to be absent from Army Group B for the period from June the 4th to the 7th. June the 6th was his wife's 50th birthday, and he wanted to spend it with her at Herrlingen before continuing on to the Führer's Alpine retreat. He even took time off to buy her a new pair of shoes, which were difficult to come by in Nazi Germany in the 5th year of the war. Before departing, he naturally checked the weather report. It was encouraging. Colonel Professor Walter Stoeber, the chief Luftwaffe weather forecaster in Paris, and his deputy Major Ludwig Lettau predicted increasing cloud cover, high winds, and rain. So certain were they of their forecast that they gave part of the staff the day off so they could enjoy Paris. What they did not know, because there were no German weather stations in the Atlantic, was that between 2 low-pressure systems in the ocean there was an intermediate area of high pressure, which promised an improvement in the weather for about 36 hours. The Allies had a window of opportunity, and Eisenhower took advantage of it. Meanwhile, Erwin Rommel left his headquarters at La Roche-Guyon at 6 a.m. on June the 4th. It was already drizzling rain in places, and the Desert Fox was convinced that there would be no Allied landings in the immediate future. Geert von Rundstedt was also convinced the Allies would not come in this weather, and he signalled OKW that there was no immediate prospect of an invasion. Colonel General Dollmann, the commander of the 7th Army, was equally convinced. He ordered a map exercise for June the 6th, to be held at Rennes. All divisional commanders and 2 regimental commanders per division were ordered to attend. He left his Le Mans headquarters to supervise the war game in person. His Chief of Staff, Major General Max Pemsel, would act as de facto commander of the 7th Army for much of D-Day, and Dr. Speidel as Army Group Commander at Army Group B headquarters. So many senior German commanders were absent on June the 6th that Adolf Hitler couldn't believe it was a coincidence and ordered the Gestapo to investigate, but in this case the Allies had just been lucky. The commander of Naval Group West, Admiral Theodor Kranke, was also sure that the enemy would not launch a major operation in such miserable weather. He cancelled the sea patrols scheduled for June the 5th to the 6th. One British admiral reported that the Allied passage of the English Channel had an air of unreality because of the total absence of any kind of German reaction. The German Air Force was also unlucky. Because of the bad weather, Hermann Göring chose this moment to withdraw the 26th Fighter Wing from Lille, within range of the Normandy beaches, to Metz in eastern France. He thus moved 124 of the Air Fleet's 160 operational aircraft. Colonel Josef Priller, the outspoken commander of the 26th, called the order crazy. Priller had personally shot down 96 enemy fighters, so his insubordinate outbursts were tolerated. Only 2 German fighters, one of them flown by Priller himself, strafed the invasion beaches on D-Day. Incredibly, neither was shot down. At 9:15 p.m. on June the 5th, Lieutenant Colonel Helmut Meyer, the chief intelligence officer of the 15th Army, intercepted a message to the French resistance stating that the invasion would begin within 48 hours. He relayed it to his commander, but General von Zalmuth shrugged it off. "I'm too old a bunny to get too excited about this," he remarked, and returned to his game of bridge. Zalmuth's chief of staff, Lieutenant General Rudolf Hoffmann, took the dispatch more seriously and put the whole army on alert, but nobody alerted the 7th Army. As the greatest amphibious assault in history approached the coast of Europe, most of the 7th Army acted as if it was a night like any other. Only General of Artillery Erich Marx, the commander of the 84th Corps, was suspicious. Marx was a Berliner. Although he looked like a university professor, except for his nose, which was disfigured by serious wounds he had suffered in World War I, he was in fact a very talented officer. He was profoundly disliked by the Nazis because he was an officer of the old school and because of his connections to former Chancellor General of Infantry Kurt von Schleicher, whom Hitler had ordered murdered in 1934. Marx, in fact, was Schleicher's press officer during his short-lived chancellorship. Promoted to Major General in 1939, Marx was Chief of Staff of the 18th Army in Poland, the Netherlands, Belgium and France, and he helped plan the invasion of the Soviet Union. In late 1940, he was given command of the 101st Light Division, which he led in the Balkans campaign and Russia, but only for 5 days. On June the 26th, his leg was blown off below the knee. He did not return to active duty until March 1942, as commander of the static 337th Infantry Division in occupied France. He was promoted to Lieutenant General on March 1, 1941, and to General of Artillery on October 1, 1942. He commanded the 66th Reserve Corps in France and the 87th Corps on the northwestern coast of Italy, before being given command of the 84th Corps on August 1, 1943. June the 6th was Mark's birthday, and at midnight several officers entered his command post with a huge cake and held a surprise party. The surprised general shook hands with every man present, and each guest drank a glass of Chablis. The celebration was brief, however, because Marx realized that something was afoot. Erich Marx was both more accurate in his judgment and quicker to make a decision than any other German general on D-Day. When Rommel had made his last pre-invasion visit on May the 30th, Marx had predicted that the British would go to church on Sunday, June the 4th, and invade on Monday, June the 5th. This was indeed their original plan, but the weather had delayed them 24 hours. Now, during the night of June the 5th to the 6th, the 84th Corps commander was both alert and alarmed. At 12:40 a.m., a report came in that the 919th Grenadier Regiment of the 242nd Infantry Division had clashed with enemy paratroopers. Those paratroopers were later identified as part of the elite US 82nd Airborne Division. British parachute and glider-borne troops were reported soon after. Meanwhile, on the left flank of the 15th Army, near its junction with the 84th Corps, Major General Josef Reichert, the commander of the 711th Infantry Division, was playing cards with members of his staff when 2 British paratroopers landed on his lawn and were taken prisoner by his 1C. Reichert immediately informed the 15th Army, which relayed the report to General Marx about 1:45 a.m. This and another report 20 minutes later convinced the 84th Corps commander that the invasion was in progress. He relayed this information to General Pemsel, who put the 7th Army on top alert just after 2 a.m. Marx also alerted the 21st Panzer Division, even though it was not under his direct command. Although he was a successful staff officer, General Speidel's performance as de facto commander of Army Group B left much to be desired. He refused to believe the invasion was in progress, despite the parachute and glider-borne attacks, and the fact that the Allied air forces were pounding German facilities and the French transportation network. Rundstedt and General Blumentritt, Rundstedt's chief of staff, agreed with him. Field Marshal Sperle, the commander of the 3rd Air Fleet, suspected this was the invasion, but he had long since lost any influence he had once had in Berlin. General Speidel did not even telephone Erwin Rommel. Eisenhower came with 7,000 ships and more than 190,000 men. He achieved 3 elements of surprise. The Germans expected him at the Pas-de-Calais, not Normandy. He came at low tide, not high tide. And he came in gale-force conditions, not calm weather. Rommel had been right about Normandy, but he had been unable to convince the men in authority to meet the threat. And when the invasion came, he was not on the spot, because all of the Germans were wrong about the weather. At 5:30 a.m., the Allied navies attacked the surviving German batteries with 6 battleships, 23 cruisers, and 104 destroyers. Simultaneously, special teams, when they were not cut down by German riflemen, demolished beach obstacles. On Utah Beach, the Americans approached the strongpoint designated WN5, Widerstandnest 5, which was defended by elements of the static 709th Infantry Division. Rommel had personally inspected this position on May the 11th. He had been in a foul mood, as he usually was when he was dissatisfied with the performance of his underlings. That day had been particularly bad. He sent rockets after Division Commander Lieutenant General Karl Wilhelm von Schlieben and his regimental commanders. Only the strongpoint commander, 2nd Lieutenant Arthur Janke, had refused to be intimidated. Although only 23, Janke had earned the Knight's Cross on the Eastern Front during the Battle of the Dnieper Bend. He was severely wounded there, and after he recovered, he was transferred to the No. 3 Company of the 919th Infantry Regiment of the 709th Division, given 75 men, and ordered to defend WN5. Janke informed Rommel that at this particular point the tide washed up his Czech hedgehogs, mined stakes, and other obstacles as soon as they were installed. Rommel was obviously unconvinced. He demanded that the lieutenant show him his hands. When he found that they were covered with scratches and calluses, Rommel knew that Janke had personally helped his men lay the obstacles. He nodded with satisfaction, and his anger dissipated. He complimented Janke on his efforts, and noted that an officer's blood shed in constructing obstacles was every bit as valuable as that shed in battle. As he often did when he was pleased, he ordered his driver, Corporal Daniel, to present Junker and his men with an accordion. Then he left. Now the Americans came, covered by heavy naval gunfire. Junker vainly called on the 901st Artillery Regiment for fire support, but thanks to the ubiquitous American fighter bombers, the guns assigned to support him no longer existed. A battery from Colonel Gerhard Triepel's 1261st Army Coastal Artillery Regiment did open up and smashed several U.S. vehicles. Junker and his men held their positions until about noon, when a huge naval shell landed near the lieutenant and buried him alive. Fortunately for him, an American soldier saw his boots and pulled him out of the sand. Junker was now a prisoner of war. Before he could be carted off, however, he was wounded by German artillery, which continued to shell the Amis. The story was completely different on Omaha Beach. Because of the weather, the US B-17s dropped their bombs by instrument rather than by sight, and missed their targets by 2 miles. All they did was alert the Germans that something serious was happening. The first 6 landing craft met a hail of machine gun and anti-tank fire, and 2 sank in the ocean. On the first ridge behind Omaha Beach, Gefreiter Corporal Heinrich Severloh in Widerstandsnest 62, Resistance Nest 62, took aim at the first landing craft with his MG-42 machine gun. Severloh, a veteran of the Eastern Front, was fully prepared. At about 5:45 a.m., the American landing craft reached the first sandbar and dropped their ramps. Severloh raked one of them with bullets. The first American to come out was looking for a place to hide. Severloh shot him in the head and watched his steel helmet roll into the sea. He knew he was dead. Them or me, Severloh thought. Little did he dream that he would still be firing 9 hours later. The Americans were cut to pieces. Within 10 minutes, all of the officers and NCOs from the lead company were killed or wounded. Most of the troops were also killed or wounded, and the rest were pinned down at the edge of the beach. Succeeding waves met the same fate. US casualties were terrible. One armoured battalion lost all of its tanks, and a field artillery battalion lost all of its guns except one. Soon the US 1st Infantry Division was pinned down on bloody Omaha. On the far right of the American landings, the American Rangers tried to capture the heavy gun emplacements at Pointe du Hoc, on the west end of Omaha. They were checked and decimated, but continued to push their attack. By the time they secured the position, half the Rangers were casualties. And still, Erwin Rommel had not been informed that the invasion had begun. General Speidel did finally telephone Rommel at 7:20 a.m., and the Field Marshal, still dressed in his robe, answered the phone. Speidel told him that there were reports of widely scattered enemy airborne landings in Normandy, especially in the Cotentin Peninsula. Rommel demanded details, but Speidel couldn't provide any. Was it a deception, a diversion, some kind of large-scale commando operation, or a prelude to the invasion? The Chief of Staff didn't have a clue. "Well, find out, now!" the Desert Fox snapped, and slammed down the receiver. Meanwhile, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt was so furious that he could not speak. His face was red, and he could only make guttural noises. At 5 a.m., before the British landed, he decided to counterattack with the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Youth, and he alerted the Panzer Lehr for immediate movement. Since these divisions could not be moved without Hitler's personal permission, he put in a formal request to OKW. To his shock and astonishment, OKW's Chief of Operations, Alfred Jodl, turned down his request. Jodl had received reports that the invasion was a diversionary attack, and that the real invasion was going to come in the 15th Army's sector at Pas-de-Calais. Colonel Bodo Zimmermann, von Rundstedt's Chief of Operations, called OKW to get the decision reversed, and got chewed out for his trouble. Major General Baron Horst von Butler-Brandenfels screamed at him that nothing was to be done until the Führer made his decision. Zimmermann tried to argue, but Butler-Brandenfels shouted, "Do as you are told!" The Baron did not tell him that Hitler was asleep and nobody wanted to wake him. Command paralysis reigned on the Western Front and at La Roche-Guyon for more than 8 hours, at the end of which General Speidel finally telephoned Rommel back at his home in Herrlingen at 10:15 a.m. Rommel listened calmly and muttered quietly to himself, "How stupid of me." Luzzi recalled that the telephone call changed him. The tension was terrible. The field marshal telephoned his aide, Helmut Lang, twice in 45 minutes. Lang was in Strasbourg, and Rommel kept changing the time for their departure. The Desert Fox was indecisive that morning, which was not like him. He was also terribly depressed, Lang recalled, and that was not like him either. Hitler's entourage refused to believe that the invasion had come until 9:33 a.m., when Eisenhower's press aide announced that the Allies had landed on the mainland of Europe. At 10 a.m., Admiral Karl Jesko von Puttkamer, the Führer's naval aide, telephoned Jodl at Berchtesgaden and told him there were definite indications that this was the invasion. Immediately after this call, Lieutenant General Rudolf Schmundt, Rommel's only friend at Führer HQ, woke Hitler up. The Führer was calm. He ordered Schmundt to have Keitel and Jodl report to him at once. By the time they arrived, the calm had dissolved. "Well, is it or isn't it the invasion?" he yelled at them. While Rommel's car sped across southwestern Germany and into eastern France, Hitler, Speidel, Jodl, and others were in the grip of indecision, and the 84th Corps was being cut to ribbons by the Anglo-American armies. General Marx, meanwhile, was trying to get the 21st Panzer Division to counter-attack. The first task was to find the commander, the incompetent Major General Edgar Feuchtinger. He was finally located and fetched out of a sleazy Parisian nightclub. It did Marx little good. Feuchtinger refused to move his unit without the permission of OKW. It was 8 a.m. before he moved, and then only against the British paratroopers, that is, away from the beaches. It was afternoon before Marx acquired control of the division. He ordered Feuchtinger to counterattack against the beaches. But by now the clouds had cleared, the Jabos, Jagdbombern, or Allied fighter-bombers, were everywhere blasting the Panzertruppen. The British had their 8th and 27th Armoured Brigades on shore, and their tanks were vastly superior to the Czech tanks of the 21st. The Germans were slaughtered. Montgomery's objective on D-Day was to push inland 32 miles, but it was essential only that he gain 10 miles and capture the university city of Caen. If he could accomplish this, he would be out of hedgerow country and in the good tank country south of Caen. In the morning it looked as if he would get his 32 miles. But the Allied planners had not taken the individual soldiers of Lieutenant General Wilhelm Richter's 716th Infantry Division into account. Far too many of these men did not surrender. Instead, they let the British tanks roll by and then ambushed the supporting assault waves. This manoeuvre was common on the Russian front, from which many of these men had come, and they were good at it. The British tanks had to loop back and deal with Richter's men, and there was confusion in the Allied ranks. German companies and battalions had to be run down individually. They took up residence in their bunkers and had to be flushed out, killed, or forced to surrender. Major Christian Lehmann and elements of his 2nd 726th Grenadier Regiment made a determined stand against the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division at St. Croix Hill, near Juno Beach, and the Canadians had to recall their armour to deal with it. Their last signal came at 3:48 p.m., hand-to-hand fighting inside command post. Then there was silence. Major Lehmann was dead, and his battalion was destroyed, but it had bought valuable time for the defence of Normandy. A similar scene occurred at Tailleville, where other elements of the 2nd 726th Grenadier were still fighting at 4 p.m. The 3rd 736th Grenadier and a battery from the decimated 1716th Artillery Regiment actually retook the village of Lyons-sur-Mer, on the edge of Sword Beach. They also had to be crushed. In all, 5 of the 6 infantry battalions in the 716th Infantry Division were obliterated, the 6th of them was decimated, and 80% of the division's artillery had been destroyed. But all of this took irreplaceable time. Monty did not get his 32 miles. He did not even get the 10 miles to Caen. Rommel and his men would have time to establish a loose front. Montgomery would still be fighting for Caen in 6 weeks. Meanwhile, on Omaha Beach, the sand was red with blood. But in WN 62, Corporal Severlo was concerned. He had fired 12,000 rounds of ammunition, killed more than 200 Amis, wounded many more, and his machine gun was so hot that it had caught the surrounding grass on fire. But in the morning the enemy had been 400 yards away. Now he was within 150 yards. When Severlo saw tanks manoeuvring toward his position, he knew it was time to leave. He had killed so many Americans that they had nicknamed him the Beast of Omaha Beach. He knew that if they caught him at his gun, they would not spare him. He raced from bomb crater to bomb crater, but there was no escape. He was taken prisoner that night, but his captors did not realize he was the Beast. Heinrich Severlo kept his mouth shut and spent the rest of the war building roads in England. In the meantime, Captain Lang got into Rommel's staff car at 1 p.m. The Marshal hardly said a word the whole trip, except to urge his driver to hurry. Lang had never seen him so depressed. Once, at about 3 p.m., Rommel looked at the captain and said, "I was right all along, all along." He didn't seem to take much comfort in the thought, however. After night fell, he declared that if he were the Allied commander, he could end the war in 14 days. Rommel reached his headquarters at 10 p.m. and immediately ordered that all reserve regimental combat teams in the 15th Army Zone be sent to Normandy, followed by all of the second-line divisions in the Pas-de-Calais sector, pending the approval of High Command. OKW turned down the request. It only gave him Lieutenant General Eric Diestel's 346th Infantry Division, a static unit. Rommel used it to anchor his right flank in Normandy. By now, Helmut Lang had also grown depressed. He approached Rommel in the hall of the chateau of the Dukes de la Rochefoucauld and asked if he thought they could drive the Allies back into the sea. "Lang, I hope we can," he said. "I've nearly always succeeded up to now." He then patted his aide on the shoulder, said he looked tired, and told him he should go to bed. Rommel turned away, went into his office, and shut the door. As a result of Eisenhower's gamble on the weather, Erwin Rommel had missed perhaps the most important battle of his life. By the time the sun mercifully set, the Anglo-Americans had lost more than 10,000 men, but they had pushed their way an average of 4 to 6 miles inland along a 24-mile front, had more than 156,000 men ashore, and were threatening to shatter the thin German line and burst into the interior of France. The Allied invasion beachhead had been established. Now it had to be wiped out. If it couldn't be, the Third Reich was doomed. Chapter 21. Holding Fast. One of the strangest aspects of the Normandy campaign was the metamorphosis that took place in Adolf Hitler's mind on June the 6th. He had correctly guessed the location of the invasion, Normandy, and the strategic first objective of the campaign, the port of Cherbourg, long before the Allies' landing. But as soon as the Anglo-Americans put their feet on the shore, he decided that the Normandy landings were a diversion, and that the real invasion would come in the Pas-de-Calais area. From his first inspection of the Atlantic Wall, Rommel had believed it would be necessary to throw the Allies back into the sea within 24 hours of their landing, or Germany would have lost the war. OKW had already wasted 11 hours. It was 3:40 p.m. on D-Day before General Blumentritt, the Chief of Staff of OB West, telephoned Speidel and informed him that SS Lieutenant General Fritz Witz, 12th SS Panzer Division, and Bayerlein's Panzer Lehr Division had been assigned to OB West. Since he left Africa, Bayerlein had commanded the 3rd Panzer Division in Russia and been promoted to Lieutenant General. Unfortunately, General Dollmann, the commander of the 7th Army, ordered Bayerlein to move his division to Caen at 5 p.m. in broad daylight. Bayerlein argued that it would be better to proceed cautiously and arrive on June the 8th, rather than arrive in pieces on June the 7th, but Dollmann would have it no other way. As a result, the Allied fighter bombers, the dreaded Jabos, pounded Panzerlehr. The road march was a nightmare. The division lost only 5 tanks, but also 40 loaded fuel trucks, numerous self-propelled guns, 84 half-tracks, and dozens of other vehicles. The division was so badly scattered that it would not be able to counterattack on June the 8th. Bayerlein himself was almost killed on June the 7th when Allied fighter bombers strafed his car. He and his aide escaped with only slight shrapnel wounds, but the driver was killed. Incidents of this nature would become common in the days ahead. During the night of June the 6th to the 7th, the Desert Fox took charge of the battlefield. He had to stabilize the front line and simultaneously organize an effective counterattack, something he was totally unable to do on June the 7th. When, for example, Rommel ordered the 30th Mobile Infantry Brigade, inexperienced soldiers equipped mainly with bicycles, to aid Lieutenant General Dietrich Kreis's 352nd Infantry Division north of Saint-Lô, the 30th was subjected to multiple air attacks, smashed and badly demoralized. It was never much use after that. If it were not for that damned air superiority, Colonel Baron Hans von Luck of the 21st Panzer Division would write. Even by night, Christmas trees hung in the sky, bathing the whole area in bright light. The air attacks never stopped. The Navy laid a barrage of fire on our positions and bombarded the city of Caen, which was a focal point of our lateral communications. By day it was even worse. At any movement on the battlefield, even of an individual vehicle, the enemy reacted with concentrated fire from the Navy or attacks by fighter bombers. But Rommel and his men did have one major defensive advantage. The terrain north of Caen was hedgerow country. The hedgerows of the French bocage country are not the simple scrubs the typical American thinks of when he or she hears the word hedge. These were earthen dikes, averaging 4 to 6 feet in height, but frequently higher, constructed to box in fields and orchards of a few acres. They were not huge, but all were potential obstacles. Bushes, tangled vegetation, and even trees grew all over the dikes, providing the defenders with excellent cover and concealment. Each field thus became a separate battleground. Many of the hedges were levelled after the war, and they are rare in today's Normandy, but they were everywhere in 1944. The Allies spent most of June the 7th and 8th consolidating their gains, while both Montgomery and Rommel planned major offensives and gathered reinforcements. Monty had a tremendous advantage thanks to the swarms of fighter bombers. By nightfall on June the 8th, Rommel had stabilized his left flank against the Americans in the Saint-Lô sector, with the remnants of the 352nd and 709th Infantry Divisions, the disorganized 91st Air Landing Division, and the newly arrived 6th Parachute Regiment. He had placed Sepp Dietrich's 1st SS Panzer Corps on his right flank, against the British north of Caen, with the 12th SS and Panzerlehr as well as remnants of the 21st Panzer and 716th Infantry Divisions. Field Marshal von Rundstedt called Sepp Dietrich decent but stupid. Rommel also generally liked the 1st SS Panzer Corps commander, but apparently shared Rundstedt's opinions of his abilities. Dietrich had been an early Nazi and served as Hitler's bodyguard. Although unquestionably brave, he lacked the education, experience and training necessary to command at the corps level. His Bavarian common sense only partially made up for these deficiencies. Neither von Rundstedt nor Rommel wanted Dietrich to direct such an important attack, so Rundstedt assigned headquarters of Panzer Group West to Rommel, so that General von Gaer would direct the decisive attack. During the evening of June the 8th, Rommel visited Bayerlein and gave him his final instructions for the counter-attack. The Field Marshal angrily informed his old friend that Bayeux, a village between Gold and Omaha beaches, had fallen, and most of the 915th Grenadier Regiment of the 352nd Infantry Division had been destroyed. Before he left, Rommel told his former Chief of Staff what he really thought. The Feldgrau would eventually be beaten back across the Rhine, and they would escape with almost nothing. Geier launched the long-delayed German offensive on June the 9th, at least 2 days too late. The British, meanwhile, launched their own attack. It was in diametric opposition to the German attack, and their timing was identical. This led to a head-on collision all along the line. The Panzerlehr and Hitler Youth SS Panzer divisions made a few local gains, but nothing significant. With Rommel's consent, Geier von Schweppenburg went over to the defensive. He was ordered to regroup and await the arrival of the 2nd Parachute Corps. Then he could attack again. The Battle of June the 9th was tactically inconclusive, but strategically it was a huge victory for the Allies, because Rommel now had no realistic chance of pushing the Allies into the sea. Meanwhile, Allied radio intelligence located the headquarters of Panzer Group West in an orchard 12 miles southwest of Caen. Geier and his officers were men of the Eastern Front. They had never faced a tactically sophisticated enemy who had air superiority and complex communications interception capabilities. They had neglected radio security and had not even camouflaged their command post. 4 large wireless trucks, a convoy of vehicles and several tents stood in the open. The general staff officers, with the red stripes on their trousers, would even leave their tents and watch the RAF fighter bombers at work through their binoculars. On the evening of June the 10th, the RAF launched a large saturation bombing raid on the headquarters of Panzer Group West. It was nearly wiped out. General von Geier was wounded, and his chief of staff was killed, along with his operations officer, the entire operations staff, and other key personnel. Only a few members of the staff escaped serious injury. Rommel himself only narrowly escaped the raid. He had just finished conferring with Geier and left only an hour before the attack. Ironically, Geier's last words to the Desert Fox before he left were a warning to watch out for low-flying fighter bombers. The raid of June the 10th was a turning point in the Battle of Normandy. It ended the Reich's last hope to launch a major offensive. Sepp Dietrich assumed temporary command of Panzer Group West and postponed all counterattacks indefinitely. From now on, the Germans' total focus was on defensive operations. In his papers, Rommel listed 5 reasons for the enemy's success up to June the 10th. First and far foremost was Allied air superiority. He estimated that the US and Royal Air Forces flew up to 27,000 sorties a day, and that even the slightest daytime movement by German troops invited immediate aerial attacks by the Yabos. Movement, therefore, was limited to the hours of darkness, and in the French summer this meant 9 to 10 hours. The flow of supplies, ammunition, and reinforcements was therefore severely limited. Second, the enemy's 640 heavy naval guns covered much of the Cotentin Peninsula, and they were deadly. Third, the enemy's equipment was much superior to the worn German equipment. Much of the German material was captured foreign equipment, and some of it dated back to the 1930s. It was worn out, breakdowns were common, and spare parts were hard and often impossible to obtain. Fourth, the Allies had a virtually unlimited supply of ammunition, while Rommel's men had to ration theirs. Fifth, the Allied use and threatened use of glider-borne and airborne troops posed a constant threat. Because Rommel knew that the Gestapo might seize his papers, the Field Marshal did not list a 6th reason, the incompetence of Hitler and his cronies, and the flawed chain of command they had created. On June the 10th, Erwin Rommel tried to visit Dietrich's 1st SS Panzer Corps. Yabos forced him to abandon his car and take cover 30 times. He never did reach HQ. Radio contact was also nearly impossible. As of June the 8th, 16 of Dietrich's 20 radio sets had been knocked out. The Allied pilots were not only preventing Rommel's orders from being executed, they were actually preventing him from issuing them altogether. As the intense fighting continued, Rommel became more and more demanding in his requests to Hitler and OKW. Among other things, he wanted the Channel Islands and southern France abandoned. He now reverted to von Rundstedt's original strategy. He wanted to withdraw Army Group B to the interior of France, out of the range of Allied naval guns. There he would fight a decisive battle of manoeuvre. He knew the odds would be heavily against him, but at least he would have some kind of chance. This the Führer refused to allow. Rundstedt and Rommel were now in complete agreement. They met on June the 11th and decided to appeal directly to Hitler. They reported separately and one day apart, so as to appear to be acting without coordination, but they had reached the same conclusion. Infantry reinforcements must be sent to Normandy so that the panzer divisions could be pulled out of the line. Only then could an effective counterattack be organized. The dictator answered Rundstedt's report on June the 11th. He would not get Rommel's dispatch until the following day. Far from complying with the general's request, Hitler was transferring the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, from the Eastern Front to Normandy. He also commanded that the British airborne bridgehead east of the Orne be wiped out. This would free the 346th Infantry Division, Battle Group von Luck of the 21st Panzer Division, and the 7th Mortar Brigade. Rommel realized that this order was impossible to execute. The 346th Infantry and 21st Panzer had already suffered too many casualties. He requested permission to pull the northeast part of his line back behind the flooded Dives River, which would free up some forces for a counterattack. Hitler responded, "Every man shall fight and die where he stands." Montgomery was nothing if not persistent. He continued to attack on the east, while General Omar Bradley's 1st U.S. Army pummeled the 7th Army on the west, and the Allied air forces attacked everywhere. Among those killed in the fighting were Major General Wilhelm Felle, the commander of the 91st Air Landing Division, June the 6th, Major General Ritter und Edler Sigismund Helmut von Davans, the Chief of Staff of Panzer Group West, June the 10th, General Marx, the commander of the 84th Corps, June the 12th, and SS Lieutenant General Fritz Witt, the commander of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Youth, June the 14th. Meanwhile, Rommel was growing depressed. It was El Alamein all over again, except on a larger scale. On June the 14th, he demanded that OKW send representatives to Normandy to see the situation for themselves. He complimented his warriors, both Soldaten and SS, for fighting with exemplary courage, but noted that the odds were shifting more and more against them every day. He also demanded that Hitler meet with the senior commanders of the Western Front. To his surprise, the Führer agreed. He ordered Rommel and Rundstedt to meet him at Marchival on the morning of June the 16th. Rommel spent June the 15th on the battlefield as usual. He was visiting General Marx's grave when the order reached his headquarters. He returned from a 21-hour trip to the front at 3 a.m. on June the 16th and found Hitler's order waiting for him. Now he had to endure a 140-mile trip over damaged roads to Hitler's bunker. There was no time to make any preparations for the conference. Marchival was a Führer headquarters built in 1940. Hitler had expected to direct the invasion of the United Kingdom from it. In 1944, those days seemed a long way off. Hitler looked pale, nervous, and ill. None of his hypnotic powers were in evidence. Rommel, who had only managed to snatch a 2-hour nap, was in an ugly mood. The dictator started the meeting by bitterly denouncing Rundstedt and Rommel for the success of the invasion to date. Then it was the marshal's turn to speak. Rundstedt made a few introductory remarks and turned the conference over to Rommel. The Desert Fox laid into Hitler with what General Speidel called merciless frankness. He branded as a lie a British Broadcasting Network report, which Hitler had readily accepted, that some of the defenders of the Atlantic Wall had been caught asleep and in their underwear. It was untrue. He described the simply overwhelming Allied air and naval supremacy and denounced the fortress Cherbourg as useless. He denounced Hitler's entire concept of fortresses in the same uncompromising language, and categorically declared that Cherbourg would fall within a week. As Hitler sat there with an angry look on his face, Erwin Rommel predicted what the Allies would do next. They would cut across the Cotentin Peninsula, capture Cherbourg, and then break out of Normandy, first to the south, then to the west, in the direction of Paris. A secondary operation would overrun Brittany. The Third Reich had no way of preventing this in the long run. Rommel stated categorically that there would never be a second landing north of the Seine, and he pointedly demanded freedom of manoeuvre. He called for a withdrawal behind the Seine. The static marching infantry would retreat first, covered by the panzers and panzer grenadiers. He conceded that the plan had only a 1 in 4 chance of success, but holding the present line could only end in disaster. Field Marshal von Rundstedt supported Rommel's every demand. Hitler did not like hearing the unpleasant truth. He said that the generals needed to keep their heads. If they could hold in the east and defeat the invasion, Britain would sue for peace because of his new V-weapons. The Führer promised they would cause such destruction that Britain would go to its knees. Rommel asked that the V-weapons be turned against the Allied beachhead. The officer in charge of the V-weapons, General of Artillery Erich Heinemann, explained that this idea was not feasible because the margin of error in their guidance system was too great. They could not be fired accurately at tactical targets. The Desert Fox then asked that they be turned against the enemy's port cities in southern England, which were supplying the beachhead. Hitler rejected this idea. He wanted to destroy London. The Swabian Field Marshal tried to get the conference back on track by describing the destructive effects of the enemy's weapons, but Hitler refused to believe him. Rommel bluntly countered that not one member of Hitler's entourage had yet visited the invasion front. Decisions were being made by people without first-hand knowledge. "You demand our confidence, but you do not trust us yourself," he snapped. Hitler flushed at this remark, but said nothing. An Allied air raid forced the conference to move to an air raid shelter. Rommel continued to press his points. Then he declared it was necessary to end the war. This made the dictator angry. He told Rommel not to worry about the war, instead concentrate on his own invasion front. The conference lasted from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., with an hour off for lunch. The next morning, an off-course V-1 rocket exploded near the bunker, and a shaken Hitler took off immediately. He left behind a message. Victory was to be won by holding fast to every yard of ground. This was a far cry from the leader Rommel had guarded in Poland in 1939, when Hitler had seemed to relish being under enemy fire. Chapter 22. Crumbling Fortress. On the east coast of the Cotentin Peninsula, Utah Beach faced southwest towards the peninsula's interior. Cherbourg, the strategic objective of the U.S. landings, was 16 miles to the northwest. Rommel could spare little in the way of reinforcements for this sector. He simply had to contain the British Second Army in the hedgerow country north of Caen. Otherwise, Monty could break out, capture Paris, and doom the entire army group. And holding the Americans in the vicinity of Saint-Lô was the number 2 priority. Defending the area west of Utah Beach came as a distant 3rd priority. The acting commander of the 84th Corps, General of Artillery Wilhelm Farnbacher, reported that the sector would not hold against a determined attack. He was no doubt pleased when Lieutenant General Dietrich von Choltitz, a veteran of the Eastern Front, arrived to take permanent command on June the 15th. Choltitz's northwestern flank was held by an ad hoc Kampfgruppe under Lieutenant General Karl Wilhelm von Schlieben. The defeat of Group von Schlieben was entirely predictable. Rommel recognized this fact as early as June the 12th, but there was little he could do about it. As of that date, he had perhaps 120,000 men against the Allies' 326,000. Schlieben had only one full-strength division, Major General Rudolf Stegmann's 77th Infantry. Rommel ordered it to pull back south of where he expected the Americans to attack. He knew that everything north of the American corridor would be cut off and destroyed in Cherbourg. But Hitler countermanded Rommel's order. The GIs struck on June the 16th and achieved their breakthrough a few hours later, and Lieutenant General Heinz Hellmich, the commander of the 243rd Infantry Division, was killed by a 20mm shell from an American fighter bomber. Seeing his division was about to be cut off north of the American corridor, General Stegmann ignored orders and broke out to the south. Part of the division managed to escape, although Stegmann himself was killed on June the 18th by a fighter bomber which riddled his body with 20mm shells. Hitler's insanity was now so far advanced that, to Rommel's astonishment, he ordered the Desert Fox to counterattack and relieve Cherbourg. But there was no chance of that ever happening. At 5:05 a.m. on June the 18th, the American spearhead captured the tiny port of Barneville and looked down on the Atlantic Ocean. Cherbourg was cut off. A huge gale temporarily stopped the Americans, but nothing could save Cherbourg. On June the 22nd, it was attacked by about 1,000 aircraft, including rocket-firing Typhoons. Then the infantry attacked. General von Schlieben surrendered his command bunker at 1:30 p.m. on June the 26th. Hitler denounced him as a disgrace to his uniform. The last resistance would end on July the 1st, but Eisenhower would be disappointed. Rear Admiral Walter Hennecke, the German naval commander for Normandy, had rendered Cherbourg useless. U.S. Colonel Alvin G. Viney, the American engineer officer tasked with rehabilitating the port, reported, "The demolition of the port of Cherbourg is a masterful job, beyond a doubt the most complete, intensive, and best-planned demolition in history." The U.S. Army's official history records that the whole port was as nearly a wreck as demolitions could make it. It would remain essentially unusable until September, and it was of only minimal use after that. By the time Cherbourg fell to the Allies, the U.S. Army had suffered 22,000 casualties, but Rommel had lost 4 divisions and 37,000 men. And once it took Cherbourg, the U.S. 7th Corps could turn south to attack the 7th Army. In the last days of June, as the U.S. Army was advancing relentlessly on Cherbourg, Field Marshal Rommel desperately defended his hedgerows against the sledgehammer-like blows of the American 1st and British 2nd Armies. Little help came from Berlin. From D-Day to the 3rd week in July, Rommel lost 113,079 men, of whom only 10,078 were replaced. Montgomery and Bradley lost 117,000 men. They were more than fully replaced. Incredibly enough, Hitler and OKW still refused to believe that the invasion had come. Normandy, they said, was merely a diversion. Even more incredibly, the Abwehr, OKW's military intelligence service, supported this view. As late as July the 3rd, it would estimate that the Allies had landed 225,000 to 250,000 men in Normandy, along with 43,000 vehicles, when actually they had brought ashore 929,000 men, 177,000 vehicles, and 586,000 tons of material. Rommel was outnumbered approximately 3-1. On June the 22nd, Monty struck again. His objective was the vital Hill 112, which dominated the city of Caen, or what was left of it. The Epsom offensive was spearheaded by the British 11th Armoured Division, which had just arrived in Normandy. They were met by the depleted, battered and exhausted survivors of the 12th SS Panzer Division, which had only 56 operational tanks left, about 25% of its authorized strength. Even the division commander, SS Oberführer Kurt Panzer Meyer, manned a Panzerfaust, a disposable anti-tank weapon. The Hitler Youth again held their positions, if only barely. Their stubborn resistance allowed the 7th Army, with General Dollmann, to rush the Army Reserves, including 3 battalions from the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, the entire 7th Mortar Brigade, much of the 8th Mortar Brigade, and a small Kampfgruppe from the 21st Panzer Division to the threatened sector. Sepp Dietrich also committed his reserves, the Tigers of the 101st SS Heavy Panzer Battalion. The Desert Fox thought the situation so serious that he stopped all supply movement on the roads and gave the armour absolute priority of movement. The British nevertheless got their offensive back on track again on June the 27th, when the 11th Armoured and the 15th Scottish Divisions pushed into the hedgerows once more. They advanced slowly and with heavy casualties, including the Scottish artillery commander, who was mortally wounded by a panther. The fighting nevertheless reached Panzer Meyer's headquarters at Verson by evening. Meyer gave ground slowly, while his superiors sent him all the reinforcements they could, which consisted of a company from the 100th Panzer Regiment of the 21st Panzer Division with inferior foreign tanks. They were thrown into battle immediately, along with a few SS Grenadiers and a Panther tank or two. The British also launched major attacks on Panzer Lehr Division, which covered Meyer's left flank. As of June the 26th, this division had only 53 runners. The division had 190 operational tanks the day before D-Day. The British finally took Hill 112 on June the 29th. It had to be retaken or Caen was lost, and Montgomery would be in the good tank country south of the city. Fortunately for the Germans, the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, was beginning to arrive from the Eastern Front. But Führer headquarters ordered the 2nd SS to attack piecemeal before the entire corps arrived. The attack was checked, and Hill 112 remained in Allied hands. There were several changes in command during this battle. Geyer, on the mend from his injury, returned and resumed command of Panzer Group West. Sepp Dietrich returned to the command of his 1st SS Panzer Corps, and Colonel General Friedrich Dollmann died of a sudden heart attack on June the 29th. Hitler had wanted to relieve Dollmann for some time, but Rommel, who had no idea the general was so ill, protected him and left him in command. Dollmann was a mediocre tactical commander, but he was loyal, and Rommel wasn't confident that Hitler would not replace him with a worse commander. He was right to worry. On June the 29th, the Führer overrode Erwin Rommel and sacked General Dollmann, but he was dead before the order arrived at his command post. Rommel wanted to replace him with General of Infantry Kurt von der Chevalerie, the commander of the First Army. They were old friends. In the 1930s, Chevalerie had commanded the 2nd Battalion of the 17th Infantry Regiment at Goslar, when Rommel commanded the 3rd. But Hitler selected General of SS, soon to be SS Colonel General, Paul Hauser instead. SS Lieutenant General Wilhelm Willy Bittrich succeeded Hauser as commander of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. Bittrich was a fine commander, as he was to prove to the whole world at Arnhem later that year. Hauser was another matter. He had been a good divisional commander in France and Russia, but a mediocre corps commander, and he would prove to be a fairly poor army commander. On June the 30th, his first full day as a corps commander, Bittrich scored a major victory by recapturing Hill 112. His trump card was the 7th Mortar Brigade, which trained 300 tubes on the hill. This unit fired 8,000 tons of mortar shells during the Normandy campaign. While the 2nd SS was retaking Hill 112, Panzer Lehr beat back the attack from the 2nd Armoured and 49th and 50th Infantry Divisions. Despite their overwhelming air superiority, the British failed to capture and hold Hill 112 because they were too slow, while the Germans reacted quickly and with the greatest command flexibility. General Speidel would call the Battle of Hill 112 tactical patchwork and unsound in every respect. He was right, of course, but Rommel was doing the best he could under impossible circumstances. While the struggle for Hill 112 reached its climax, the Desert Fox was hundreds of miles away, waiting. On June the 29th, he and Gerd von Rundstedt sat in Hitler's Bavarian home from late morning until early evening, roughly 6 hours. Rundstedt was heard to mutter something about how a wait like this could kill an old man. While they sat there, Rommel declared that they both believed the war should be ended now, and he intended to make their views plain when they met with the Führer. Goebbels and Himmler happened by, and the two marshals convinced them to support their views in front of the Führer. Rommel was optimistic when they entered the conference room. Many other people were present, including Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, who had just recovered from serious injuries suffered on the Eastern Front and was currently unemployed. Rommel and Rundstedt asked for a private audience with the Führer twice, and were rejected twice. Rommel then cleared his throat and tried to discuss the overall situation in the West, including the political situation. Hitler cut him off. He tried again and was cut off again. "You will deal with your military situation and nothing else," Hitler ordered emphatically. Rommel tried again to give Hitler a realistic report, but the dictator would not listen. He publicly reprimanded Rommel for failing to launch a relief attack on Cherbourg, as he had ordered. He declared that Army Group B would not be allowed to retreat behind the Seine. Southern France would not be abandoned, as Rundstedt requested. Marshal Rommel would not be given any of the 15th Army's divisions. They would all be needed when the real invasion came. Rommel should concern himself only with holding his present positions. Then, in a discussion General Blumentritt later described as fantastic, Adolf Hitler launched into a monologue and tirade about his miracle weapons, which would win the war for the Third Reich. Goebbels and Himmler maintained a guilty silence throughout. Without the promised support, the Swabian Field Marshal faced Hitler with a courage that had gotten other men sacked or even executed. Once again, he declared that he could not leave without discussing the subject of Germany. Hitler asked him to leave the room. Rommel turned on his heel and walked out. He never saw the dictator again. After the conference, Rommel told Field Marshal Keitel, the commander-in-chief of OKW, that the total victory Hitler was even now speaking of was absurd. Total defeat could eventually be expected. Even Keitel, a notorious yes-man and long-time enemy of the Desert Fox, agreed. He promised to present the true situation to Hitler exactly as Rommel had outlined it, but it is highly unlikely that he ever did. "Why must our battles be directed by idiots far from the scene who have no conception of what's going on in Normandy?" Rommel asked Admiral Ruger and General Speidel. When Rommel returned to La Roche-Guyon, he found situation estimates, written by Geyer and Hauser, bluntly concluding that the Caen sector should be evacuated and all forces be moved out of range of the Allied naval guns. The estimates were obviously in direct opposition to Hitler's orders. The Desert Fox endorsed both reports, and then arbitrarily and unilaterally placed all Luftwaffe and naval forces in his zone of operations under the command of his army group. He immediately forwarded Geyer's and Hauser's recommendations to OB West headquarters in Paris. The documents arrived in Paris a few minutes after midnight on July the 1st. Rundstedt quickly forwarded them to Berlin. There was reason for urgency. Both the Old Prussian and the Desert Fox expected to be relieved of their commands at any moment. Hitler's reaction to this piece of insubordination was not long in coming. He ordered Geyer to be placed in Führer Reserve, that is, dismissed from active service. Rommel protested his dismissal, but was brushed off by Keitel. Almost in spite of themselves, the aristocratic von Geyer and the commoner upstart Rommel had gotten over their differences, and by now actually liked each other. A sad Desert Fox met with Geyer in the forest near Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive on July the 5th, and formally delivered the bad news. Before he left France, Geyer von Schweppenburg wrote Rommel a touching farewell letter, full of charm and grace, stating how gratified he was by his association with Rommel. General of Panzer Troops Heinrich Eberbach, the former commander of the 4th Panzer Division, was named commander of Panzer Group West, which was now redesignated 5th Panzer Army. Eberbach's chief of staff was none other than Alfred Gauser, who had served with Rommel in North Africa. The effort to give Gauser a panzer division had fallen through. Gerd von Rundstedt was retired for reasons of age and health. "I thank God that I won't be in command during the coming catastrophe," was Rundstedt's reaction to being fired. "I will be next," Rommel remarked when he heard the news. Of the senior German commanders who had been on the Western Front 6 weeks before, only he still had his job. By seniority, Rommel was next in line to become OB West, but naturally he was not considered. Instead, Hitler picked the 61-year-old Günther von Kluge. Initially, Hitler had not thought well of von Kluge, whom Field Marshal von Brauchitsch had earmarked to command the Fourth Army in the invasion of Poland. The Führer objected to the appointment and even had von Kluge retired in 1938. But Brauchitsch insisted that Kluge would do well commanding an army, and Hitler reluctantly allowed himself to be overruled. Kluge proved that Brauchitsch was right, and Hitler did not question his fitness to command again until July 1944. Meanwhile, Kluge temporarily lost command of the Fourth Army late in the Polish campaign, when he had to go to hospital. He was promoted to Colonel General on October 1, 1939, resumed command of the Fourth Army in the Western Campaign of 1940, and was promoted to Field Marshal after its successful conclusion. He led the Fourth in Russia until December 1941, when Hitler sacked Field Marshal Fedor von Bock and chose Kluge to succeed him as Commander-in-Chief of Army Group Center. Kluge had performed credibly in this position until October 1943, when his automobile hit a patch of ice in Russia and spun out of control. He was seriously injured and unemployed for 9 months. Gunther von Kluge played army politics well and was known throughout the officers' corps as Clever Hans. He had decent enough instincts, but subordinated them to his own ambition. He was, for example, appalled by the behavior of the Brownshirts in the 1930s and shocked at their persecution of the Jews. In Poland in 1939, he was horrified by the first incidents of mass murder of Jews and Poles, and considered joining the conspiracy to overthrow the Nazi regime. As usual, however, his ambition won out, and he did nothing. He later became close personal friends with Colonel Henning von Treschow, his chief of operations and a leading anti-Hitler conspirator, but he would not allow him to assassinate Hitler when he visited Army Group Center in March 1943. Kluge was in fact an on-again, off-again conspirator. Sometimes he saw that physically eliminating Hitler was the only way to save Germany, and was ready to help do so, but the next day he was violently opposed to the idea. He could never bring himself to actually act. While in the Soviet Union, Kluge proved he had an undeniable talent for finding scapegoats. Among those he sacked were Heinz Guderian, the commander of the 2nd Panzer Army and father of the Blitzkrieg, Erich Höppner, commander of the 4th Panzer Army, and Adolf Strauss, commander of the 9th Army. He had already been influenced against Rommel at Berchtesgaden, where Hitler, Jodl, and Keitel all spoke of the Desert Fox as insubordinate and a defeatist. They convinced Kluge of what he wanted to believe in the first place, that the defeats on the Western Front were due solely to poor generalship. On July the 5th, Kluge arrived at La Roche-Guyon, determined to straighten Rommel out and set things right. The conference was chilly at first, as Kluge listed Rommel's sins. He was too pessimistic, too easily influenced by the allegedly overpowering enemy strength, both in North Africa and France, and he was too obstinate and did not carry out the Führer's orders as enthusiastically as he should. Kluge concluded that now even Rommel would have to learn to obey orders without question or reservation. The Desert Fox grew angry and then furious. He was never one to take unwarranted criticism lying down, and the fact that General Speidel and Colonel von Tempelhof, his chief of staff and chief of operations, witnessed the insults made them doubly humiliating. He started by hotly demanding that Kluge not draw any conclusions before he first visited the front. Rommel then heatedly denounced the High Command and Hitler's conduct of the war in terms which could not be misunderstood. The argument became so violent that Kluge ordered everyone to leave the room except Rommel. This did nothing to abate the fury of the quarrel. In the end, Kluge shouted that Rommel did not know what he was talking about, since he had never really commanded anything larger than a division. Rommel shot back that Kluge had never faced the British in battle. Neither Kluge's statement nor Rommel's comeback was true, but at this point it didn't matter. Both men were out of control. Rommel insisted that Kluge renounce his accusations and apologize in writing. This the OB West commander refused to do. The marshals were at loggerheads, and the meeting broke up without a single positive result. There were hard feelings between the two men, even after Kluge came around to Rommel's point of view. Kluge told his staff that he was sure he had scored more points than Rommel during their shouting match. He was certain that Rommel would not try to go over his head to Hitler, as the Desert Fox had done with Kesselring in Africa and Rundstedt in France. Even as he spoke, however, the Desert Fox was sending a 10-page letter directly to the Führer, listing his many requests for reinforcements, detailing the catastrophic supply situation, and demanding that the appropriate conclusions be drawn. He spared no one, including Quartermaster General Eduard Wagner, Jodl, OKW, the Navy, and the Luftwaffe. However, at least this time he was diplomatic in his criticism of Hitler, rather than blatant and personal. In the meantime, Field Marshal von Kluge visited the front. His new Chief of Staff, General Blumentritt, noted that he had changed from cheerful and confident to very sober and quiet. Adolf Hitler did not like the changing tone of his reports. Kluge reversed his position completely, and even acknowledged that a Rommel memorandum to Führer headquarters, in which he stated that all movement was restricted by the enemy's command of the air, was justified. Kluge also promised not to interfere in the internal affairs of Army Group B again. As of July 1st, Rommel had denied the Allies 2 of their 3 objectives in Normandy. They had taken Cherbourg, but not Saint-Lô or Caen. Rommel's line was very thin. He had, however, been given a new division, the 16th Luftwaffe Field. The Luftwaffe field divisions were one of the worst aspects of the Third Reich's military system. The men of the 16th, for example, were not cowards. They were highly trained Air Force personnel, perfectly competent when it came to repairing Junkers or Messerschmitt aircraft, building airfields or directing air traffic. But as the Luftwaffe declined and had fewer and fewer aircraft, these men became superfluous. Instead of transferring them to the army, where they could be properly trained in ground warfare, Reichsmarschall Göring insisted they remain in the Air Force. He persuaded Hitler that their pure National Socialist ideology and worldview would be contaminated by association with poor army troops. The result was the Luftwaffe Field Division. Rommel used the 16th to replace the Panzer Lehr Division in the line, thus creating a mobile reserve. The poorly trained 16th Luftwaffe Field Division had been stationed in the Netherlands and had never seen combat. It was in the line less than 24 hours before Montgomery struck with a massive aerial bombardment, followed by an attack with the veteran British 3rd Infantry Division. The 16th Field was routed. The unit suffered 75% casualties, mostly captured, and the rest were so dazed and demoralized that Rommel attached the survivors to the battered 21st Panzer Division. The Desert Fox plugged the hole with what was left of the 12th SS Panzer Division, the Hitler Youth. Unlike the men of the 16th Field, these young men were well trained. They were also fanatics. They fought with tenacity and blind courage, no matter what the odds. No better example of this can be seen than at the Battle of Carpiquet, as the peacetime airport of Caen was called. On July the 4th, it was attacked by the Canadian 8th Infantry Brigade, 2 battalions from the British 79th Armoured Division, and a battalion from the Canadian 7th Infantry Brigade. They were supported by 428 artillery pieces, the 16-inch guns of a battleship, and the 15-inch guns of a mortar ship. The airfield was defended by 150 Germans, almost all of whom were teenagers. This was all that was left of the 26th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment. They were joined by Panzer Meyer with a pair of worn-out tanks and an 88mm gun. Incredibly, the young Waffen-SS men won the battle. Even Monty complimented their stout fight, and the Canadians retreated with relatively enormous losses. Neither side took any prisoners in the bitter fighting. On the other side of the front, the Americans were also attacking. The U.S. 7th Corps attacked every day from July the 8th to the 15th against the battered 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division, which had been in action since June the 8th, the remnants of the 6th Parachute Regiment, and a few panzer and artillery elements of the 2nd Panzer Division. The U.S. 4th Infantry Division lost 2,300 men from July the 5th to the 15th, including 3 battalion commanders and 9 company commanders. The US 83rd Infantry Division lost 5,000 men in a similar period, along with half of its attached tanks. And yet the German line held. The Germans are staying in there just by the guts of their soldiers, General Raymond O. Barton of the US 4th Infantry would recall. We outnumber them 10-1 in infantry, 50-1 in artillery, and by an infinite number in the air. Just as in Africa, Rommel was getting the maximum possible effort from his men. Just as in Africa, it would not be enough. Meanwhile, 200 miles away, the German 15th Army, which was more than half of the combined strength of Army Group B, sat idle, waiting for an invasion that had already occurred. Rommel's days seemed to run together as crisis followed crisis almost without let-up. Eisenhower now had 1 million men on the mainland of Europe. Rommel probably had 250,000 men in Normandy, where the front was threatening to collapse. Montgomery attacked Caen again on July the 7th, the same day as the US 19th Corps attacked north of Saint-Lô. A massive artillery bombardment, followed by an RAF raid of 500 4-engine bombers, levelled the city with 2,560 tons of high explosives and killed an estimated 5,000 French civilians. Montgomery could probably have taken the place if he had attacked immediately, but his sometimes excessive caution caused him to delay 6 hours. Erwin Rommel was not a man to whom one could give 6 hours. When Montgomery finally attacked, he found that Rommel had again shifted his forces to the threatened point. His ground attack succeeded in capturing the northern suburbs of Caen, along with the city's centre, but failed to take the southern suburbs or score the decisive breakthrough. In London and Washington, top-level staffs and politicians were speaking of the crisis in Normandy. Even Eisenhower was worried. Hitler's hold-at-all-costs strategy seemed to be working. Montgomery's invasion force was being pinned down by the Desert Fox. It occupied a bridgehead 10 to 20 miles deep, barely a fifth of the size it was supposed to occupy at this time. It was feared that the Germans might bring up the 15th Army's reserves and hold the Anglo-Americans in the Cotentin Peninsula until the onset of winter. This would be a disaster of huge magnitude. The winter, with bad weather and short days, would partially check Allied air power, and the winter storms would likely wreck the artificial harbour on which they depended. It was by no means certain that they could supply the 21st Army Group through the winter. Cherbourg was still virtually useless, and with no other port facilities, the supply situation would likely become serious. With proper reinforcements, Rommel might even be able to throw the Allies back into the sea. Erwin Rommel was not the only person under severe stress in the summer of 1944. Chapter 23. A Pitiless Destiny. On the morning of July the 17th, 1944, Erwin Rommel left La Roche-Guyon in his large convertible Horsch and rode to the headquarters of the 1st SS Panzer Corps, where he met with General of Waffen-SS Sepp Dietrich. After the military aspects of the conference were over, according to Captain Helmut Lang, who was present, Rommel bluntly asked Dietrich, "Would you always execute my orders, even if they contradicted the Führer's orders?" "You are my superior officer, Herr Feldmarschall," Hitler's former bodyguard replied, "and thereafter I will obey all your orders, whatever you are planning." Dietrich extended his hand, and the two men shook on it. Dietrich recommended that Rommel exchange the large Horsch for a less conspicuous Kübelwagen, but Rommel declined. Erwin Rommel left the 1st SS Panzer headquarters at Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive and headed back to La Roche-Guyon. He never reached it. What happened to him was common in Normandy in 1944. On a secondary road between Livarot and Vimoutiers, his car was jumped by a pair of yabots. His driver, Corporal Daniel, stepped on the gas. He was trying to reach a small side road about 300 yards ahead, because it offered at least some protection. Before he could reach it, the the leading fighter bomber, which was within 500 yards and only a few feet off the ground, opened fire. The Desert Fox was hit in the temple and cheekbone, suffered a skull fracture, and lost consciousness immediately. Major Neuhaus of his staff was hit with such force that his pelvis was broken. Another shell shattered the driver's left shoulder and arm, causing him to lose control of the car. Captain Helmut Lang and Corporal Holker, the spotter, both jumped out of the car, which struck a tree stump to the left, swerved to the right, and turned over into the ditch. Rommel was thrown out of the car and lay unconscious in the road, about 20 yards behind the wreck. Rommel's left cheekbone was smashed. He had multiple shell splinters and fragments in his head, and his left eye was injured and swollen shut. His skull was fractured in 4 places, and his temple was penetrated. It took Lang and Holker 45 minutes to get him to a nearby French religious hospital. They thought that there was no chance of Rommel surviving his wounds. Later that night, the still unconscious General and Corporal Daniel were taken to the Luftwaffe hospital at Bernay, about 25 miles away. That night, the doctors performed emergency surgery on the driver, but were unable to save him. He never regained consciousness. The average 52-year-old man would almost certainly have died from his terrible wounds, but Rommel's years of physical training and natural stamina helped him pull through. Within a few days, he had recovered sufficiently to be moved to the more sophisticated hospital of Professor Esch at Vésiné. A few weeks later, he was able to go back home to Germany. He did not know it yet, but he was as good as dead. Until November 3rd, 1942, when Adolf Hitler had interfered with his conduct of operations in the Second Battle of El Alamein, Erwin Rommel had been a loyal soldier of the Third Reich. After the Führer's senseless stand-fast order resulted in much of Panzer Army Africa being lost, he continued to accord Hitler the respect due to a head of state, even after Hitler was pursuing a military policy that no longer made sense. Gradually, however, Rommel's attitude began to change. His bitterness about the loss of so many men when Tunisia fell was made more galling by the knowledge that, had he been given a fraction of this army group just a few months before, he could have overrun Egypt and captured the Suez Canal. We do not know exactly when Rommel learned of the mass murders that Himmler's SS had committed, or who told him about them. We do, however, have some clues. The organized mass murders were not on a grand scale until the fall of 1941. As Rommel was in North Africa at the time, it is unlikely that he knew about them until after March 1943. We do know that in December 1943, when Manfred Rommel, who was now 14 years old, was attracted to the undeniably sharp-looking uniforms of the SS and asked his father if he could join the Waffen-SS, the Field Marshal curtly rejected the idea out of hand. He would never allow his son to serve under the command of a man who had committed mass murders. Manfred asked if he meant Himmler. Yes, his father snapped. Rommel did not know at that time whether Hitler was involved in the mass murder of the Jews, or even if he knew, but he was suspicious. It was only in the early part of 1944 that Rommel learned of the magnitude of the Nazis' crimes, and that Hitler was definitely in the loop. His son would later write that from the moment Rommel learned of Hitler's involvement, all of his former loyalty to Hitler vanished. He had not yet decided to act against him, however. In February 1944, Dr. Karl Strölin, the Lord Mayor of Stuttgart, visited Rommel's home. Strölin, the son of an imperial general, had served with Rommel during World War I and was on friendly terms with Lützi. When he had not been selected for retention in the Reichswehr in 1920, he had gone into academics and earned his doctorate. He joined the Nazi Party in 1923. Strölin ran for mayor of Stuttgart in 1931, but was handily defeated. He deposed his former opponent after Hitler seized power in 1933. By 1944, however, he had secretly renounced his former allegiance to the Führer and was clandestinely working to overthrow the regime. Rommel's old friend told him that he came at the request of Dr. Karl Gödler, the former mayor of Leipzig and a leading civilian member of the conspiracy. Storied and Rommel discussed the possibility of a legal change of the government and a way to end the war. Storied discussed the criminality of Hitler and the Nazis, and even produced documentary proof that they were systematically engaged in genocide against the Jews and others. Storied, however, was going too quickly for Rommel, who was out of his element in the realm of power politics. With Manfred, Lutzi, and Hermann Aldinger, another World War I comrade, present, Storied declared that if Hitler did not die, then everyone in Germany was lost. Rommel interrupted and asked him to refrain from expressing such opinions in the presence of his young son. Realizing that he had made a mistake, Storied immediately adopted a more moderate tone. The Rommel-Storied conversation lasted more than 5 hours, and the mayor gradually won the field marshal over. He told Rommel that he was Germany's greatest and most respected general, and that he was highly respected by the enemy as well. He was the only man who could prevent Germany from descending into civil war. Finally, Rommel made his decision. "I believe it is my duty to come to the rescue of Germany," he said. He did not want Hitler killed, however. He was afraid that would create a great Nazi martyr, and might lead to another stabbed-in-the-back myth. The Allies had handled the treaty ending World War I so badly that most German civilians believed the army had been stabbed in the back. Rommel wanted Hitler arrested and put on trial. The mayor did not reveal the whole truth to the field marshal. The leading conspirators planned to assassinate the Nazi dictator, and some of them intended to make Erwin Rommel president of the Reich. The list of anti-Hitler conspirators is long and impressive. It included Colonel General Ludwig Beck, the former chief of the General Staff, Field Marshal Erwin von Witzleben, the first OB West, who was retired, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, chief of the Abwehr, Julius Leber, the former socialist member of the Reichstag, who was so tough that not even the Gestapo could get a word out of him, despite weeks of torture, Erich Höppner, the former commander of the 1st Panzer Army, Count Helmut von Moltke, a diplomat and a relative of the field marshal who had defeated and captured Napoleon III, General of Infantry Alexander von Falkenhausen, the military governor of France, Major General Helmut Stief, the chief of the organizations branch at OKH, Ernst Junger, a friend of Rommel's and perhaps the leading German author of his day, Lieutenant General Paul von Haase, the commandant of Berlin, Count Wolf von Helldorf, the police president of Berlin, Major General Henning von Treschow, a friend of Kluger's and now Chief of Staff of the Second Army on the Eastern Front, Dr. Speidel, Rommel's own Chief of Staff, and many others. Rommel's interest in the conspiracy increased as spring wore on, and the time of the anticipated Allied invasion grew closer. On May the 15th he met with General of Artillery Eduard Wagner, the first quartermaster general of the army. From Wagner, Rommel learned for the first time of previous attempts on Hitler's life. He learned that in March 1943 a bomb had been placed on Hitler's airplane, but had failed to explode. He learned that Captain Alex von dem Busche had been prepared to blow himself up and take Hitler with him, but he could not get close enough to carry out his plan. Rommel was taken aback and again objected to the idea of assassination. But men of greater political vision than the Swabian marshal were not swayed by his opinion. They continued to plot to save Germany by killing Adolf Hitler. The addition of Rommel as a sympathizer provided stimulus to the conspirators. Generals Dollmann, von Salmuth, and Geyer von Schweppenburg all told Rommel they were prepared to obey his orders, even if they were in direct contradiction to those of the Führer. Lieutenant General Count Gerhard von Schwerin-Krosigk of the 116th Panzer Division and Lieutenant General Baron Heinrich von Lüttwitz of the 2nd Panzer Division declared that their units were available for use against the regime. On July the 9th, Luftwaffe Lieutenant Colonel César von Hoffacker visited the Desert Fox at La Roche-Guyon. Hoffacker's father was Eberhard von Hoffacker, a World War I general under whom Rommel had served and whom he admired. César was chief of staff to the military governor of France, Karl von Stülpnagel, another member of the conspiracy. He was also the cousin of Colonel Count Klaus von Stauffenberg, the leader of the plot to assassinate Hitler. Like Stülpnagel, Hofacker was deeply involved in the plan to assassinate the Führer. He asked the Desert Fox how long the front in Normandy could be held. Stauffenberg and his confederates needed to know, in order to determine how to proceed against Hitler. Rommel told them the front would hold 14 days to 3 weeks at most. Then a breakthrough could be expected, as he had no other forces to throw into the battle. Hofacker left to meet with Kluge, but he promised to meet with Rommel again on July the 15th. Kluge himself came to La Roche-Guyon on July the 12th to confer with his most brilliant and difficult subordinate. For once, the two marshals found themselves in complete agreement about the military situation, which was growing more desperate every day. Rommel suggested that the army and corps commanders send an ultimatum to Hitler. If the Führer rejected it, as they expected he would, then the OB West and Commander-in-Chief of Army Group B should take bilateral action and open up the Western Front. In other words, they would order their men to stop fighting and allow the Allies to flood into France and Germany. Kluge listened attentively and agreed in principle, but he refused to commit himself to the hilt. He would make his final decision, he said, after he conferred with his army commanders. After he left, Rommel told General Speidel that he would take action against Hitler, no matter what Kluge decided. 3 days later, Rommel sent Hitler a message that history has dubbed the Ultimatum of July the 15th. In it, he pointed out that Army Group B was losing 2,500 to 3,000 men a day in the Normandy meat grinder, and had lost 97,000 men to date, while he had received only 10,000 replacements. He had also lost 225 panzers, of which only 17 had been replaced. Rommel concluded that the struggle was nearing its end, the war was lost, and the proper political conclusions must be drawn. Although he did not say it in so many words, he was clearly telling Hitler that the Third Reich must sue for peace. Kluge agreed with every point, endorsed the dispatch, and forwarded it to Führer headquarters. Rommel remarked that this was Hitler's last chance. If he doesn't take it, we will act. The next day, July the 16th, the Desert Fox paid a rare visit to the 15th Army, where he looked up Lieutenant Colonel Elmar Warning, the Chief Operations Officer of the 17th Luftwaffe Field Division. Rommel had sought him out once before, during the terrible days at the end of the Second Battle of El Alamein, when Panzer Army Afrika was being destroyed because of Hitler's senseless stand-fast order. Rommel had unburdened himself on Warning at that time, and he did so again now. He told Warning about his ultimatum, informing Hitler that the war was lost, and demanding that he draw the proper conclusions. The colonel wanted to know what would happen if Hitler refused. "Then I'm going to open up the Western Front," the field marshal snapped. He added that only one thing mattered now. The Anglo-Saxons must reach Berlin before the Russians. But the next day was July the 17th, the day the Desert Fox was critically injured on his way back from the 1st SS Panzer headquarters to La Roche-Guyon. Ernst Jünger would write that the wound that felled Rommel deprived the conspirators of the only man who could bear the terrible responsibility of war and civil war simultaneously. And soon disaster struck on the Eastern Front. On June the 22nd, the Soviets launched Operation Bagration, the largest offensive of the war. They struck the thinly held lines of Army Group Centre with more than 2 million men. Both the 4th and 9th Armies were effectively destroyed, and the 3rd Panzer Army was crushed. Army Group Centre was finished as an effective combat force. The Russians gained 150 miles in a week and pushed to the borders of the Reich. Army Group North was cut off in the Courland pocket with its back to the Baltic Sea. By the end of July, the surviving Feldgrau had been pushed back behind the Vistula. Fate was closing in on the Third Reich. On July the 20th, the one-armed Colonel Count Klaus von Stauffenberg, the Chief of Staff of the Replacement Army, arrived at Führer headquarters in East Prussia with a bomb in his briefcase. Stauffenberg had lost his arm and an eye while serving as chief of operations of the 10th Panzer Division in Tunisia. He placed the briefcase under the Führer's conference table, barely 6 feet from Hitler, and left. Unfortunately, Colonel Heinz Brandt found that the briefcase was in his way, so he moved it. He only shifted it a few feet, but it was enough to deflect much of the blast away from the Führer. Brandt thus saved Hitler's life, but not his own. Stauffenberg's bomb blew off one of Brandt's legs. General of Flyers Günther Korten, the chief of the General Staff of the Luftwaffe, was mortally wounded, as was General Schmundt, Rommel's best friend at Führer headquarters. Of the people present, only Field Marshal Keitel was completely uninjured. Hitler was initially stunned, then he lapsed into a rage. "I will smash and destroy these criminals who have presumed to stand in the way of Providence and myself," he screamed. "They deserve nothing but ignominious death, and I shall give it to them. This time the full measure will be paid by all who are involved, and by their families." At the front, things were slowly falling apart. As Erwin Rommel lay in that grey world between life and death, Günther von Kluge appointed himself Commander-in-Chief of Army Group B, but he could not hold the line. The Americans took Saint-Lô on July the 19th, and Caen finally fell the next day. It rained heavily on July the 20th, however, and the British were not able to go any further. To the west, the Americans prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Shortly after the failed coup of July the 20th, the scales finally fell from the eyes of Hitler and OKW. At last they realized that the Normandy landing was the real invasion. The infantry divisions behind the 15th Army's seafront were ordered to join Panzer Group West, now called the 5th Panzer Army, and the 7th Army, and they marched south as fast as their feet and the ruined transportation system could carry them. The decision was made too late, Montgomery would write. The divisions arrived so slowly and so piecemeal that they were to find themselves reinforcing failure. Most of them arrived just in time to be destroyed. After an ineffective Allied bombing attack on July the 24th, some 1,500 U.S. Flying Fortress heavy bombers obliterated the Panzer Lehr Division in the hours between 9 a.m. and noon the next day. They were followed by hundreds of medium bombers and Jabos. In all, the Allied air forces dropped 12 bombs for every German soldier in the breakthrough area. Entire companies were completely wiped out. Tanks were tossed through the air like so many plastic toys. Gun positions simply disappeared. By the next day, the Americans had their breakout, and within a week, Lieutenant General George S. Patton Jr.'s 3rd U.S. Army was leading the breakthrough forces into France. Avranches fell, Normandy was lost, and Patton was off and running. Now the foolishness of Hitler's strategy became abundantly clear. He had sent his panzers to Normandy, which was excellent terrain for infantry, and they had been destroyed there. Now the Allies were in excellent tank country, but Hitler had no tanks. His infantry divisions from Pas-de-Calais were quickly overrun and captured by Anglo-Saxon tanks, commanded by a general who had never been accused of being overcautious and never would be. Hitler kept the news of Rommel's wounds secret from the German public and made it appear that the Desert Fox was to blame for Patton's breakout. Rommel, meanwhile, did not die as expected, but began to recover rapidly. Erwin Rommel was a man of action. This made him an awful patient. He could not stand confinement, which made him cantankerous and bad-tempered. And since he was a field marshal, the doctors and nurses could not deal with him the way they would deal with an ordinary patient. He was as outspoken as usual during his convalescence, even telling a war correspondent that the war was lost. Beginning on July the 22nd, Admiral Ruger visited Rommel. He started coming almost every day, reading to him from a novel entitled The Tunnel, about the construction of a tunnel from Europe to the United States. This was the kind of thing Rommel liked. He and the Admiral talked about after the war. Rommel wanted to do something practical and technical, such as harness the power of the tides on the coast of Brittany, which had enormous potential to produce energy. The pair also discussed the assassination attempt. Rommel was still afraid that a dead Führer would only be a great Nazi martyr. He felt that the Hitler legend would never be destroyed until the German people knew the truth. Admiral Ruger feared for Rommel's life. He wanted to suggest to Rommel that he surrender to the British, but he never quite worked up the courage. All the Desert Fox wanted to do, on the other hand, was to go home to his family at Herrlingen. When he got there on August the 8th, Lützi was shocked at his appearance. Rommel smiled and remarked that if he didn't have to carry his head under his arm, it must not be too bad. The Desert Fox had Captain Lang and Manfred temporarily transferred to his staff at Herrlingen. Count von Stauffenberg and General Beck were executed just before midnight on July the 20th, and General von Tresckow blew his own head off on July the 21st. Eduard Wagner knew that he would be arrested and tortured, so he ate lunch on July the 23rd, sat at his desk, placed a pistol on each temple, and pulled the triggers. But there were other men who were not so thorough. On July the 21st, Karl Heinrich von Stülpnagel, the military governor of France, was summoned to Berlin to explain why he had arrested all of the SS and Gestapo men in Paris the day before. He drank heavily that night, and the next day set out by car for the capital of the Reich. He had his driver stop the car in the Verdun area, where Stülpnagel had distinguished himself as a junior officer in World War I. Ordering his driver and aide to remain behind, he waded into the Meuse Canal and shot himself in the head. The bullet destroyed both of his eyes, but did not kill him. Hearing the shot, the driver and aide rushed to the scene and found the badly wounded general. They assumed he had been shot by partisans, who were known to be active in this area. They dragged him out of the water before he could drown, and rushed him to the hospital at Verdun. Gestapo agents were soon beside his bed. They considered the attempted suicide tantamount to an admission of guilt. In his delirium, Stülpnagel cried out, "Rommel!" again and again. After the blinded general regained consciousness, the Gestapo transported him to Berlin. They apparently were not able to get anything else out of him, but they had already had enough. The damaged von Stülpnagel was hauled before the Volksgerichtshof, the People's Court, sentenced to death and hanged in Berlin on August the 30th, 1944. Meanwhile, the Gestapo closed in on Erwin Rommel. Among the first to be arrested after the coup failed was Lieutenant Colonel Cäsar von Hoffacker, who was incarcerated on July the 26th. He cracked under torture and admitted Rommel's involvement. He told the Gestapo that Rommel had said, "Tell the conspirators in Berlin they can count on me." Dr. Karl Goerdeler, the civilian head of the conspiracy, also talked under torture and was soon incriminating everyone he knew. It was not long before Hitler was sure of Erwin Rommel's involvement in the plot to overthrow the Nazi regime. Others went down first, including Field Marshal von Witzleben and Generals Stief and Höppner. On August the 15th, Günther von Kluge was relieved of his command and replaced with Field Marshal Walter Model. Kluge was summoned to Berlin, and en route on August the 20th he asked to be alone. He spread out a blanket and took poison near Verdun, almost within sight of the spot where General von Stülpnagel had shot himself. Meanwhile, the Third Reich lost France. Rommel was always ready to appreciate enemy generals, but he was astounded by Patton's performance in overrunning France. "We saw the most astonishing achievement in mobile warfare," he said of the U.S. Third Army's commander's romp across Western Europe. Everything continued to go downhill for the German army. On September the 6th, 1944, Hans Speidel visited his former commander at Herrlingen for what would be their last meeting. Speidel had been suspended from his duties as Chief of Staff of Army Group B, despite Model's objections. Speidel found Rommel in fine spirits and rapidly recovering. His left eye was half open. "That pathological liar has now gone completely mad," the Desert Fox declared. The Field Marshal expressed the fear that Hitler would sacrifice every last German before he met his own end. General Speidel was arrested at 6 a.m. the next day. Rommel tried to secure his release, but failed. Erwin Rommel would not survive the war, and he knew it. He was aware that the Gestapo was watching him and might try to ambush him on his daily walk with Manfred, but he would not cancel the walks. Now, however, he told his son that they would carry pistols. Those people never hit anything with their first shots. If they came under fire, he told Manfred, simply fire blindly in the general direction of their attackers, who would then either flee or aim badly. From that moment, Manfred also had a feeling of impending doom. After Dr. Speidel's arrest, old friends and acquaintances stopped coming around. Rommel remarked wryly that the rats were deserting the sinking ship. His sense of approaching doom and the continued nighttime headaches from his wounds gave him several sleepless nights. He commented to Colonel Lattmann, who visited on September the 27th, that he was dissatisfied with the progress of his recovery, and that he tired more easily than before, adding that it was very hard for him to remain inactive while Germany's military position continued to deteriorate. In mid-September, local Nazi Party leader Eugen Meyer turned up at Rommel's home and told the Field Marshal that he had overheard senior SS officers in Ulm saying that Rommel no longer believed in final victory. Rommel was often indiscreet about his opinions. He lacked diplomacy. He told Meyer to look at a map. The British, Americans, and Russians were closing in. There was no point in talking of victory. Meyer told him that what was needed was faith in the Führer. Rommel made no attempt to hide his contempt. He called Hitler a damned fool, whose mental capabilities had been declining since November 1942. One could not place any faith in him at all. Meyer told Rommel that he should have more discretion, or he would have the Gestapo after him, if they weren't after him already. Eugen Meyer was playing a double game. He went back to his office, wrote a full report of the meeting, and forwarded it to his boss, Martin Bormann, Hitler's personal secretary and the head of the Nazi Party. Bormann despised officers anyway, and he had hated Rommel since he commanded the Führer's bodyguard battalion in Poland in 1939. At that time, when Bormann had tried to bully Rommel, the Swabian had turned on him immediately. "I am the headquarters commandant," Rommel had snapped, "and you will do as I say." Now Bormann got his revenge. He handed the Meyer memo to the Führer. Adolf Hitler decided Rommel was guilty and should be disposed of. The summons to Berlin came on October the 7th. The pretext was that the Field Marshal was needed at an important military conference, but Rommel saw through that in a minute. He was ordered to go to Ulm, where a special train would pick him up. He confided to the visiting Admiral Ruger that he would never reach Berlin alive. The Desert Fox telephoned Keitel, but only got to speak to Lieutenant General Wilhelm Burgdorf, Schmundt's successor. Rommel told the new army personnel officer that he was still unable to travel. His assertion was backed up by Dr. Albrecht, the brain surgeon assigned to him, who immediately certified Rommel as unfit to make the journey. Albrecht, who also feared that Rommel might be murdered, offered his clinic as sanctuary. It would be more difficult for the Gestapo to get at him there. Rommel said he would keep the offer in mind. On October the 13th, Rommel went out with Captain Hermann Aldinger. They had served together in World War I, and Aldinger had been his aide in 1941, but he had not been able to stand up to the physical demands of the desert. Rommel told Aldinger that in the event of his death he wanted to be buried in Heidenheim, his birthplace, or else at Heidelberg or Herrlingen. When they arrived back at Rommel's home, they found a telegram stating that Burgdorf and Major General Ernst Maesel, the chief of the legal section of the Army Personnel Office, would arrive at noon the next day. Rommel assured Aldinger that they were coming to talk about the invasion or his next assignment, but surely he knew better. He was unusually quiet the rest of the day. The last day of Erwin Rommel's life was October the 14th, 1944. He rose early, ate breakfast with his son, and then went for a walk in the garden. Rommel told Manfred that 2 generals were coming from Berlin to discuss his future employment, so they would see today if it was a trial before the People's Court or a command on the Eastern Front. His son asked if he would accept such a command. The Marshal replied that the enemy in the East was so terrible that all other considerations gave way. Even a temporary Soviet occupation would be the end of everything that made life worth living. "Of course I would go," he told his son. They returned home about 11 a.m. Shortly before noon, Rommel changed from civilian clothes to his old Afrika Korps outfit, his favorite uniform. The dark green army sedan arrived from Berlin precisely at noon. The 2 OKH generals alighted, exchanged courtesies, and asked to speak to the Field Marshal alone. They talked for nearly an hour. Then Rommel emerged and went upstairs to speak to Luzi. His wife immediately knew something was wrong and asked if he were ill. Rommel responded that he had come to say goodbye. He would be dead in 15 minutes. Hitler had given him 2 choices: commit suicide or be tried before the People's Court for his part in the July 20th conspiracy. If he committed suicide, none of the usual steps would be taken against his family, as long as they kept their mouths shut. They could keep their home and would receive his pension. The Nazis were applying the doctrine of Sippenhaft, collective family responsibility, against the relatives of the conspirators of July the 20th. Almost 5,000 people would die before it was over. Luzi urged him to stand trial, but he refused. In any case, he did not believe he would ever reach Berlin alive. Erwin left Frau Rommel upstairs and went to see his son for the last time. He was calm as he explained his options: death by poison or a public trial. If he committed suicide, his family would not be harmed. Always the devoted family man, Rommel chose the first option. Both Manfred and Hermann Aldinger tried to talk him out of it. They could shoot their way out of it, the captain cried. He pointed out that they had been in tougher spots than this one. But Rommel said no. All communications had been cut. He could not contact the troops or even his own headquarters. The streets had been blocked by SS and Gestapo men who had surrounded the house. There was no escape. Rommel looked at his watch and said he had to go. They had only given him 10 minutes. Rommel, Manfred and Aldinger walked down the stairs together. Elbow, Rommel's dachshund, threw himself into a fit of joy at the sight of his master. This must have made it even harder on the desert fox, who had always loved dogs. He told Manfred to shut the dog in the study. The 3 men walked out of the house together. They could hear Luzi sobbing upstairs. Manfred recalled that the crunch of the gravel sounded particularly loud. As they approached the gate, the waiting Burgdorf and Maisel gave Rommel the Hitler salute and stood to one side. Rommel merely raised his marshal's baton to the brim of his hat. The SS driver opened the back door and stood at attention. Rommel swung his field marshal's baton under his left arm and shook hands with Aldinger and Manfred one last time. His face was calm. Then he got into the car, followed by the 2 Nazi generals. The car ascended a hill near the house and disappeared around a curve. Erwin Rommel never looked back. A few hundred yards down the road, the car stopped in an open space in the woods. Maisel, his aide Major Ernstberger, and the driver, SS Sergeant Duser, got out, leaving Burgdorf alone with Rommel. Burgdorf got out 5 minutes later and left Rommel by himself. He had given the field marshal a cyanide pill. Burgdorf paced up and down beside the car. 5 minutes later, he signalled to Maisel and driver. When they arrived, Sergeant Duser later testified, they found Rommel doubled up in pain and sobbing. He was clearly in his death throes. Duser raised the field marshal to a sitting position and put his hat back on his head. By now, Erwin Rommel was dead. At 1:25 p.m. on October the 14th, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was pronounced dead on arrival at Wagnerschule Reserve Hospital in Ulm. The doctors were suspicious, but desiring to stay alive, they didn't say much. Dr. Meyer wanted to perform an autopsy, but was sternly rebuffed. No post-mortem was allowed, and the body was to be cremated. No evidence of what really happened was to be left behind. As prearranged, Major Ernstberger telephoned Aldinger in Herrlingen and informed him that Field Marshal Rommel had suddenly and unexpectedly died of a cerebral hemorrhage while being driven to Ulm, where he was going to take an express train to Berlin. Ernstberger then returned to Herrlingen to officially inform Frau Rommel of her husband's death. Aldinger told the major that Frau Rommel was not receiving visitors. Ernstberger did not insist. In fact, he was probably relieved. The next day, Aldinger, Luzi, and Manfred went to Ulm and viewed the body. They were struck by the look of contempt on Rommel's face, which they had not seen when he was alive. His sister Helena, who came down from Stuttgart that morning, also commented on it. Erwin Rommel's body lay in state at the Ulm town hall for 2 days. Messages of condolence came in from the great and small, some sincere, some not. The strangest came from Heinrich Himmler, who sent Alfred Berndt, now a captain in the Waffen-SS. Berndt privately expressed Himmler's dismay at what had happened, and assured Luzi that the Reichsführer SS had had nothing to do with it. Although some authors have questioned Himmler's sincerity in making this gesture, I believe Berndt was probably telling the truth. Himmler, it seems to me, had nothing to gain by lying. Rommel's funeral took place on October the 18th, 1944, with full military honours. Common people came from miles around to mourn. Dignitaries included Admiral Ruger, representing the Navy, Stuttgart Mayor Strölin, Rommel's friend and fellow conspirator, ex-Foreign Minister Baron Konstantin von Neurath, Gauser, who had served with Rommel in Africa and was now the Chief of Staff of the 5th Panzer Army, Colonel von Tempelhof, Rommel's Chief of Operations, retired Field Marshal Ritter Wilhelm von Leeb, and Colonel General Richard Ruoff. The Rommel family was also there, of course, including 2 of Rommel's brothers. Field Marshal von Rundstedt, who delivered the funeral oration, unwittingly put the final touches on the tragic farce. He spoke of how Rommel had been imbued with the spirit of National Socialism, and said that his heart belonged to the Führer. As unconsciously ironic as his address was, one phrase saved it. A pitiless destiny has snatched him from us, just at the moment when the fighting has come to its crisis. A pitiless destiny indeed. Accompanied by an honour guard that included men from the Afrika Korps, 2 companies of infantry, a Luftwaffe company, and a company of Waffen-SS, Rommel's flag-draped coffin was carried to the crematorium. Later his ashes were interred in a corner of the graveyard of the community church of St. Andrew, the village church at Herrlingen. A small stream flows nearby, and the cemetery is quite peaceful. Erwin Rommel was at rest at last. Epilogue. What happened to them? Luzi Rommel never remarried. She died in Stuttgart on September the 26th, 1971. Manfred Rommel was discharged from the Luftwaffe near the end of the war. He became a lawyer, worked for the provincial government of Baden-Württemberg, and was elected Oberbürgermeister, Lord Mayor, of Stuttgart in 1974. He held the post for 22 years. He died in Stuttgart on November the 7th, 2013. Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler's army adjutant and Rommel's only friend at Führer HQ, was blinded by Stauffenberg's bomb on July the 20th, 1944. Taken to the hospital at Rastenburg, He held on for weeks, but finally died on October 1st, 1944. Hitler promoted him to General of Infantry before he passed away. Wilhelm Burgdorf, the Nazi loyalist who gave Rommel the cyanide pill he took to kill himself, was promoted to General of Infantry on November 1st, 1944. He was the Chief of the Army Personnel Office, HPA, until Berlin fell. He committed suicide, probably on May 1st, 1945. Ernst Maesel, Burgdorf's deputy, survived the war and retired to Berchtesgaden. He died on December 16th, 1978. Baron Leogayer von Schweppenburg, the general of panzer troops who had led the Axis counter-offensive 3 days after D-Day, became Inspector General of Armoured Troops, a post he held until the end of the war. He was in American captivity until 1947, and later worked for the U.S. Army Historical Division. He was involved in the development and creation of the new West German Army, but did not become its commander as he had hoped. He died in Irschenhausen, near Munich, on January 27th, 1974. Fritz Krause, the director of Arco 104 until February 17th, 1943, commander of the 164th Light Africa Division for a month, and commander of the 334th Infantry Division, which he surrendered when Tunisia fell in May 1943, was a POW until 1947. He returned to Germany and died at Ingelheim on the Rhine in 1975. Ulrich Kleemann, the 90th Light Division commander who had been wounded at Alam Halfa, did not recover until May 1943. He then commanded Assault Division Rhodes, May 1943 to August 1944, the 91st Corps, September to October 1944, the 4th Panzer Corps, October to November 1944, and Panzerkorps Feldherrnhalle, November 1944 to May 1945. He also briefly commanded the 8th Army on the Eastern Front, December 22nd to the 28th, 1944. Kleemann was promoted to Lieutenant General in 1943 and to General of Panzer Troops on October 20th, 1944. He was released from prison in 1947 and died in an accident in the Taunus Mountains north of Frankfurt am Main on January 3rd, 1963. Alfred Gauser, the Chief of Staff of the 5th Panzer Army, escaped the Falaise pocket in 1944. He was relieved of his position on November 20th, apparently because his previous association with Rommel made him suspect. Except for a short Corps Commander's course, he was in Führer Reserve until April 1945, the last month of the war, when he was sent to command the 2nd Corps in the Courland pocket, from which there was no escape. This was probably arranged by Wilhelm Burgdorf, who hated non-Nazi professionals like Gauser. No promotion accompanied the transfer. Far behind Soviet lines, Gauser surrendered his corps on May 10, 1945, and he spent the next 10 years in Soviet prisons. He was released in October 1955, but his former home of Königsberg, East Prussia, was now part of Russia. He retired to Karlsruhe, West Germany, where he was not inclined to tell his story to historians. He died in Bonn on September 30th, 1967. Lieutenant General Arthur Schmidt, who had commanded the garrison in Bardia Cyrenaica, was sent to Canada as a prisoner of war. He was released in 1947 and retired to Munich, where he died on January 15th, 1972. F. W. von Mellenthin, whose vehicle had run over a mine after Alma Halfa, left Africa with amoebic dysentery and spent several months in the hospital at Garmisch in the Bavarian Alps. He was then sent to the Eastern Front as Chief of Staff of the 48th Panzer Corps. He briefly served as commander of the 8th Panzer Division, July 1944, Chief of Staff of the 4th Panzer Army, August to September 1944, and Chief of Staff of Army Group G, 1944. Mellenthin ran afoul of Heinz Guderian, the Chief of the General Staff, and was sacked. Mellentine was promoted to Major General while under house arrest on December 1, 1944. After briefly commanding a regiment of the 9th Panzer Division on the Western Front, he ended the war as Chief of Staff of the 5th Panzer Army in the Ruhr pocket. Penniless in the aftermath of the war, he moved to South Africa, set up his own airline, and died a rich man in 1997 at the age of 92. Major Reverend Wilhelm Georg Bach, the defender of Halfaya Pass, never saw Germany again. He died in Toronto, Canada, on December 22, 1942, at the age of 50. 21st Panzer Division Commander Johann von Ravenstein, a civilian at heart but nevertheless the second most feared German officer in Africa, was taken into Tobruk after his capture and sent out via a British transport ship, which was attacked by an Italian Savoia torpedo bomber. The ship sank in 3.5 minutes. Despite adverse weather and rough seas, Ravenstein managed to hang on to a plank until help arrived. He was promoted to Lieutenant General on October 1, 1943. He was imprisoned in Egypt, South Africa, Canada, and the United Kingdom before being released in 1947. On the orders of Field Marshal Montgomery, the Ravenstein's home was never requisitioned by the Allies. He returned to work for the city administration of Duisburg and retired in 1954. He then devoted himself to his hobbies, the Duisburg Zoo, and the Lutheran Church. He dropped dead of a heart attack on March 26, 1962. Italian Major General Fedele de Giorgis, the commander of the 55th Infantry Division Savona, was eventually released from prison and became Commander-in-Chief of the Carabinieri after the war. He was promoted to Lieutenant General. De Giorgis died in 1964. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, the Commander-in-Chief of OKW, was executed at Nuremberg as a war criminal on October 16, 1946. Alfred Jodl, the Chief of Operations of OKW, was promoted to Colonel General on January 30, 1944. He was hanged at Nuremberg as a war criminal on October 16, 1946. Friedrich Paulus, who had been sent to Africa by General Staff Chief Franz Halder to report back on Rommel, became commander of the Sixth Army when his patron, Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, was promoted to the command of Army Group South in late 1941. Paulus, who received an accelerated promotion to General of Panzer Troops and skipped the regimental, divisional and corps level of command altogether, was clearly in over his head as commander of an army. He was encircled at Stalingrad and forced to surrender. Hitler had promoted him to Field Marshal the day before. As no German Field Marshal had ever before been captured or surrendered, the promotion was a clear invitation to commit suicide, but Paulus declined. He later worked with the Soviets and became an East German police inspector after the war. He died in Dresden, East Germany, in 1957. General of Panzer Troops Ritter Wilhelm von Thoma remained in British captivity for the rest of the war. One of his legs was amputated on account of diabetes in 1945. Released from prison after the surrender, he returned to his hometown of Dachau. He suffered from kidney and other health problems. He nevertheless married Countess Maria Elisabeth von Kielmansegg on March 15, 1948, his first marriage, at age 56. 6 weeks later, on April 30th, he suffered a fatal heart attack. He was buried in the Stadtfriedhof of Dachau, but his gravestone was removed in 2002. Franz Halder was relieved as Chief of the General Staff on September 24, 1942, and was never re-employed. He had dabbled in the anti-Hitler conspiracy in 1938, had been arrested on July 23, 1944, and was dismissed from the service on January 31, 1945. Halder was incarcerated at Flossenburg and Dachau concentration camps, and he was liberated by U.S. troops in South Tyrol on May 4, 1945. He worked for the U.S. Army Historical Division after the war. Halder died in Aschau im Chiemgau, Bavaria, in 1972. Joachim von Metsch, who was successful as 1B of the 7th Panzer Division in France, where he had also helped whip the SS Totenkopf Division into shape under Rommel's direction, was noticed by several senior officers. General of Cavalry Erich Höppner, the commander of the 16th Motorized, later Panzer Corps, succeeded in securing Metsch's transfer to his own staff, where he again excelled. The 16th became the 4th Panzer Group and then the 4th Panzer Army, and Metsch, now a major, moved up each time. He was promoted to lieutenant colonel on January 1, 1943. After 2.5 years on the Eastern Front, he became 1A of the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division in Italy. He was promoted to colonel, assumed command of the 1060th Grenadier Regiment on the Italian front in early 1945, and led it until the end of the war. No doubt he would have become a general had the war continued. He died on May 29, 1992. Captain Alfred Berndt, one of Rommel's aides in Egypt and Libya, held high rank in the Ministry of Propaganda until he fell out with Dr. Goebbels. He then joined the SS and was promoted to major. He was killed in action in Hungary in 1945. Lieutenant Colonel Luftwaffe Lieutenant César von Hoffacker, Chief of Staff to the Military Governor of France, was tried before the People's Court for his involvement in the plot to assassinate Hitler, found guilty of treason, and hanged at Plötzensee prison in Berlin on December 20, 1944. Lieutenant General Dr. Hans Speidel, the Chief of Staff of Army Group B under Rommel during the Normandy invasion, survived both his imprisonment after the Hitler assassination plot and the war, thanks to the efforts of Heinz Guderian and Sepp Dietrich, who interceded for Speidel with the Nazis. He became a professor at Tübingen University. Speidel eventually became a full 4-star general in the Bundesheer, West German Army, and was the first German to be commander for Allied Land Forces Central Europe in NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. He retired in 1963 and died in 1984. Karl Strölin, the Lord Mayor of Stuttgart and an anti-Hitler conspirator, was suspected of treason by the Nazis, but they could not prove it. They stripped him of his power, although he retained his title. It was thanks to his personal intervention and his secret contacts with the French army that the bridge over the Neckar River and Stuttgart's main water supply lines were not demolished. Strölin was not prosecuted after the war, but he never renounced his Nazi past, going so far as to say that National Socialism was a good political principle but had been betrayed by Hitler and his cronies. He died in 1963. Dr. Herbert Olbricht, who in 1941 was the commander of the 5th Panzer Regiment under Rommel in Africa, was sent to the Eastern Front as commander of the 35th Panzer Regiment. He was killed in action in the Caucasus Campaign on September 10, 1942, and posthumously promoted to Major General. Günther von Kluge, who had been promoted to commander of OB West over Rommel's head, committed suicide on August 19, 1944, after the exposure of the plot to assassinate the Führer. Hitler commented, "There are strong reasons to suspect that had not Kluge committed suicide, he would have been arrested anyway." Clever Hans was laid to rest in the small village cemetery at Böhne, where most of his wife's family was buried. He was buried with military pallbearers, but without military honours. The cemetery was later destroyed by the East German government, and all the headstones were removed. Baron Hans Karl von Eserbeck assumed command of the 11th Panzer Division on the Eastern Front on August 24, 1941, after recovering from his wounds near Tobruk. He later led the 2nd Panzer Division, 1942, the 46th Panzer Corps, 1942–43, and the 57th Panzer Corps, 1943–44. He was promoted to Lieutenant General, 1942, and General of Panzer Troops, February 1, 1944. He was commander of Wehrkreis 17 in Vienna from July 6 to the 20th, 1944, and he cooperated with the anti-Hitler conspirators. Von Esebeck was arrested on July the 21st of that year and spent the rest of the war in a concentration camp. He died in poverty in Dortmund-Bodelschwing in the Ruhr on January the 5th, 1955. Hans-Georg von Tempelhof, the 1A of Rommel's Army Group B, assumed command of the 1073rd Grenadier Regiment in late 1944 and was wounded twice. He led the 28th Jäger Division in East Prussia from April the 12th, 1945 until the end of the war, when he surrendered to the Soviets. He was released around 1948. He moved to Damascus, Syria, where he worked as a commercial clerk and technical consultant until 1952. In August of that year, he joined the West German Ministry of Defense as an instructor. He subsequently became a member of the West German Army, where he rose to the command of the 3rd Panzer Division at Hamburg-Buxtehude. He retired in 1967 and died in Havel, Brandenburg Province, in 1985. Johannes Streich, the 5th Light Division commander Rommel had dismissed after a disappointing performance in North Africa, returned to Germany and was given command of the 16th Motorized Division in the fall of 1941. His performance in Russia was deemed inadequate by Heinz Guderian, who sent him home. His assignments for the rest of the war were minor: Inspector of Mobile Troops, 1942-43, Inspector of Recruiting Area Breslau, 1943-45, and Inspector of Recruiting Area Berlin, April 1945. He was nevertheless promoted to Lieutenant General on October 1, 1943. Streich escaped from the Reich's capital shortly before the Soviets encircled it. He died in Hamburg on August 20, 1977. Edgar Feuchtinger, the commander of the 21st Panzer Division in Normandy, was promoted to Lieutenant General on August 1, 1944, despite his poor performance. In late December 1944, a Nazi investigator turned up at his headquarters to ask him questions about his absence on D-Day. He discovered that Feuchtinger had gone home for an unauthorized Christmas leave, while his division was in combat on the Western Front. Feuchtinger was relieved, arrested, court-martialed, demoted to cannoneer, artillery private, and sentenced to death. He was reprieved and assigned to the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division. Private Feuchtinger promptly deserted and told the Allies that he had been demoted for anti-Nazi activities. They believed him. He lived in Krefeld after the war, worked for the Americans, and died under mysterious circumstances during a visit to Berlin in 1960. Eduard Krasemann, who had commanded the 33rd Panzer Artillery Regiment and the 15th Panzer Division in North Africa, later led the 143rd Artillery Command, 1942-44, 26th Panzer Division, June 1944 to January 1945, and the 12th SS Corps, from January 29, 1945. He was captured on April 16, 1945, and promoted to General of Artillery 4 days later. He died in prison in 1950. Heinrich Kirchheim, who had been sent out by OKH in command of Special Staff Libya, which Rommel promptly incorporated into his own forces, was sent home by the Desert Fox. In Germany, he was named commander of Special Staff C at OKH and an advisor to OKH on desert warfare, but he no longer had any real power or influence. In 1944, he became a member of the Court of Honor that expelled officers involved in the anti-Hitler conspiracy from the army. Expelled officers were turned over to the People's Court, which usually condemned them to be executed. Kirchheim and his colleagues voted against expelling General Speidel, thus saving his life. He was an inspector of Recruiting Area Berlin until April 1, 1945, when he was placed in Führer Reserve. He fled the capital and surrendered to the Anglo-Americans on April 12. Released from a POW camp in October 1947, General Kirchheim retired to Lüdenscheid and died on December 14, 1973. General of Panzer Troops Gustav Fehn, whom Rommel had left in charge in North Africa when he travelled to Germany to consult with Hitler in November 1942, was wounded in action but recovered and returned to duty on July 1, 1943, after Tunisia had fallen. He temporarily commanded the 76th Panzer Corps in Italy, July to August 1943, and then was given command of the 21st Corps. In July 1944 he was named commander of the 15th Mountain Corps in the Balkans. He surrendered to the Yugoslavs on May 8, 1945, and was murdered in captivity on June 5. Artillery Commander Karl Berthier left North Africa and was placed in Führer Reserve on February 19, 1942. It took him some time to recover from his ordeal as ARCO 104 commander in the desert. He was nevertheless promoted to Lieutenant General on March 1, 1942. He returned to active duty and commanded the 345th Infantry Division in Germany, November 1942 to February 1943, and, after a period attached to the OB West staff in Paris, he directed the 326th Infantry Division for 3 weeks. After that, he was back in Führer Reserve for 5 months, and then assumed command of the 347th Infantry Division in the Netherlands, December 1943 to February 1944. He led the 305th Higher Artillery Command, HARCO 305, under the 2nd Panzer Army in the Balkans from March 1, 1944 until March 10, 1945, when he took charge of a special staff, also under the 2nd Panzer Army. He managed to surrender to the Western Allies on May 10, 1945, and was discharged from prison in June 1947. He lived for a time in Kiel, but died in Bad Wimpfen, Baden-Württemberg, on February 9, 1975. General of Infantry Hermann Geyer, who had been relieved of command by Hitler after retreating to save his men at Moscow, was discharged from the service at the end of 1944. Devastated by Germany's defeat and blaming himself for not acting against Hitler, he drowned himself in the Wildsee, a lake located a few miles southwest of his house in Bad Wildbad im Schwarzwald, the Black Forest, on April 10, 1946. Ettore Bastico, the Italian commander-in-chief for North Africa, outlived all of the Italian marshals. He was left without a command on February 2, 1943, when the Axis forces abandoned Libya. He remained unemployed for the rest of the war, and spent the rest of his life studying history. He died in Rome in 1972, at the age of 96. Walter Nering, who may have been the best panzer commander in World War II, led the 24th Panzer Corps on the Eastern Front after he was sacked from his command in Africa for his realism about the Germans' hopeless position there. At one point in January 1945, surrounded and under attack by 7 Soviet armies, he formed a floating goose egg and fought his way back to German lines. By the time he arrived, there were more civilians within the goose egg than there were soldiers. It was perhaps the most remarkable tactical accomplishment of the war. Nering led the 1st Panzer Army on the Eastern Front from March 22, 1945, until the surrender. He retired to Düsseldorf and died in 1983. Siegfried Westphal, Rommel's chief of operations, who had been hit in the leg and thrown from a moving car, recovered from his wounds and became chief of staff of the 1st German-Italian Panzer Army in October 1942. He was acting commander of the 164th Light Africa Division from December 1st to the 29th, 1942. Later, he was chief of operations and then chief of staff of Kesselring's OB South, 1943-44, before he replaced Blumentritt as chief of staff of OB West on September 9, 1944. He held this post until the end of the war. Westphal was promoted to General of Cavalry on February 1, 1945. He died in Celle, Lower Saxony, in West Germany, on July 2, 1982. Alwin Woltz, the commander of the 135th Flak Regiment, earned the Knight's Cross on May 27, 1942, when his regiment destroyed 50 enemy tanks in the Battle of the Gazelle Line. Later sent back to Europe, he was given command of the 15th Flak Brigade at Hanover and promoted to Major General shortly thereafter. In August 1943, he was named commander of the 3rd Flak Division at Hamburg, where he surrendered to the British on May 3, 1945. He was released in July 1947 and died in Vaterstetten, near Munich, on September 15, 1978. Panzer Army Deputy Commander Ludwig Kruvel, who was captured in the Battle of the Gazelle Line, was released in April 1947. Tragically, his wife, who was only 34 years old, had died suddenly a few weeks before he was taken prisoner. He settled in Essen-Stadtwald and died on September 25, 1958, at the age of 64. Hans Hecker, the chief engineer officer of Panzer Army Afrika, was sent back to Europe on December 1, 1942. He attended a divisional commander's course, and on February 11, 1943, he assumed command of the 345th Infantry Division in Truppenübungsplatz, manoeuvre area, Wildflecken, Germany. This command was absorbed by a new 29th Motorized Division in March. The original 29th Motorized had been destroyed at Stalingrad. Hecker was apparently unemployed until January 22, 1944, when he assumed command of the 26th Panzer Division in Italy, and then he was replaced by Baron Smilo von Lüttwitz on February 20th. The following month, Hecker assumed command of the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division in Italy, and he was promoted to Major General on June 1st. He was relieved of his command on June 25th, 1944, placed in Führer Reserve and not re-employed. Captured by the Allies in May 1945, he was discharged from prison in 1947 and settled in Münden, Hanover, where he died on May 1, 1979. Otto Heidkemper, who had found working with Rommel as his chief of operations in the 7th Panzer Division difficult, did well in the same position in the 4th Panzer Division on the Eastern Front, and briefly commanded the division in early 1942. Promoted to colonel in June, he became Chief of Staff of the 24th Panzer Corps. He even commanded the corps for a short time, after 3 of its commanders were killed in rapid succession. As far as I know, this was the only time a German corps was commanded by a colonel during World War II. Heidkemper was promoted to Major General on May 1, 1943, and named Chief of Staff of the 3rd Panzer Army. In early 1945, he was fired from this position by General Ferdinand Schörner because of his lack of enthusiasm for National Socialism. He was given command of the 464th Infantry Division on the Eastern Front on April 27, 1945, surrendered to the Allies on May 9th, and was held by the Allies for only 2 weeks. He returned home and died in Bückenburg, Lower Saxony, in 1966. Karl-Hans Lungershausen, who had commanded the 164th Light Africa Division, was named commander of the temporary division Sardinia in May 1943 and promoted to lieutenant general on September 1st of that year. Division Sardinia became the basis of the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division, which Lungershausen led in Italy until December 1943. Then he was named Inspector of Italian Units in OB Southwest, a post he held until March 1, 1945. He was apprehended by British forces in October 1945 and remained a prisoner of war until March 1947. Lungershausen died in Darmstadt, Hessen, the city of his birth, on December 27, 1975. Rommel's brilliant combat engineer, Karl Bülovius, became chief engineer of Army Group Afrika in 1943 and was promoted to lieutenant general on April 1st. He was acting commander of Division von Manteuffel in the last weeks before the surrender. Sent to the United States as a prisoner of war, he became increasingly mentally unstable and committed suicide at the hospital at Camp Forest, Tennessee, on March 27, 1945. Fritz Bayerlein, who had served under Rommel in Africa, commanded the 3rd Panzer Division on the Russian front and served again under Rommel after D-Day, fighting in Normandy, the Falaise Pocket, the retreat to the Seine, and the Siegfried Line. He was promoted to Lieutenant General on May 1, 1944. His performance in the Battle of the Bulge left much to be desired. He wasted several vital hours trying to seduce a captured American nurse. He was nevertheless given command of the 53rd Corps on March 6, 1945, after its commander was captured. Bayerlein again performed poorly. He was surrounded in the Ruhr Pocket and surrendered to the U.S. 7th Armored Division on April 16th. He made himself readily available to B.H. Liddell Hart and other Western historians after the war, taking care to portray himself in a favourable light. Thus he perhaps has a higher reputation as a general than he deserves. He died in 1970 of a liver disease contracted in North Africa. Rather than return to Germany, Count Theodor von Sponeck chose to remain with his men and surrendered on May 12, 1943. He was sent to POW camps in Dermot, Arkansas, and Clinton, Mississippi. When he got home to Germany, his children were grown, and he discovered that his wife had found another romantic interest. She and Sponeck were divorced in 1947. He then lived with his former mother-in-law at her castle for some time. Sponeck remarried in 1962 and lived happily for 20 years. He died in the clinic in Heidenheim in 1982. The men of the 90th Light Division considered him a nobleman in every sense of the word.
And I find your track. Take the detour on the back. Here's to the path, winding and true, in the symphony where choices.
After that, he was back in Führer Reserve for 5 months, and then assumed command of the 347th Infantry Division in the Netherlands, December 1943 to February 1944. He led the 305th Higher Artillery Command, Harco 305, under the 2nd Panzer Army in the Balkans from March 1, 1944 until March 10, 1945, when he took charge of a special staff, also under the 2nd Panzer Army. He managed to surrender to the Western Allies on May 10, 1945, and was discharged from prison in June 1947. He lived for a time in Kiel, but died in Bad Wimpfen, Baden-Württemberg, on February 9, 1975. General of Infantry Hermann Geyer, who had been relieved of command by Hitler after retreating to save his men at Moscow, was discharged from the service at the end of 1944. Devastated by Germany's defeat and blaming himself for not acting against Hitler, he drowned himself in the Wildsee, a lake located a few miles southwest of his house in Bad Wildbad im Schwarzwald, the Black Forest, on April 10, 1946. Ettore Bastico, the Italian commander-in-chief for North Africa, outlived all of the Italian marshals. He was left without a command on February 2, 1943, when the Axis forces abandoned Libya. He remained unemployed for the rest of the war and spent the rest of his life studying history. He died in Rome in 1972 at the age of 96. Walter Nering, who may have been the best panzer commander in World War II, led the 24th Panzer Corps on the Eastern Front after he was sacked from his command in Africa for his realism about the Germans' hopeless position there. At one point in January 1945, surrounded and under attack by 7 Soviet armies, he formed a floating goose egg and fought his way back to German lines. By the time he arrived, there were more civilians within the goose egg than there were soldiers. It was perhaps the most remarkable tactical accomplishment of the war. Nering led the 1st Panzer Army on the Eastern Front from March the 22nd, 1945, until the surrender. He retired to Düsseldorf and died in 1983. Siegfried Westphal, Rommel's chief of operations, who had been hit in the leg and thrown from a moving car, recovered from his wounds and became chief of staff of the 1st German-Italian Panzer Army in October 1942. He was acting commander of the 164th Light Africa Division from December the 1st to the 29th, 1942. Later, he was Chief of Operations and then Chief of Staff of Kesselring's OB South, 1943–44, before he replaced Blumentritt as Chief of Staff of OB West on September the 9th, 1944. He held this post until the end of the war. Westphal was promoted to General of Cavalry on February the 1st, 1945. He died in Celle, Lower Saxony, in West Germany, on July the 2nd, 1982. Alwin Woltz, the commander of the 135th Flak Regiment, earned the Knight's Cross on May the 27th, 1942, when his regiment destroyed 50 enemy tanks in the Battle of the Gazelle Line. Later sent back to Europe, he was given command of the 15th Flak Brigade at Hanover and promoted to Major General shortly thereafter. In August 1943, he was named commander of the 3rd Flak Division at Hamburg, where he surrendered to the British on May the 3rd, 1945. He was released in July 1947 and died in Vaterstetten, near Munich, on September the 15th, 1978. Panzer Army Deputy Commander Ludwig Kruvel, who was captured in the Battle of the Gazelle Line, was released in April 1947. Tragically, his wife, who was only 34 years old, had died suddenly a few weeks before he was taken prisoner. He settled in Essen-Stadtwald and died on September the 25th, 1958, at the age of 64. Hans Hecker, the chief engineer officer of Panzer Army Africa, was sent back to Europe on December the 1st, 1942. He attended a divisional commander's course, and on February the 11th, 1943, he assumed command of the 345th Infantry Division in Truppenübungsplatz, manoeuvre area, Wildflecken, Germany. This command was absorbed by a new 29th Motorized Division in March. The original 29th Motorized had been destroyed at Stalingrad. Hecker was apparently unemployed until January the 22nd, 1944, when he assumed command of the 26th Panzer Division in Italy, and then he was replaced by Baron Smilo von Lüttwitz on February the 20th. The following month, Hecker assumed command of the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division in Italy, and he was promoted to Major General on June the 1st. He was relieved of his command on June the 25th, 1944, placed in Führer Reserve and not re-employed. Captured by the Allies in May 1945, he was discharged from prison in 1947 and settled in Münden, Hanover, where he died on May the 1st, 1979. Otto Heidkemper, who had found working with Rommel as his chief of operations in the 7th Panzer Division difficult, did well in the same position in the 4th Panzer Division on the Eastern Front, and briefly commanded the division in early 1942. Promoted to colonel in June, he became chief of staff of the 24th Panzer Corps. He even commanded the corps for a short time, after 3 of its commanders were killed in rapid succession. As far as I know, this was the only time a German corps was commanded by a colonel during World War II. Heidkemper was promoted to Major General on May the 1st, 1943, and named Chief of Staff of the 3rd Panzer Army. In early 1945, he was fired from this position by General Ferdinand Schörner because of his lack of enthusiasm for National Socialism. He was given command of the 464th Infantry Division on the Eastern Front on April the 27th, 1945, surrendered to the Allies on May the 9th, and was held by the Allies for only 2 weeks. He returned home and died in Bückenburg, Lower Saxony, in 1966. Karl-Hans Lungershausen, who had commanded the 164th Light Africa Division, was named commander of the temporary division Sardinia in May 1943 and promoted to lieutenant general on September 1st of that year. Division Sardinia became the basis of the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division, which Lungershausen led in Italy until December 1943. Then he was named Inspector of Italian Units in OB Southwest, a post he held until March 1st, 1945. He was apprehended by British forces in October 1945 and remained a prisoner of war until March 1947. Lungershausen died in Darmstadt, Hessen, the city of his birth, on December 27th, 1975. Rommel's brilliant combat engineer, Karl Bülovius, became chief engineer of Army Group Afrika in 1943 and was promoted to lieutenant general on April 1st. He was acting commander of Division von Manteuffel in the last weeks before the surrender. Sent to the United States as a prisoner of war, he became increasingly mentally unstable and committed suicide at the hospital at Camp Forest, Tennessee, on March 27, 1945. Fritz Bayerlein, who had served under Rommel in Africa, commanded the 3rd Panzer Division on the Russian front and served again under Rommel after D-Day, fighting in Normandy, the Falaise Pocket, the retreat to the Seine, and the Siegfried Line. He was promoted to lieutenant general on May